for him on a variety of levels, and he tried to set the tone by coming in great shape, and it just sucks that he's got this injury. Football's violent, but B, they're going to miss him.
So what are they going to miss with Deebo Samuel? Obviously, the jet sweep stuff, him lining up in his backfield, but his versatility and his toughness when he gets the ball in his hands. This is a playmaker. When he gets the ball in his hands, he's falling forward. He's getting you 5 to 10 yards a pop. This is a guy who could break a long one. He could turn a 5-yard catch into an 80-yard touchdown. That's who Deebo Samuel is. That's what you're missing. And now the spotlight on that second wide receiver, whether it's Juwan Jennings, whether it's Ray McCloud, whether it's Ronnie Bell. We're going to figure out who's going to step up on the other side. Or is it more so George Kittle has to get involved in the pass game because there's going to be a lot on Brandon Ayuk's plate. One thing we know about Ayuk, he has a great rapport with Brock Purdy. They do have that chemistry together. They do. But how much can he shoulder without Deebo Samuel when now safeties over the top are going to be all over him?
Yeah.
If you're a defense, you're probably identifying number 11 saying, okay, this is the one true threat who we got to contain in the pass game outside of George Kittle, especially if George Kittle's going to stay in the block. If George Kittle's going to stay in the block, yeah, Brandon Ayuk out there, but can Juwan Jennings get separation? Can he beat his man? Can Ray McCloud get separation on his routes? Is Ronnie Bell physical enough to hold up against an NFL defense and play multiple snaps? We're going to find out here, but this is a massive loss without Deebo Samuel. Massive.
You know, I was reading some of the deep dive data regarding George Kittle and the inline blocking aspect, which, you know, a lot of people make like, he's used as a left and right tackle, basically. Last week in particular, he actually did a lot more chipping where you bang that edge guy, you bang that defensive end, and then you go out for a route. But if you're going to do that, you end up being the third, fourth, or fifth option. You know, most guys don't get to 5 reads, especially against Cleveland's defense. You're not going to be one of the primary targets on that particular play. So this is a big one for George Kittle. I want to see him be the secondary or the primary receiver in a lot of these routes, because he is a dynamic playmaker downfield, and teams are going to struggle. You got Jordan Hicks, Asamoah, Wannon. Are these guys going to try to guard him in space? I'd love to see it. Is Harrison Smith going to come up and try to guard him in space? I'd love to see it. If they throw a corner on him, you know that George Kittle's going to plow right through that guy. So this is a game for me, not that you're going to use him exactly the way Kelsey was used yesterday in Kansas City, but you got to increase the amount of targets where he's the primary or secondary route runner on a particular play. That's most important for me in this game.
The Vikings are ranked 17th in passing. 17th in passing, allowing 219 yards per game. And so I expect Ronnie Bell and Ray McCloud, they should be able to get targets. They should be able to have some opportunities to make some plays. Look, this is a Minnesota defense that loves the blitz. We're going to see Harrison Smith blitz. We're going to see their linebacker splits. We're going to see Hunter lined up on the weak side over Jalen Moore, who's going to go for Trent Williams. This is problematic for the 49ers. So beating the blitz with guys who are not accustomed to being in the game, hopefully this week of practice time has brought Ray McCloud up to speed, and brought Juwan Jennings up to speed, brought Ronnie Bell up to speed, because the Vikings will give up yards. Overall, they're 15th in total defense, allowing 331 yards per game. Against the run, the Vikings will give up run yards. They're giving up 112 on the ground per game. So they're 18th in the league, overall 15th in the league in defense. So this is an average defense where you should be able to get yards. But in these games right here, I don't want to rely on Jake Moody, not because of what he did last week in Cleveland, missing the 2 field goals, but when you keep a bad team around.
Yes.
Make them pay with touchdowns. So yards will be there. They will be available. I expect Shanahan to scheme it up to where yards are available. I expect them to extend that streak of scoring on an opening drive. But can you finish drives without a guy like Deebo Samuel and maybe a less than 100% Christian? Less than 100%, there's no doubt he's not 100% Christian McCaffrey.
The Christian McCaffrey thing feels like we're burying the lead. Do you want him to play?
I don't. And I'm eager with 49er fans, 888-957-9570. The Niners should be able to handle the Vikings without Christian McCaffrey. They should, right?
I mean, they have no Justin Jefferson. If Justin Jefferson was out there, I would feel a lot less certain about this one. This is a team, the Vikings, that might wave the white flag and trade off some of the few pieces that they end up having. If you can win this game and you're the Niners, you might be able to acquire yourself Danielle Hunter. And so, Yeah, like you have to win this game, Bonte. Like if you're telling me Brock Purdy's the second, third best quarterback in the NFC, right? Which I believe he is. I do. I believe that he is. You should be able to win with Brandon Ayuk and George Kittle against this Minnesota team.
Should be enough.
Even though it's on the road, you had an extra day to prepare. Your offensive line is essentially healthy, even though Banks and Trent are obviously dinged up a little. You've got almost all your complementary of defensive players. Do we have an update on Dre Greenlaw?
No update on Dre Greenlaw. We'll get that in a second.
You should win this game.
You should be able to win this game. Here's the update with Christian McCaffrey. He's dealing with a slight little tear in his oblique, but he's still expected to play on Monday night, tonight, against the Minnesota Vikings, but a slight little tear. 888-957-9570. Should McCaffrey play today? He's an all-pro back. We know this. He's been balling, but you got the quick turnaround against Cincinnati. So if he plays tonight, what if he aggravates it? Or if he's not ready to go 100%, you risk him to play out there, and all of a sudden you'll talk about missing the Cincinnati game as well. So should Christian McCaffrey play tonight? 888-957-9570. Your thoughts on that? If Brock Purdy is at third or fourth best quarterback in the NFC, which I believe he's been this season, and he had his worst game against Cleveland last week. If he is that guy that we think he is, Jordan Mason, TDP,
that's what I'm saying.
Kittle, Ayuk should be enough to beat this Vikings defense. Should be enough to beat this Vikings team because you do have a solid defense supporting you in Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. So I'm all about resting CMC. I know we always joke with you being a worry of the show, injuries and all that stuff.
So this worries you a little.
But a slight tear in the oblique, that doesn't sound good.
No, it doesn't. And I put it out on the internet yesterday when the news came down that CMC wanted to play, and I was like, hey, look, I want the long view here. To me, this is about the Super Bowl, and your chances of winning a Super Bowl are dramatically diminished without a 100% or close to it, because we know it's the NFL, you're never going to be 100%. Close to it, CMC. So, again, I'm going off my experience, all right? I'm not some Twitter doctor. I never played in the NFL, but, like, a significant factor in most strains, what they call slight tears, that's what a strain is you when you re-injure it, or you have a prolonged injury, it's because you gave it inadequate rest. Like, that's the number one thing. Ask anybody who has hurt themselves in some sort of a strain on the side in any way. When you don't allow it to heal up the way that it needs to, all right, you're not allowing that muscle tear to get past that strain point. I'm telling you, man, you need those fibers to heal. I would give him this game. I would give him the Cincinnati game, and I would give him the bye week, because to me, you should be able to go 1-1 over the next 2 weeks and still be in a position to knock off Philadelphia if need be come December, if that's what it ends up being, because this is about January and February. And I know we want the number 1 seed. I want it. We all want it. But if you get the number 1 seed and you don't have Deebo or CMC,
well,
I mean, come on.
1-1 can cost you home field advantage. That's the problem with the way Philadelphia is playing. Who's going to beat Philly right now? I know they have a game in Kansas City.
Yes.
I thought they were dominant last night. I know Miami got close and tied the game up, but I thought Philly, for the most part, controlled that football game. Their front seven is a problem. A.J. Brown is a problem. Devontae Smith is a problem. DeAndre Swift is a problem. Their offensive line is a problem.
Goddard.
So you want to Dallas Goedert is a problem.
He's a big
So you want to
dude.
keep pace with Philadelphia to keep that home field advantage. Now, tonight, Trent Williams doubtful with the ankle injury. Jalen Moore in line to start for the Minnesota Vikings, and he should see a lot of number 99 Hunter on that side of him. How does he block him? Does George Kittle need to stay in to chip him and before he runs his routes? Chris McCaffrey, questionable. Dre Greenlaw, questionable. So, Danny Gray, he's eligible to come off IR. Does he suit up?
I didn't know.
Does he play?
I didn't know Trent was doubtful.
Doubtful. He's doubtful.
I didn't see that.
He's
wow.
doubtful with an ankle
That
injury.
really. So you're telling me
Jalen Moore is going to probably be starting at left tackle.
this is not good.
And Hunter leads the league at sacks. Hunter's a problem.
This is not
He's
good.
playing for money. He's playing for long-term money.
Wow, that's not good, man. That is not good. Oh, boy.
No. I mean, relax, Jask.
Well, no,
Okay.
Trent Williams, one of the best tackles in the game.
I get it. Jalen Moore's got a lot of work as a backup.
Does that factor into your CMC equation, Trent Williams being out or in? Because him being out, it does sway some of my CMC thoughts.
Yeah, no doubt. What, you want him to play now?
Well, no, I'm more inclined to be more aggressive depending on how he's feeling pregame.
So if he's feeling pregame, you're like, no Trent, but we got to get CMC in there?
This is really tough.
Because the Niners love to run left. They love to run left. Let's go to Josh in San Diego real quick. Josh, 888-957-9570. Christian McCaffrey play tonight. We shall see. We shall see. Josh in San Diego, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Morning, guys.
Morning.
First-time caller. Love your show.
Thank you.
No, you got to sit CMC. He can suit up, but you play the first quarter, see how things go, create a package for Jordan Mason, run the ball, throw the ball to Ayuk and Kittle like you guys talked about. You do not play CMC unless we start to get in a dire situation, down 14-0, down 17-0. It's just not a smart decision.
Well, if he doesn't play, they're probably not going to suit him up. You know what I'm saying? Like it's either in or out pregame because you're not going to waste a roster spot not suiting him up. I mean, suiting him up and not playing him. Do you get what I'm saying?
I do, 100%, but I'm not sure there's somebody on the roster that can justify him not suiting up.
Yeah, I would bench him. I don't think you need CMC to win this football game, but your margin for error is a lot slimmer.
That's a good way
without Trent Williams and without Deebo Samuel. You have to be buttoned up. Brock Purdy has to be buttoned up. How does Brock Purdy respond from his first ever loss in the regular season? That is huge.
Winning
without Deebo.
Winning a game on the road, Monday Night Football, without Trent and possibly CMC and definitely without Deebo, that'd be a hell of a way to put a signature on, hey, I've rebounded and we've bounced back.
Yeah, no doubt.
That'd be a hell of a bounce back. They still have weapons. Like, that's the thing. Like, the Niners are still loaded. You can win an ugly game in the trenches. This is why I paid Nick Bosa $120 million guaranteed.
Well, last week they were terrible when it came to penalties.
Yes.
They weren't that good when it came to explosive plays. And you want to hold down this offense that does like to take shots deep down the field. Kirk Cousins does have 14 touchdown passes, 4 interceptions. Alexander Madison, the guy who's replacing Dalvin Cook, he's a 3-down back. He'll catch some passes. He's got 18 catches on a year. You can't sleep on Jordan Addison, the rookie out of USC. KJ Osborne's not a bad player. And you still have TJ Hawkinson, who I think is a little overrated, but he's a threat in the pass game. So you don't want to slip up, especially if you don't have Dre Greenlaw. Dre Greenlaw proved last week he's one of the best middle linebackers in all of football. And without Dre Greenlaw, the Niners are unable to set the edge. They're unable to stop that stretch play by the Cleveland Browns over and over and over again, in which they ran for 4.7 yards a carry. You don't want Madison getting started. He averages, 3.8 yards a pop? Yeah. Keep him in the threes. But without CMC, possibly. Now he's going to try to give it a go. 888-957-9570. How comfortable are we as a fan base about Christian McCaffrey playing? And is there anybody the slight bit concerned about losing this game, knowing that Deebo Samuel's not playing and knowing that Trent Williams is doubtful? The Niners should be able to win this game shorthanded.
Are you looking at this, B, as a Niner fan, like it's all about every game is about comparing and contrasting to the number 1 seed for Philadelphia, or are you just worried about yourself and getting yourself right?
Both.
Right?
Both.
I had a hard time watching Miami versus the Eagles last night and not thinking, oh my God. They're not a precise team downfield, and I know their drop back passing, it's hit and miss. They have big-time physical playmakers like Goddard and A.J. Brown who will make up for it. They do not have to be precise. A.J. Brown is a monster. I am fearing him. And right now, DeAndre Swift is running really, really hard.
Well, A.J. Brown reminds me of T.O. in terms of sheer power at the wide receiver position.
He's a monster.
I don't know if he has the best hands, although he catches things with one hand. A.J. Brown reminds me of Terrell Owens. That man is a problem. And in the trenches, they're a formidable foe. Offensive line, defensive line. But the good thing is the 49ers are at the lineup and play Philadelphia next week. They line up and play Philadelphia December 3rd. So you want to stay on pace. Go ahead and win this football game. Win this football game in Minnesota without some key cogs. Then you got a short week against Cincinnati, so you got to win today. Anybody fearing Kirk Cousins right now? 888-957-9570. We'll break this game down. Trent Williams, doubtful. Deebo Samuel, out. Christian McCaffrey, questionable. Dre Greenlaw, questionable. Can the Niners do this shorthanded up in Minnesota on Monday Night Football? We'll talk all about it all show long, and that's what's coming up. Sponsored by Cordia RV Center.
Cordelia RV Center is your trusted...
Mike Tirico on the call for NBC Sports. The Eagles beat the Dolphins 31-17. And that's what we're looking at. But we got to handle our home business tonight in Minnesota. And Monday Night Football is always fun, Shasky. We look at the Niners. They're going to appear on Monday Night Football for the 82nd time tonight. The 82nd time. They're 52-29 all time on Monday Night Football. But would they win tonight? They would tie the Pittsburgh Steelers for the most wins on Monday Night Football in NFL history.
Wow.
Steelers have 53, Niners 52, Cowboys 50, Miami Dolphins 43, and the Raiders 43. Niners 3-1 all time against the Minnesota Vikings on Monday Night Football. So this is when you want to showcase your stuff. Joe Buck, he's going to showcase his voice on the Morning Roast at 7:15 a.m. I can't wait to talk to Buck. That's going to be a lot of fun. But the Niners back on prime time, and they've had a great time on prime time in their historic, in the history of the 49ers organization. But speaking of prime time, yesterday, Philadelphia, they put on a show for everybody.
Yeah, it was fun watching the standalone game between Mike McDaniels and the Dolphins and the Philadelphia Eagles. I was watching through the 49er lens.
Yeah.
And I was saying to myself, I don't love the design runs for Jalen Hurts, number one.
No.
Can we put that narrative to bed?
And he played the second half with a knee brace, so something's going on with that knee.
But I didn't like the design runs for him at all. And I know mobility is a big part of his game, but to me, mobility on the scrambles and the broken plays, didn't love the way they were running him. But I was just watching that team and I'm saying, okay, Gainwell, Swift, they run physical, they run hard, they've got juice. Then I'm looking at A.J. Brown. He's an absolute monster. They acquired Julio, didn't see a whole lot of him, but we know how physical he can be. Devontae's more of their,
route runner,
smooth.
But
Goddard's a monster too. He looks like Frankenstein out there.
Yeah, no. Goddard, 5 catches, 77 yards. They run tight end screens with him all the time. Touchdown. He's physical. He'll plow right over you. He can run block as well. Devontae Smith can high point the football with the best of them. He gets up there. A.J. Brown, 10 catches, 137. Again, I started watching him last night, and I was just like, who is he? Who is he? And I said, that's Baby T.O. We all think DK Metcalf is Baby T.O., but I see a lot more T.O. and A.J. Brown than I do DK because T.O. could run some routes. DK kind of it feels like he just runs. He doesn't run crisp routes, right? Maybe I'm just overlooking DK and his route running.
Because I had a guy that I was thinking of.
Who's that?
Well, to me, he's a faster version of Anquan Bolden. Because he's just so physical and he wants all the smoke, at every single turn.
T.O., Anquan, they're
very similar players.
Right. But
we're talking about guys that they will go up and beat a double team by just boxing dudes out.
A.J. Brown can run any route.
He's a monster.
He breaks tackles. He runs right through you. And he's emotional. And he's aggressive. And they'll let you know about it. So, when you look at Philadelphia and the way they match up against us right now, again, they are the top dog, which I truly believe in until the Niners go there and beat them. And how do you beat them? You got to control the trenches. We saw last week in Cleveland, the Niners had a tough time controlling the trenches. They struggled against Tomlinson. They struggled against Myles Garrett. Fletcher Cox, Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, Sweat, Hassan Reddick.
He's a monster.
Kobe Dean cleaning things up at linebacker. They're a problem. There's no doubt. That's a good It's a good football team in Philadelphia.
Well, and I think here's the area where I get concerned. Like, you're not going to play Philly every week, so it's not like I have to worry about their physicality tonight. But when you have guys like Dre Greenlaw hurt, and you have guys like Trent Williams that are injured right now, and obviously CMC, Deebo Samuel, those are the guys that can go blow for blow physically against a team like Philadelphia. Those are those guys. And that's what makes the Niners and the Eagles such a heavyweight matchup, is that you've got physical powerhouses on either side. So tonight I'm looking at the Niners, it's like, forget statement wins and trying to, one up Philly and all that. Just win the game ugly. Come hell or high water, I need Nick Bosa to step up, and I need him to have one of those multi-sack games where him and Javon Hargrave are dominating the defensive line. And then offensive line-wise, this is a game where you got to make it ugly, and I need Brock Purdy to do just enough to try to find a way to win this game. 2017, I'll take 17-14, B.
We'll forget all that for a second, because Vikings want to win ugly, too. They won an ugly game last week at Chicago. I want a clean football game. I don't want an ugly win. I want a clean football game.
I don't want any turnovers.
The Niners missed 10 tackles last week in Cleveland. They missed 10 tackles. So, number one, without Dre Greenlaw, if he doesn't play, you got to tackle a lot better.
I agree with that.
You got to make sure that Madison and Addison and KJ Osborne and Hawkinson, when you tackle them for where they're catching the ball at. No yak tonight. Don't need that yak. You also committed 12 turnovers, 12 penalties last week. All right? That was an ugly game last week. Let's get rid of the uglies. I want a beautiful game. I want crisp passing. I want no turnovers. I want no penalties. Philadelphia yesterday did not get penalized one time. One time last night.
Wow.
All right?
I didn't know that.
They went through, and Miami had like 10 or 11 penalties. Philadelphia did not get penalized unless they did in the last 2 minutes. They didn't get penalized once yesterday.
First time since the end of last year when it was Detroit versus Green Bay in the final game of the season. Green Bay, in a loss, didn't get any penalties.
Wow.
As well.
So Philadelphia played a clean football game yesterday.
Wow.
All right? Basically, it was outside of the turnovers to Jalen Hurts. That was a clean game. I need a clean. I don't need an ugly game. I need a clean game. 12 penalties last week. That was ugly. We got the ugly stuff out of the way. Tonight, if it's ugly, then there's long-term concerns with this football team.
And I think it starts with Brock Purdy in the sense that when they've played well, he barely puts the ball in harm's way. And like, I'm looking at him and I'm saying to myself, all right, you need to, franchise quarterbacks, they win when there's adverse situations. You find a way to make the most out of what you've got. When you have George Kittle, when you have Brandon Ayuk, I think Ronnie Bell is going to be a factor tonight. To me, I got Ronnie Bell on my particular depth chart higher than Ray. I'm interested to see if Shanahan sees it that way, because I think a whole week of practices, giving Ronnie Bell those opportunities, I think he's going to step up. He's a guy who I think can more replicate what Deebo brings to the table than maybe Ray can. Not that Ray is not an important player on them jet sweeps. I'd like to see them do more of that. Can Brock Purdy not take sacks? Can he not throw the ball into harm's way? He was a tick off last week.
He was.
And it felt like the offense suffered because of it. He needs to be out and be rhythmic tonight.
So the Niners committed 12 penalties last week, because I agree with all that, but I did not know this. As you look through the notes over the weekend getting ready for this football game, Niners are ranked 29th in team penalties this season. 29th.
Really?
That is terrible. They have 51 penalties on the season. 29 were called on the road. So it's a road game. You don't want to get handsy with these wide receivers. You don't want to get called for no late hits on Kirk Cousins, because he will sit there in that pocket. But clean, they have not been clean, especially last week. So 51 penalties on the season, 29th in the league. So I want a clean football game. Clean football game there. We'll get to Brock Purdy. Aaron and Santa Cruz hang tight. We'll get to you on the other side, but I want to let the roasters know.
Wow.
How would you like to get some shots up at Chase Center?
I'd like to do that.
95-7 The Game is giving you a chance to do just that with our first ever 95-7 The Game knockout tournament at Chase Center. Tune in to the roast the week of October 30th. That is the 49ers bye week, and the following week of November 6th. And make sure you are listening to the show at 7:30 in the morning. Again, 7:30 a.m. to learn how you can qualify. Each show during that 2-week stretch, we'll be picking one winner each show. Make sure you're locked in at 95-7 The Game during those weeks, and you can have a chance to launch shots from the very same spot that Steph does. That's right, Stephen Curry. That's going to be a lot of fun. What's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bake, full-service baking, no compromises. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Shasky asked me something before the show, and I said both. But what's more important? Full health or the number one seed? I said both. You need the number one seed and you need to be healthy.
Yeah, but I want you to pick one.
All right, you got to pick one out there. Number one seed or full health. Because right now, Chris McCaffrey's not healthy. Slight tear in the oblique. Trent Williams, doubtful, left ankle sprain. Deebo Samuel, out through the bye week. Hairline fracture in the shoulder. Drake Greenlaw, questionable. Hamstring injury. Niners are beat up right now. They're beat up. You got what it takes to beat Minnesota. Let's see what happens tonight. We'll talk more about it. 888-957-9570 is the number. More coming up on the Morning Rush here on 95.7 The Game.
Are you facing the daunting aftermath of a DUI arrest? Your life doesn't have to spiral out of control. Take action now.
Back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
The segment spot is brought to you by Golden State Lumber, Pardon me. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. I was just looking at some golden nuggets here on the Niners game day program. Golden nuggets. They scored on the opening drive of a game in 8 straight, dating back to Week 16 against the Las Vegas Raiders. It's the team's longest streak in at least 45 seasons.
Wow.
Through 6 games, they scored 38 points on opening drives, 5 touchdowns, 1 field goal, which is the most points scored on opening drives in the NFL. Get this, number 2, the Denver Broncos with 27 points on opening drives. Philadelphia is tied with Denver.
This year?
This year. Denver, L.A., Philadelphia, 27 points scored on their opening drives. Miami is 5th with 24. 5th with 24.
Huh.
So,
Go figure.
Coming out fast. You need another fast start tonight up in Minnesota because we don't want to hear that. Do not want to hear that.
Will the Charger fan, who is now labeled super fan, Charger fan, who was a Viking fan 5 years ago, will she be in attendance?
Oh, gosh.
I'm here to protect her. That was her, I think her son's or relatives, like high school football team was a Vikings. It was the same colors. So
Got it.
Oh,
She was at
team.
Arrowhead yesterday.
It wasn't the actual team, was she?
Yeah, she
With
was
Taylor
at Arrowhead
Swift and bringing you
Stadium.
home.
they
to
said
see their
she's a
little-
paid actress. No?
Right.
Is she a paid actress?
That's what I was under the
Oh,
impression.
Is she AI? Is she even real? I don't even know. She might not even be real.
Well, I know what's real. Justin Herbert being overrated. That's real. That's real.
12 fantasy points, Bonte.
Oh,
What?
I don't need fantasy. Hey, 17 points yesterday. 2 years ago, people were saying that they'd rather have him than Patrick Mahomes. Come on, man. Come on. Let's go to go
before
ahead.
you go into the lines, like that brings up a great point. Like, you know, to me, again, there's levels to this. No one is saying Brock Purdy sucks. But when I judge the great quarterbacks, when we go from like good to great, there's a big jump up.
Right.
And part of the good to great jump up is, can you win in adverse situations? Right. Can you find a way to muster up a victory? Last week, I thought admirably they put together a good drive at the end. You want to say Brendan Ayuk made him? Okay, fine, whatever.
Right.
He marched the team down, even though it was a horrible game from him, and they had an opportunity to win that game. You want to build big-time brownie points? You got to win tonight's game. That's number one.
Game. Yep.
But number 2, do it without Deebo Samuel. Do it with a limited or without CMC. Do it without Trent Williams. Those things matter to me. And I think it matters to his teammates. And I think it matters to just the fabric of trusting that individual long term. When everything's going good, you know, when you're born into a family with great wealth and you're getting scholarships because your parents are, you know, donating money to a particular university, that's great. And I'm not taking anything away from you. But when you're born from low-income housing and you drag yourself out of that to get a scholarship, those scholarships aren't on equal footing. And so that's the way I view things. And when you make the most out of the least, I believe more in you. And that's why I'm really interested to see tonight what Brock Purdy looks like.
It's going to be very fascinating to see how he bounces back from his first ever regular season loss. Let's go to Aaron in Santa Cruz. Aaron, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, Bonte, Shasky? How you guys
What's
doing?
up, Aaron?
Doing good.
Good morning, man. Good morning.
Good. Yeah, just like you, Shasky, I was watching the Miami game, Philly-Miami game through the Niners lens. And what I saw was, on a neutral field, talent-wise, Niners and Philly are dead even. But what you saw in Philly, those refs, I mean, 2 egregious missed pass interference calls, the face mask, and then that basically getting tackled in the corner on that fourth down play. So my concern with the number 1 seed is if we got to go to Philly, we're going to have to not only beat Philly, their fans, but also the refs who are going to skew towards Philly in Philly. So I think that the number 1 seed is hyper important this year. 1, 2, all these injuries are one thing. Dre Greenlaw, man, I've been beating this drum for the last couple of years. This guy is the most underrated and the most unheralded player on the Niners defense, and he allows Fred Warner to do what Fred Warner does because he moves so well laterally.
That's a good point.
And if we don't have him tonight, I think that that's a bigger issue almost than CMC. Or I mean, Trent is Trent, but I'm telling you, man, Dre Greenlaw is such the complementary piece to Fred Warner and allows him to really do his thing. And for Brock Purdy tonight, this is a chance for you to shut up the people that say you can't do it without the weapons. So show up, show out, play a clean game like you're saying, Bonte. No turnovers. Find George Kittle. They don't defend the tight end very well. And if you want a prop for tonight, Kirk Cousins over a half interception. Primetime Kirk, you know it's coming. Let's go Niners. Love you guys. Thanks, guys.
Great call, Larry.
Great call.
Great call. There's a lot there. First of all, Drake Greenlaw. He's questionable with the hamstring injury. Cleveland Browns ran for 160 yards last week against this Niners front. Ford had 80 yards. They averaged 4.7 yards a carry. Oren Burks, Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles. Those are your backups. How well do they play in a run game? Not well enough. Cleveland got out on the edge. That stretch play killed the Niners over and over and over again. There weren't many times where the Niners were able to meet the Cleveland Browns at the line of scrimmage in a run game. So you got to clean that up. You know what, Minnesota, to get comfortable and give Kirk Cousins that play-action pass opportunity. Shut down the run and make them one-dimensional. When you make them one-dimensional, that's where you get Nick Bosa. That's where you get Farrell. That's where you hopefully get Drake Jackson and Randy Gregory. Time to go hunt the quarterback. Make the Vikings one-dimensional. So that's what I want to see there without Drake Greenlaw. You got to snuff out the run early. So Burks and Flanagan-Fowles, they got to be better. They have to be a lot better.
It's an interesting point he made. Most people on the surface would scoff at it. Oh, Dre Greenlaw is as important or maybe more important to the defense than CMC is to the offense. I think most people be like, they cringe if you said that. But I get what he's saying.
I 100% understand.
I'm not saying that he's exactly right, but I get he is extremely important.
He's a tone setter for your defense.
Yes.
He's laying dudes out. He's pile driving guys out of bounds like Tony Pollard. You know, if you can get away with it, great. But going sideline to sideline and stopping that stretch run and taking on blocks and blowing up blockers, that's where Drake Greenlaw. And then in the pass game, too, there was too many times I saw Njoku wide open over the middle of the field. Elijah Moore was open over the middle of the field. Was that Drake Greenlaw's zone? Whose zone was that? The communication broke down at times for the Niners defense. So helping Drake Greenlaw back, getting him back, hopefully, with this hamstring injury is huge. It's imperative for the 49ers. But again, I look at the Minnesota Vikings and said, if the Niners are who we think they are, and a lot of people going into last week's game thought they were the best team in football. You can't overcome a couple injuries. I saw Philadelphia overcome some injuries. I'm seeing Miami at times overcome injuries. Buffalo's trying to overcome injuries. Kansas City's trying to overcome. The great teams overcome these injuries. So can you steal a game without Drake Greenlaw? If you can't steal this game without Drake Greenlaw, Trent Williams, then maybe you're not that team, and maybe you are too top-heavy.
Seattle won a game yesterday not playing DK Metcalf, for example, against a divisional opponent. Now, I don't think that highly of Arizona, but they've played really hard in almost every single game. Obviously the Pittsburgh Steelers continue to win games. They don't have Cam Hayward, right? He is a very important piece to their defense, to your point, B. And that's why I think TJ Watt is separating himself in terms of Defensive Player of the Year argument. He's doing this without a couple guys on defense right now.
Right.
And so that does matter. B, they got to win this game. And I understand the rhetoric of the number 1 seed being the most important. But I'm looking at this big picture, and I'm trying to be reasonable here. I would love to get the number 1 seed, but if it costs me a chance at having McCaffrey or Deebo or Trent, whoever it might be, and there's no give or take. These guys could all get healthy in 3 weeks and then re-injure themselves 4 weeks down the line, 5 weeks down the line. But if you can, and you could save some of that pounding for CMC, I feel like you got to, because if you get him hurt in the playoffs, and again, there's no guarantees.
Well, he's hurt right now. Forget the playoffs. He's got a slight tear in his oblique. So we can't wait till the playoffs. He's already hurt. He's already banged up.
Like, did they, like, honestly?
So honestly, here's the deal. This is why I need home field advantage.
Why?
Because if you don't get home field advantage and say you got full health, we're still playing an extra game in a wild card.
Yeah, I know.
And the toll it takes on your body. Play that first weekend. Boom, you play the second weekend. And then what if you play the Sunday in the divisional round? You got to travel to Philadelphia on a short week like you did last year. You basically, or like they had an extra day because they played Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
So they get an extra day of rest and get to be at home. I need the bye week.
Well, did they lose last year because they had home field advantage?
The 49ers?
Yeah, because I thought that they lost because, A, their quarterback went down, and B, I thought Philly was a little better.
Well,
going into the game.
Well, Philly knocked your quarterback out, and Philly was humming, and they were clicking. So, did home field have a lot to do with it? Absolutely.
Did you lose to the Rams because you didn't have home field advantage the year prior?
It didn't help.
No,
that fourth quarter got loud, even though it was fake crowd noise. Didn't help being on the road.
I mean, I understand the advantage.
Right.
One less game. Obviously, the home field and the rest. That's a factor. Yeah. I don't deny that. That is absolutely a factor. If you can't win a game against Minnesota without CMC, we have bigger problems.
That's what I'm saying. TC, Sacramento, TC, and then we get the Hanover to Cal out in the Lou. TC, Sacramento, what's happening, bro?
Man, what's up, bro? Top of the morning. Bonte, Shasky, what's up?
Let's go.
What's up, baby?
Man, just tapping in to watch this game. Look, I got a few points up, and I'm gonna start off with the Niners. Go check it out. I'm kind of feeling both the health and the number one seed. But if you got to be healthy going inside this game, because it shows you right now that this team is looking average with just people being injured. So I'd rather be healthy and be a lower seed and then get in the playoffs and do our Dougie versus going to the number one seed unhealthy and get knocked out in that first home game, in my opinion, because this team looks super average, bro, without Dre Greenlaw, McCaffrey, Deebo.
Those are three Pro Bowlers, though. Can we at least acknowledge, a lot of teams missing three outs? CMC might be an all-pro level player. We could acknowledge other teams missing multiple players, of that caliber. They would look more average than not. And I just think that's not some hot take.
I got you, double. Okay, well, then let's put the red on the table. Check it out. This team is super top-heavy. We're not as deep as everybody thinks we are. So when those studs go down, it shows a lot. So we got to quit, this team is super deep. But then when somebody goes down, it's like, we got injuries, so we can't win. We're not as deep as we think we are, bro. We're super top-heavy. That's enough for the Niners, though. As far as Justin Herbert, Vontae, dude is looking kind of lightweight overrated. I was watching the game yesterday, super bad. Bro, I thought you could run.
Right.
Why aren't you running? You're standing here like a statue. And I was like, man, this dude seems like he's low-key don't know what he's doing, or he's kind of overrated, in my opinion. That's all I got.
We'll get to Justin Herbert. When people just threw him in the category of Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen and all these other guys, I'm thinking, well, let's wait a minute here. Let's wait a minute. Looks a little robotic. Can't beat the Cowboys. Can't beat the Kansas City Chiefs. I saw him miss throws in both games where I'm thinking, wait, I thought he was that dude. Those dudes make the throws that are presented to him. You have no business losing that game against the Dallas Cowboys last Monday night. You just don't. You're missing Keenan Allen wide open. They keep drafting wide receivers in L.A. for you.
The other guy isn't playing.
Quentin Johnson, don't even play him. You took him in the first round. That's a Chargers problem.
Yeah.
I got a Brock Purdy problem. And I need Brock Purdy. Actually, I don't have a Brock Purdy problem, but Brock Purdy may have a problem on his hands tonight. May not have CMC. He for sure will not have Deebo Samuel. So how much of this is Brock needing to be able to win without Deebo or CMC? For some of the fans out there, does Brock need to win this game to convince you that he can go to Philadelphia and win, that he can go to Seattle and win? Does he need to win this game? Because it's one thing to have weapons galore, and everybody's a lot of people out there have been saying this. The Steven Ruiz's of the world, who I think is an idiot, but hey, he doesn't win without a Deebo, without a CMC. You brought it up a couple weeks ago. Some people want to see him without CMC, and I went crazy saying, why would you want to see him without CMC? I want CMC on the field, but now I'm kind of enlightened to see, okay, what does he do without premium playmakers?
Being intrigued to see it is That's part of sports,
right?
Like, who didn't want to see Mahomes without Tyreek and Kelsey in Week 1 against Detroit, a fired-up Detroit team, right? And everybody was ready to write off the Chiefs. So you look up, and how they're 6-1, right? They look pretty good to me, and that's because they get Kelsey back. Look, they're not going to look as good without CMC. That's not a hot take. That's just like reality.
Right.
CMC is one of the best players in the NFL, period. But I do kind of want to see what it looks like. And for the simple fact that it's another feather in the cap moment for Brock Purdy. I've seen this guy win high-level playoff games. I've seen him, go on the road and win games in December. I've seen him do it early on in the year. He had a stinker last week.
Yep.
Guess what? So has every quarterback who's ever lived, who's in the Hall of Fame at this point. They've had big games. They've had stinkers. It happens. How do you bounce back? How do you respond? How do you respond in an adverse situation when you're down multiple playmakers? When you're down maybe your left tackle?
Well, some people...
You have Elijah Mitchell. You have Jordan Mason. You have Brandon Ayuk. You have George Kittle. They've got ample opportunities to be able to win this game.
No doubt. Kofi on YouTube. This is a bigger test for Kyle than it is for Brock.
Ooh.
Bigger test for Kyle than it is for Brock. 888-957-9570.
Why?
I wonder why, Kofi. Why is that? Why do you believe it's a bigger test for Kyle Shanahan than it is Brock Purdy? Before we get to Ken over to Cal, just want to remind everybody that they are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and HG1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch stream, sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. It is a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com, and also shout out to the Comcast business text line. Let's go to Ken over to Cal in St. Louis. Ken over to Cal. We got Warriors tomorrow, baby. Warriors tomorrow, but we got Niners tonight. Ken over to Cal. What's happening?
Come on, y'all. Y'all work with me. Give me a second because I want to give y'all a couple of analogies. First of all, I want to sit up here and say, give my love to the number one chat line, sports chat line in America. But I think we had a great sports weekend. I don't know if y'all was familiar what happened with USC versus Utah.
Oh, we watched
Utah
it.
Always seems, yes, Utah always seems to have their number. And to me, that's what the 49ers are to the football world. You know what I'm saying? Pro football world. Everybody fears the 49ers. Everybody fears the 49ers. 49ers is it's like the 49ers and the Eagles are the two teams you don't ever want to play, come up, playoff time. You know what I'm saying? But with that being said, it's like the Cleveland Browns, they did good yesterday too. So it ain't like y'all just got blew out, and I love that game. That was a good game. But I waited up all night because I'll be looking at this bootleg thing called Stream East, and they had me believing the game was yesterday. So I waited up to 9 o'clock waiting on that game just to find out. My girl had to tell me the game don't come on till today.
Hey.
Oh, my gosh.
So anyway, with that being said, y'all, it's like the Earl Spencer and the Crawford fight. Earl Spence, yeah, he did lose and everything like that, but he was weight drained, and Crawford just ate him. You don't want to you don't want the 49ers to be hurt. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you want the number one seed and everything else like that, but as a coach, I want my team to be I don't want to be able to have no excuses. You know what I'm saying? Something was to go on, I want them to lean on, hey, y'all put y'all hard hats on. Okay? There's no excuse that we can't win this game. There's no excuse that we can't go nowhere and win. So first and foremost, I want to have that mindset that I don't want no excuse. We're not going to let nobody stop us no matter what the position is, no matter what our ranking is. And you know what I'm saying? I want all of y'all to give me y'all best. I want the team to know that we got a healthy Christian McCaffrey. I want everybody to know that, hey, we're going to be on the same page, do what we got to do, and win these games. And that's always been a 49ers MO.
There you go,
Cal. Always been a 49ers MO, guys.
There you go, Cat over to Cal. We appreciate it, man. Glad you found out that the game was on tonight and not last night. He waited up till 9 o'clock thinking the game was on last night. Poor Cat over to Cal. Poor Cat over to Cal. Joe Buck joining us in 10 minutes. Joe Buck. He'll be on the call tonight for Monday Night Football. We got the great Joe Buck. Good job, Sam, on that one. Let's go to Kobe on the Bay Bridge. Kobe.
What's up, Kobe?
What's up, Kobe? You on the roast?
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
I read my book and I came to the decision that we need to keep Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel. But we still need to keep our eyes open for better wide receivers, though.
Yeah, absolutely, Kobe. Absolutely, we need to keep. Mike Evans is a guy, Kobe. Mike Evans. Tampa Bay continues to lose. Mike Evans. Mike Evans on line 1, line 2, line 3. I'll use Mike Evans, especially if Deebo's going to be compromised. Let's go to the.
Good call, Kobe.
Good call, Kobe. He's on the Bay Bridge, getting ready for school.
Today.
Yeah. It's a Monday. Kobe's fired up, man. Kobe be fired up. Let's go to Rocky and Vallejo. Rocky, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, the roast? What's up, guys? Yeah, so I like you guys' show theme. Definitely we need the number one seed. You got to get that bye, home field advantage. Levi Stadium be rocking, man. You got to get home field, man. We ain't trying to go back to Philly. I don't like that city. That city's ugly, man. You know what I mean? But here's my take right here. The reason we lost last week, and we're not really talking about it too much, is Brock Purdy cannot throw a wet football. So I hope the 49ers equipment team is listening. The next time the Niners play in a wet conditions, have that man put a glove on. That's what he did in college. That's what he should have did last week, and we would have won that game. And I'm out. Thanks.
All right.
I was going to ask a follow-up. So you think the glove is the reason why he struggled? Without any gloves, the Niners were in a position to win that football game. Jake Moody's got to bounce back. And he's indoors. He's indoors with that. Jake Moody. We haven't even talked about Bosa yet. I believe it's a huge Bosa game. Huge Bosa game.
Let's say CMC doesn't play. Mason, Elijah Mitchell, maybe TDP. Who knows? But I mean, with Shanahan, you just never know. Jet sweeps with Ray. I don't know what's in the cards. Do you know how many career yards for both guys combined that they have in the NFL?
Who's that? How many?
Under 1,500. Now, Elijah this year has not been good. He's got 50 yards, basically.
To be fair, Elijah
carries.
was good his rookie year, though.
He was really good.
Yeah.
He had 800 yards his rookie year.
Yeah,
it's really been, hit and miss since then. He's been a lot of injuries, and he was great in the playoffs. That's another thing I think people have forgotten. He was great last year in the playoffs in the one game, and then he was great against Dallas. He was much better than CMC in terms of yards per carry. And then in Dallas the year prior, he was really good. But this year, Jordan Mason's been the better running back. He's got 20 carries, 115 yards, give or take, and the 2 touchdowns. I think the combination of the two of them should be able to get the job done.
Yeah.
The question is, what does it do for the passing lanes? Do teams stack the box? Do they honor Brandon Ayuk? Now that you don't have Deebo on the opposite end, what does that do in terms of coverages? How does it make it more difficult to get the ball down the field? I don't know.
Who's it a bigger game for? Because Kofi on YouTube says it's a bigger game for Kyle Shanahan to try to win without Deebo, Trent Williams, and possibly Christian McCaffrey. Or is it a bigger game for Brock? To me, I've seen Kyle Shanahan coach his team up with limited weapons. They've won games with limited weapons. We've never seen Brock with limited weapons. No, he did play without Deebo for a stretch late last season, and they played well, but Christian McCaffrey was there.
And he had Trent.
And he had Trent. Now you have no Trent.
And no CMC.
Jalen Moore has to deal with Hunter. That's a problem. That's a concern. This team has been penalized. They're 28th in the league in penalties.
This feels like the most adverse, outside of a playoff game, most adverse situation that he's been up against.
Especially
given the injuries.
Absolutely. He's got to bounce back from a loss.
That's why I think it's a big one for Brock.
And it's a big one for this 49er team. Let's not defensively, offensively, special teams. This is a monster game, especially after watching Philadelphia last night put on a show in front of the country.
And there's a drum beat. Like the people that haven't been bought in on Brock, if he has 2 bad games in a row, that drum beat's going to get slightly louder.
Yeah, it sure will.
I mean, it's fair. It is fair. This is the Niner quarterback. All
right, Joe Buck coming up. We got Joe Buck coming on the morning roast. Joe Buck could be on the call today. I don't know how Sam Lubman was able to book him, but he did. Joe Buck's going to join us on the roast. That's coming up on the other side, sponsored by Consumer Cellular.
Consumer Cellular offers unlimited talk and text on every...
And that's 5 sacks for this defense in each of the last 3 games, and it's blocked! Up into the air and spinning inside the 10, picked up and a touchdown! Hufanga got the return for the touchdown after the block by Jordan Willis, and the special teams that's been a problem for Green Bay all season long breaks down here with under 5 to go, and we're an extra point away from a tie game. Wow.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
What a call by Joe Buck. Back then on Fox Sports in that divisional round game against the Green Bay Packers. They've been the greatest special teams play in the history of the 49ers, especially in the postseason, as the Niners advanced to the NFC title game that year. Of course, lost to the LA Rams. The next year, they lose to the Philadelphia Eagles. But tonight on the call, as he's jumped over to Monday Night Football, he's done a great job. Aikman and Buck, they are big time. They're the best in the business. Joe Buck joins a morning roast right here on 95.7 The Game. Joe, good morning to you. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill. And I guess the first question is, what do your kids want for breakfast? I hear they're screaming for is it eggs? Is it bacon? Do they want it crispy?
Oh, my God. You know, you bring your kids to work, and it's just such a great idea until you put it in action. And then you got to deal with 5-year-old twin boys who will make their little television debut tonight on a skit that we shot with the Vikings mascot.
Oh,
However,
that's cool.
They're clawing at me, and it's all good. I've got time for you. No problem. And thank you for getting the note that I wanted that highlight set to Hall & Oates music.
It's one of our favorite sounds of all time. Hufanga! The way you say it, the way like everybody was sitting at home, those that didn't go to Green Bay, and it was one of the greatest special teams plays in 49er history, and it's just a classic call from you, and I think you kind of encapsulated all Niner fans' feelings at that point.
Well, that's good to hear. Because all I do is walk around San Francisco. It's like, you hate the Giants, you hate the 49ers. But yeah, no, that was one of those that catches your attention on a freezing night in Green Bay and changes the entire complexion of a game. So, you know, it's fun to be there for those moments. It's fun to hear that back because I haven't heard that since I walked out of the booth that night. So that was cool. Thank you.
That was cool. And believe it or not, we're 2 guys in San Francisco who were born and raised here who don't necessarily hate you, Joe. I actually miss you on the baseball stuff.
We do.
I really do, man. And we'll get to that in a second.
Fans miss me now. All those World Series wins, all the you hate the Giants. Where am I now?
You're on Monday Night Football.
You're on Monday Night Football. The Giants are nowhere to be found right now.
You're right. Yeah.
Nowhere to be found, but it is Monday Night Football. And you got this 49ers team led by Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan. And you may see Christian McCaffrey. You may not see him tonight. We know you're not seeing Deebo Samuel. And I know a few weeks ago, and we'll start here with the grand scheme of things in the NFC. You're on Monday Night Football when the Eagles and Bucks played. You mentioned how the Eagles, in your opinion, were the better team at that point. And I actually agree with you as I wear my 49er hat because to beat the top dog, you have to beat them. And when I look at both sides of the line of scrimmage, that's the difference to me, Joe. When I watched last week in Cleveland, the Niners, and then I watched Philadelphia last night, it's the trenches. They're just so good up front on the offensive and defensive side of the football, especially at those lines, that I'm looking at the Niners tonight. If they can't go without Trent Williams, that's a tall task for this offensive line against the Vikings front.
Yeah, I mean, he's 30. He's a Hall of Famer, and he's 35 and can't do it all. And yeah, they're not likely to have him tonight. I feel good about Christian McCaffrey making the start, and obviously Deebo's out. So, I think they're clearly the two best, and I think it's interesting when they go head to head. Who comes out on top? But you're right. The offensive line is very, I don't want to say underrated for Philly, because I think most people believe that's if not the best, top two offensive lines in the game, and that's a big advantage, especially when it's 3rd and 1, 4th and 1. You know what they're going to do, and you can't stop it because you've got a quarterback that can squat 600 pounds, and you've got Jason Kelsey in the middle of that thing, anchoring it and just moving people off the ball. So it's a big advantage. But, I work with a guy in Troy Aikman who believes if he were owning a team or putting one together, the first decision he would make would be to hire Kyle Shanahan if he could. And I think, he has such admiration for the way they play, the physical nature of their game, that they can out physical you too, and they can do it a number of different ways. And I think the record of teams that have just played the 49ers the next week without a bye over the last couple of years is atrocious, because you just get beat up when you play San Francisco. So I think they're clearly the two best in the NFC, and you can look at it any number of ways and say who's better. But at some point they're going to play, and we're going to find out. So, those are the two teams that I look at right now, that if they're not in the NFC Championship game, it means that one of the two or both suffered bad injuries.
Joe, as we go back in the way time machine, NFC Championship game, you and Troy Aikman are sitting there, and you're talking about Jimmy Garoppolo versus Matt Stafford. And I've watched it. Bonte, how many times have you brought it up?
Yeah, I brought it up over and over. You guys were so on point at NFC title game, because you asked Troy, what do you need to do in the big game? What is something and Troy goes, well, when I look at the big games, it's who doesn't make the mistake. Who's not going to make the mistake? And I remember when about 5 minutes ago it was tied at 17. We were at the game itself, going back and watching it because we have to, because it's our job. Troy goes, well, the Rams have done a good job against the Niners run game, and I'm afraid it's going to come down to Jimmy Garoppolo. I was like, wow, how did Troy become so straightforward with his analysis there? And I thought you guys were on point with that.
Well, you were great there, and I guess that brings me to now Brock Purdy, because he says he loves, Shanahan. What do you guys think of Brock Purdy thus far? He's been outstanding, and then he had a really bad game last week. I'm interested to see what he looks like tonight. What do you guys think of Brock Purdy?
I'm sure if you dig through the history books, Montana had a bad game. Steve Young had a bad game. Go down the list. They've all had bad games. I think he's smart. I think he's exactly what Kyle wants. I think the ball comes out on time. I think he's a leader. I think they respect him. I think they fell into it, where they went crazy and traded up and got Trey Lance, and he's now a Dallas Cowboy. I think they fell into this whole Mr. Irrelevant thing, and either way, they come out of there with their quarterback. So I know from talking to Kyle yesterday that he's over the moon with him. I think he's able to do what he's always wanted to do with the offense with Brock Purdy. I think he had to adjust with Jimmy, and they did some great things. They won a ton of games.
Right.
But I think he's able to do what he wants to do with their offense with Brock. And we finally got a chance to talk to him. We did a Monday night game last year, and he came in the game, and I talked about how Shanahan had told us that he's got big, thick legs, and they call him Baby Bosa around the team. And Brock was laughing about it yesterday, saying they're still calling him that because we brought it up on television. So he's kind of he's a unique story, but the bottom line is the guy can play quarterback. And I think combined with Kyle and their schemes and the weapons they have and their physical nature, they're a force. And so I think it's been a nice change for Kyle.
Well, there's been a lot of, I guess, pundits, I'm not saying you are one of them, that want to see what he can do in a different system or see what he can do when he doesn't have all his playmakers. What do you make of that? Because they're not going to have Deebo Samuel tonight. I don't know. CMC feels like a game-time decision.
Well, Joe just mentioned he's going to go. So
yeah, Trent Williams feels like a game-time decision. Like, Do you need to see Brock Purdy without all of his weapons?
Well, yeah, we saw it. We saw it to a degree last week in Cleveland, and it was just not a good game. And I think, we'll learn more. The body of work is what he's making his 12th regular season start tonight, so the body of work is small. But I think you have to give him credit for what he's been able to do to this point. I don't know what tonight's going to look like. I think they're really hopeful that McCaffrey does play, and I think they feel decent about that. But the other two guys, the star left tackle and Deebo's not going to be in there. And it just feels like, there's more on Brock Purdy tonight. So we'll see. I don't, that's the beauty of this thing. We don't know what it's going to be like until they line it up and kick it off. But I'd sure bet on him at this point because I think he's shown, 95% brilliance running this system that's put together by a guy who's been at it a long time, a guy who grew up in it, and somebody who can out scheme a defense.
Joe Buck, right here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, the voice of Monday Night Football. He's been doing it for a long, long time. One of the best, if not the best, in the business when it comes to calling the game, whether it's football or baseball or heck, even golf now. He's ventured into the greens, Shasky. When you think about John Lynch here, and he's helped alongside Adam Peters build a bully, and they said brick by brick when they joined the 49ers in 2017, and they've got all these guys like Fred Warner from the middle rounds, George Kittle from the middle rounds, a lot of studs here. When you were at Fox, and I know you guys didn't work directly with each other, he was on a different team than you were, did you have any inkling that John Lynch would leave from Fox to become a GM? Because he was so good in the booth that out here in the Bay Area when he got hired as a GM of the 49ers, we were all surprised. Were you surprised?
Totally. And I think there's a lot of truth to that, the story about being in a production meeting with Kyle during their time in Atlanta. And, I don't know if it was said overtly or if it was a little meeting after the meeting, but like, hey, I'm going to get an opportunity with San Francisco, or would you be interested in being the general manager? And for however it came to be, it's just a great combination and two guys that seem to see things the same way. And, you do get to know these guys pretty well in production meetings. And I do think there's value in that. And I don't know how well they knew each other before their time spent talking about the Atlanta Falcons and John talking about a broadcast coming up, but it sure has worked great. And, they missed him at Fox. I think had he stayed there once Troy and I left, he may be doing the top game at Fox now. Instead, he's the general manager of the 49ers. So it's funny how life works. It's that whole sliding doors thing, and the door slid open, and Lynch ends up the GM, and I think everybody who's a 49er fan should be happy that's the way it worked out.
Oh, we're thrilled. He's just been an absolute winner and has stacked this team, and they've been more relevant than they have in years. And so, we love the guy. What do you make of the fascination, the relationship here between Kirk Cousins and Kyle Shanahan? Because it feels like at every opportunity, the Niners have been linked to Kirk Cousins. At any opportunity to talk about him at a podium, Kyle keeps bringing him up. Did you guys actually ask either one of those two about the other in your pre-production meetings?
Yeah, we sure did. It's genuine. I think we know that. The first 2 years that Kirk was in the league, he had not only Kyle, but Mike Shanahan and all those other great coaches like McVay and LaFleur. And there's one more that's escaping my mind right now, but it's incredible the staff that was there with Washington, and they got 2 years together. And if you go back, and Kyle's been very revealing about, Kirk was Kyle's guy going into that draft, and their plan was to draft two quarterbacks no matter what. And Mike, went to Kyle and said, we're going to take Cousins. And Kyle was excited. And I think there's something about the cerebral nature of Kirk and his ability, I think mechanically speaking, with his footwork and the ball coming out and the way he looks at a defense and the way he operates an offense, that is right up Kyle's alley. But they never matched up. The wheel of life in the NFL just never turned in a way where they could get hooked up. And whether it was Garoppolo or now Purdy is blocking the way. It doesn't seem like that thing's ever going to happen. So Purdy is his guy, and I think, I think there's a lot of truth to their fondness for one another and their desire to work together again after those first 2 years. But I just don't see it happen. I think that time has come and gone, and it's just one of those. It never worked out. But there's a lot of appreciation and respect between those two when we talk to Kyle about Kirk and vice versa.
Joe, before we get you out of here, I know you got to get the kids fed, and it sounds like they're doing great right now. I know how it is having a baby daughter. When she wants her eggs, she wants it right away. And so I got to whip those.
They're tucked away.
Good deal. Look, you had a lot of iconic calls, whether it was baseball or football, but I do want to end it. These baseball playoffs have been special. We have a vested interest in it because two former Giants managers are in the ALCS getting ready for a Game 7. We'll be all locked in on Niners and Vikings, but the Rangers and Astros will be playing in a Game 7 for a trip to the World Series. Philadelphia is doing their thing against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Do you ever watch and just kind of miss it there? Because there's been some iconic plays in this postseason. Do you get the itch at all, or are you saying, you know what? I'm not voicing Monday Night Football, man. Life is good. I don't need baseball anymore. How are you taking in? How are you watching the baseball playoffs this year, Joe?
From a distance, I don't get wrapped up in it like I did. I did baseball for 35 years of my life, and I did 24 World Series, and I'm proud of all that. And I'm excited for Joe Davis, and I'm excited for John to carry on, and I'm happy for them. But yeah, those big moments. I mean, you could make the case that as a broadcaster, when you have a big baseball moment, whether it's a walk-off home run or Bumgarner doing what he did in Kansas City, which was just stunning at the end of that long postseason when they beat the Royals. There's just nothing like it. So yeah, I miss that a little bit, but you got to do a lot to get there.
Right. You
got to do the regular season games. You got to do a Saturday, somewhere in the Midwest that few people are watching. And, these moments are awesome. And it's where baseball just shines. And so you're right. I didn't think about that with the two ex-Giant managers, but Boch was the best and so honest and so real and so open with information. And I would just say that of all the managers I broadcast games for, nobody ran a bullpen like that guy. Mm-hmm. And you see it now. Mm-hmm. You saw it last night. He has a touch, whether it's being a former catcher, just being in tune with his guys. He can run a bullpen like no manager I've ever seen. So it doesn't surprise me that he's gotten the Rangers to a Game 7. We'll see how it goes, but it's really cool because he's one of sports' really good guys.
Joe, 24 World Series appearances. That ties your boy Stan Musial's All-Star appearances. That's incredible. Like 24 World Series. That is crazy. I was just jaw-dropped at that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm proud of it, but I just happened to be at the right place at the right time, like we were talking about with Kirk and Kyle. Mm-hmm. I didn't win a national, I didn't win some national talent search every year to get to do it. I just got to do it and had bosses that believed in me and didn't screw it up, despite Giants fans thinking that I was rooting against them, which I didn't. And I would say play the Travis Ishikawa home run against the Cardinals. And let me know if you think that guy is rooting either way. But at any rate, I'm proud of what I did. I'm happy to walk away from it and raise two more kids. I've got daughters that are in their 20s, and it's time to be a dad again. And just chasing every event just to say that I'm doing it is not something I'm interested in doing.
Nah, you're doing a great job on Monday Night Football. I think you've grown as a football play-by-play voice. I remember when you first started at Fox back in the day in the early 90s.
God, I had no idea what I was doing. Yeah. I was 25 and had never done football, let alone TV football, let alone NFL football. So, yeah, I think I've figured some parts of it out. Not all of it, but I've gotten better.
Nah, you and Aikman are best in the business, man. You guys are great. And
Troy
can't wait for the call.
Amazing.
Yeah, Troy is good. I can't believe we love a cowboy here in the West Coast.
He's so good.
But he is good. He is good. Joe, thanks for all the time. I know you got to feed those kids. We appreciate the time, man. Have a great call today. Really is special, man, to have you on these airwaves.
Well, thank you. But hey, Wyatt and Blake, say bye, guys.
Bye-bye, Wyatt and Blake.
We'll see you tonight on TV.
See you on TV.
Yes, you will. All right, see you guys.
Good stuff.
All right, Joe Buck here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. He is really, really good. Really, really good. He's grown into a football announcer, was great in baseball, and to get 20 minutes with Joe Buck, man, pretty cool.
The way we, get nostalgic regarding Summerall and Madden is the way all of the younger people are going to view Troy and Joe Buck over the years. And, they've really grown into it. I mean, you got to think, like, as a Niner fan, Troy Aikman ripped my heart out.
Yes.
Ripped my heart out as a young Niner fan early on. I was so reluctant to embrace him as a commentator, but now as the years have gone on, I just gave in. He's so good.
Did he win you over with that NFC title game against the Niners and Rams?
He's been trending in the right direction for like 3 or 4 years before that. But to me, it's just he's honest. He says something. He's the guy who everyone thought Tony Romo was.
Exactly. Well, I'm glad you brought up Tony Romo because everybody, and look, I think Romo's good, but Troy has been on it. And what I mean by that, when Romo dissects the formation, goes, this is coming, Jim, this is coming, they're going to run this route here, the combination, blah, blah, blah. Go back to Super Bowl 54. And go back to the play where Patrick Mahomes hit Tyreek Hill for that big, long completion on 3rd and 15? What was it, 3rd and 15?
3rd and 15, yeah.
Troy, as that play is happening, right as Mahomes is walking up to the line of scrimmage to take the snap, Troy goes, you know, Joe, Mahomes has been shut down a little bit. They need a big play desperately, like sensing the moment, sensing that they needed to make something happen right then and there. And then, boom, they make something happen right then and there, and they get back into the football game, and they ultimately win the Super Bowl. Troy, same thing when you brought it up during the interview. His call on an NC title game between the Niners and Rams, he said it. Stafford and Garoppolo drive their fan base is crazy because they will turn it over.
Well, and that's why I'm being honest, I am very intrigued to see what Troy Aikman has to say about Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
I think there are some similarities in Troy Aikman, to me, never got his just due because of the talent around him.
Right.
And I'm guilty of, diminishing his greatness.
I thought Troy was really good.
Right.
I thought Troy was special.
But I want to see what Brock Purdy looks like tonight without some of the weaponry. And you heard Joe Buck, and I don't think it's a knock on Brock. I'm intrigued to see it because I think he could shut a lot of the people up.
Well,
and I think he can kind of tamp down any of the negative thoughts regarding him. Like when I think of the Josh Allens and the Burrows, and there's not a doubt in your mind that when they're down a playmaker, you still fear them exactly the same.
They can make
you
a
still
play.
believe like that guy's going to pull a rabbit out of his hat somehow, some way. And when I think of Russell Wilson for so long, a decade, part of why I thought he was so great is it didn't matter who was on the field.
Right.
When he dropped back, I was like, sack him.
He's going to make a play.
He's going to make a play. And I'm very interested to see what Brock looks like tonight. I'm interested to hear how these commentators talk about him tonight. And, can you do this with guys missing? That's what separates the true franchise quarterbacks from just the good.
Yep. Can you lead this team without your premium playmakers? But there's another thing with Brock and this offense and what Brandon Ayuk, and you keep hearing system quarterback. System quarterback. He's a system quarterback. And I always push back saying, well, a quarterback has to run some sort of system. They're all system quarterbacks. They all are running the plays that are called.
Yeah.
They're running, they have a playbook. They run the plays within the playbook. Yes. But when plays break down, what can you do? When that first, second, and third read is taken away, what can you do? And that's where Brock is at his best, where he's at his best. When a play does break down, that play will remain alive. The first read, second read, okay, fine. But last week, Brock had a lot of things to clean up. And that's why, whether or not he's a system quarterback, I don't care about that stuff. It's, can you play clean football? Because last week I saw some bad habits, and they're starting to catch up to him. Throwing over the middle of the field. Everybody knows Shanahan loves those routes over the middle of the field.
The linebackers.
There's slants, drags, crossing routes. But he threw about 5 no throws last week. 5 no throws that could have ended that game a lot earlier than instead of coming down to the last play of the game.
Was it, because I have a thought, was it accuracy for you? Was it not seeing the field? Was it the anticipation?
No, I think some of the anticipation was there, but he was late.
Yes.
And the ball placement.
Yes.
You cannot throw behind guys in the middle of the field. It's just a no-no.
Just even a tick late is an interception.
A tick late, a deflection happens. You're in the middle of the field. Ball's bouncing around. There's linebackers, there's safeties, there's corners. your ball placement has to be on point when you're throwing over the middle of the field. And if you're late throwing over the middle of the field, it better be low and into the turf. Because if it's high like it was last week, then they're going to turn it over. And one thing this Minnesota team doesn't need is to force some turnovers. Their defense is middle of the pack.
Yeah.
They're going to give up a lot of yards. They're going to blitz, and we know Brock Purdy's very good against the blitz. So can he beat the blitz without some of those premium assets in Deebo Samuel? It may be a compromised Christian McCaffrey, but the biggest thing is what Joe Buck said in that interview was that Christian McCaffrey's going to go.
Yeah, that was, he basically was like, yeah, he's going. Because I said game time decision, and he's like, no, he's going to play.
He's going to play. But
it sounds like he said Trent would not. They're going to be
Trent's
down their left tackle. Now, again, we're going off of the guy who's been behind team meetings, interviewing these people. So
Trent's
no
not
Trent,
gonna play.
and CMC's going to play.
No Trent Williams. Let's go to Johnny in 831 and wants to talk about
this.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough game.
Yeah,
this is going to be interesting.
They're flirting with danger here on a variety of levels.
Johnny in the 813 or 831. What's up, Johnny?
Hey, Johnny.
Hey, Vontae, Shasky, how you guys doing?
Good morning, man. Doing good.
Did you guys see who was standing behind Taylor Swift in the press box yesterday?
Jackson Mahomes?
Yes, and he's up for sexual assault.
Yeah. That's in the hands of the legal system. I can't do anything about that. What would you like us to say about that, Johnny? Johnny? Is that why you called? I mean,
he had a completely different point to make when we screened him. So
it's okay.
What was that? And what was that?
You want to talk about Christian McCaffrey, and so it's like, okay, yeah, you can talk about that. And then I guess he called an audible.
Okay, he was offended with Jackson Mahomes being in the booth. I wasn't really paying attention to the booth.
Well, what I was paying attention to was the amount of targets that Travis Kelce got yesterday. And I'm looking at that guy, and I'm saying to myself, the way that they utilize him is not going to be the way that the Niners utilize Kittle. But can you be more in that direction as opposed to what we've seen the last couple of weeks? We were talking about it earlier in the show, Bonte, where there was someone did a deep dive on all the times Kittle stayed in to actually block.
Right.
Or, when he did run a route, was he chipping? And if you're chipping, you're not going to be a primary read on a particular target because of how ferocious the pass rush was for Cleveland. So you're the third, fourth option on a given play. I need him to be more of a primary target this week. To me, this is an Ayuk Kittle feed my stars type of a game.
Well, can you even be Mark Andrews?
Boy,
Mark Andrews from Baltimore. 4 catches, 63 yards, 2 touchdowns, 6 targets. Just be Mark Andrews. Forget trying to be Kelce and catching 12 passes for, what did Kelce have, $179 last night?
Yeah, but I mean more just the focal point of your team's offense.
Right. Just
more of it. It's
got to be more than 2 targets.
That's what I'm saying.
It's got to be more than 2 targets. Going back to quarterbacks for a second, Jay Gruden, I guess, joined Willard and Dibbs last week. And we're going to see Kirk Cousins or Brock Purdy. And they asked Jay Gruden, who would you rather have at quarterback, Brock Purdy or Kirk Cousins?
I'm thinking Kirk. I mean, the proof is he's got a lot more games under his belt. They always take the veteran guy who's been there, done that. Kirk, the amazing thing about Kirk is he's not a real big guy, but he's the most durable guy around. I mean, has he ever missed a game? I don't even know if he has. And he takes a lot of shots. He stands in there. He's very accurate. He's very diligent in how he prepares. He's super smart. And I just know more about Kirk. I mean, Brock has still a very unfinished product. They got a great career ahead of him, but I'm going to take the given. I'm going to take the guarantee, and I know Kirk can play.
All right. How many quarterbacks could have success like Purdy in this offense?
That's hard to say. Quite a few, to be honest with you. It's just because it's not so much the system, it's the players around. I'm a big believer in it's not about the plays, it's about the players. And when you have Deebo and Brandon Ayuk and George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams, I mean, it's hard not to devise a plan that will have some kind of success, right? I mean, these guys are all great players. So as long as those guys stay healthy, there's a number of guys that can perform. But Brock is doing it at a very high level. He's playing very efficient football. He's not taking a lot of sacks, and he's not turning the ball over. And that's huge. You never know. You bring somebody else in, they get a little greedy, throw some picks, and it changes the course of the momentum in the game. So you got a guy that's very efficient and very productive right now. I'm not saying that it's easy because he has great players, but I am saying that there are some quarterbacks that come in and I think do some similar jobs. Same thing in Miami, really. I mean, if you look at Miami, how many guys could go into Miami and throw to Tyreek Hill and Waddle and Mozart?
It's almost like that's a backhanded compliment.
It does feel very
Doesn't it feel
backhanded.
like a backhanded compliment to Brock?
I don't think that's fair, though, because like he's looked flawless. Last week was the first week, like over a month, where it's like, oh, multiple interceptable plays. Like, ooh, right? Like, he's been near flawless up until the Cleveland game.
Right.
So, and you can say, Joe, it's a small sample size. Yes, you're right. He hasn't played a full NFL season. I'm just going off of the 35 dropbacks.
Right.
How many are interceptable?
Right.
How many times when he drops back does he walk into a sack? How many times does he make a big negative play for his offense, putting them behind the sticks?
Right. No,
I think he deserves more credit than we're giving him.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm kind of with you
But
there.
you can see,
it's a backhanded compliment, but Jay Gruden is a former coach.
The Sharks are circling.
And there's a lot of fans like TC, like Obis and Bruno, who are going to be watching this game saying, we don't want to hear the excuses. Because the one thing is with Jimmy Garoppolo, and we heard it from Joe Buck, they did win a lot of games with Jimmy Garoppolo. And he didn't have weapons like this.
Well, and did you hear the way Buck said it? Like, they really had to scheme things up for Jimmy.
Right,
like,
they did.
Like, they had intimate knowledge. They had to doctor it up.
Yeah, they had to switch some things up. And Jimmy's not even playing with the Raiders. Raiders looked terrible yesterday in Chicago. But there are a lot of people who want to see Brock do it without his guys. And so you still have George Kittle. You still have Brendan Ike. So this is a big game individually for a lot of guys. It's a big game for the 49ers as a whole, just to stay on pace, keep pace with the Philadelphia Eagles, but also individually for Brock, individually for Nick Bosa. All right?
Kyle.
Brendan Ayuk. It's a huge game for him.
Why is it a big game for Brandon?
Because he's going to be due for a contract. What does that money look like? Is it number one wide receiver money? Is it number two wide receiver money? What does it look like from Brendan Ayuk tonight as the quote-unquote number one wide receiver? He could go out there and put himself on the map.
That's a good point.
It's a big stage for him. So can you be that guy to say, can Brendan Ayuk go up to Brock Purdy and say, hey, just give me a chance to make a play? I'm going to make it.
When you watch Puka Nacua by himself, you were like, oh, he's that dude. Like, he's their number one.
No doubt.
With not a lot else. I mean, I know Tutu was out there, and then Cooper Kupp comes back, and Puka's still making plays.
Puka's still making plays.
Right.
They're all making plays.
That proved a lot to me.
Right. A.J. Brown making plays.
Well, A.J. Brown's.
You know, you look at the Kansas City Chiefs. Travis Kelce is playing with a bunch of tier 3,
Sky
tier 4
Moore,
wide receivers.
McCall Hardman. These are all threes.
Rasheed Rice.
Yeah, these are all threes.
3s or 4s.
Yeah.
Travis Kelce's still balling.
When I watched Tyreek Hill, even when Waddle's in and out of that game, Tyreek Hill's that dude.
Tyreek Hill's he is that dude.
Even on a game where they bottled him up,
right.
He had 10 catches for 90 yards.
Right.
And they bottled him up.
Let's go to BPA. BPA. Brian in Palo Alto. What's happening, man? You're on the roast. Yeah.
Morning, guys. How you doing?
Morning, man.
Morning. You know, I'm going to be honest. I'm not sure the Niners are good enough to win a Super Bowl as they're currently constructed, and my concern is not Brock Purdy. I don't know if you watched that Philly game last night.
Oh, we did.
We watched it.
But
trenches.
Go look at our offensive line pass blocking win rates, and then look at that Philly defensive line. And I don't know. I mean, it's hard to conceive that we could possibly block them, given how poorly our offensive line is playing right now. And so for me, it's the offensive line, and it's the second corner spot.
I agree.
To me, are pretty glaring. There's glaring issues there, and if they're going to stay put with $40 million in cap room and all that draft capital, then they should say, hey, we're probably not going to win it this year, so let's not make a move anyways. And if they are truly all in, then they need to make some moves. Because, by the way, Philly is out looking to make moves.
They are. Howie Roseman will not.
Jones.
Yeah.
They're looking to add another corner.
They're not done. No.
And so, if you're going to say you're all in, then be all in, right? And this is my primary criticism of the Shanahan era, right? It's like, we're all in, but just, not that one spot, right?
Well, yeah. They are bold, though. You got to give them credit. They have been bold.
It's hard to shore up all your flaws.
I mean, I just look at Philly, honestly, I'm just being objective. they look like a better roster.
They do.
Hey, BPA, their defensive line, as you talk about, I texted the thread last night.
That guy, look, how about that? How about letting Hargrave walk and then drafting Carter?
And upgrade. Somehow upgrade.
I feel like.
Have anyone heard? Yeah.
No, I was going to say
Hargrave's name in a while.
Yeah, well, good call, BPA. Good call.
Well, that's a matchup I was looking at later tonight.
Well, Hargrave's got to dominate tonight.
Well,
but I feel like Howie Roseman pulled a Don Nelson. And what I mean by that is when Tim Hardaway Sr. entered the NBA draft, Don Nelson was telling everybody, hey, you don't want to take this Hardaway guy. His knee's screwed up. And the next thing you know, the Warriors are on the board. Guess who he selects? Tim Hardaway Sr.
So you think the Jalen Carter vehicle thing?
Well, I think Philadelphia had no problem with that being the story because he was the number one pick throughout the football season.
By far.
And then the character issues or what happened
Unless
in Georgia.
Trent Baalke's drafting number one overall.
Yeah, well,
then he'll miss on you and he'll take someone else.
But you know what? Jacksonville's won 4 in a row.
I know, but they could have had Hutchinson.
Well, they're figured it out. They've won 4 in a row.
It also helps when the Eagles have the entire Georgia defensive line, basically.
But they got Hassan Reddick. They got Sweat.
That's what I'm saying.
They had Fletcher Cox.
I'm saying it's good to have them bring him in because they have all of his college teammates that can vouch for him.
No doubt. And so Philadelphia was like, we'll get him around Fletcher Cox. We'll get him around Big Play Slay. We'll get him around Jason Kelsey. He'll be a professional. We'll get him around some of these Georgia guys.
They were trying to, the Niners, replicate that 2019 defensive line.
Mm-hmm.
D. Ford, DeForest Buckner, Eric Armstead, and Nick Bosa.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels like they've just been a tick below that. And I thought that the Javon Hargrave acquisition was a great one.
It has been good.
It's been
He's
a great
been solid. He's been very good.
Armstead's been kind of quiet, and that guy opposite Bosa, we need Randy Gregory to pop.
Yeah.
And that's an area you absolutely need to. And I'm telling you, I'm looking at the middle of this offensive line. Cleveland, Bradbury, and Ingram for Minnesota against Eric Armstead and Javon Hargrave. They've got to have big games. And then on the outside, O'Neal and Darisaw against Bosa. Bosa's got to find a way to get some stunts going here. I need some sack numbers. You got to rattle Kirk Cousins.
I thought, Houston, Texas, they took Will Anderson Jr., obviously quarterback to the Colts. Good. Devon Witherspoon with Seattle, the corner out of Illinois. I thought they were going to take Jalen Carter. Paris Johnson Jr. goes to Arizona. The Raiders take Tyree Wilson. Has Tyree Wilson done anything this year?
Got his first sack yesterday.
Oh, good for him.
Yay.
Sack, strip, fumble on Nate Peterman on a end of the game or end of the half Hail Mary.
Wow. Jalen Carter goes 9 overall. I believe, Philadelphia got Jalen Carter 9 overall. So to BPA's point, and it's something I said a couple years ago or a couple weeks ago, and everybody got on me on Twitter about this. It's like the Eagles are the top dog right now. It's fine. They have what it takes inside. Brindle, Burford, and McKivitz against that defensive line. I don't feel good about that. But good thing is they play Minnesota tonight, not Philadelphia. Real quick, before we go to the injury report, let's get to Ryan in Arizona. Ryan, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, man, what's up?
What's up, Ryan?
I wanted to shout out to Jalen Moore. He's going to get the start. He's going to play well. Every time he's needed to be ready, he's been ready. It's going to be a good ground attack tonight, and McCaffrey's going to blow it up. And we're going to get some good Kittle yardage, some good short pass action. It's going to be quick out of Purdy's hands, and we're going to get the win tonight.
Let's go.
Let's
go,
Niners. I like your confidence. Jalen Moore, in case you don't know who he is, he's the backup left tackle to Trent Williams.
Why?
Trent Williams is doubtful to play with an ankle injury.
Because he's injured.
Yep. I missed that.
Sorry. I was trying to set you up.
That one just flew over my head. I was getting ready to break down Jalen Moore, left tackle. Who he is? Who is he? What number does he wear?
76.
Yeah, well, I know that.
One flew over the cuckoo's nest.
Flew over the Jack Nicholson. It's a great movie, classic. Come on, classic.
So who's hurt?
Well, Deebo's hurt. He's going to be out at least the next 2 weeks due to a hairline fracture in his left shoulder.
Ugh.
May not see him in Jacksonville when they come off the bye week. Head coach Kyle Shanahan said that Deebo will be reevaluated after the team returns from the bye week. Deebo's not the only one out, though. Left tackle Trent Williams also not expected to suit up against the Vikings tonight as he deals with a high ankle sprain he suffered last week in Cleveland. And Christian McCaffrey, according to Joe Buck, he will probably play for the 49ers with a slight tear in his oblique. Niners, all of a sudden, 2 weeks ago, they were all healthy. Now, they're the walking wounded. who's going to play tonight at U.S. Bank Stadium against Minnesota? We shall see. An Aaron's Report brought to you by Boxer & Garza, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls, Ryan at Folsom, when the rest of you, 888-957-9570. Who's it a bigger game for, Brock or Bosa? We'll get to you on the other side. 888-957-9570. That's the number. We'll take your calls on the other side.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Super.
Oh, baby! What's up, Bay Area? Good morning to all you overnight dancers, all the graveyard shift workers, all the truck drivers, all the janitors, cops, highway patrol, all the students, the Kobe's on the Bay Bridge getting ready for school. Good morning to all the kiddos out there. Good morning to everybody at SI. I know they're feeling good.
Yeah.
I know my people at a Sacred Heart not going to like this,
Well,
but SI won the game at Keys on Friday night.
Did you see what happened with Sarah and Reardon?
No.
It was bad.
What was the final?
Like 56-7 or something.
Oh, God. Good Lord.
Sarah looks incredible.
Yes, sir. They'll look incredible. They better look incredible against St. John Bosco this year. I'm pulling for my Sarah Padres.
Well, and also shout out to all the people in the trades.
Yeah, no
We
doubt.
do at times forget to reference all of the people in the trades, the sheet metal workers, the plumbers, the electricians, etc., the carpenters. It's a catch-all.
It's a catch-all. It is. It is.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody out there getting ready for the 49ers tonight. It is a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you could do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Also, shout out to YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, as well as the Comcast Business Text line. We love you as well. Good morning to everybody out there as we get ready for Niners and Vikings. And the Niners, they have a chance to tie the Pittsburgh Steelers tonight for the most wins on Monday Night Football in the history of Monday Night Football. They have 52 wins. The Steelers have 53. I wonder, 888-957-9570. We got a couple things out there. Obviously, we want to get ready for the game, and we're going to break that down. Jalen Moore is probably going to step in for Trent Williams. What does that look like on the offensive line? What does it look like without Deebo Samuel? But does Monday Night Football still have that cachet for fans? Do you still get up for Monday Night Football? It's a standalone game.
I know that everybody disagrees with me, and Sunday Night Football has its merits, and it's important. For me, Monday Night Football it's still the top dog. That's just for me. Now, I'm old school. I'm nostalgic. I'm probably elevating it because of my age and because of what it once meant. It probably doesn't hit the same way for most people nowadays. But for me, when I hear that Monday Night music, trust me, Monday Night Football still bangs for me. And having Troy Aikman and Joe Buck in the booth is a big deal.
No doubt.
Is there going to be a Manning cast tonight?
Not 100% sure. Our YouTube poll question of the day, should Christian McCaffrey play tonight? 65% says no. 35% says yes. Where do you stand there? I guess that's because to me, he's the most important player on this offense. He may be the most important player on this football team. Do you play McCaffrey tonight, Chasky? It's the Minnesota Vikings. They have an average defense. They're 18th in rushing yards allowed. I believe they're 15th in passing yards allowed. I get the specifics here, but they do not stop the run whatsoever. I believe you can roll with Elijah Mitchell and Jordan Mason and win this football game. Again, the Vikings are 18th against the run. They give up 112 yards a game on the run. Of course, the Niners are ranked 3rd overall in the league. They average nearly 148 yards a game on the ground. Passing-wise, the Vikings give up 218 yards a game, 219 yards a game. They're 17th. So this is an average defense. If you're that team that could be in Las Vegas hoisting a Lombardi, the Vikings should not need Christian McCaffrey or Deebo to win this football game. Brendan Ayuk, George Kittle, and Brock Purdy should be enough to get you over the top, Shasky.
You would think.
I
mean, but we understand why they want to play McCaffrey. I mean, that's one thing that I think we've overstated this whole, like, Shanahan is overusing McCaffrey. Yeah, most of us would too, because he's one of the best players in the game. You know, should they be able to win a game with a limited or without CMC? Absolutely. Should they be able to win a game with a limited or out CMC and an out Deebo?
Right.
And an out Trent Williams? I think that's a very, very difficult ask. Even though the Vikings aren't world beaters by any means, they are an NFL team. You know, we all thought the Arizona Cardinals were going to mail it in and be horrible this year.
They were down 3. They were down 5 to the Niners.
I mean, like, we thought that, hey, Cleveland's playing a 3rd-string quarterback, and look what they did to you. Now, I believe their defense personnel is much better than the Vikings, but the Vikings get paid too. I think this is going to be a tough one, and I think we're kind of sleeping on Kirk Cousins in this one. I think we all just assume because the last few times the Niners have played Kirk, you know, the Niners have got the best of them. But I don't know. I feel like he's got a little something for tonight cooked up, even without no Justin Jefferson.
He's got something for Shanahan. He's got something for Brock Purdy. He's got something for this defense. The Vikings, you know, Joe Spadoni said this during one of the breaks. You look at their schedule after this football game. Now, they're 2-4, and they're probably not going to catch the Detroit Lions. But can they make a return trip to the playoffs? After the Niners, they played Green Bay and Atlanta. Then they played New Orleans at home. Then they play at Denver. Then they play Chicago and Vegas. Then it starts to spice up for them. But they can go on a little mini run to get themselves back in the playoff picture. Would they win, knowing that, hey, we get Justin Jefferson back in a couple weeks. We could go out there and roll Jordan Addison and KJ Osborne and TJ Hawkinson out here. So without Drake Greenlaw, what does that look like for the Niners' pass defense?
Yeah.
It's not just the run defense where Greenlaw excels. It's also pass coverage. Getting underneath on Hawkinson, getting underneath on Addison and KJ Osborne. So, because we know Kirk Cousins loves to dump it down. He loves to check it down. Not mad at that. But, this is a huge game here. Huge game for the 49ers. Let's go to
and real quick, let me tie a loose end. Manning Cast is on tonight. Two big guests.
Yeah. Who?
Klay Thompson. And the other one, the rumor is Aaron Rodgers.
Klay Thompson, Aaron Rodgers.
That's the rumor.
So we will need to record on Manning Cast and get that sound. I'm sure somebody on Twitter will clip Klay Thompson on the Manning Cast. That should be fun.
That should be a lot of fun.
So Aaron Rodgers out. God.
Well, yeah, I'm not. Ugh. Yeah, well, I'll turn the channel on that.
You know what, though? I do want to hear what Aaron Rodgers has to say about Brock and Kirk. I want to hear what Peyton and Eli have to say. I'll be watching the traditional broadcast, but when those things circulate online, I'll be here for it.
Yeah, no.
I want to hear what these guys say about these quarterbacks.
Yeah, me too. Let's go to Ryan in Folsom. Ryan, what's happening, man? You're on the roast. Good morning, Ryan.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, I wanted to talk about, you guys hit on a little bit in the show, but I wanted to talk about the gross underutilization of George Kittle, which I think is absolutely criminal what I'm watching. And not just because I watched last night, Kelsey go for 13 reception and 12 catches, which was awesome. But as you guys brought up, different offense, doesn't have a lot of really great, doesn't have the Avengers around him, as they say. But just looking at Kittle's stats for these last games here. Last game, 1 reception, 2 targets. Unbelievable. Against Dallas,
it's not good.
3 receptions, 4 targets. He had 3 touchdowns. Awesome, right? Against Arizona, 1 reception, 1 target. Against the awful New York Giants, he had 7 receptions. For the game against the Rams before that, he only had 3 receptions on 3 targets. To me, that is gross negligence from that offense. Now, I understand McCaffrey, right? I mean, that's a whole nother conversation. I think he's way overutilizing him, and I think that's a big reason why we're in the spot we're in right now. But that's a story for another day. But anyways, I want to get you guys' thoughts on Kittle because, like I said, honestly, I think as a head coach, that lower receptions for, to me, a Hall of Fame tight end is gross negligence.
Well, I'm glad you're bringing this up. So if you're looking at total targets throughout the first 7 weeks of the year, Travis Kelce, and he missed the game, okay? Some people have played buys. He leads the NFL 59 targets.
Yeah.
Almost 10 a game. The next guys, listen to this list. Evan Ingram, Laporta, Darren Waller, Hawkinson, Zach Ertz, Kyle Pitts, Goddard, Mark Andrews, all above 6.5 targets per game. You got to go all the way down to find yourself some George Kittle. I mean, George Kittle right here, 25 targets, less than half, 4.2 a game. They're targeting my guy 4.2 times a game. And I would love to know how many times are these guys higher than him on. I mean, he's like almost in the 30s. It's not just that he doesn't get targets. He's not even the primary or secondary route runner on a lot of these routes. And I think that's where the frustration stems. To me, when I look at the great tight ends, or even the ones on a lot of these other teams, like Goddard or Andrews, those are good teams. They prioritize getting those guys primary and secondary looks. I feel like Kittle's an afterthought in this offense, and it makes sense. But he's still one of the best playmakers in the game.
Yeah, to me, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Well, it makes sense when you're loaded with Deebo and
but you know what?
Ayuk and CMC.
We've seen other teams be loaded. Was it a problem with the 07 Patriots to get the ball to Wes Welker and Randy Moss and all those running backs that they had?
No.
Right? Is it a problem? You mentioned Dallas Goedert. He's a third option in Philadelphia. They still get the ball to Devontae. They still get the ball to A.J. Brown. They still get the ball to Swift. Kansas City. They still get the ball to Travis Kelce. How George Kittle walks off a field with only 2 targets is a joke. All right, I get it. You got to keep him in the block. But you're not getting your bang for your buck when you look at his contract.
I mean,
and you look at the money that he's made over the course of his career. You're using him like a blocker. So it's almost like the same way we speak about Kyle Juszczyk, right? Kyle Juszczyk doesn't get a lot of opportunities. But what are we paying him for? Well, that's on Shanahan. Because I do believe Juszczyk is worth every dime for what he does at fullback. Why he's underutilized, I don't know. I'm not in the head of Shanahan. I'm not calling the plays. Same thing with George Kittle, and I think Grant Cohn asked George Kittle last week about it. He said, why do you think you're being underutilized? He goes, well, I'm chipping, I'm blocking, I'm not called to do a lot of routes. And you know what? In games against Philadelphia, he's going to have to stay in and block.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate because he is a weapon downfield. He's a guy, I think people forget, we don't see him used often in this offense. When he gets the ball in his hands, how many DBs want to tackle him?
He's one of the best yak guys in the league. I mean, outside of Kelsey. Kelsey's the gold standard. Who else is better with the ball in their hand?
At tight end, Mark Andrews is pretty good.
Okay.
Darren Waller's pretty
Okay.
good. TJ Hawkinson's pretty good.
I think Kittle's better than Waller with the ball in his hands.
With you.
Waller might be a better, downfield target. Like, those are different things. With the ball in his hands?
Well, and that again, you get George Kittle, he's getting paid. This year, he got the signing bonus, so they converted the base to the signing bonus. But next year, he's on the hook for $21.9 million. $21.9 million.
That's a lot of money.
He gets used like a second tight end. That's a problem to me. That's a problem to me. He needs to be utilized in this offense. If these guys up front can hold their own when it comes to blocking, then we got bigger issues on our hands.
I'm with you on that.
Because again, when it comes to Cleveland, that's the type of defense you'll see against Philadelphia. That's the type of defense you're going to see against the Baltimore Ravens on Christmas night. You know what? Cincinnati, they're coming to town next Sunday. And their defense got after Geno Smith, after the Seattle Seahawks, and limited them to 13 points. So George Kittle, I need him more involved in the offense. I do. It's time to let him explode. And he just did against Dallas with the 3 touchdown catches, but it was 3 targets. Can we get George Kittle 6 to 8 to 10 targets? When I'm looking at the passing game, and if, say, Purdy drops back 32 times, I know I'm long-winded here, Shasky, but if he drops back 32 times, Ayuk needs 8, Kittle needs 8, Deebo needs about 8, and McCaffrey needs about 8. Spin the wheel and figure out when to get these guys the ball. But they need at least 8 targets a game.
Well, I don't know how you can come out of a game last week and prioritize getting Ray McCloud the ball more than George Kittle.
Yeah.
Even if Ray's going in for an injured Deebo, like, your game plan needs to be adjusted.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you need to alter that on the fly. And that's where I think having the entire week of practice and everything,
right.
I would think that George Kittle would be a huge part of the offense. The other thing is, if they're not biting on the play action, last week you kept going back to the play action. It wasn't working. No one was biting.
No.
You need to abort mission this week and maybe just do some drop back, spread it out, go 5 wide.
Well, I don't know. It's just the way they use a Kittle right now, he's such an explosive playmaker. We've forgotten how explosive he is with the football in his hands. He gets big chunk plays. And when he gets big chunk plays, that sideline reacts differently to George Kittle. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
There's certain players who make things happen, and you react differently. And it's a jolt to that, not only the offense, but the entire football team. Yeah. Kittle's one of those players. He's one of those players where he gives a jolt to the entire team because he makes a play and he gets people going. Let's get to Sodi. Is it Sodi? Sodi? Sodi and SF. Sodi, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's happening, gentlemen? How you doing?
Good, man. Good morning.
Great. I'm ready for tonight's game.
Hey, first-time caller. I'm a garbage man here in San Francisco. I listen to you guys every morning, man.
Appreciate you. Thank you for what you do.
Yeah, thank you.
So I wanted to talk about the Deebo injuries, and I hate to sound negative, but I'm so sick of this guy being hurt all the time. And see, one thing nobody ever mentions about Deebo is not only does he get hurt and miss games, he gets hurt during games and doesn't finish games. I mean, they did a stat the other day on how many games he hasn't finished. It's like almost half of the games he's missed. It's crazy.
That's something we're going to be looking at ever since he signed a new contract. By his admission, Deebo Samuel Shasky, and you've been all over this, he didn't have a good year in 2022.
No.
He didn't have a good season.
After one of the great Niner seasons of all time. I mean,
he admitted.
He dragged the Niners through the playoffs.
He admitted, as I watched Dallas Goedert on our screen run a tight end screen for a touchdown.
How ironic is that?
We're talking tight ends, National Tight End Weekend. We'll see if the national tight end of the 49ers can get some catches today, some targets. But Deebo Samuel, ever since he signed that deal, even before he signed that deal, I think why a lot of fans feel like Sodi and SF, and why I'm starting to find out that some fans are out on Deebo, it's because before he signed the contract, there was a lot of chirping. And there's a lot of scrubbing on Instagram and a lot of scrubbing talking about, I'm not playing for the 49ers. They're disrespecting me, blah, 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 blah. I want to be a Jet, blah, 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 blah. And a lot of fans are like, oh, really? Come on, Deebo, really? Not every fan, but some fans. And then you sign a contract and you don't produce. And then you come back and you're a captain of the football team. But like you, there's some people who are not happy with the way he chirps. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, even though he started it, a lot of people didn't like Deebo Samuel clapping back at that. And now he's hurt. Now he's got a hairline fracture in the shoulder. And now we got a guy where I think it's safe to say, can we count on him to play 17 games a year?
I think that's going to be a big question for him, B. Well, and then like, if he's not playing his particular brand of football, is he the same Deebo? Like, asking a guy to Tiger to change his stripes, you're taking away the essence of what makes him so unique, right? He's never going to be a burner. That's just not in his DNA. I mean, like, it is what it is. He's played 6 games this year, right?
Right.
He's played the 6 games, but he's going to miss a couple. I mean, is he going to have more player beefs throughout the league than games played this year?
Wow.
He's gone at it with Aaron Donald again, Micah Parsons. He's gone at it with CJ.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's 3 beefs right there. You're going to be missing the next couple of games.
Where here's Alex in Atlanta without Deebo Samuel. Alex in Atlanta spent $5 in the super chat. Important context tonight, folks. The Vikings are only allowing 56 rushing yards per game at home this season. At home, they're a lot better against the run than they are on the road. So they get the crowd noise, they get they get all that stuff going on, and they stop the run. Deebo Samuel next year, we talk about George Kittle's contract. Deebo's getting paid $28.5 next year and $24.2. And when I say $28.5, $24.2, I'm talking millions. All right, $28.5 million next season. $24.2 million the year after.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of money for a guy who may not be available for all 17.
Well, like, if you just look at like raw production and bang for the buck, how many wide receivers come into the league and can get you 1,100 yards? Like, and again, those are on bad teams. Like, there's nuance to all of this. But B, it has never been easier to find receivers in the middle and late rounds.
Right.
Deebo's more than a receiver. That's not what I'm trying to say. But if you're just talking about yardage and pure production, you can offset his production. And if he's not running the rock and he's not being physical, well, then he's not Deebo.
Right.
It's such a catch-22.
No, it is. Couple texts here before we get back out to the lines and we shift this conversation towards Christian McCaffrey. Maybe Kittle isn't getting wide. Maybe Kittle isn't getting open. Now, against Cleveland, they did have that sticky man-to-man coverage. He was not getting open. This should be a game he should be open. Whether or not Harrison Smith is covering him, I don't care. George Kittle's one of the best tight ends in football. Get open and get this guy the ball. Get him the ball. Now, Deebo, there's going to be a bigger conversation on Deebo as you look at the playmakers in Philadelphia, you look at the playmakers in Kansas City, and I'm looking at Tampa Bay lose a game at home to Atlanta. They've just lost back-to-back games at home to Detroit and Atlanta. Mike Evans doesn't sound bad right now. You may need another playmaker on the outside. You just may. You just may.
ESPN put out a post the other day about Bill Barnwell suggesting who would get traded for what and what their value would be, and it was Justin Jefferson for multiple firsts and a player.
That player being?
It just said a player. But my point being is that, you know, if you were going to move off of Deebo, there's a huge cap hit, and you lose a big element of physicality. You lose a guy that really sets the tone on both sides of the ball for what your team is. I don't know. Some of those pass-happy teams tend to lose their physicality. And,
they do.
And like, as great as Justin Jefferson, he is a great, great, great player. Deebo really does fit the ethos of what the Niners are.
He does fit. He does fit. Mike Evans could be physical too, though.
No, I love Mike Evans. You know that. He's one of my favorite players.
But you know what? And I'm saying YouTube, Veggie Delight. We're about to transition to this in just a second about CMC and Bosa. But this is a huge game for Nick Bosa. A lot of people are saying, I don't want to hear about quarterback pressures. I want to hear about sacks. Now, he's got a lot of pressures, but so does Mad Max Crosby. So does Aaron Donald. All right. So does Myles Garrett. They're making impactful plays. TJ Watt. They're changing the game with plays they're making on the football field. Myles Garrett yesterday put on a show in Indianapolis. TJ Watt continues to put on the show.
Game-winning plays.
Bosa. It's a big game for Nick Bosa on primetime television. Which Nick Bosa's going to show up?
Yeah, he needs this one tonight. And you're looking at two tackles that aren't, apex guys.
No.
He should be able to have his way. And I'm looking at the interior of this offensive line for Minnesota. This is a Javon Hargrave, Eric Armstead game. These two need to show up tonight. And Hargrave's been outstanding, but I need to see some of that impact. I want to see them in that backfield over and over and over
More
again.
podcasts or Eric Armstead or sack numbers? More podcasts or sacks for Eric Armstead?
And he did a thing. I don't know if those that are paying attention. He was breaking down like an NFL game check and where the money goes. Eric, do me a favor. You've worked your ass off to get the money that you've earned. You've earned the money. It's a bad look when you're complaining about taxes and you're making that kind of money.
Yeah.
When your consumer base makes a fraction of that in a lifetime, it's just a bad look. And I understand why you were trying to do it. You were trying to explain fiscal comprehension and where the money goes and all that. I thought that was someone in his circle needed to be like, hey, dude, maybe you shouldn't complain about making millions and millions and millions of dollars per game.
I'm with you there. It's probably not the best look. Let's go to Titan in Salt Lake City. Titan, what's happening? You're on a roast.
Was good, boys. The last time I called in, I was a little too stoned to even speak. So we're going better today. Today's going to be 3 yards in a cloud of dust today, boys. All right, and we're going to see real quick if we're able to run the football against this team. But like you said, it's going to be a Nick Bosa game no matter what. We're all hoping for multiple sacks while we're holding our breath as well. But
hey, holding your breath for what? What are you holding your breath for?
Well, I mean, just saying with the money that he's making and all that. Not me personally, but these people that are complaining about him and Deebo and all this and that. These guys are them, we're him, whatever you want to call it, man. Let's put some confidence in these boys. Let's get this dub, and also Bochy, get him that dub as well. Game 7, let's go.
I don't know
Bang,
if I'm
bang.
rooting for Dusty or Bochy. I can't call it. We'll get to Game 7 a little bit later. Robin in the city, hang on tight. Christopher McCaffrey averaging 18 carries per game. It's the most in the NFL, tied with Travis Etienne, who's having a special season in Jacksonville. Are you okay with him tonight getting close to that number? How much CMC do you want to see tonight? 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. Robin in the city at Arrestia will get to you. 888-957-9570 is the phone number as we get ready for the Niners and the Vikings. And if I'm not mistaken here, I don't think the Niners have won in Minnesota since 1992.
What?
Yeah, I think they're 0 for their last 6 in Minnesota, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong there. Could be wrong. I'm always wrong, right? But I don't believe they won there since 1992.
You like that?
Anyway, more coming up on the Morning Roast. Yeah. I'm telling you. They didn't win the Sean Hill game.
Was Roger Craig on that Viking team in 92?
May have been. He may have been. Oh, we'll talk about it on the other side. Sponsored by Caltrain Stormwater Program.
Now, back to the Morning Roast with Vontae and Shasky.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Getting ready for Monday Night Football tonight in Minnesota. But, hey, Niners are going to be on a bye week soon. And I want to let the roasters know. How would you like to get a few shots up at Chase Center? That's right. 95.7 The Game is giving you a chance to do just that with our first ever 95.7 The Game knockout tournament at Chase Center. Sure, we're going to play knockout at Chase Center. We'll have a date for that. Tune into the roasted week of October 30th. October 30th, as well as I have Sam Lubman over my shoulder fixing the camera. There it is. October 30th, the Niners bye week, and then the following week, November 6th. And make sure you are listening to each show at 7:30 in the morning. Again, 7:30 a.m. to learn how you can qualify. Each show during that 2-week stretch, we'll be picking one winner each show. Make sure you are locked in the 95.7 The Game during those weeks, and you could have a chance to launch shots inside a Chase Center, like Clay, like Steph. By the way, speaking of Chase Center, Steiny and Guru will be live from Chase Center today, getting ready for the Warriors season opener tomorrow. It gets the Phoenix Suns, 7 o'clock. I'm not going to lie, Shasky. I was reinvigorated this weekend. The girls went out to a little birthday party, and now the brain was working. It's basketball season. It's football and basketball season.
Was it the Victor Wembanyama experience Friday night that set you up?
I was at Disney on Ice, but I was watching highlights during Disney on Ice. I was like, oh. But then I went back and watched the game. I was like, man, Victor is smooth.
Well, and my guy, it's 2 years late. Don't sleep on Zach Collins.
No. Oh, Zach Collins?
I always liked him. I know he's a punk. I know, but you got to be one of those kind of guys to play the way he wants to play. Look out for the Spurs.
Spurs, hey, dude. Wemby blocking shots, blocking the Clay three, stuffing Wiggins.
His lateral quickness is very impressive, but today's not the day.
Today's not the day. We'll break it down. Kevin Durant in town for the Phoenix Suns as the Warriors get ready for the season opener. Steiny and Goo live at Chase Center today from 10 to 2. I know they'll be breaking down Niners and Vikings as well. They should probably have some cool guests coming on the show today.
So, B, I'm very conflicted.
Okay.
I watched Philly last night, and I'm like, it's an arms race to get the number 1 seed, right? Which is a real thing. You cannot fall behind Philly. I don't want to go to Philly. I don't want to play that extra game. Like we talked all offseason and the first month of the season about how important it is. So I acknowledge the importance of that spot, getting that bye, having home field advantage, having whatever fan, referee, official, travel advantage that is baked in to not having to go on the road. I acknowledge all of that, and it is extremely important. But then on the other side, I'm looking at this and I'm saying to myself, oh boy, I don't think you can afford to have Christian McCaffrey anything less than like 90%, 85% come playoff time. And I get it. He is your best recipe to win. So taking away CMC for even 1 week diminishes your chances of getting the number 1 seed.
It does. However, you're telling me Elijah Mitchell, Jordan Mason, TDP, Kyle Shanahan's brain, Brock Purdy's brain, Brandon Ayuk and George Kittle, that's not enough to beat the 15th ranked defense in the NFL, a defense that gives up a lot of yards on the ground and passing. Now, I know Alex and Atlanta just mentioned that the Vikings give up 57 rushing yards on the ground at home. They're a different team at home. They'll be blitzing. They'll have the crowd noise. Hunter, you got to figure out where number 99 is, especially without Trent Williams. He goes over and lines up over Jalen Moore. How does that look? How does that look for the pass game? But you're telling me that you're not able to beat the Vikings without CMC, that you need CMC for a Minnesota Vikings team that is scrambling and desperate without Justin Jefferson? Then what are we doing here? I wouldn't want to rest Christian McCaffrey and still be able to win this football game, but home field advantage, I need home field advantage. The traveling, you could stay in the Pacific time zone, have 2 home games at Levi Stadium, and then travel to Las Vegas for the Super Bowl? You need less wear and tear when it comes down to it. That's what's killed the Niners by the time they've got to the NFC title game. Now, one, Philadelphia just knocked your quarterbacks out because your line wasn't good enough.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if the line is good enough to keep Hassan Reddick off of Brock Purdy this year. We'll see about that.
It's for me, this is all about like risk assessment, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the way I'm viewing it. And others are entitled to view how, like, clearly there's a pain tolerance thing for CMC. CMC, the gladiator, is going to want to play.
Right.
He's going to say, yeah, I'm good to go. I'm fine. I'm good. But part of why you're a coach, part why you're an organization is there are times where you have to protect your player from themselves. You saw this with Andy Reid regarding Patrick Mahomes with the high ankle sprain.
Mm-hmm.
You see this at times with pitchers, right? And you also have to have the long view as a head coach.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very conflicted. But here's the part where I get frustrated. So, like tonight, you're saying, hey, he gets 18 touches as a running back attempts per game. That's a lot. But if he's available, I have a hard time saying you can only use him here and there.
Right.
Because once you're in the heat of trying to win, you're suited up, you're going to do whatever it takes to win.
Yeah, no doubt. And the pass game is completely different without him. Completely different without him.
Miles different.
Eli Mitchell and Jordan Mason and TDP aren't the same receivers.
We haven't had red zone problems all year. You know why? Because you got maybe the best red zone weapon in the game.
And this guy scored a touchdown in 15 straight games.
Exactly.
Including the playoffs. That's the second longest streak in the NFL. Lenny Moore had a longer streak back in 63-64. I believe Lenny Moore played for the Baltimore Colts back in the day. Baltimore Colts, if I'm not mistaken. But Cincinnati on a short week. You get a bye week. You're the 49ers. You're supposed to be one of the most top-heavy rosters in the league. Premium players. You can't beat Minnesota without CMC. I could still vie for home field advantage while playing without CMC this week against Minnesota. Let's go to Robin in the city. Robin, what's happening, Sugar? You're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Sugar, how you going to be a Disney at ice sneaking watching the game?
Oh, well, that's what I do. And it gave me a quick look. I was like, really? You got the phone out? I was like, all right, I'll put it away.
Yeah.
Disney on Ice, though. I got to tell you, Elsa, Frozen, they got some hits in Frozen.
Let it go.
Moana, you're welcome.
Moana
was
a great movie.
Well, it's a great movie. I'm all in on Disney now.
The tattoos that move.
Oh, man, I'm all in on Disney.
Look at Sidoni. It was a great movie.
What do you call it? You're a girl dad for real.
I am.
Hey, a couple of things. I called in for one thing, but while you've been on hold, so many things come up. I just want to say to Shasky, I don't know everything, so I usually call in to be asking too. If y'all leave Deebo alone, because that's my dude. Okay, I like Deebo because he ain't afraid of that smoking. He put Raheem Mostert in his place last time when he was trying to backdoor shade Jimmy. He said, dude, don't own up to what you said. That's one thing I do like about Deebo. He running from that smoke. But I think that McCaffrey, he's been overused, Shasky Sugar, but I also think that he runs recklessly too, just like Deebo, okay? That's one point. The second thing that I want to say is, and this is why I'm asking the question, I think, they measure Kittle. I do often wonder why Kittle doesn't get more targets, but then Kittle, I don't see him as a tight end as Kelsey, because I see him being used more as like an old school tight end for blocking, and I could be wrong. And Kelsey's great, but I don't think Kelsey blocks like.
He doesn't. Well, Robin, right there. So knowing that Kittle's a better blocker than Kelsey, and knowing that he's used more in the blocking game, in the run game, that is, who'd you rather have, Kelsey or Kittle? Wouldn't you rather have the threat of Kelsey in the passing game as opposed to the threat every time the Niners pass the football and Kittle has to stay in and block? That's a win for the defense.
I just think it's two different styles of offense, okay? Because check this out, because Kansas City, outside of Kelsey, who do they have that he could throw that damn ball to?
Yeah, they don't.
Consistently.
Pookie in them.
Nobody.
A bunch of Pookies in them, Robin. Pookie in them.
What'd you say?
I said that's who Mahomes is throwing to. Pookie in them.
Yeah, Pookie and them, and then if he wasn't great, I mean, isn't he a Houdini? They are one of the most luckiest team. And then the last thing that I want to say is with the Niners, okay, so I don't know how good Minnesota is, but I haven't watched them this year, but I do know that we should not take them. Not saying you guys take them for granted because they are big on that line, and I just kind of wonder, I think our weak spot is that O-line. Okay, can that O-line hold up? And we don't have Trent and them two interiors. They're really rookies. And that dude that's on the right, next to McKivitz, he was getting bum rushed last week.
He was, Robin.
I just want to know. Okay, last question. I just want to know, when the hell is Kyle Shanahan going to start concentrating on the O-line? Bye, guys.
Don't know. We got to ask Shanahan that. McKivitz, Burford, and Brindle, alongside Jalen Moore and Aaron Banks. This is what life after Trent Williams looks like right now.
Not great, but they'll figure it out. Like you don't need to panic now. You still have Trent Williams. You'll figure it out and rework it or draft someone up high. Like I'm not really worried about the offensive line. That being said, it's not one of their strengths because they have a couple of spots that I think are softer, specifically that right side of the line.
Mm-hmm.
I want to get into the Kittle thing she said because that's the more intriguing one. We all see there's value in blocking, right, B?
Very good. Yeah.
Like for Kittle, helping out that offensive line.
No doubt.
I do feel like it's a crutch for Shanahan to not improve the offensive line. Having someone like Kittle in there.
And use check.
Yes, and use check. But can we have a sophisticated conversation in the last 35 years? How many tight ends went to the Hall of Fame because they were great blockers?
Not many. Shannon Sharp, Tony Gonzalez.
Yeah, Gronk.
Rob Gronkowski is probably the best overall tight end.
But would you agree?
Even I don't even want to bring his name up, but Aaron Hernandez was on his way to being a great tight end. He was not known for blocking.
Antonio Gates.
Vernon Davis, he could block.
Yeah, but the first thing when you think of all those guys, pass catchers. Right now,
explosives.
You could say that, George Kittle stylistically is different from Kelsey, and I would agree. I would agree with that. He's way more rugged than what Kelsey. Mm-hmm. Although Kelsey's underrated physically, I just think he's a wide receiver who plays tight end. Like that I understand. But I'm not paying George Kittle to chip on every single play.
No.
If that's the case, you drafted this kid Latu, who's now on injured reserve, in the third round to be a blocking tight end. I've been begging for a second tight end to come in. You're paying right tackles to play right tackle.
Right.
You pay a guard to play guard. I'm paying George Kittle to be a dynamic downfield threat. That's what $20 million a year, that's premium money.
Premium money for him and Deebo.
So I'm not outraged by how they use him, but I do think it gives Shanahan an out on we don't have to necessarily focus on right tackle and right guard because I do have this elite blocker who can also be a dynamic pass catcher, and I feel like it's too tilted in the opposite direction. He needs to be more of a pass catcher and less of a chipper and a helper.
I'm with you. He needs more targets. He cannot walk off a football field with only 2 targets. Now, the big question is Christian McCaffrey because we know Deebo Samuel's not going to play. I would love to get people's thoughts on that. Deebo Samuel out with a hairline fracture in his shoulder. That broke Saturday. So he's going to be out this week. He's going to be out next week against Cincinnati. And they'll reevaluate him after the bye week. So Deebo's gone for the next 3 weeks. We won't see number 19.
That's big.
Trent Williams. We may not see Deebo when they reconvene and get ready for Jacksonville, who's another good AFC team. So you won't see Deebo for the next 3 weeks at least. Trent Williams, ankle injury. Heck, I don't even know if he's going to be ready to go against Cincinnati, against Hendrickson and Hubbard and that defensive line. That's very underrated. So now you don't have Trent. So now Jalen Moore is on the spotlight. And they all talked in the Cleveland game, you couldn't put Moore in that position. Moore hasn't been very good for the 49ers. He just hasn't. Not a good pass protector. Not a good run blocker. Jalen Moore has not been good. This is a big night for him. All right? Then you look at George Kittle and you look at CMC, and CMC's averaging 18 carries per game. We're not even mentioning how many touches he gets in the pass game, which is like another, 4 to 5 to 6?
Depends, but
Depends on the game.
Yeah.
Are the Niners making a mistake suiting up Christian McCaffrey tonight? He has a slight tear in his oblique. That sounds painful. That sounds like an injury that's not going to heal by itself. Where's Dr. Rapanya? Has he said anything about this? Has he? Check his Twitter page. I wonder what he said about this. Playing with a slight tear in his oblique. First I thought it was rib. Now it's an oblique. And he's taken some shots the last couple weeks. Chris McCaffrey's gotten lit up. Whether it's the Cowboy game with a couple of no throws by Brock Purdy or last week against Cleveland. He got his bell rung a few times. So now, do you need to play? Like, here's my thing, Shasky. I'm looking at Minnesota. I'm saying Ayuk, Kittle, TDP, Jordan Mason, Eli Mitchell, and Brock Purdy should be enough with this defense, should be enough to beat this Vikings team. It should be, right?
It should be.
I should need CMC in this game.
It should be, but I feel like they've been so CMC reliant and heavy. A lot of the trends that they've created are based off of what he brings to the table. Not allowing the box to get stacked because, obviously in this week, if you don't have CMC, right, I would just stack the box and dare someone to beat you over the top. In years past, like if you stack the box, not only can they play action and hold up, he can beat you. Like how many times has he gashed teams for big runs when you stack the box? Simultaneously, you stack the box, you bring the house, the leak out play happens for him as a pass catcher. I feel like this one is going to be very easy for them in terms of Minnesota.
Right.
They're going to try to bracket Brandon Ayuk, and they're going to stack the box. And they're going to dare the wide receiver opposite to make a play.
And you got to get the ball out fast today because Minnesota loves to blitz.
I don't know, B. I think this is going to be a lot harder than we think. They can win this game, but I think it's going to be a lot harder.
Dr. Narad Pandya, any degree of strain of a muscle is going to involve tearing of the muscle. Whether it be microscopic, grade 1, partial, grade 2, or complete, grade 3, there's always a risk of worsening the injury, but degree of pain or ability to flex rotate the trunk are key to Christian McCaffrey. So a slight little tear. And there is a risk of worsening this injury. There's a risk he could be out for a long period of time.
Would we all agree as Niner fans, CMC goes down for a prolonged period, they're in trouble.
Could be a problem.
They're in trouble.
Could be a problem.
Because Deebo's out for multiple games, and it feels like, we're okay. We're okay. If I said the same thing about CMC, I don't know. If he misses 3 weeks to a month, they're in some trouble.
All right. Don't panic yet, Shasky. They're 5-1
Well, this is one of the best players on the planet.
Yeah, they should be good enough. You got Kyle Shanahan, and you got Brock Purdy.
This schedule
if Brock Purdy is who we think he is, you should be able to win a couple games without Christian McCaffrey. So you got Brock Purdy, right?
Are there excuses baked in at all for anybody? As in, like, hey, we look sloppy tonight. No. We lose the game tonight.
No. Listen.
Hey, you're out this guy. You're out
It's a monster game for Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy could shut a lot of us up.
Absolutely.
I watched Jimmy Garoppolo get no excuses. He walked on a football field to start a season with Kendrick Bourne.
That's right.
Dante Pettis and Trey Taylor are wide receivers.
That's a good point.
Trey Lance in 3 to 4 games he started did not have George Kittle at his disposal.
That's actually a really good point.
He had a Deebo Samuel out of shape. And he had no Christian McCaffrey.
The week 1 against Arizona, I keep going back to, they lost Mostert and Kittle, boom, boom, like right away in the first half, and we destroyed Jimmy.
So there's no excuses for Brock Purdy. This defense, again, from Minnesota is middle of the pack. They're 18th against the run, although they're a lot better at home, as our official statistician Alex in Atlanta brought to the table. But also they're 17th in the pass. There's yards to be had. Brock Purdy's him. He should be able to do this without Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel.
And Trent.
Well, that's because to me, he's going to have time to throw.
Between Deebo and Trent's the bigger absence by far.
Well, if he can't throw the football because he doesn't have time to throw against this Vikings
We're in trouble.
Then we got bigger problems. Let's go to Fidencio. Is that his name? Fidencio in Rodeo. Am I saying that right?
Yes, sir. You're Fidencio. That's right.
All right, here it is. Fidencio and Rodeo. What's happening? I like that name.
Hey, how you? Yeah, thank you. It's not very. Just me. My dad's the same way. We don't get this all the time where it's not a common name.
Oh, I like it. Go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to say about I'm a little worried about our defense coordinator Wilkes. You know, you guys talk about Bosa not getting any sacks and how many he has. To me, it has to do all with this guy, man. This guy, I don't know if you guys. The first half, it looked like to me there was a four-man rush. Just four-man rush. Change it up a little bit. Give me a different look. Put 8 guys in the box or something. Make it look like you're coming after him. You got to free up Bosa to get some sacks. It's just he's killing me. And then when they showed his face on the screen, he's going against this guy from the XFL. He's all stressing out over that screen. I don't know, man. What do you guys think?
I think he's fine. I think they've been really, really good. They had a rough week last week, and even then they held him under 20.
Yeah.
I think we've made a lot about Steve Wilkes being up in the booth. I watched Vic Fangio last night up in the booth. We all love Vic Fangio.
Right. They got roasted. They had no answers for Philadelphia.
I don't think it matters on the booth or down. Some guys like up top. Some guys like to be down
Steve
on the
Wilkes
field.
They've been fine.
Norm Chow used to be on the sidelines, and he was a crummy offensive coordinator in the NFL.
In the NFL, yeah.
In college, he was good.
Yeah, he was really good.
No, I liked him in college.
So the opportunities are going to be there.
Last time you heard Norm Chow.
Norm Chow.
I know you like that.
Well, he was a hot name. Remember, he was a hot name for so long. Norm Chow. Kind of like Pep Johnson. You know Pep? No, Pep. What was his name?
Pep
Hamilton from Stanford. Hot. Oh, he's on the scene. Offensive coordinator. He's ascending.
And he's gone.
And he's gone. The Vikings, they're number 1 in the league when it comes to this category, blitzing. They send a blitz on 58% of the plays. They blitz on 58% of the downs. Brian Flores, their defense coordinator, we know the former head coach of Miami by way of New England, spent all that time with Belichick. They're going to blitz Purdy. I mean, they blitz 58% of the time. That's the most in the league, hands down. So, getting the ball out fast. He's been very good against the blitz.
In weeks past when they've had a full roster. This just feels like one of those games where it's like you can win a game like this, down this many guys, and being limited with CMC. That's one of those gut check kind of wins. This feels like a gut check game for the Niners tonight.
They send a blitz on 58%. Brian Flores sending all these dogs, blitzing left and right here. So, can you take advantage of that? I believe they will be able to take advantage of that. And listen, man, the Vikings, their run game is non-existent at times. Make them one-dimensional. That should help the 49ers in a game like this. Make them one-dimensional. Let's go to Brendan in Newark. Brendan, what's happening,
up, B?
man? You're on the roast.
What's up, guys? How we doing?
Good, man. Good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I'm feeling, you just mentioned 58% for the Vikings and how that worked out for the Giants, but then again, we were fully healthy when they were blitzing the heck out of us. I would love to see CMC, if he plays, put him on a pitch count, 5 to 10, get him his touchdown if we're at like short and goal, but give me more Mason, give me more TDP. I hate to say it because I loved him when he was backing up and coming up in the league, but Elijah Mitchell's lost a step. He's hurting me. Every time I see him carry the ball, it's 2 to 3 yards, and it's just not it's not where we need it. But I think this is a pass-heavy game. It's a bounce-back game for Brock. He needs to shake off that loss and his worst performance of the season. Get Kittle involved, get Ayuk involved. Even get Ray McLeod and Juwan out there catching passes for 15, 20 yards and go get the W, get the season right, and let Philadelphia know we're not scared of them.
They've won big games with Elijah Mitchell as their feature back. Big games. But I do wonder about his body. Some guys, the NFL just beats him up.
You said this, his rookie year, started off in Detroit. They played Philadelphia week 2 of 2021. I'll never forget this. Shasky goes, Bonte, I that game was too physical for Elijah. I don't think he can hold up in physical football games. Like, just relax, Philadelphia stuff.
Well, Breida had it happen to him.
Right.
Because Breida was a good player. And then
the physicality came, and I was like, oh, this guy ain't built for that.
Yes. And that's how they found
and Elijah
Raheem
Mitchell.
Mostert.
Right. And Elijah Mitchell didn't last that season.
No.
He hasn't lasted any season. He's already been hurt. But he is a good running back when he's on the field.
He is solid.
He is. Minnesota will give up yards on the ground. They will give up some yards here. And they blitz again on 58%. So they're a blitz-heavy team. Brock Purdy's been at his best against the blitz. He's been at his best against the blitz. But again, as Brennan and Newark mentioned, he had some guys. He had Trent Williams.
Yeah.
He had a 100% healthy CMC.
This is the thing I want to see the Niners do tonight. This is like going real deep in the weeds. You have to be prepared for CMC to play 7-8 snaps and just come out of the game. So you need to suit up TDP in a game like this. Just in the event, you cannot have because Elijah's been
does that even make sense?
What?
Let's play him 5 to 7 snaps.
No, I'm saying you have to be prepared.
Prepared for him to bow out.
Yeah, you have to be. What I'm saying from a roster construction standpoint,
Gotcha.
like TDP has gotten not suited up the last couple of weeks. You have to suit him up. You cannot go into this game with just Elijah Mitchell and Jordan Mason backing up CMC. To me, this is an all-hands-on-deck running back room because we know Elijah could go out at any moment.
Right.
At any moment. And the last thing you need is just Jordan Mason and Juice available. We've seen when they've had to just Juice as the only healthy running back, remember? A couple years ago? So, to me, I would suit up TDP in this game.
So, couple questions for the audience out there. 888-957-9570 as we get ready for Vikings and Niners. Look, offensively, they have Kirk Cousins. They can't run the ball whatsoever.
I want to see this Osborne kid.
Dude, 32%, KJ Osborne.
Yeah.
32% of their runs last week against Chicago, Minnesota, 32% of their runs gained either 0 or negative yards.
Yeah, this offensive line isn't good.
Right. So when I look at the other side, on one side, it's a big Brock Purdy game for me. With all these weapons. Can Brock Purdy lead you, or do you need to win it ugly? I want to see Brock Purdy go out there and ball out. He's going to face the blitz over and over and over again behind a makeshift offensive line at times with Jalen Moore. Let's be real. McKivitz? Does anybody want McKivitz starting at right tackle around the league? And so you got 2 bookend tackles here. 2 bookend tackles who struggle with pass protection. It's going to be something to watch here. But on the other side, I need this defensive line to hunt and dominate.
Well, the one area that's always been their bugaboo has been the mobile quarterback. Kirk is not mobile. You got to be able to take him down over and over and over again. We've seen this defensive line suffocate him in the past. I want to see them do it again. Javon Hargrave and Eric Armstead up the gut. To me, that's the matchup.
Give some Kinlaw love, too. Kinlaw's got to play well, too.
He's played better this year than in years past. Yes.
This defensive line took a step back last week. They took a step back. When you watch the film over in that Cleveland game, it was not a pretty film to watch if you're a 49er fan.
The biggest discrepancy between Philly and the Niners
is the trenches.
I think it's the O and D lines.
It's the offensive and defensive lines. That's why Philly, to me, has been the best team in the NFC all through. I don't care how they looked against other teams. They are the top dog right now. Let's go to Verducci in El Dorado.
Hey, dude.
The El Dorado Hills. DJ Ducci.
What's up, fellas? Happy Monday. And I know it's not shameless shout-out day, but I'm going to give it out to my class 03 SI. Chasky, I was with Joey Nevin. He said to say hello to you. But wanted to give him a shout-out because we have a lot of morning roasters, and they always say they love having me call in and just give positive energy. So,
hey, and they won to Bruce Mahoney. They beat up on the Sacred Heart Cathedral.
Yes, they did.
I got to talk to Coach Pat tomorrow when I get my hair cut, man. Coach Pat, what's going on? What's going on up there at the Hill? What do they call it? The Hill, Sacred Heart Cathedral, right? Whatever. I don't know. Go ahead, DT.
I don't know, baby. We're in the sunset, so. But hey, on to the Niners, man. This game is about Shanahan, right? I mean, it really is. If you have to go ahead and put out, a kind of a bummed CMC right now for the fact that he is hurt. The fact is, I don't trust Shanahan. When it comes down to it, he's going to run him up the middle like he's done with Trey Lance. He's done with Deebo when they've been hurt. So it's more the fact that I don't trust Shanahan when the game's on the line, putting him in the best case scenario. So there should be no excuse. We have plenty of offensive talent out there. It's called, hey, bring Bell in. There's a reason why he's on the team. Have this be his welcome party, baby. Get him to do some of the Deebo things and maybe even, get more involved in the pass game. But look at yesterday's game with the Chiefs and Chargers. Everyone knew where the ball was going with Kelsey, but there's still a way that Reed can go ahead and skim him up and get, what did he get, 12 catches for like 187 yards?
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
So, Shanahan, this is your opportunity to step up.
Wow.
And yes, the offensive line, we need you to just kind of hold tight, but that's going to be an area where you need them to go ahead and invest in at the trade deadline, is getting the O-line and getting cornerback help. So, fellas, have a good Monday. Go Niners, baby. Let's go.
DJ Ducci here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, as you are listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMG FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. And do not forget, you can also watch us every single day on YouTube or Twitch. Sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Like us. Love us. Or if you want to throw some thumbs down, hey, I'm not mad at that either. Just participate. Click that button there. Real quick, Shasky. Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. And also shout out to Comcast Business Text Line.
Ronnie Bell, to me, needs to get some looks tonight. He flashed in that New York Giants Thursday nighter. I want to see him get some opportunities. To me, he is more of a factor for this offense to help out Brock Purdy than Ray McCloud. That's just my viewpoint of it.
Yeah, I want to see Ronnie Bell. He has some talent, and he's got some hands. Ray McCloud, I've seen him drop a lot of passes over the last couple seasons.
He's just not a downfield threat.
He's a specialist. He's a punt returner.
Yeah, he is.
Right?
A specialist is the word.
He's a specialist.
Whereas I feel like Ronnie, he's not Deebo. No one is Deebo. But Ronnie could do some of the Deebo smokescreen stuff, the slant stuff. I think he's physical. I think he's ready to play. This is an opportunity for the kid. I want to see it.
So where are we at here, 49er fans, as we head into this Monday night game? Niners have 52 wins all time Monday night. They're one behind the Pittsburgh Steelers. Minnesota loves to blitz. They blitz on 58% of the snaps. So getting the ball out fast is going to have to happen for Brock Purdy and company, and he does that very, very well. But he's going to have to do it without Deebo Samuel, without Trent Williams, and a compromised Christian McCaffrey, who Joe Buck, we're going to replay that interview at 9:20. Joe Buck joined us. He'll be on the call for Monday Night Football, one of the best in the business, one of the best we've seen behind the microphone. He says that CMC is going to play. But how effective will he be? Is it a smart decision to play him? Now, Shanahan may have watched last night the Philadelphia Eagles saying, boy, do I want to go back to Philly? I already do December 3rd. I don't want to have to make a return trip in January. Should you play CMC? 888-957-9570. Also, bigger game for Brock or Bosa? I feel like Bosa needs to have a monster game.
Brock's still making under $1 million, all right? He's a quarterback. He's going to be under duress tonight. I need Bosa to come through tonight. This is a guy you've owned in Kirk Cousins.
Prime time.
Yeah, I'm with you. Bosa needs more heat on this.
This needs, after watching TJ Watt yesterday.
With you.
After watching Myles
Fletcher
Garrett. Fletcher Cox. Jalen Carter. Chris Jones. That Kansas City front. We need our guy, number 97, to take the reins and show why he was a DPOY last year.
Here is a nuanced, and I don't want to get all geeky on you, B. They got to get the play calls in on time. Yeah. I cannot have Brock calling hike with 3-2-1 predictably every time. He's really good at switching up the cadences, but the last couple of weeks, we've seen delay of game penalties.
I was going to say that.
And it was not a problem until recently. I hope that they can short up. I'm great. Hey, weather, chaos, guys are hurt.
Going to hear that.
We'll throw Cleveland out the window.
Going to hear that.
It's going to be loud. That's a loud venue. New Orleans used to be the house of horrors for opposing teams in terms of loud noise. It sure feels like Minnesota's still very loud.
Niners haven't won there since 1992.
That's insane.
That is insane. Let's go to, you know who else is insane? You're not going to have a 5-minute call this time around, so you got to be quick to the point, Javier Vacaville.
What's up, Jav?
Javier Vacaville, you're on a hot seat, buddy.
What up,
you're on a hot
dog?
seat.
What's up, Mr. Hill, Mr. Shasky? No 5-minute call, but, I just cannot take the disrespect of our defensive coordinator, Mr. Wilkes. Coach Wilkes is somebody who's came in and had to supplant 2 great offensive or defensive coordinators that have now taken on head coaching roles in New York and Houston, respectively, to say, bring a 7-man pressure, blah, blah, blah. Like, P.J. Walker just put up 39 yesterday, dog. Like, P.J. Walker ain't no scrub. I don't care if you play in the XFL. Like, the guy who called in, you couldn't even play on the XFL as water boy. Like, don't disrespect P.J. Walker on me. And to say bringing a 4-man pressure is not enough. What it is for us in games that we played against lesser opponents, it's teaching our defensive back how to play true to the technique in their cover 3 scheme to be able to learn how to cover. And it's in-game reps that are going to be invaluable in the postseason when they actually have to cover, hypothetically, knock on wood, whether it's Kansas City, Miami, whoever it may be, that they can't rely on a 7-man pass rush to get home every time. We've got to have our back 4 learn how to cover genuinely and truly. That's been a pet peeve of our defense for the last 4, 5, 6 years with Shanahan. Secondly, the keys to victory tonight. 21 personnel, 20 personnel. Juszczyk needs to be featured no more than 15 touches at the most as a pass catcher and as a tailback for McCaffrey. Use Elijah, use Jordan, Jordan Mason, that is. Activate TDP. Juszczyk's involved in the run game, pass game, as a run blocker, pass catcher. Kittle better get targets. Make sure, like we said earlier, kudos to you. That man from the University of Michigan needs to touch the football tonight. That's a fact. We'll win the game 38-21.
You're talking about Judge Ronnie Bell, right?
Ronnie Bell, 7th round pick, was a real boy at Michigan. Yeah, real boy. Got to know where he came from, too. McLeod can touch the ball, fly sweeps. Those are the keys to victory. Juwan Jennings, beat lights out in the slot of Brandon Ayuk. Be ready to be bracketed because they know what's coming.
All right, Javier. Good call.
It's interesting, like the limited of touches. Deebo got hurt on like the first play of the game last week.
Yeah, I know.
So like I know it's easy to say like limit the touches, but sometimes it's just one hit.
And with McCaffrey, Shanahan, I think, mentioned there was like 4 different instances to where he could have got hurt last week in Cleveland. Could have happened on the first possession, could have happened on the last possession, could have happened middle of the game. We don't know. We don't know when it happened, but it happened. And now he's got a slight tear in that oblique, which is a worst-case scenario. Let's go to Manny at Fremont.
Hey,
Manny at Fremont, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
Don't be drinking to my game tonight, man. I did pretty well in that Chargers-Chiefs game, so I'm hoping it carries over to tonight. My keys to victory are 2 things. I was pretty hard on the defense on Friday when I called in, criticizing them. But you know what? The good thing is they're playing at Minnesota, and the better thing is they're playing against Kirk Cousins. And we all know when the lights are the brightest on a stage like this, Cousins tends to shrink. So the key to victory for the defense, disrupt them, disrupt them, disrupt them. If you sack them, awesome. If you hit him, even better. But whatever you got to do, just throw him out of his rhythm, fellas. That's all I'm asking, because he will wilt. Another thing, and if I may, Kittle has to have the game of games tonight. Man, we need him to step up. If he can't do it tonight, I'm getting close to being George. I'm done. Because you know what? Without Deebo, we need that outlet receiver. I mean, on National Tight End Day or whatever you guys want to call it, Goddard showed that he can ball. Kelsey balls.
Mark Andrews ball
from Baltimore. Mark
Andrews.
We need him. Yeah, we need Kittle to just run with the pack, man, or take the head of the pack of that tradition. And if I may, I know I said 2 things. Here's the third thing. Put Jordan Mason in early and often. Negate that pass rush. Shove it down their throat over and over again. And Mason can do it. He's a big boy. He runs like a certain dude from Seattle from a long time ago. I want to see these things, and I'm confident I will see these things.
All right,
what do you think, fellas? And by the way,
I love it. You said a lot there, Matty, but let's start with Kirk Cousins and the pressure.
He's 2-10 on Monday nights.
2-10 on Monday night. However, this year, the Vikings are allowing Cousins to get pressure 27% of the time, which is good for 5th least in the NFL. So they've done a good job of making sure that nobody breathes on Kirk Cousins. And this is a quarterback. Look, I know I've been hard on him over the years. I don't want him as my quarterback. But if you give this guy time, he can slice you up. He can throw accurate. He can throw down the field if you give him time. And that's where Nick Bosa, $120 million guaranteed. This is where I need you to step up. Randy Gregory, you want a new lease on life in the NFL? I need you to step up. Drake Jackson, you want to be a consistent pass rusher 10 years down the line? Tonight's tonight. Javon Hargrave, they're saying in Philadelphia, we're better on the defensive line without you. What do you got to say about that? It starts up front with this defense. They need to get after Kirk Cousins early and often. As Al Davis used to say, the quarterback must go down in the first 10 plays, and he must go down hard.
The only 2 wins on Monday Night Football in 12 tries for Kirk Cousins came against the Chicago Bears.
Both wins?
Both wins. He's 2-10. He has 17 touchdowns, 11 interceptions, 23 sacks. Quarterback rating of 85. There is something to this Monday Night Football thing.
But he's got Shanahan on one sideline.
That means he's due.
He's got Purdy. He's at home. No Justin Jefferson. He can prove to a lot of haters that I'm worth every single dime. It's going to be a big game, Monday Night Football. All right, we're going to break
That is crazy. 2-10 on Monday Night Football.
But the Niners haven't won there since 1992. They haven't won in Minnesota since 1992.
Well, you know what play I'm thinking about.
Brett Favre to Greg Lewis.
I hate you.
Or Solomon Thomas jumping off sides at the end of the game.
Oh, my God.
24-16, 2018. Jimmy Garoppolo threw the pick six. Remember that? Kittle dropped the seam route. Remember that? Tough times in Minnesota. Tough times. All right. We're going to replay Joe Buck coming up.
Elijah
Joe Buck,
Lee.
he joined us, Elijah Lee. Coach Schaefer, Nick, Gary, Ryan, we're going to get to you all. Hang on tight here. We'll get to maybe a couple calls before Joe Buck, and then we'll go to replay Joe Buck, and then we'll take the calls. Niners, Vikings, that's happening tonight. We're breaking it all down here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, and that is presented by Save Mart in Lucky, California.
Time's running out. Don't miss.
Bum, 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 bum. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I got goosebumps.
Dun, dun, dun. And then you get Al Michaels and his little montage to voiceover.
Goosebumps.
Monday Night Football, folks. Monday Night Football, the Niners. They've appeared on Monday Night Football 81 times. They're 52-29. They've got the second most wins all time on Monday Night Football with 52. They get a win today. They'll tie the Pittsburgh Steelers for their most wins on Monday Night Football in the history of Monday Night Football. That would be 53. That would be amazing. Niners are 3-1 against the Vikings on Monday Night Football, but they haven't won in Minnesota since 1992. How much of a bearing would that have on tonight's game? Probably not much. But here's what we know. As we get ready to toss to Joe Buck, in case you missed it, Joe Buck joined us earlier today in the 7 o'clock hour. He discussed Shanahan, his coaching, Brock Purdy, what he's seen from him. And then, of course, Troy Aikman talked about it as well. He talked about Troy a little bit on his thoughts about Brock Purdy and his 49ers football team. Look, man, they're 5-1. They need to keep pace with the Philadelphia Eagles for home field advantage. But they are beat up right now, and this is what we know. Trent Williams is doubtful. Probably not playing tonight at left tackle with the high ankle sprain. So now we're going to see Jalen Moore. Deebo Samuel, out. Hairline fracture in the shoulder. Probably won't see him until the Niners land in Jacksonville a few weeks from today. All right? Or a few weeks from yesterday or whatever it is. But Deebo's out. Deebo's out tonight. He's out against Cincinnati. He's out during the bye week. And then there's Christian McCaffrey with the slight tear in the oblique. Should Christian McCaffrey even suit up tonight? Telling me TDP and I almost said CDP, Central Division Daryl Page, if you're not from the city. TDP, Jordan Mason.
That was such an inside. Just keep
Frisco,
going. Just
inside
keep going.
Frisco, Elijah Mitchell. This should be good enough to beat this Vikings team that loves to blitz defensively. With Brian Flores. It's a big game for Brock, big game for Bosa. They got enough weapons to beat this team. CDP, you're rattled with the CDP.
No, I love that.
How you thinking about the get low players and everything?
But honestly, this is a type of a game where it doesn't matter what it looks like. You just have to find a way to win this one, and then we'll worry about next week. Win tonight at all costs. You have to suffocate. And to me, I'm looking at the defense. I would like to see the defense kind of create more turnovers. Yep. They've done it week after week after week, but do it again. Create turnovers. If this has to be a field goal game and you 5 field goals for Moody, then so be it. I would also like, honestly, if we were looking for checklists of things to do, like to see him kick a field goal and kind of dust off last week's misses.
Yeah, Jake Moody, no doubt about that. Let's go to Coach Schaefer. Coach Schaefer, the Bay Area Panthers. That's right, Bay Area Panthers. They had a run this year. They had a special season. Coach Schaefer, good morning, man.
Hey,
how you doing?
Good morning. How you guys doing? Thanks for having me on.
Anytime, Coach. What you got for us, man? School us on some X's and O's, man.
I'm just, I heard you guys talking about O-line, and that's my specialty. And we just got to quit treating O-linemen as red as a stepchild. I mean, we paid Trent Williams, and you got to remember, both on the offensive and defensive side, it all starts up front.
Mm-hmm.
Everything.
Everything,
and,
no doubt.
Yeah, and if you're not able to to pick up blitzes, and you're not able to take on 5 guys that are rushing by chipping or these guys can't block these damn guys. Cut them. If you're inside the tackle box, cut their asses. Because guess what? Then their hands go down, and then what else happens? Their head goes down, and they're going to be worrying about their legs the whole time.
When you watch Philadelphia, and I thought this all season long, and I know the Niners have looked better when it comes to style points and everything, scoring to 30+ a game. But in the trenches, I think we're both in lockstep here. We will look at the Super Bowl winners, and we look at what's won in the playoffs. It's the trenches. Sure. Can that Niners front block that Philly front? Because that's what it's going to come down to. Last week, they couldn't block the Cleveland front. So, I mean, what's going on, Coach Schaefer, with this front?
I just think that they're young, and, I've coached the position at the pro level, and I understand, but guess what? When you become a pro, you got to suck it up and get in there, and you got to do what you got to do in the dirty trenches. And too many times these guys want to, more worry about technique than just block the damn guys. I watched Jason Kelsey yesterday in the Philadelphia game, and it's not that he's just this massive, great center. He's a good brawler in the trenches. Mm-hmm. If you watch him, he just got that mindset, that dirty, gritty mindset that, listen, it don't matter. You're not going to get through to my quarterback. Jalen Hurts is going to his jersey's going to stay clean this week.
Yeah.
And our guys just got to get that mindset. I don't want to hear, they're rookies, they're this, they're that. Guess what? They're pro football players getting paid money. This is a job.
Coach Schaefer.
You did this crap at McDonald's, and guess what? You get fired.
Hey, Coach Schaefer. Coach Schaefer, we need a weekly with you, man. I need a week with you. You sound like football. I need you back.
Can
you make sure you call us back tomorrow? Make sure you call us back tomorrow. Top of the line. We need your breakdown on the trenches from tonight's game.
You got it, because I'll be watching. I'll be giving you a full report, a full graded report.
I need that tomorrow. Coach Schaefer, book him. Coach Schaefer, the Bay Area Panthers, folks.
I feel like I need to put a dip in after that.
Dude, Coach Schaefer.
Right?
Look at the heat. Make sure you get his number. I want him back on the show tomorrow, breaking out offensive line. He's another one. Well, this is what we do on the roast.
Job at McDonald's, you get fired.
I love that.
That is like the realest of the real.
That's what I'm looking for. By the way, some news and notes in the NBA.
Give it to me.
Shams Charania says there's a significant gap in extension negotiations for Golden State and Klay Thompson. All current sides point to the 4-time Chet going to 2024 free agency. Klay Thompson, the Warriors, far apart on a contract extension. Joe Lacob, he came in the studio last week and said, everybody needs to chill. His guess is Klay wants to be here. They want him here. But time will tell. Contract talks the day before the season opener. Where are they at? It's a Grand Canyon-sized gap there between Klay and the Golden State Warriors. All right, Nick, Gary, Ryan, hang on tight. We got to get to Joe Buck, who joined us at the 7 o'clock hour. Joe Buck is going to be on the call for Monday Night Football. Said a lot about Purdy, Shanahan, Lynch, and this game tonight. Here is Joe Buck. Joe Buck joins a morning roast right here on 95.7 The Game. Joe, good morning to you. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill. And I guess the first question is, what do your kids want for breakfast? I hear there's going to be is it eggs? Is it bacon? Do they want it crispy?
Oh, my God. You bring your kids to work, and it's just such a great idea until you put it in action. And then you got to deal with 5-year-old twin boys who will make their little television debut tonight on a skit that we shot with the Vikings mascot.
Oh,
However,
that's cool.
They're clawing at me, and it's all good. I've got time for you. No problem. And thank you for getting the note that I wanted that highlight set to Hall & Oates music.
It's one of our favorite sounds of all time. Huvanga! The way you say it, the way like everybody was sitting at home, those that didn't go to Green Bay, and it was one of the greatest special teams plays in 49er history, and it's just a classic call from you, and I think you kind of encapsulated all Niner fans' feelings at that point.
Well, that's good to hear, because all I do is walk around San Francisco. And it's like, you hate the Giants, you hate the 49ers. But yeah, no, that was one of those that catches your attention on a freezing night in Green Bay and changes the entire complexion of a game. So, it's fun to be there for those moments. It's fun to hear that back, because I haven't heard that since I walked out of the booth that night. So that was cool. Thank you.
That was cool. And believe it or not, we're two guys in San Francisco who were born and raised here who don't necessarily hate you, Joe. I actually miss you on the baseball stuff.
Do.
I really do, man. And we'll get to that in a second.
Fans miss me now. All those World Series wins. All the you hate the Giants. Where am I now?
You're on Monday Night Football.
You're on Monday Night Football. And the Giants are nowhere to be found right now.
Right.
Nowhere to be found. But it is Monday Night Football. And you got this 49ers team led by Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan. And you may see Christian McCaffrey. You may not see him tonight. We know you're not seeing Deebo Samuel. And I know a few weeks ago, and we'll start here with the grand scheme of things in the NFC. You're on Monday Night Football when the Eagles and Bucks played. You mentioned how the Eagles, in your opinion, were the better team at that point. And I actually agree with you as I wear my 49er hat, because to beat the top dog, you have to beat them. And when I look at both sides of the line of scrimmage, that's the difference to me, Joe. When I watched last week in Cleveland, the Niners, and then I watched Philadelphia last night, it's the trenches. They're just so good up front on the offensive and defensive side of the football, especially at those lines, that I'm looking at the Niners tonight. If they can't go without Trent Williams, that's a tall task for this offensive line against the Vikings front.
Yeah, I mean, he's 30. He's a Hall of Famer, and he's 35 and can't do it all. And yeah, they're not likely to have him tonight. I feel good about Christian McCaffrey making the start, and obviously Deebo's out. So, I think they're clearly the two best, and I think it's interesting when they go head to head. Who comes out on top? But you're right. The offensive line is very, I don't want to say underrated for Philly, because I think most people believe that's if not the best, top two offensive lines in the game, and that's a big advantage, especially when it's 3rd and 1, 4th and 1. You know what they're going to do, and you can't stop it because you've got a quarterback that can squat 600 pounds, and you've got Jason Kelsey in the middle of that thing, anchoring it and just moving people off the ball. So it's a big advantage. But I work with a guy in Troy Aikman who believes if he were owning a team or putting one together, the first decision he would make would be to hire Kyle Shanahan if he could. And I think, he has such admiration for the way they play, the physical nature of their game, that, they can out-physical you too, and they can do it a number of different ways. And I think the record of teams that have just played the 49ers the next week without a bye over the last couple of years is atrocious, because you just get beat up when you play San Francisco. So I think they're clearly the two best in the NFC, and you can look at it any number of ways and say who's better. But at some point they're going to play, and we're going to find out. So, those are the two teams that I look at right now, that if they're not in the NFC Championship game, it means that one of the two or both suffered bad injuries.
Joe, as we go back in the Way Time Machine, NFC Championship game, you and Troy Aikman are sitting there, and you're talking about Jimmy Garoppolo versus Matt Stafford. And I've watched him at Bonte. How many times have you brought it up?
Yeah, I've brought it up over and over. You guys were so on point at NFC title game, because you asked Troy, what do you need to do in the big game? What is something and Troy goes, well, when I look at the big games, it's who doesn't make the mistake. Who's not going to make the mistake? And I remember when about 5 minutes ago it was tied at 17. We were at the game itself, going back and watching it because we have to, because it's our job. Troy goes, well, the Reds have done a good job against the Niners run game, and I'm afraid it's going to come down to Jimmy Garoppolo. I was like, wow, how did Troy become so straightforward with his with his analysis there? And I thought you guys were on point with that.
Well, you were great there, and I guess that brings me to now Brock Purdy, because he says he loves, Shanahan. What do you guys think of Brock Purdy thus far? He's been outstanding, and then he had a really bad game last week. I'm interested to see what he looks like tonight. What do you guys think of Brock Purdy?
I'm sure if you dig through the history books, Montana had a bad game. Steve Young had a bad game. Go down the list. They've all had bad games. I think he's smart. I think he's exactly what Kyle wants. I think the ball comes out on time. I think he's a leader. I think they respect him. I think they fell into it. Where they went crazy and traded up and got Trey Lance, and he's now a Dallas Cowboy. I think they fell into this whole Mr. Irrelevant thing, and either way, they come out of there with their quarterback. So I I know from talking to Kyle yesterday that he's over the moon with him. I think he's able to do what he's always wanted to do with the offense with Brock Purdy. I think he had to adjust with Jimmy, and they did some great things. They won a ton of games.
Right.
But I think he's able to do what he wants to do with their offense with Brock. And we finally got a chance to talk to him. We did a Monday night game last year, and he came in the game, and I talked about how Shanahan had told us that he's got big, thick legs, and they call him Baby Bosa around the team. And Brock was laughing about it yesterday, saying they're still calling him that because we brought it up on television. So he's kind of he's a unique story, but the bottom line is the guy can play quarterback. And I think combined with Kyle and their schemes and the weapons they have and their physical nature, they're a force. And so I think it's been a nice change for Kyle.
Well, there's been a lot of, I guess, pundits, I'm not saying you are one of them, that want to see what he can do in a different system or see what he can do when he doesn't have all his playmakers. What do you make of that? Because they're not going to have Deebo Samuel tonight. I don't know. CMC feels like a game-time decision.
Well, Joe just mentioned he's going to go. So
yeah, Trent Williams feels like a game-time decision. Like, do you need to see Brock Purdy without all of his weapons?
Well, yeah, we saw it. We saw it to a degree last week in Cleveland, and it was just not a good game. And I think, we'll learn more. The body of work is what he's making his 12th regular season start tonight, so the body of work is small. But I think you have to give him credit for what he's been able to do to this point. I don't know what tonight's going to look like. I think they're really hopeful that McCaffrey does play, and I think they feel decent about that. But the other two guys, the star left tackle and Deebo's not going to be in there. And it just feels like, there's more on Brock Purdy tonight. So we'll see. I don't. That's the beauty of this thing. We don't know what it's going to be like until they line it up and kick it off. But I'd sure bet on him at this point because I think he's shown, 95% brilliance running the system that's put together by a guy who's been at it a long time, a guy who grew up in it, and somebody who can out scheme a defense.
Joe Buck, right here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, the voice of Monday Night Football. He's been doing it for a long, long time. One of the best, if not the best, in the business when it comes to calling the game, whether it's football or baseball or heck, even golf now. He's ventured into the greens, Shasky. When you think about John Lynch here, and he's helped alongside Adam Peters build a bully, and they said brick by brick when they joined the 49ers in 2017, and they've got all these guys like Fred Warner from the middle rounds, George Kittle from the middle rounds, a lot of studs here. When you were at Fox, and I know you guys didn't work directly with each other, he was on a different team than you were, did you have any inkling that John Lynch would leave from Fox to become a GM? Because he was so good in the booth that out here in the Bay Area when he got hired as a GM of the 49ers, we were all surprised. Were you surprised?
Totally. And I think there's a lot of truth to that, the story about being in a production meeting with Kyle during their time in Atlanta. And, I don't know if it was said overtly or if it was a little meeting after the meeting, but like, hey, I'm going to get an opportunity with San Francisco, or would you be interested in being the general manager? And for however it came to be, it's just a great combination and two guys that seem to see things the same way. And, you do get to know these guys pretty well in production meetings. And I do think there's value in that. And I don't know how well they knew each other before their time spent talking about the Atlanta Falcons and John talking about a broadcast coming up, but it sure has worked great. And, they missed him at Fox. I think had he stayed there once Troy and I left, he may be doing the top game at Fox now. Instead, he's the general manager of the 49ers. So it's funny how life works. It's that whole sliding doors thing, and the door slid open, and Lynch ends up the GM, and I think everybody who's a 49er fan should be happy that's the way it worked out.
Oh, we're thrilled. He's just been an absolute winner and has stacked this team, and they've been more relevant than they have in years. And so, we love the guy. What do you make of the fascination, the relationship here between Kirk Cousins and Kyle Shanahan? Because it feels like at every opportunity, the Niners have been linked to Kirk Cousins. At any opportunity to talk about him at a podium, Kyle keeps bringing him up. Did you guys actually ask either one of those two about the other in your pre-production meetings?
Yeah, we sure did. It's genuine. I think we know that. The first 2 years that Kirk was in the league, he had not only Kyle, but Mike Shanahan and all those other great coaches like McVay and LaFleur. And there's one more that's escaping my mind right now, but it's incredible the staff that was there with Washington, and they got 2 years together. And if you go back, and Kyle's been very revealing about, Kirk was Kyle's guy going into that draft, and their plan was to draft 2 quarterbacks no matter what. And Mike, went to Kyle and said, we're going to take Cousins. And Kyle was excited. And I think there's something about the cerebral nature of Kirk and his ability, I think mechanically speaking, with his footwork and the ball coming out and the way he looks at a defense and the way he operates an offense, that is right up Kyle's alley. But they never matched up. The wheel of life in the NFL just never turned in a way where they could get hooked up. And whether it was Garoppolo or now Purdy is blocking the way, it doesn't seem like that thing's ever going to happen. So Purdy is his guy, and I think, I think there's a lot of truth to their fondness for one another and their desire to work together again after those first 2 years. But I just don't see it happen. I think that time has come and gone, and it's just one of those. It never worked out. But there's a lot of appreciation and respect between those two when we talk to Kyle about Kirk and vice versa.
Joe, before we get you out of here, I know you got to get the kids fed, and it sounds like they're doing great right now. I know how it is having a baby daughter. When she wants her eggs, she wants it right away. And so I got to with those.
They're tucked away.
Good deal. Look, you had a lot of iconic calls, whether it was baseball or football, but I do want to end it. These baseball playoffs have been special. We have a vested interest in it because 2 former Giants managers are in the ALCS getting ready for a Game 7. We'll be all locked in on Niners and Vikings, but the Rangers and Astros will be playing in a Game 7 for a trip to the World Series. Philadelphia is doing their thing against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Do you ever watch and just kind of miss it there? Because there's been some iconic plays in this postseason. Do you get the itch at all, or are you saying, you know what? I'm not voicing Monday Night Football, man. Life is good. I don't need baseball anymore. How are you taking in? How are you watching the baseball playoffs this year, Joe?
From a distance, I don't get wrapped up in it like I did. I did baseball for 35 years of my life, and I did 24 World Series, and I'm proud of all that. And I'm excited for Joe Davis, and I'm excited for John to carry on, and I'm happy for them. But yeah, in those big moments, I mean, you could make the case that as a broadcaster, when you have a big baseball moment, whether it's a walk-off home run or Bumgarner doing what he did in Kansas City, which was just stunning at the end of that long postseason when they beat the Royals. There's just nothing like it. So yeah, I miss that a little bit, but you got to do a lot to get there.
Right.
You got to do the regular season games. You got to do a Saturday, somewhere in the Midwest that few people are watching, and these moments are awesome, and it's where baseball just shines. And so you're right. I didn't think about that with the 2 ex-Giant managers, but Boch was the best, and so honest and so real and so open with information. And I would just say that of all the managers I broadcast games for, nobody ran a bullpen like that guy. And you see it now.
Mm-hmm.
You saw it last night. He has a touch, whether it's being a former catcher, just being in tune with his guys. He can run a bullpen like no manager I've ever seen. So it doesn't surprise me that he's gotten the Rangers to a Game 7. We'll see how it goes, but it's really cool because he's one of sports' really good guys.
Joe, 24 World Series appearances. That ties your boy Stan Musial's All-Star appearances. That's incredible. 24 World Series. That is crazy. I was just jaw-dropped at that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm proud of it, but I just happened to be at the right place at the right time, like we were talking about with Kirk and Kyle.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't win I didn't win some national talent search every year to get to do it. got to do it and had bosses that believed in me and didn't screw it up, despite Giants fans thinking that I was rooting against them, which I didn't. And I would say play the Travis Ishikawa home run against the Cardinals. And let me know if you think that guy is rooting either way. But at any rate, I'm proud of what I did. I'm happy to walk away from it and raise 2 more kids. I've got daughters that are in their 20s, and it's time to be a dad again. And just chasing every event just to say that I'm doing it is not something I'm interested in doing.
Nah, you're doing a great job on Monday Night Football. I think you've grown as a football play-by-play voice. I remember when you first started at Fox back in the day in the early 90s.
God, I had no idea what I was doing.
Yeah.
I was 25 and had never done football, let alone TV football, let alone NFL football. So, yeah, I think I've figured some parts of it out. Not all of it, but I've gotten better.
Nah, you and Aikman are best in the business, man. You guys are great. And
Troy
we can't wait for the call.
amazing.
Yeah, Troy is good. I can't believe we love a cowboy here in the West Coast.
He's so good.
But he is good. He is good. Joe, thanks for all the time. I know you got to feed those kids. We appreciate the time, man. Have a great call today. Really is special, man, to have you on these airwaves.
Well, thank you. But hey, Wyatt and Blake, say bye, guys.
Bye-bye, Wyatt and Blake.
We'll see you tonight on TV.
See you on TV.
Yes, you will. All right, see you guys.
Joe Buck here on the Morning Roast. Go ahead and download the Odyssey app if you want to replay it. Go to our YouTube page, 957thegame.com. Joe Buck with some great stuff there. Big takeaway for me, from Joe Buck, is that he does believe that Brock Purdy will be fine. He mentioned Steve Young, Joe Montana, all the great quarterbacks. Everybody's had a bad game. He expects Brock to bounce back tonight. And I guess the last question I have before we sign off and hand it over to Steiny and Goo, who are live at Chase. And I don't know if you saw Guru. He posted it on Instagram. Ran into Steph Curry already.
Oh, he
took
did?
A selfie with
Good
Steph.
for him.
Yeah, he took a selfie with the chef.
That's cool.
He was excited. He's always excited when he sees Steph.
Are you going to not be excited when you see Steph Curry?
Sometimes.
My favorite was the Warriors doing Victor Wembanyama versus Steph Curry jump ball.
That was pretty cool.
You knew that was going to go viral.
That was pretty cool.
That was genius.
That was pretty cool. Wemby, it's going to be a good one if he's healthy.
If he can stay healthy.
But who's a bigger game for? Who's this game more important for individually? Obviously, the Niners need to win this game to keep pace with the Philadelphia Eagles and also keep the Seahawks at bay because Seahawks are coming. They got 2 losses. Is it a more important game for Brock Purdy, Jake Moody, or Nick Bosa? Jake Moody, Brock Purdy, Nick Bosa.
I think it's Brock Purdy slightly over Nick Bosa. Jake Moody, I don't know. Like worst case scenario for Jake Moody, he kicks like crap. They cut him and move on, right? Brock Purdy's going to be your quarterback.
Right.
You know, like he's going to be your quarterback. So I think he needs a bounce back win just for his confidence level. And I think it would be just another feather in the cap to be able to do it without Trent Williams, with a limited CMC, with no Deebo. Bosa has a 5-year runway of being pretty damn elite.
Doesn't he need to be elite tonight, though?
Absolutely.
On this stage?
But he's been really good this year. He could have a dominant game and not even have a sack, right? So I feel like there's some nuances. Very rarely does your quarterback play great and not have good numbers, and then others around him play well.
Has Bosa even been a top 3 defensive end in all of football this year?
I mean, do you consider TJ a defensive end? I consider him an outside. He's an edge rusher.
He rushes that passer. He gets after it. Micah Parsons.
Myles Garrett's in the conversation.
Myles Garrett put on a show yesterday.
You know, I would say this guy Hassan Reddick has not slowed down from last year. He looks incredible. I don't know. I'd have to look at all the league as a whole. Do you think he has? I don't think he's in that category this year because he doesn't have the sack numbers.
Doesn't he need it? Doesn't he need to be in that category for this defense to take another level?
Absolutely.
To take another step?
Absolutely.
Come on, baby. Oh boy. Speaking of which, Kim Kardashian just posted something on Twitter. And it says Skims Men's launching Skims Men's. And Nick Bosa is one of the guys. And so people were saying the Kardashian curse.
No.
It's Nick Bosa. He's modeling alongside Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
Oh,
and
no.
another guy. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
My guy got the Kim K curse?
Who else is? Neymar. Neymar's one of the guys, too.
Well, he's kind
Skims.
of. Hasn't he been kind of
It's called
cursed?
Skims Men's launching October 26th. Nick Bosa is one of the guys modeling under Kim K. Skims men's.
Look, not to get awkward with you here. If I was picking people on the all-body team, he's one of them. So it makes sense from an underwear standpoint.
Dan in Berkeley.
On a field of Adonis's.
I'm not touching that.
He's a physical specimen.
I'm not touching that. I'm just mentioning that he's modeling for Kim Kardashian.
You definitely wouldn't want to have Bonte and Shasky modeling for Kim Kardashian.
Why not?
Because they don't need to see muffin top from me.
Well, don't like me, Nick Bosa may look like something, but I look like a Greek goddess. Saying I can't model?
You could do whatever you want.
I'll model for Kim K. For her brand.
Yeah, I'm out on modeling in skivs.
What is going on here as I pull my Bobby Fitz?
Dan in Berkeley.
Hey.
Dan in Berkeley, what's happening?
What's going on? Bonte Shasky is usually Dan on Highway 4, but I made it to Berkeley before I called you guys.
Let's go.
Let's go.
It's good hearing your voice. It's good to talk to you again, man.
You too.
I've got a couple of concerns. Oh, maybe just one concern. I think it's our O-line versus that D-line is like my only concern. Hopefully McCaffrey doesn't play, but it sounds like he is going to play. And then I got a couple X factors. Ray McCloud and Juwan Jennings. I expect them to step up big time. Hopefully Kyle dials it up for him a little bit. And then I'm not too worried about Kittle. I think Kittle will be involved in the game plan. And then another thing is I'm not too worried about our defense. I think our defense handles the Vikings offense, but it's just our O-line that I'm pretty much concerned about.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the O-line. I'm also concerned about me saying Greek goddess, meant Greek god. Sorry, my bad.
I didn't even catch that.
Yeah, no, well, you didn't, but everybody else did. Dan, you're right. This offensive line is going to be put on notice today. Minnesota blitzes 58% of the time. That's a big stat for me. They blitz 58% of the time. Nick Bosa, we saw him carve up the New York Giants against their blitz. They blitzed relentlessly. Wink Martindale, their defensive coordinator in New York, said, we're going to get after Purdy. And Purdy lit them up, especially in the second half. Brian Flores, a Bill Belichick disciple, by way of Miami as a head coach there, he's now blitzing 58% of the time with his defense. What does that mean without Trent Williams? What does that mean without Deebo Samuel? Those hot routes, those quicks, you know what I'm saying? When you got to get the ball out fast. Will Ronnie Bell be able to adjust and be able to get down that game plan against the blitz? You got to be aware. As soon as that ball's hiked, you got to turn your head around. Brock's going to be throwing it. That offensive line's on the notice tonight. It's going to be on notice. Can Brock have enough time to beat that blitz? Because he is good against a blitz. You got to give it to him.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, man, it feels like this is just a really vulnerable spot for the 49ers. And if they can come out and win this game with an emphasis, that'll speak volumes to the integrity of the organization, the team, that locker room, the coach. And I'm looking at Kyle Shanahan. If ever there was a night they could use 7 points right off the rip on the opening drive, it was tonight.
Yeah, it was. Steiny and Guru live from Chase Center. That'll be coming up in moments as we get ready for basketball. Klay Thompson and the Warriors far apart on a contract extension. But Joe Lacob told us last Wednesday, everybody chill. Everybody chill. It'll work itself out. What does it mean, though? Klay entering his last year as a member of the Golden State Warriors. We break it down to the season opener at some point tomorrow as they get ready to take on the Phoenix Suns. Basketball's back. Let's go to Nick and San Leandro. Nick, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yo, how's it going, guys?
Good.
I just kind of want to talk about the weapons on the offense. You know, of course, we're always expecting Kittle and Ayuk to do something, you know, especially without Deebo. But, you know, Ronnie Bell, like you said, you know, he has to step up. And I just kind of want to talk about, you guys were saying that you guys don't really think Ray McCloud is, you know, too good down the field. But I think what he can do to kind of take place for Deebo is those jet sweeps. You know, I think he can execute those really well. So, I expect to see those going on tonight.
Yep. So I'm looking at YouTube right now, and I know YouTube's not everything. Comcast business not everything. It's about what we think. But I do want to know, do we come off as sounding nervous about tonight? Just breaking down the football game, folks. If they can't beat Minnesota without Trent and Deebo Samuel, and maybe without Drake Greenlaw, then we got bigger issues on our hands. I'm not scared. I don't think the 49ers are losing tonight. How does it look, though? So I don't know. Like, are we stressed? I don't sound nervous, do I?
No, I think we're assessing where the Niners are at. And right now, they're a little vulnerable. No one is saying that they're the worst team. Come on, man. They're not. Well, anyone can beat anyone on any given week. The Bears just beat the crud out of the Raiders, for crying out loud, with a guy no one's even heard of. I'd never even heard of that quarterback.
Right.
I'd never even heard his name once in my life. Did you? Am I the only one? I've never even heard of this guy. I do this for a living.
Well, Shasky's always nervous.
Tyson Bagent.
I mean, but my point
don't worry,
is,
Shasky's always stressed
You're missing
out
an old-world left tackle. Banks hurt his bicep, tricep, whatever it is. You know, they don't have their number one running back, who's probably the best player. Well, he is the best player on the team. He's going to be compromised. You don't have Deebo Samuel, right? So these are fair points to make. Like, wow, the offense doesn't look as good without some of their top players. That's every team in the league.
Right.
Like if Jalen Hurts went down for the Eagles right now, he's got a bum knee right now, or something's going on with that leg. If he's out, we look at them different.
Right. I'm not nervous at all. But they got to win this game because home field is important. And if you didn't watch Philadelphia last night and didn't come away impressed, then you know what? I can't help you. I'm looking at the trenches, folks.
Exactly.
The trenches. How's the trenches going to hold up for the 49ers today? I expect the down 4 linemen for the Niners defense. Nick Bosa, Eric Armstead, Javon Hargrave, Randy Gregory / Jake Jackson / Cleveland Farrell. I expect them to dominate tonight. I really do. I expect them to make Minnesota one-dimensional and make Kirk Cousins nervous and make him throw erratically. That's what I expect.
What was the hardest stretch for the 49ers in the last 4 or 5 years in terms of like an injury game that they had to get through? Like I think of that Atlanta game where they sat Richard Sherman and it cost them. Like
it did. The Atlanta game last year, they missed 7 defensive starters.
And it cost them.
All
right? That's actually a really good one, the Atlanta game last year. They got their butt kicked in that game.
They got killed.
They had no Juice and no Joe Staley for 3 weeks.
Yeah. Oh, they had McGlinchey and McGlinchey was out. Juice was out.
And was Kittle
Staley out? Kittle played most of 2019.
Yeah. But I'm just trying to think, like, this feels like one of the more banged-up games they've had in a while, especially if Dre Greenlaw doesn't play.
All right,
like, Dre Greenlaw, I think, is a very important player for this defense.
All right, let's get to Fast Five. My final thought is you got to win this game. You got to have it. You got to have this game of Monday Night Football ahead of the Cincinnati Bengals. Do what you got to do to win, but you got to play clean football. 12 penalties last week. Bunch of oh-no throws. Got to cut down the penalties. You're 28th in the league, and you got to beat the Vikings blitz. It's simple to me. Get after Cousins, make them one-dimensional, beat their blitz, and don't force any penalties here. 12 penalties last week for the Niners. They're 28th in the league in penalties. They're not playing necessarily clean football right now.
To me, it's all in the details. The adjustments during the middle of the game, that opening drive, I'd like to see them go down like they have all year and look like a well-oiled machine. No pre-snap infractions with a lot of random guys playing that aren't your normal starters. That's going to be very important.
You can't lose to Kirk Cousins.
With no Justin Jefferson.
You can't lose to Kirk Cousins.
I don't want any of the pregame shenanigans either. Like, go out and play football. Stop fighting. Stop doing the dumb stuff. We don't need more laundry out on the field before the game even starts.
Well, Deebo won't be out there, so none of that pregame dumb stuff will be happening. Jake Moody, you have a bounce back, man. No excuses this week. You've had an extra day of rest. You know, it's a normal start time. It's at night, Monday Night Football. Maybe a little pressure there, but not the East Coast, early morning, nothing bad. You're in a dome. You got to make these kicks, man. You have got to make these kicks tonight.
Lovin'.
So I look at the Vikings guys. They allow, on average, their opponents are on average taking 3 minutes and 10 seconds per drive. That is the longest in the NFL. Teams are driving on the Vikings defense. Tonight, I want to see one of those super long Kyle Shanahan drives, like those 10, 11, 12-minute, 15, 16, 17 plays to open the game up. Let's wear this Vikings defense down. They cannot get off the field. I want to see this 49ers offense just roll all night long, and let's see if they can double them in the time of possession battle.
All right, let's see it.
We call that a Jimmy drive, a 21-play field goal.
But this one's going to end in a touchdown, though.
That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. I think it's a big game for Nick Bosa. bigger game for Nick Bosa than it is Brock Purdy. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Steiny and Guru live from Chase Center. They'll have Mike Dunleavy on, and they'll have some players. Maybe Steph, maybe not. We'll see. That's all coming up on 95.7 Again.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's.
And then I see a black hood like Star Wars down the street. So I'm walking, and as he gets closer, this image, I go, oh my God, it's the Steph. That's the chef. And then I said, etiquette, he's on the phone. So I wasn't going to say nothing. I didn't. Did the bro nod. He told whoever he's on the phone with, Stoney, he said, hold on. He said, what's up? He said, y'all working here. I said, yeah, fall through if you can. And then he wanted to pick. So, I took a little quick pick. Other than that, that's how it went down.
Steph Curry wanted a picture.
I can't remember exactly what was said, but we snapped the shot. Yeah,
now,
let's go, Stoney.
If you don't mind me asking, where did this occur?
On the sidewalk. No.
So it actually occurred outside Chase Center.
No doubt about it. On the street.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you're a credentialed media member, and had that occurred inside Chase Center, wow, it could have been a whole new ball game.
What? But he initiated it, though, I believe. I misremember.
Okay. Well, then, if he comes up, we can ask him.
Okay.
But
and then Tim Jordan, what about you guys? I just can't stand you guys sometimes.
Right.
He goes tell the great James Kincaid to play a prank on me. He comes in here and he's serious. He goes, did you take that picture with Steph? I go, yeah. He goes, you have to leave. I got up like it's over. They got the goo, and they were playing. But what a way to start it to see the chef
no doubt.
On opening night eve.
No doubt. It's going to be a great show, and we got a lot to talk about. It is a big weekend.
You're happy.
I am more than happy.
I got 8 reasons you're happy. Can I give you one?
You have no idea
Can
why
I give
your
you
boy's
one?
so happy. Yes.
You wanted to see Brock Purdy without some weaponry, just to see.
Okay.
And you got that tonight. And a lot's being made of Deebo and that hairline fracture, but Trent Williams, Stoney, That is the most important position on the line. What if we see him somehow under pressure? I don't know, but, man, it's going to be riveting.
I'm looking forward to it for sure because the 49ers need to keep winning to keep pace with the Eagles. Lions stubbed their toe. Can't believe I'm saying Lions stubbed their toe like it matters. But it does matter because the whole goal this season for the Niners is to get the number 1 seed. So they got to go into Minnesota tonight and win with or without you. Bono.
Look at.
But the one thing, so.
That's you two, I thought.
That's correct. And he's the lead singer.
Oh, you're right. I gotcha.
Yeah, so you look at tonight's game, no Trent Williams, no Deebo Samuel, and Christian McCaffrey's listed as questionable, but he's expected to play. How are we feeling about that? Christian McCaffrey's probably going to play tonight, even though he was listed as questionable.
Okay. I know you call me SOFT at times. You call me scary, timid. And I'm going to quit being Dr. Dina Dale. These guys get paid to tote the rock, to play a sport where it could be over on any given play. And if Christian McCaffrey feels like he can go and wants to go, Kyle Shanahan is a renegade to me in that regard, and he's going to run him out there. But, Steiny, I watched Philly last night. Everybody has warts. I was kind of down on them, but they're a physical team on the offensive defensive line. So if it were me again, I'd be like, maybe we proceed with caution, hold them out. But they got a game to win, so I'm not going to second guess. And by all accounts, it looks like McCaffrey's going to go. And, Steiny, I heard the word tear in the oblique. I don't know if that's officially it, but TEAR, how big, I don't know. But if he's going to go out there, all powers to the Niners. But, man.
Yeah, I don't know if McCaffrey's going to play or not, and I have no idea whether he should sit out or he should try to play, or if he's 90% this, should we go with it? If he's not, should we not? Believe it or not, the one thing I do believe should be completely irrelevant in this equation, in week 7 of the NFL season, the opponent, to me, is irrelevant. If the 49ers were playing the worst team in football tonight, I would make the same decision on McCaffrey as if they were playing the Eagles tonight. Honest to goodness, it's too early in the season to make or have an opponent determine whether you think you need a guy to play and then to beat that team. And I get it. You look at last week's game against Cleveland. Anybody can beat anybody. You can't put into the equation, well, can we beat him without McCaffrey? Well, if McCaffrey can play, you don't know if you can beat him with McCaffrey. You should. Everybody thinks you should. But my thing is, if he's healthy, this is where I also think we misrepresent. We're not misrepresent. We don't get it. Like, we probably think Kyle Shanahan's like, is he gonna? And what should we do? It's like, there's one guy, he's gonna play or not. Can he play? We're determining that, Kyle. All right, let me know as soon as you do. Okay, Kyle, he's going to play. At that point, I do think Kyle assumes play means play 100%. So the decision really isn't Kyle's. He's just going to go with whatever the doctors and McCaffrey say.
Yeah, you know what? Just hearing you talk and lay it out that way, it sounds like you're saying too, Stouty, because this is the nature of the beast. And when I say this is second-guessing Monday morning quarterback, you talked about how early it is in the season. You're right. The Niners aren't starving, but they are starving if you look at it through the prism of trying to get home field advantage and keep up with the Philadelphia Eagles. I know more than now. I don't know crap about the NFL. Each week is its own entity. Look at the results yesterday. But with that said, you're right. If he says he can go and somehow McCaffrey is lost for multiple weeks, it doesn't sound like you'll dial back like Kyle or whoever. You could have prevented this by holding him out. If he can go, he can go.
I guess.
Because that's my fear. Again, we don't know what's going on, but we do know something's going on. Oh, do you want to push it? And it's like driving a car with a issue, and you're hoping, okay, I can drive it till it really, really gets bad, or it won't get worse. But sometimes you don't know. And the way that he totes the rock and carries it out the backfield, and the pounding he takes, they all do. I just kind of Do you need him against many?
888-957-9570 is the number. We got Niners, Vikings, Monday Night Football tonight. Christian McCaffrey right now is listed as questionable, but it feels like there's an expectation he's going to play. If you're a Niner fan, how you feeling about that? No Trent Williams, no Deebo Samuel, and you go into Minnesota to play the Vikings. No Justin Jefferson for the Vikings. But let me tell you who they do have. They've got Kirk Cousins. Enough said. Enough.
Can you elaborate? You look at his numbers.
One of the
your
premier,
boy's balling.
Yeah, he's one of the premier quarterbacks in the NFL.
I can't take that away from him.
Can the 49ers stop him?
Well, just like you said, Justin Jefferson, if not one of the best receivers in the NFL today, it makes their job a whole lot easier that they don't have to stress and worry about him.
Let me ask you something.
I ain't got no money.
How important is this game for Purdy?
Coming off his worst loss, forget us. Just for him, Steiny, I think it's important. I think it's important for him to show not just himself, but everybody that was a one-off. And if somehow he were to struggle again, it would be odd. And let's be honest. Let's put the right on the table early, brought to you by Atco, Steiny. A lot of people would be, I have to thank you, Spadone. A lot of people would be saying, I told you so. Maybe he's coming down the earth, just a bit because he's been so perfect. He's got off to like a Tiger Woods type of start. The bar is just in the clouds. And he didn't meet that last week. So against an opponent that you think we know they're better than, Steiny, I think a commanding game, not 500 yards, but, the old Brock. But I am curious to watch, is he in his own head? That may be a stretch, but we're all going to watch to see, and especially now, Minnesota without Trent Williams, oh, my God, I'm blitzing all day, Steiny. I want to put some pressure on this kid.
We'll see. We'll see. And we'll see how Purdy plays if Deebo Samuel. Well, Deebo's not playing, and neither's Trent Williams.
Yeah.
So the question of whether McCaffrey plays or not, I guess will be answered tonight. But the fact of the matter is that he's likely to play, and they got to win to keep pace with the Philadelphia Eagles, who won. Tell you what, Eagles 31-17.
Did you see Bonte's tweet? No. It kind of just hit me in the cardiac.
No,
he said the Eagles, and I felt this, are built for 15 rounds. Meaning that they win or lose, they're physical. We knew this, but last night they showed it.
Oh, I thought you were referring to all this group text where a lot of people are laughing about how you said Steph wanted the picture.
Oh, yeah. Hey, come on, I was so focused on the show. I don't know what was said. He was on the phone. He stopped. Goo, y'all working today. Is there really a group thread?
Yeah. Evan laughed at Curry asked for pick.
You guys are, y'all something else.
What?
You're calling me a liar.
I didn't say a word.
You're insinuating that I'm putting some mustard on
I have no idea. I just am passing along information.
Can I tell you something?
Sure.
The James Kincaid prank, it shook me.
It should have.
Yeah, I'm mad at Tim Jordan.
It should have. Because
he whispered as if he was the usher, like, you got to go, you got to go.
During the break, you get your credential, and you can read the back of it, and then you'll know all the rules.
Yeah, but he talked to me. He initiated it. I was just walking to my work. Yeah.
Sure.
Tomorrow night, Steiny.
What?
KD in town.
Yes, sir.
Draymond playing? I want him to.
No, he's not. Why would he play? Now, why would he play?
Because he's a warrior. No pun intended.
Draymond should play, but McCaffrey you're careful about.
If he can go.
Because McCaffrey's more important than Dre? So it doesn't matter if Dre gets hurt? Is that what you're saying?
Well, Dre is not running the ball 20 times through an defensive line.
So basketball, if your guy's hurt, just play it.
No, you're missing my point. He's a dog, junkyard dog.
Right.
If he can go, I think this is one of those games he wants to be out there.
Yeah, I think that this game doesn't mean anything to Draymond Green in terms of whether he's going to come back or not.
I'll tell you what. I know who it means something for, that it means something to Dre.
Who?
Chris Paul. And I know Dre smells and feels that. They all do, I'm sure. And they want to go kick the Suns' ass for CP3. I'm tired of calling him Chris Paul. CP3 is his name.
So if Draymond comes back, then Chris Paul's got to come off the bench. Chris Paul doesn't want Draymond to play.
Well, I forgot about that
He wants to be introduced as a starter in Golden State for his home debut.
Can't wait.
It should be a lot of fun. I'll tell you what. I saw something.
Dude, what you see?
We may be seeing. I don't know if I want to put it in the cap or not, but we may be seeing the greatest defensive player of all time.
Man,
in Wembanyama. This guy's going to be a problem.
It's incredible.
What's that? No.
Oh, both.
No, Wembanyama is unbelievable.
Can I tell you, because I was off the grid Friday night, so you guys were going, you, Spadoni and Evan were tweeting about the game, and I couldn't get to the game. Saturday morning, I shook it up, and then I fired that baby up. Stoney, I wasn't there, but that was my 1985. Your 1985. The pleasure that you had watching the NBA preseason game. Not only can he be DPOY, he's introducing something that we're not accustomed to if this keeps up. It's blocking the perimeter, the three-pointers. And also, he can shoot, unlike Giannis. Not dissing Giannis. If a player was – Kobe got 81. If a player ever was to score 100, my bet is on Wemby. Steiny, that's how special this dude is.
Yeah, I think first and foremost, he's going to be an unbelievable defensive player. I mean, like the way they're playing in the NBA right now, he, to me, has an opportunity to do something that never would have been thought of ever, and that is that the same player
could be the
greatest perimeter defender in the game and also the greatest rim protector in the game.
Stoney, he don't have cement feet at all. He can move.
Might be the same player. I mean, he stands at the foul line and he can block a three-pointer and then take one step and get to the rim and block a shot. I mean, it's unbelievable.
And I felt like the Warriors I could read their brains. I told Evan this, that the little bubble up over their head, Stoney, was whatever they were going to do, they needed to know where he was at all times.
Mm-hmm.
It's just I put Spurs in the DVR. They made the library.
Yeah.
Boy.
Uncle Looney on the YouTube chat says Wembanyama needs to get his cardio up. No doubt.
He did say that too, though.
No doubt. And that's why I've been down on Popovich lately. Not that it matters, but
now why are you? Can you explain that a little bit?
Because he hasn't been into it for the last 5 years.
He's into it now.
Yeah, exactly. The one thing he's doing that I really like is he's clearly telling Wembanyama, look, I'm going to play in stretches, but when you play, you have to play as hard as you possibly can, try to impact every single play, and when you get tired, I'll take you out of the game. But he's not letting Wembanyama run up and down the court, getting loose, getting into it, finding his way into it. Nah, he's not doing that at all. He's teaching this kid, it looks like, that he's going to have to play really hard all the time. And if this kid can play hard, really hard all the time for 30 minutes on both ends, yowza.
And did you catch Pop? As much material as we run as a station, I didn't know if Pop, after the game, if you guys caught this when the reporter said, you've been re-energized because of Wemby. And he goes, who said that? He goes, Steve Kerr. And he goes, so what have I been doing the past few years? He goes, I haven't been depressed. I'm not in a dark room. He goes, Steve's an ass. But he was playing. But I'm with you, Stoney. How can Pop? He's got a brand new toy, man.
Yeah, for sure. The guy's going to be good if he can stay healthy.
Man, they play Wednesday night on ESPN. I think it's Dallas. I forget who they play, but I'll be watching.
Matt Steinmetz now, the Guru Johnson with you. We are at Chase Center. The opener tomorrow night right here, Phoenix at Golden State. Kevin Durant back in town. And
KD.
I'm sure they'll have a tribute to Kevin Durant before the game. And expect nothing more than a standing ovation. Although I got to tell you, I was a little surprised at the Summit. Do you remember? We played that game.
Well, that was a horror. Our Summit crowd's kind of hardcore.
Who's our new friend? Who's the PA announcer here?
Oh yeah, who had his rings
on? Matt Pittman. So I was pretending I was Matt Pittman at the at the Summit, but I said, pretend this is Chase Center on Tuesday night. How will you react? And I said, starting at forward for the Phoenix Suns, Kevin Durant.
You sound like most.
And there was 3 people that stood up. It was largely muted, and I was thinking, what are you kidding?
Well, now there's going to be thousands. I think there may be tears, emotion. KD might. I'm just telling you, Stoney, they had something. Steph, his documentary, underrated. For Kevin Durant to be at his, when he broke the 3-point record, like, their relationship, they were a lot tighter than a lot of people think. So I'm curious. I'll be checking Thug Tears to see if there's some emotion.
It's been a while, too. That's KD. The other thing. On the one hand, because they haven't played each other.
Right.
There's no bitterness anymore, but maybe there's also some, I'll say it, ambivalence.
Now, between Dre and KD,
long gone.
There could be some bitterness, Donnie. Well, they did a podcast. Come on, Goo. Come on.
That's a contrived relationship, as far as I'm concerned. Those are 2 guys that are smart and know how to play the game, and they're tight now. Yeah. So 888-957-9570 is the number. And the 49ers, they're going to play a game tonight without Trent Williams and without Deebo Samuel. And we'll see about Christian McCaffrey. So we got Brock Purdy tonight against Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins is a quarterback that Kyle Shanahan has not been shy about praising during his 7-year tenure as coach of the San Francisco 49ers. It's just no secret that he likes Kirk Cousins and he liked coaching him back in the day. And we'll see, because that's going to be part of the storyline tonight. I mean, what would be the best case scenario and worst case scenario if you're a 49er fan tonight?
You win 31-14. Brock Purdy throws for about 275, maybe 2 touchdowns. And Brock can also maybe just throw for 1 touchdown, no picks, no fumbles in the pocket, and they win at least by 10 or 13 points.
You know, we talk about, it's funny because we talk about what if this happens and what if that happens, and you say, well, the Jackals are going to come out, and I say, well, so what? Who cares? But the reality is that's kind of what we talk about. Yeah. And I agree with you. I mean, the 49ers, if they don't skip a beat tonight and their defense is pretty good and they hold this Minnesota team to 14, 17, or even 20 or below, you know, that's obviously a great game. But what would happen if Kirk Cousins dices up the 49er defense and Purdy struggles?
I know what's going to happen. It's going to be Armageddon.
We got some things to talk about at that point. At that point, I think we'll have something to talk about.
Can I share something with you and Evan?
Yeah.
So we know McCaffrey most likely is going to play, but he's going to tough it out. We know he's dealing with something, an oblique. We know Deebo, we don't know when we'll see him again, but he's injured. Trent Williams. Stoney, I was driving in today. No matter how you skin the cat, here we are, another 49er season. The train is nowhere off the track, but this one constant that just is a trait of a 49er season, again, you tell me if this qualifies, and it kind of just happened, injuries again. Like, injuries just follow this team. Now, I'm waiting for you to say, you know what? They follow every team.
They follow every team.
But here we are without Trent Williams, without Deebo, and an uncertainty on McCaffrey. So, you know what's happening? They were so just flawed, or there were no injuries to really be concerned about. Now, here we are again.
Right, like every team has to go through. I mean, look, your Cowboys lost a key player.
No doubt.
The Minnesota, I mean, it's just, like, I refuse
to just put it at the Niner doorstep like I'm trying to do.
It's like, you know what? Guess what? It's great that you have star players, but you know what's more important? Having depth. If your star players don't play, then you got to rely on depth. I mean, look at Cleveland. They lose Chubb, they lose their starting quarterback, and they win they win yesterday, and they beat the Niners the week before,
and gave up 100 to the Colts.
it's just Richardson gone for the Colts. I mean, it's just.
Everybody's dealing with it, is what you're saying.
Exactly. That's just the way I look at it. Like, somebody's going to go down in football.
So, about McCaffrey, I know we're up against it. I want to see Mitchell, and I want to see Mason. I want to see Ronnie Bell. I want to see Juwan Jennings. I want to see Ayuk bounce back.
You know, it's funny. The one guy you didn't mention is the guy that the morning show spent a lot of time talking about today, and that's George Kittle. George Kittle has been largely absent from this offense.
Outside of that Dallas game.
Exactly. So is tonight Kittle's night without Deebo Samuel offensively and perhaps Christian McCaffrey limited. All right. Hey, you have an opportunity to play knockout on the Chase Center floor, okay? You want to play at Chase Center? You want to shoot some hoop at Chase Center? Here's how you do it. Listen starting Monday, October 30th at 7:30 a.m., 12:30, and 4:30. Those are your chances to win. You'll have an opportunity to play knockout at Chase Center. We're going to give out 10 slots, as will all the shows. So the contest will run for 2 weeks. First chance is on Monday, October 30th. That's a week from today, 7:30, 12:30, 4:30, if you want to get a chance to play at Chase Center. Also, that segment brought to you by Cordelia RV Center.
Cordelia RV Center is your...
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from Chase Center on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Steiny and Guru with you. We're at Chase Center. Tomorrow night, Warriors season opener against the Phoenix Suns. Kevin Durant, Devin Booker.
Keep going. Clay.
Who else they got? They got Bradley Beal now.
Man.
No DeAndre Ayton, but...
And they got a damn good coach. What if I told you the other day I watched them play? I think it might have been Denver. I'm like, I like Vogel. He's in a good situation. How about that?
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Frankie.
I just threw this out on the text line, Does Durant get a standing O or not? And I thought it'd be yes, but...
what are you hearing?
Well, Uncle Looney says yes for sure. I'm sorry, not everybody. Damon Chang, absolutely Steiny.
Our dudes.
AJ Cruz, I think so, but when the ball tips, it's a different story. That's fine.
But we get that.
This guy Zicky, 01 Zicko, and he tends to be
I like him.
He says, no, I didn't say that. KD should get a standing O from Charles. Uncle Looney says you can't be mad. He left and still respect his time here.
Let me tell you what he really did.
Zicky says, nope, KD made his bed. He can sleep in it. No standing up.
Who said that?
Zicky.
Zicky, let me just tell you this because it's about to get sticky. The dude gave the Warriors in Dub Nation his Achilles. He gave you that.
That is true.
Steiny, we were doing pre and post at the station. Preach. I had a little tea. I had to go walk away from you.
That's not true.
Because I was the guy saying, could he go? Could he play? He's holding out.
Remember, before the game, you called him gutless.
Nah, I never used
One of the reasons he probably did play.
Dude.
And you're probably the reason that...
dude gave the Dub Nation his Achilles, man. It's going to be emotional.
I was with you till that. It's still just a basketball game. You know what I'm saying?
And then we got Lakers, Denver. The tip that'll be the first game before tomorrow night.
Yeah,
but
the real first game,
Raymond Ritter
is the San Francisco 49ers. But here comes Mike Dunleavy.
Big Mike, does he like he can still play? What's up, baby?
Let's go to Mike Dunleavy, general manager of the Golden State Warriors. What's up, Mike? How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. I feel like all I do is talk to you.
It's weird.
I show up and,
it's incredible.
Think I should make some trades or sign some players. No, you got to talk to these guys on 95.7. All right, here we go.
Well, you know what? I mean, I was thinking about that last year. I asked Steve Kerr about it. So you have a shoot around. Kerr's available. Then you have a game that night. He talks before the game. Then you have a game. He talks after the game. Then you have practice the next day. He's got to talk again. It's a lot.
Our wonderful PR guy, Raymond Ritter, is not going to like this, but there's too much access. Especially, honestly, factoring in nowadays, the Twitter and the social media stuff that guys are posting on their own. They're communicating with fans and the world as it is, and then you give all these different media access points, which is great and necessary, but it's probably a little too much.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking, before all the social media, there's so much stuff that comes out now, either through the players or through any entity. You have more information, and it also tends to make you ask about something that you thought was in the past, but somebody brought it up. You know what I mean?
Sure.
It's just... anything can pop up at any time.
I think from a media standpoint too. I mean, you guys could tell. I mean, I imagine you get tired of asking questions.
Yeah.
And you're trying to come up with things to ask. If you're seeing, Steve Kerr 3 or 4 times in 2 days.
Right.
It's just all right. He's available. Let's just throw some stuff out there. And almost not great for either side.
Right.
Mike, I'm super random. And you've been a part of this organization. I've seen you with Bob watching the game for years. And as much as you can, just share with us what's going on inside you, because tomorrow night it kicks off your era as the general manager. Is that I just got a different job? What are the emotions? Walk us through that, because it's got to be different.
Yeah, good question. We'll see how it feels tomorrow night. The one thing I do know is after the game, it will no longer be 0-0.
Right.
And so all this time, throughout the summer and, the draft and free agency and all that, building the team, now we're going to see what we got. And so I think it's exciting, and we'll get this thing going. And, I'm excited to see where we're at.
Let me ask you this, because I feel like each year takes on a different tone or a different theme. And I do sense a lot of excitement coming into this year from the fans and even from the organization. I think there's optimism. And I think one of the big reasons for that is Chris Paul. He has added maybe one little touch of urgency. And do you feel like this is the year that may decide if you have to transition or not at some point?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It just feels like that's been the case the last few years. We'll see how things go this year, and then we may have to pivot. I mean, that's been going on since, the COVID year, it feels like, and we had all these younger draft picks. So that's always in play, but we're really excited about this season. The optimism is there. I think a little bit of a fall off last season in terms of how we performed, and I think our returning players sense that, and certainly the new guys coming in, there's an excitement from them. Chris and Dario, Corey Joseph, those guys are infusing some excitement into the team, and we're in a really good place. And now we just got to go out and, produce and play and honestly stay healthy.
Mike, I was telling Steiny, I was like, Klay Thompson, I want him to get his contract before the season starts, and then he can just go out there and not have to have anything on his mind. You being a former player, can you talk to us about if he doesn't have that contract, which it looks like he won't have by tomorrow, like, is that a concern to the organization at all?
I don't think so. I mean, I think our intended plan all along is to make sure Klay's here as a Warrior forever. We really want that to happen, and you got to work through it. I mean, as far as deadlines go, there actually isn't one. We have the entire season, but we'll keep working, talking through stuff. As far as a player standpoint, I think it cuts both ways. One, I think it's nice to have something wrapped up, and on the other end, it's also nice to maybe feel like you got something to prove, so to speak. So I think Klay's going to go out and have a great year regardless of what happens, and we feel confident in being able to bring him back and have him be a Warrior for life.
Mike Dunleavy, general manager of the Golden State Warriors, joining us on 95.7 The Game. You got any? What's it looking like for Draymond tomorrow?
We'll see. I think Draymond's progressed well from his sprained ankle, and they're practicing today. We'll see what it looks like. I think he's truly day to day, and we'll see what unfolds in the next kind of 24 hours. But if he's not ready tomorrow, he'll be ready soon. And I think in preseason a lot of good stuff happened, but pretty clearly you can see we really need Draymond, and so I can't wait to get him back and get him in the fold.
Your dad played, again, you played, you watched a lot of basketball. When it was announced that the NBA, Mike was doing this in-season tourney, I came in hooting and hollering, what are they doing? And then I sat back and I was like, you know what, the other day, it's a part of 82. Can you share with us your thoughts and how different that's going to be? Because the games will not be at the team's, home court.
Yeah, I think in some ways the fact that it's, like you're saying, not too far outside the realm of what we already play with 82 games, and it's going to give you a little something in November when that's usually maybe a quieter time. You're past the start of the season and that excitement. Maybe you're looking forward to the holidays. Well, we got this gap in the season where football's kind of in vogue. Well, now we got something we're playing for in November, which is, I think, exciting. And I know our guys are going to be into it. And there'll be some games here at Chase. There'll be some games on the road. And then if we're fortunate enough to advance the tournament itself, the elite, I guess the Final Four will be in Vegas, which it just provides a new element. And then going back to the start, without going too far outside the confines of our normal season. So I think it's a really good plan, and we'll see how it unfolds.
Mike, what's the rule on you being able to comment on another player on another team? You can't?
You can. You just got to be careful about it.
Because, I want to ask you about Wembanyama, because I watched that game Friday, and, is it possible that the same player could be a dominant perimeter defender and at the same time a dominant rim protector?
Yeah, I guess this guy's got a chance to change the game in that realm. He's a heck of a talent, and he plays both sides of the floor really well. And he'll obviously keep getting better. And the Spurs got a good one. So I don't know how much more or less I can say, but I think everybody who was here in the building or watched the game was very impressed, and will continue to be impressed throughout the season.
How important? I remember talking to Chris Mullenweg back in the day when he was GM. He loved length because it was the one thing that bothered him. What kind of priority do you guys put on length?
Yeah, we value it a lot. You'll see with our guys, people a lot of times talk about with our group, we get any more big guys, any more tall guys. Really, the length a lot of times is more important. You look at a guy like Draymond Green, Kevon Looney. Like Draymond's got a plus 7 foot wingspan. Looney, when he raises his hands above his head, his standing reach is up there with 7 footers. And so that's really the main thing. Can you defend the rim and can you grab a rebound? So we don't get as much caught up in the height as we do, but length really helps. I mean, defensively, whether it's Andrew Wiggins, even Steph's got decent length, and that stuff matters. It just helps you getting a hand on a ball, bothering a shot. All those different things matter, and it's something when we evaluate in the draft and trades and different stuff. We always take that into account.
Mike, one of the cool things about what we do is each day we come in and just share with the listeners how we feel and what we see. Not always right, but I don't know the inner workings of the Golden State Warriors, but I do know that Steph's been spectacular, and I'm going back to last year before Game 7 against the Kings. It was public knowledge that he gave a speech that Saturday, and I keep telling my partner and the fans, and I just feel this way, if you could speak to it, I feel like Steph's being more vocal. Would you say that's a stretch, lightweight accurate? I just feel like he's taking more of a leader role.
Yeah,
vocally.
I think Steph overall, chooses his spots, and he's there every day as a leader in terms of his work ethic and the example that he sets. And then at games, you see it with his performance and his energy and joy, enthusiasm. Unbelievable leadership qualities. As far as being vocal, he picks his spots. I mean, I think it's tough day in and day out if people are constantly hearing the same voice. I think he recognizes that. So when he speaks, it's not every single day, but when he does, it's people listen, and that's really valuable.
Do you have any more roster decisions to make before tomorrow?
We really don't. We're rolling with 13 players to start the season. We'll have 3 two-ways on our roster, so 16 total available players. And, in a couple weeks, around November 6th, 7th, by that time, we'll have to add another 14th player, and we'll do so in that time. But for now, for tomorrow night, we'll have 13 guaranteed contracts, and like I said, 3 available two-ways, and we'll decide on those guys in terms of who's, active for the game or not.
Mike, you're going to laugh because my guy here gives me all kind of grief because, we're focused on the big stars, Steph, Dre, Clay, and then I always look at the roster. I'm excited about a lot of guys, but there's one guy in particular. He's my dark horse, Lester Quinones. Mike, to me, and I'm not Huey Brown, I feel like he has some Jordan Poole in him. Am I off base with that one?
Oh, I think that's fair. I mean, I think between mindset and just some of the wiggle and shake he has to his game with his ability to score the ball in bunches, we're high on Lester. We had him in our program last year. This is his second year back, and we've got him on a two-way right now. And, he's had a pretty solid preseason between games and practices. And, the good news, bad news for him is we've also had a lot of other guys have good preseasons. So there's a log jam for us in terms of getting playing time, but Lester's his potential and his growth plan is steady, and we're excited to see what he can do in this coming season.
He said wiggle. I see it. Mike sees it too.
Hey, how do you balance the fact that you kind of have a new team with Chris Paul because he's such an important player and the need to get off to a good start, and how much time you kind of give it to see how it's working and whether it's working as good enough as you want?
Sorry, say it one more time.
Yeah, and when will you think the difference between the adjustment of a new team needing to stay relevant and win? Is there going to be a point in the season where you're going to kind of make that decision?
Yeah, I mean, I think you always get a sense of your team pretty well out of the gates. The first 20 games, it's always a good barometer. We've got a tough start. Our first 9 games, 7 of 9 are on the road. The 2 home games are tough against Sacramento and Phoenix, so we're going to find out right away, in a sense. And who knows with Draymond's health if he'll be available tomorrow night or the first few games. We got to see how that plays out. But I think we already know in terms of this group that we have a good starting unit, and whether Chris is in that or not, we also have a really good bench. You've seen what Dario and Chris have done when they've been in there with that second unit, along with Clay and J.K. and Gary Payton. So we feel like we know where it's headed, but we got to get all the pieces together and really, really evaluate it.
Mike, a big topic this offseason was the starting and finishing lineup once you guys acquired Chris Paul. And I just immediately went to Kevon Looney. And I know each game and each team is different, but I was thinking if there were ever a game where he didn't finish the game, can you just speak to his personality where you just know that's the guy that'll be okay with it?
Yeah. I mean, Loon's the ultimate pro, as good of a teammate as there is. And that doesn't mean that guy night in and night out doesn't want to play and compete, and he does. He does that. And, he gives us great minutes. Him and Draymond are just such a good front court pairing, and he's so in sync with all of our guys and sort of the rock of our team. So, no matter how you cut it with him, he's, whether he's starting, finishing, playing a little, playing a lot, he's always willing to do his role, and that's what we appreciate him for.
Mike, appreciate it, man.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming up.
All right, guys.
Good luck,
thanks.
man.
We'll see you tomorrow. I mean, what?
I'm going to be
I'll
around.
say what's up.
I'm going to be around more this season, Raymond. I'm telling you that right now.
You hear him talking.
Because questions are going to need to be asked over the course of 82. No,
Thanks,
Mike,
guys.
thanks so much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Good luck this season. That's Mike Dunleavy, general manager of the Golden State Warriors. And it's his first year.
Yeah.
See what kind of team he put together. And I got to tell you this. I'm interested.
How
This
can you
season
not,
is going to be very interesting. I don't know where it's going to go. It could ascend. It could flatline, which would just mean stay the same, right?
Let me ask you my question about Looney. I mean, how much of a luxury, Steiny, in a league where, these guys are alpha males, to where maybe if you didn't want to piss off Evan or you didn't want to piss off Steiny, because if I told them you weren't finishing the game, by you on the bench, there could be blow-ups when, the average people don't see it behind closed doors. I mean, that is a luxury to know if you sit Goo down, Goo's going to be okay with it. Even if I'm mad, you know what I mean? That's got to mean something.
Like, there's two things going on, believe it or not, with Looney. Well, not believe it or not. I think, he's the one, yes, you're right. Out of the six guys, the top six, he's the one guy that Steve Kerr knows if I take him out of the lineup, I'm not going to lose him.
That's big.
If I take him out of the lineup, tomorrow he's going to come in and be the exact same person he's always been. No doubt about it. By the same token, because Looney's not a star, because he's a role player, he knows how to deal with that, and he has to deal with it. Otherwise, you know who he is? He's a player that's kind of a role player with a bad attitude.
Yeah, you don't want that.
Like, with all due respect to Looney, he's not good enough to have an attitude problem, because a coach wouldn't want a guy. I'm not saying he's not good. He's very good for this team. They don't, they're not as good without Looney, but he knows he's in the league in large part because in high school and in college and early in his career, he showed everybody that he could be a great professional, and he was not going to be an attitude problem. Like, that's one of the things that helped him get in the league, and it's one of the reasons why the Warriors love him.
Beautiful point. And you, Evan, and I were talking about the noise around the Giants manager situation with Mail.
There really isn't any.
Well, it looks like he's a leader in the clubhouse. But my point is, when you look at that Padre team, he had more than one person with a bad attitude, and that can derail a season, Stoney.
Melvin doesn't move the needle.
The needle is on the field. That's
Bob
what
Melvin
I want to tell people.
Okay. Yeah. No,
Bob Melvin ain't taking no ABs and throwing no pitches.
No, you're right.
So, yeah.
You're right.
I'm rooting for him, though.
I'm rooting for him, too. He just doesn't move the needle.
He saw me throw my first pitch. That heater. Yeah. I forgot about that.
He doesn't move the needle.
Who moves the needle for you?
Give us a manager. Okay, first of all, it's hard for a manager to move the needle, or a head coach, quite frankly.
Joe Madden. What about the former Cub manager? I don't know. He don't move the needle either?
Not anymore. Not anymore.
I'll give you not anymore.
Jim Leyland alive?
Yeah, Jim Leyland, yeah.
Yeah, a guy like that would move the needle, but he's not young enough anymore.
Newport
to do it. Yeah. I'm trying to think who would move the needle as a coach in any sport. I guess Deion has moved the needle in Colorado, but even that. Now we're halfway through his first season.
Different to me, because Deion's he's one of the best athletes of all time. He's going to move the needle if he's shopping at Nordstrom's. You know what I mean?
But for how long?
Well, that I think he's coming to the NFL soon.
So good to hear Dunleavy parrot what fans have been saying on the show about the Clay contract. Maybe we can back off the drama now. I don't know if there's drama.
Well, nobody said that.
I don't know if there's drama, but it
you don't want him thinking about it. That's all, and that's natural. Okay,
well, he's got to think about it.
What if he's notorious getting off to slow starts, too? Don't bury that. Remember that, Stoney.
I know. I mean, and all I'm saying is nobody's saying there's drama, but when you talk about this upcoming season for the Golden State Warriors, you go into it exactly the same way you go into last year. We were talking about, Bob Myers. He's on the last year of his deal, and he's not re-signed.
I got that.
That was during the season. What else was during the season? Is Draymond going to opt out, or is Draymond not going to opt out? That was an issue during the season. Did it manifest itself into making the team worse? I don't know. There was a lot that happened last year. So now we go into this season. And as of right now, Steve Kerr doesn't have a contract. And Klay Thompson doesn't have a contract for after this year. So it's not a matter of drama. It's a matter of acknowledging facts before the season and you all determining whether it matters or not. But I'll tell you right now, in here, it either does or it doesn't, and everybody knows it. You think Klay's Klay may be totally fine. Klay may be a little concerned, or Klay may be upset. Who knows? Well, the team knows, and that's what's most important.
There you go. And he's basketball emotional because he's a real one, Klay, and I believe he shares with us all the time how he's feeling, and that's why I keep going back to last week's IG post with the Tupac, Me Against the World, like, where was that stemming from? And it could have something to do with Rocco. I don't know, but I felt like that was basketball related. So we're all rooting for him. We're rooting for the team, and Stoney starts tomorrow night.
By the way, a couple days ago, the Warriors, they let go of your guy, Rudy Gay.
I saw it. I've been hearing the Kings. I got some sources saying the Kings could use a savvy vet like a Rudy Gay. He's been on there before, but I'm hoping. Stoney, you said he was trying to make the team.
I didn't understand why everybody assumed he was going to make the team. I just didn't. He's been in the league 18 years. Yeah. He's a hell of a guy, great player. But
I was stuck on old Rudy Gay. Like I'm not saying he still don't have no game.
Gay now.
The good, younger, older Rudy Gay.
Gotcha.
Good meaning young.
He's a pro.
He was cool, man.
I hope he latches on with somebody. Steiny Guru with you. We're at Chase Center right now, where the Golden State Warriors season starts tomorrow against the Phoenix Suns. Kevin Durant back. Chris Paul's debut as a Golden State Warrior. I tell you what, it's going to be very exciting to see how this thing starts. And I'm talking about the Golden State Warriors. And I'll tell you what else is going to be fun. Tonight's game against the Minnesota Vikings and the San Francisco 49ers. Where are you watching the game, Goo?
Norms. I'll be in the Union. Yeah.
All right. Sipping?
No, you know what? I'm changing that. We're going to be at Chaplin's. I'm bringing Norm to Chaplin's. Yeah, we're going to watch the game there.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Should I come through?
You could. That means he won't have it. Let's take minus one.
Hey.
Yeah, minus 290. No, it's not. No show. We got.
Oh, really? No, we got a minute. We got.
Fedoni said break.
What happened to you on Friday? You're going to chastise me for not showing up?
I had to do something for the family. And there was Street saying you want to apologize about something. Not anymore.
Hey, it's a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Steiny Guru will be right back on 95.7.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
We unfortunately have a really bad situation going on in Hayward.
You can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
Traffic is still jammed from Whipple, but I can see it starting to...
live from Chase Center on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Matt Steinmetz and Darryl the Guru Johnson with you, and joining us right now is television analyst Kalena Azubuike. You can hear him on the call on NBC Sports Bay Area. Not tomorrow for Tuesday's game, but all season long. He's with Bob Fitzgerald. And Kalena, welcome, man.
Thank you, man. Good to see you guys.
Yeah, let's start out with something. How's your golf game?
You know what? It's funny you asked that because my last golf outing didn't go so well. Okay. I had a little bit of a back injury, a strained something, collapsed something. But it started during the week. I was trying to do a little too much in the weight room. I was feeling too good about myself. I was getting stronger and everything, and I just did a little too much. And then I went to golf after that. But actually, the first 9 holes, I shot like a 41 at Portugal.
Okay,
And then it happened on the 10th hole, so I was on my way to something good. So I'm usually in the 80s, low 80s, high 80s, depending on how I'm feeling that day. But it's going to be a while till I get back out there, unfortunately. How's your golf game?
There you go. Thank you very much.
I know that's what he wanted.
So something happened Saturday that unprecedented. I shattered my best round of all time.
Wow.
I shot a 76.
Unbelievable.
And it was a Metropolitan, so I'm not saying it was at Olympic Club, but
hey,
never had a 79 one time. Mostly I'm in the mid-80s, but
I've seen it. That's great, man. Congrats.
Thank you. And then I played the next day and had an 86, 47 on the front. There you go. I hate you.
That's nice, man. I've only been in the 70s once.
Yeah, it's fun.
It's tough to be in the 70s.
It is.
Respect.
I got to do this. I got to give you some love. Before we get into the team, you're part of the team. But, Kalena, I got to tell you, man, you and Fitz, I've always loved Fitz, but it's like Kobe and Shaq, Batman and Robin.
Wow.
Talk to us about your journey and how comfortable you are, man, because I said this to Bonte. I think you started before Bonte. I'm proud of him, and I'm proud of you, man. You have just, do you go home and listen to footage? How did you go to the lab and approach, getting to where you're at now?
Thank you, Guru. I appreciate you saying that. I'm enjoying it. I love watching. I've always been competitive, so I like to go back and watch and just see how I can get better.
It's hard.
That's kind of how I started. When I first started this broadcasting thing, before it, I went to this 3-day boot camp thing that the NBPA put on called Broadcaster U's at Syracuse, a great broadcasting school. And that's kind of how we were all doing it. They would give us 5-minute talks, and then we'd go watch ourselves. They'd put us in front of the camera. We'd be going through the gauntlet. We'd do radio. We'd do simulated color. We'd do stand-up, studio. And we would just watch ourselves after that and look at ourselves and go, okay, are we being natural? Did I say what I wanted to say? Was I concise? All these different things. You're just kind of watching to get better. Then the next time you go on, you have those things in mind. You just get better. So that's how I've always done it. I'm feeling really comfortable. Fitz makes it easy. Enjoy working with him, and we're just having a great time. This is the best gig in the business.
You got it going, man.
I got to be honest. Not to say that other teams aren't great, but we're watching Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green. There's always something to talk about. These guys play with so much joy. The brand of basketball is exciting, so I feel blessed.
Yeah, I mean, I'll second the thing you said about Fitz, because I worked with him a while ago, and he just makes it easy. He really does. He makes it easy. He's got no ego on the air. Let me throw this at you. Everybody's talking about Klay Thompson. He's going to go into the season without an extension. I don't remember exactly your contract situation when you got a multi-year deal, but I got to believe every year early in your career you were playing without a contract, and the idea of, it's going to be on his mind. Wasn't a contract on everybody's mind or a lot of players' minds?
Absolutely. I saw something he posted. He's like, me against the world energy. That's the kind of energy I'm on all season. That's great. He's not going to go rogue and start playing differently or start playing selfishly because he's like that. No, he wants to have a great season, which is great for the Warriors, right? So no one should be worried about that. I think it's a good thing. He is a super confident player, and he knows what he brings to the table. Obviously, he wants a certain amount of money. The negotiations are going to be what they are. I'm sure that's going to be a delicate thing because this is a beloved guy, and I'm sure everybody wants him back. And so I think he's going to have a great season. I think he's had an amazing summer, and he looks ready to go. He's pretty much in midseason form. The last game whatever, but he's going to be fine. I think he's going to be fine. And look, they're going to be looking for him. It's going to be the same old Clay. You're going to get him coming off his screens, looking to take the shots that he feels like he can take, which is almost every shot. He's looking for open shots. The gravity of the defense, he's still willing to make passes coming off of those pin downs. Defenders are on him. He's still willing to give it up and make the right play. So as long as he's not rushing and forcing it and trying to do a little too much, he should be fine. I think he's learned that, especially from this last year where he had a great season. Just during the playoffs, he even admitted he got a little tired, maybe was a little fatigued, but during the season, I thought he was amazing, his highest points per game average of his career. So I think he's going to follow it up with another good one.
Let me ask you this. Jonathan Kuminga, he had flashes last year, but we could all, look at each other and say it didn't end the best for him. And I felt like Wiggins being gone, coming back, kind of threw him for a loop. And Kalina, this is not just about his scoring output in the preseason. I've always been high on him. But I got to be honest, when we didn't know if Dre were coming back, I think so much of Kuminga, I were like, are they going to give it to him the opportunity? Because I feel like he's got that skill set. What advice would you give him right now going into this year? Because one of my, I don't want to say fears, Kalina, is I don't know if the role that he's in is big enough for him, but I always hear in the NBA, and you played, you got to earn everything you get. So, what advice would you give him approaching this season?
Just about consistency, and obviously you want to make sure you're staying away from mistakes. Anything that's going to annoy Coach Kerr, stay away from the turnovers. But I think he's ready. I think he's ready to take that next step. From what I've seen from this preseason, he had a great summer, played a lot of pickup with Chris Paul. I think we'll see that rapport continue to grow throughout the season. But just be solid and trust yourself. He's worked on his post game. You can see that. Yeah. I think he's going to be a little bolder with that, calling for it, maybe even coming down in transition and just backing someone in all by himself without passing the ball and making great decisions. And when he's got that mentality to be aggressive, he can still kind of let the game come to him. Look for your opportunities, go ISO, but still make the right play. That second defender comes over, go ahead and dish it off, and it's going to be reciprocated later. You're going to be in pick and rolls where you're getting easy buckets. You're going to be in the short corner where guys are just throwing lobs. They're going to make it easy for you. So I don't think he has to force anything. I think everybody on this team realizes they have a weapon in Kuminga, and they're looking to use him. And I think a lot of what's happened in the preseason is going to continue. Maybe not the high scoring numbers like we've seen, but he's going to be up there. He's going to make a jump in his scoring numbers from last season. And another thing I would tell him, be a monster on the boards. See if you can get 7, 8 a game and use your athleticism. Go get some offensive rebounds, especially if you're on the wing or in the corner. A lot of times you can get rebounds easier from there, get defensive rebounds, and you can push it yourself, and you're making the play. You dictate the action. So I think he's going to be in a lot of positions where he's got to make the decision, make the right decision. And it shouldn't always be you shooting, but a lot of times it can be. And a lot of times it can be you going to the basket because you got that in your game. And then I think the three-point shooting, it's been great this preseason. I think he's going to make a jump there from last season as well. So you can kind of rely on that maybe a tiny bit more, but your default should be getting downhill.
The default start.
Get downhill, make a play, finish.
What'd you think of Wembanyama?
Man.
He's different. He's built different, and he looks like he's ready, too. I don't think the hype is going to be too much for him. Just when you listen to him talk, this is a mature kid. Yeah. Mature man. He looks like he knows what he wants. He's got that self-motivation. He's driven from within. He's seeing all the right things. I just hope he stays healthy. Yeah, and I think he's going to put on weight as he goes in his career. And he seems like he's got his training staff and everything figured out off the floor and figuring out ways to make sure he gets the best out of himself. But on the floor, I said this the other night, I think he's going to win Defensive Player of the Year before he gets recognized for anything offensively.
I agree. I mean, I've never seen a player with the potential to be a difference maker on the perimeter and as a rim protector.
Blocking shots on the perimeter.
Did
you see that? These are the Warriors.
Exactly.
The Warriors are the best 3-point shooters in the league, basically, and they were struggling to figure out how to gauge. Okay, is he close enough? Or is he too close? Or should I?
Where's he at? Is what I told Snotty. I felt like they were all thinking. Where's he at?
Yeah. It's crazy, man. It's startling how long he's got an 8-foot wingspan. I know. Imagine trying to navigate that and figure out where he's at. Man, it's tough, man. And then obviously offensively, he can do everything. So. I'm looking forward to watching it play. I just want him to stay healthy.
Yeah, me too. Hey, Coletta, thank you so much for joining us. As always, man, have a great season.
And congrats on you just got married. Welcome to the club.
A couple months ago. He's into it now.
I hadn't seen him.
I'm over a year in now, actually.
Oh, that's like...
That's a
long-term marriage already.
We had a wedding celebration not too long ago.
And that's what I saw on Facebook.
Yeah, that's what you saw. That's what you saw.
Boy. Congrats anyway, man.
And I'm not saying congratulations on a year. Step by step.
It's something. Appreciate y'all.
Take it easy. That's Colin Azabuki. You can hear him with Bob Fitzgerald calling Warriors games this year on NBC Sports Bay Area. It should be a great year for the Warriors. Really looking forward to that.
And he's excited about Wemby. That was just, man, Steiny.
I mean, look, you can be a Warrior fan and a basketball fan. It's possible to everybody.
Man.
But, yeah, Wembanyama was pretty good the other night.
Yeah.
Pretty good the other night. Thank you to Coletta. We are at Chase Center. Steiny and Guru with you. The Warriors season opener tomorrow against the Phoenix Suns. Kevin Durant in town.
Oh, man.
And that should be a lot of fun. And tonight, got Monday Night Football. Dun, 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 dun.
Hey,
dun,
go all the way.
By the way, I don't want to put you on the spot. I really don't. But you've already gotten a lot of response to people who think that you may, in fact, be at Chaplin's tonight.
Oh, I'm going to be there.
All right.
Yeah. What up, Alfred?
All right.
Yeah.
All right, what's going on? We got Brandon Schneider joining us right now on 95.7 The Game.
How you doing?
I got to get your bio, buddy, and I go way back with you, so I don't feel bad about doing it. Give me Schneider's update. President of Business Operations has to be one of them, right?
Yeah, just president.
Okay.
Just president.
Just president.
Keep it simple.
There you go.
Well, welcome, the President of Business Operations and just all-around president. Let me ask you this. I mean, you're one of, I don't know how many people were with this team before Joe Lacob bought it, but you were.
That's true.
So, how many people are of the originals or the people who were here before Joe? And, that must not have been easy going from one ownership group to another and ascending.
So I don't know the answer to how many people were here. I think at this point, I've been with the Warriors in my 22nd season.
Wow.
I think there's 9 people that have been here longer than me.
Mm-hmm.
Eric Hausen, you guys know Marcus Huffman. That's that's 2 of them.
Right.
What I will say is I was one of 8 VPs and a president, and within a year and a half, I was the only one left.
Right.
So what I like to say is I think they just needed somebody to know where the bodies were buried. That's what allowed me to keep my job.
Well, that's amazing. It had to be more than that, though, seriously. Go ahead, Goo.
No, I was just going to ask you, speaking of where you started and where you seen this organization come from, Joe Lacob joined our morning show last week, and I'll never forget the Chris Mullen retirement night and the booze. Do you ever, Brandon, pinch yourself coming into work now where you guys are at 4 championships later and the likes of Draymond Green, Steph Curry, and Klay Thompson being the face of the franchise and playing ball in this new cathedral?
You know, it's funny. You're working so hard day to day. I don't know that we do as good of a job as we should do it, thinking about what we've been through. And I think part of it is because it's not done, right? we got opening night tomorrow. We're still going. Right. But what you're saying is totally right. I mean, people don't remember, there was an 18-year span where we made the playoffs once.
Wow.
And that's in a league where 16 out of 30 teams make it. I mean, it's kind of hard to do, actually. So that ended in 12-13 when we went and started this current run. So you had that sort of backdrop. And then when Joe and Peter bought the team, everything changed. I mean, I think we all know November 2010 was the biggest turning point. And then to go through, the success. I mean, look, 6 finals appearances, 4 championships in the last 9 years, the 3 Hall of Famers that you're talking about, among others. I mean, we just had Andre, who just announced his retirement, and now we got another one on the team with Chris Paul. And then you said, we're sitting here in Chase Center, which, is a building that we're really proud of. Obviously, $2.1 billion privately financed. So the investment was there from Joe and Peter. But yeah, no, it's been an incredible run, and we're looking forward to another season to extend it.
Let me ask you this, Brandon, because we're talking to Brandon Schneider, President and Chief Operating Officer of the Golden State Warriors. So you've been here 22 years. That puts you here in the early 2000s. And, with the Eric Musselman, et cetera, how much bigger is this organization than it was 20 years ago? I mean, I'm talking about in terms of departments and employees and branches of an organization starting that have never been there before.
So it's actually a very good question. It's funny for those listening. It's like, well, I don't know, what do you mean? Right. When I started here, I think we had about 75 people. Today we have 584.
Exactly.
So just the sheer and that's just full-time employees, by the way. We've got another 4,000 part-time employees, 1,500 people per game. You're talking ushers and security guards and ticket takers and box office and food and beverage, all those things. And then in terms of the breadth of what we do, all those employees aren't here. We've got people in Santa Cruz running our G League team. We've got people in Los Angeles running our esports teams. We've got Golden State Entertainment. We're investing in technology companies. So we've expanded into all these other businesses, not to mention concerts, right? Putting on, we have more concerts and other events here than we have Warriors games. And then the latest thing that everyone heard about a couple weeks ago, we just bought an expansion WNBA team that'll start playing here at Chase Center in 2025. So, we started as a basketball team, as a tenant at Oracle Arena, and we've transformed into this sports, entertainment, technology, real estate company that we are today.
I'm curious. We just had Kalin in here, and we talked about his journey. Mike Dunleavy was in here, and I talked about his transition from a player to where he's at now. And, Brandon, for the people listening that want to be the next Brandon Schneider, from afar, I'm always curious because you're a big part of this thing that is the Golden State Warriors. How do you self-analyze yourself over the years to where you get better or things you can work on? I'm always curious because I always apply that to the players, but also to the executives.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think just like anything else, you get a job or anything you do in life. Like, I have a 6-year-old son, and one of the things we talk about is just do the very best you can do at everything you do. Like, if you're going to play soccer or basketball, baseball, or you're going to go to school and do math or whatever, everything you do the best you can do. I mean, that's the simplest way to say it. And I think nowadays you look at, and we have, I said, 584 people that work with us, and we try and teach them, the right habits. Like, come in, do your job really well, and be a team player. Like, figure out what things you can do to help the organization, because it's not about Brandon Schneider or Raymond Ritter or anybody else. It's about the Golden State Warriors. So what can you do to help the greater good? And in our case, ultimately, what we're trying to do, number one, win championships. And luckily, we've done some of that, hopefully more to come. We want to do great things in the community, and we want to provide incredible experiences for our fans all over the world, but specifically here in the Bay Area, people coming to Chase Center.
So, in essence, you have some employees that have nothing to do with the team itself, right?
So you're talking about Santa Cruz or esports?
No, I'm talking about who books concerts in here.
Yeah.
They don't overlap with what the Warriors do, right?
Yeah, totally separate. But, what we work to do, Matt, is we want to make sure everyone feels like we're one organization. So we have people doing all these different jobs, but we have just like a company outside of sports, a mission, vision, values to say, here's what we're trying to accomplish as an organization. And fans listening, all what we think, when we think Golden State Warriors, you think Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Steve Kerr, right? And rightfully so. But there's a lot going on behind the scenes. So to specifically, being exact, yes, the people that are booking concerts, that's really their focus, but we want to have a lot of cross-pollination, so we're all working together as a team. The sum of the parts is greater than the individual pieces, right? And that really is something that's important to us.
Tomorrow, it's a natural excitement. It's the beginning of a new year. And we were on remote last week, and we asked the fans, what does Kevin Durant deserve? And I told my partner, I'm excited, not just for the season, as I'd mentioned, but the applause he's going to get, or I'm going to give him. Brandon, can I ask you, what does Kevin Durant's time in a Warrior uniform mean to you?
I think you said it really well. So specifically, what does it mean to me? He was an incredible part of this incredible era that we've had. Look, I'm a diehard Bay Area sports fan, just like everyone else, hopefully listening. I grew up in the Bay, so I've been here my whole life other than college. So, to get to be a part of, and look, I work here, but for all of us as fans, to get to be a part of this era, to go to the finals 6 times in 9 years, win 4 championships, like that just doesn't happen, especially in modern era of sports. Like when we went to the finals 5 years in a row, no one in the NBA had done that since the Celtics in the 60s. By the way, there was like 8 teams in the league back then. The Islanders did it in hockey in 1984. That was the last team in any major sport. So for us as fans to get to go through this era, and then you look at Kevin Durant, he was only here 3 years. What did we do in those 3 years? We won 2 championships, and then we went to the finals, and if we hadn't had injuries, who knows? We might have won a third. So, when you think about the significance and just the way he did it too, right? I mean, he came here, was entrenched in the community, Boys and Girls Club, all the different things that he was a part of. So he was like the perfect teammate for all of us. We are so just appreciative of his time, and I know the fans will be too. The only thing that's weird about all of it is his last year here was 2018-19, and he did play here once, but it was during COVID when I was here with like 100 of my closest friends. Like, our fans haven't had a chance to see it, so it's been 4 years, which is kind of weird, but he's going to get an incredible ovation tomorrow night, and it's obviously very well deserved.
No doubt. Brandon Schneider joining us here on 95.7 The Game, President and Chief Operating Officer of the Warriors. One of the things we talk about a lot is the Warriors, and my mind always goes to the future and what's going to happen down the road. The players are getting a little older. Let me ask you this: have you, as a business entity, strategized at all about what happens after Steph Curry leaves?
Well, no. Yeah, exactly. Is that ever going to happen?
Do you have to?
So I'll say
from a strategic standpoint.
No, it's a totally fair question, man. I'm going to answer in 2 ways. So the answer is yeah, you have to, but I wouldn't even say it's specifically that, because we talked about 5 minutes ago. We had an 18-year span where we were not good, and then you transitioned to good. And a lot of what we've done, we've kept the same. Like, we treat people the same way. Back then we couldn't lose one season ticket holder because there was no one waiting to come in. Now we've got 40,000 people on a wait list for season tickets. But our goal is to not act like that. Like, we want to treat you the same way we did when we didn't have someone waiting in line. So we do talk about, like, how do we continue to move things forward, whether the team's good or not. Because in sports, you have ups and downs. Now, if Joe Lacob was sitting here, he would disagree with that. He would say we're always going to be good. But nonetheless, to your point, we definitely talk about, like, what can we do? And part of that was building Chase Center. Like, we want to make sure you have an unbelievable experience. And obviously, the product on the court or the concert's a big piece of that. But the food and beverage and the transportation, everything about it. And then the work we do in the community, we think is important. Like, we're so fortunate to have incredible support from everyone across the Bay. We want to pay that forward. We want to give that back and make sure we're helping. Our foundation's given out over $30 million in the last several years, all through the Bay, educational equity. So all that's really important to us. And then the other thing I would say, Matt, like, you asked specifically about when Steph moves on, but just, I would say, look, getting to watch Steph Curry, like, we are all so fortunate over the last now 15 years, this will be his 15th season, to get to watch one of the best players of all time who's successful, but the way he does it, what a good person. We can go on and on about Steph Curry, but a lot of it's like, again, that invariable up and down. And I think because of the investment from Joe Lacob and Peter Guber, like, we're always going to be good. Like, these guys have never taken a dollar out of this thing. So everything we do gets reinvested, whether it was to build Chase Center, privately financed, $2.1 billion, crazy, or to build the basketball team. And there's, that's going to continue.
Wow. Appreciate it, man.
No doubt. Good stuff.
There's something about this season that's got me really excited. I think it's the unknown, but best of luck to you. Thank you for joining us. Brandon Schneider, President and Chief Operating Officer of the Golden State Warriors.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Thanks. All righty. Matt Steinmetz, Dow the Guru Johnson, live from the Chase Center where the Golden State Warriors open up their 2023-24 regular season. It's all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
This October 28th through 29th, visit us at the San Francisco Zoo for Boo at the Zoo on October 28th from 12.
Westchester.
That's right. That was who they put. Yeah.
Guru, Chase Center. Season opener tomorrow. Phoenix Suns, Kevin Durant.
Man.
Devin Booker. Bradley Beal.
Boy.
Full house, Chase Center. Standing ovation for KD, you would think.
Video tribute, probably. I'm guessing.
But before that game tomorrow, the 49ers play on Monday Night Football against the Minnesota Vikings.
Tonight.
And they got to win to keep up with the Eagles, who won 31-17 last night against the Miami Dolphins.
And get rid of that stain that was the Cleveland game.
Yeah.
That was not their best work.
No doubt about that. No doubt about that. By the way, but my guy, I called it. I saw him a couple times at Shepherd.
Who is this?
Tyson Bagnet, baby.
Spadoni's listening. Don't bring that up.
Why? What happened? He won a game for the Bears.
Tyson Bagent. You didn't even watch the game.
Look at Spadoni.
Hey, his last game apparently was against Westchester State University.
Don't worry about his last game. Worry about his last name, Steiny.
You hear that pain? No, why are you rubbing the bruise?
That's a 4.
Yeah.
It's a 4.
Why are you trolling our guy?
I didn't know that. I didn't even know they beat the Raiders. I just know that my
Raider fans are out on everything that's going on. Look at the smile.
My guy Beignet is pretty good. Hey, look, I root for Division II and Division III players. I'm sorry, Spadone.
Isn't that what you order in France? Beignet, right?
Yeah.
Give me 2 beignets.
Yeah. Listen, if the Raiders have proven one thing this year, it's they're very resilient. I wouldn't count them out.
What?
I wouldn't count them out.
But the way you said it, come on. After they look like they didn't even want to tackle. They look like guys were getting out the way. I got a threat with about 8 Raider fans. I need to add Spadoni. Dude, they were hot. They were finished. Baron Davis went on IG, said, Baron Davis?
Who's he?
Please, a legend.
He's a fan.
He called the head coach a dweeb. Called for his job. I'm just telling you how the streets are feeling.
They're 3-4.
Forget the math. Dude, that was a win. Everybody, they were supposed to be 4-3.
I can't stand when people do this.
That was a dub.
There are no automatic wins in the NFL.
Yeah.
That's why it's the NFL.
That was as close as you could get.
Please.
What's the guy's name? The quarterback.
What is it, Spadone?
Tyson Bagent.
Bagent,
not Beijing. Shout out to
Bagent. Bagent.
Bagent. Yeah. A little bit like Bobby Herbert.
He played good.
But it's Hebert?
Come on.
No, he's fine.
I know he was.
He's fine. 49ers tonight are going to be without Trent Williams, Deebo Samuel, and we'll see about Christian McCaffrey, though it looks like he's going to play.
Is that line going to hold up? I mean, that affects Purdy, man.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It absolutely does. We'll see. We'll see. And look, the Vikings, they have a good quarterback.
Yeah, no Dalvin Cook, no Justin Jefferson. I know Cook's somewhere else, but it's like I just can't tell you, Steiny, how they do it, but I wouldn't have told you the Colts could have gave the Browns a game. With that
let alone score 38 points. Against that defense that shut down San Francisco.
But that defense has some stellar plays. But they still, that was not an A game. But if you watch that game, you could.
I didn't.
Miles Garrett is a beast. Him and T.J. Watt. Forget Bosa and Parsons right now.
Let me be devil's advocate for 1 minute.
Al Pacino.
Oh, no, that was Watt. Never mind.
Uh-oh, what happened?
Well, I mean, how good could Miles Garrett have been if he lay on 38 points? I'm saying.
Well, he blocked a field goal. He jumped over the dude.
I thought you weren't allowed to do that.
No, if you touch somebody, you can't do it.
Oh, I got you. I got you. 888-957-9570 is the number. And we're talking Niners and a little Warriors if we get a guess. But my question for Niner fans is, should Christian McCaffrey play tonight? I mean, should he play? We're going to be without Deebo Samuel. You're going to be without Trent Williams. You're 5-1. You're at Minnesota. I don't know if he should play or not. but my strong feeling would be the opponent should have nothing to do with this game.
Okay.
If it were the Vikings, I want the same decision made as if it were the Bears or if it were the Philadelphia Eagles.
I got
really
a theory
do.
for you.
I think it's too early in the season to start playing the game of, well, I think we can beat him without him, but we need him to beat that team.
I got a theory
sit
for
him
you
or
too.
play him.
You and Evan.
Yeah.
As soon as you said that, it just struck me. Steiny, you talk about, to me, remove the opponent. We just saw Brock Purdy have his worst game as a pro. Okay, we all can agree to that. If you were to sit Christian McCaffrey, do you think maybe management or the coaching staff is a bit fearful of, okay, here's the answer to his first bad game, and he's doing it without the luxury or the security blanket of McCaffrey?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Like, if I'm the coaching staff, do I want Brock Purdy to answer his worst game without McCaffrey? Because we already have established it's going to be more difficult without Trent. But you sit McCaffrey, I'm not saying he can't do it, but I know this, it would be more difficult.
Would the 49ers still be favored? I think so, right?
I got to believe yes. I'm going to say yes.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's go to, our main man, Antonio. Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. Wants to talk about tonight's big game. A legacy game, I think, for Brock Purdy in Minneapolis. They're going to be blowing the horn. What's going on, Antonio?
Yeah, I think Brock Purdy's going to bounce back, man, because...
Need a little volume on Antonio. I can't do it.
What happened?
Antonio, we'll talk to you in a sec. We got to figure out...
Way to represent call.
No, I can't...
Well, we could... Go ahead.
Yeah, I was having trouble hearing him, Spino. Go ahead, Antonio. I'll try to listen, though.
Okay, yeah. Brock Purdy's going to bounce back tonight. He's going to have 3 touchdowns. And the Niners are going to win, man, because, honestly, man, we're a way better team. I mean, we got guys out. Hopefully, Deebo comes back healthy for the Eagles game. And Trent, we need those guys healthy all the way. And McCaffrey, I think he should play if he's healthy. Supposedly, the doctor said he can't re-injure it. But if he can't re-injure it, then play.
I never understand that. Do you, Antonio? That's, I don't know if it's my parents, but I got to challenge that. What do you mean he can't hurt it worse? Of course he can, right?
I'm trying to come up with an analogy.
Yeah. I mean, it seemed like he could, but they said he can't. So, like I said, I never understood either.
Antonio, are you worried about Kirk Cousins and the fact that he's got the ability to pick apart that defense?
No, because he's like a Derek Carr, Matt Stafford. I'm not worried about Kirk Cousins, Kirk Brothers, Kirk sisters, none of that.
Wow, that's a 4.
Quarterback, not worried. Hashtag not worried.
All right, I give it to you. That's Antonio.
Yeah,
he's among the most optimistic Bay Area sports fans, in fairness, and.
Let me give you some numbers. He
actually looks a touch like Steph Curry, Antonio.
Yeah, he does.
We've met him out.
Yep, 14 touchdowns to 4 picks.
He looks younger than you think he is,
no
Antonio.
Doubt.
Yeah,
and I'm the one that dubbed him the chef.
A little bit of baby face.
We used to have it.
I still do.
Oh.
I'm looking at it.
Let me see.
Collared shirt does a lot.
I saw you.
Yeah. What were you going to say?
No, I just Cousins 14 tugs to 4 picks and 1,679 yards, 90.
Listen, if he's got time to throw, he's a good quarterback.
But he shouldn't, right?
Why?
This D-line's going to get after it.
Who?
Big
Who on the defensive line?
Bosa and Hargrave. Big games for them tonight. They're going to wreak havoc.
See Jalen Carter again yesterday?
Boy, he's just a natural, strong country dude, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oof, I'll tell you what.
What about those Kelly Green unis? The A's Kelly Green, the Eagles green, and the Celtics road green and money green. Not Draymond, the actual money green.
Antonio looks more like Seth Curry, according to Damon Chang.
Nah, he looks just like Steph. I've seen him.
He kind of does.
Yeah.
He looks a little bit like Steph.
Damon Hayden.
By the way, 510, and take this for what it's worth on the Comcast business text line. Puka Nacua, the receiver for the Rams.
Puka Doncic. That's
played
what
3 games with an oblique. Y'all are too scared for CMC. Have a little confidence. It's from the 510.
All right.
He's right. Grow up.
All right.
Toughen up. 49ers can win without CMC, says the 650. Cousins is like Stafford. He'll give the 49ers a couple of throws that will be that'll be picked off.
Put some respect on Stafford's name now. He has a ring. Cousins doesn't.
Kirk Cousins is exactly the most. Oh, okay, this is a good one. Let's talk about this one, 925. Because this is, look, Cousins and Purdy are taking center stage. We've got the 49ers quarterback that Kyle Shanahan is believing in, and we've got a quarterback that we know Kyle Shanahan has believed in the past. Kirk Cousins, according to the 925, Goo, how do you feel about this?
Tell me.
Kirk Cousins is exactly how most of the people in this country speak about Brock Purdy, the way they spoke about Jimmy G. Just an observation from a traveler. Okay, fair. What do you think?
I'm going to say no. And the reason I'm going to say no is Kirk, it's never been a matter of arm strength or throws. I think Jimmy and Brock Purdy, I think we can agree they don't have the strongest arm. But Kirk, Steiny, he can make every throw on the football field. It's just about his errors when they happen.
Do you ever stop and think that some of the reason why mistakes happen with quarterbacks on teams that aren't Super Bowl teams is because the quarterback's trying to do too much? Because he has to?
Well, you're going to tell me in the playoff game last year against the Giants, who cares? He did put up they had 24 points. But, fourth down and you throw 3 yards and you don't throw it at the sticks. That's the type of stuff. If it's incomplete, just give us a chance. Throw it to the marker.
Right. You know what else is part of it? You know what else people say?
What?
Or people don't say? Most drops. The Minnesota wide receivers have the most drops of any other team in the league. Oh, that's, you know what though?
And he's still putting up numbers.
No. That's.
I gave Kirk his props.
He's not really delivering the ball perfectly, Cousins. So
I didn't
that
say
means
that.
he stinks.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something, and I think people know the way I feel about Kirk Cousins and a lot of players that I feel are unfairly maligned. I get on their side. All right, I think Kirk Cousins has been completely and unfairly maligned the last 5 or 6 years. I've looked at him. I've watched him. I like him. He's a leader. He's a family man.
That's what I like about him.
These are very important things.
Right.
And I'll just say this. I'm not a hater, but don't you dare let Kirk Cousins beat you tonight, 49ers.
Nah. You don't want this to get away. No doubt. You don't want this to get away from you.
Because, let me tell you something. Cousins throws for 325.
Well, then we got a problem defensively.
Well, we also might have 925. Purdy played Division I and was drafted. Beijing was Division II and undrafted on a bad team. If he succeeds, his story is more special than Purdy's. Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
That's according to the 925.
I hadn't thought about that. But the Purdy movie is first, right? That script.
Well, we'll see.
Well, yeah.
We'll see unless the Bears turn this thing around. They got plenty of time to turn this thing around. Steiny and Guru with you. We're at Chase Center. Golden State Warriors start their season tomorrow against the Phoenix Suns. Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, Bradley Beal, Nurkic.
I forgot about my guy.
Yeah, Nurkic.
I like watching him play. Why? You asked Brandon Snyder something that Steiny, I just can't shake it, but it's a reality. And it was life after Steph, but we're so far from it.
Yeah.
But executives have to be way out, in front of stuff. And I was curious to see his answer in body language. But, I mean, the dude's special. Steiny, like you said, I don't know what Warrior team we're going to get this season. It's exciting. You would think they got the pieces, but what have we talked about? The stuff that we don't see, the camaraderie, the connectivity, all that stuff. We'll know here shortly where this team is at. Kalina even spoke to it. So by all accounts, CP3's been playing, pick-up ball with Kuminga, making himself available, building that, that brotherhood. So maybe that's the component that I've sold short in all this.
Yeah, we talked to the president and chief operating officer of the Golden State Warriors, Brandon Schneider.
He was great.
Yeah, I asked him a couple really terrific questions. One of the questions I asked him in his answer, this to me was the most incredible stat he gave us. 20 years ago, the Warriors had 75 employees, and now they have almost 600.
Think about
full-time, all full-time. Wow. I mean, that's pretty...
That's times what? How about the 200%?
Yeah.
Like, good God.
I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot.
And what if I told you it's growing? I don't know, but I feel like it's growing because business is good, man.
Definitely. By the way, I'm looking at the upcoming events at Chase Center, Goo, and real quick,
dude.
I mean, let me throw some.
Give it to us.
Well, how do you say the first one, Evan?
Oh my goodness.
SZA. We got SZA. We got Doja Cat. We got Seinfeld. John Mayer. We got Queen and Adam Lambert, Lauryn Hill, Depeche Mode. Notice I skipped over the USF Legacy tournament.
Playboy Cardi,
Stevie Nicks, Bert Kreischer, Madonna,
Harlem Globetrotters,
Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah,
look at Blink 182,
Madonna. You said her.
I'm just saying, if I had to pick one, that would be tough.
What about the Santa Cruz Warriors versus Rio Grande?
I wouldn't see that one. I can go down to Santa Cruz to see that.
It's going to be here.
You know what?
Playboy Cardi.
It's coming down to Springsteen, Madonna, but here's the sleeper. Lauryn Hill and the Fugees.
You didn't know the sleeper is Devin Haney and
who's he?
Come on, the boxer from the town. Steiny, WC.
There's only one boxer from the town. It's Andre Ward. Yep. This guy's got a show.
I do like Ward.
Is he good?
He looks like Barry Bonds though. Just different.
Who's the guy from the town?
Devin Haney.
Devin Haney.
He's special.
He's playing.
No, he's fighting. You been to a boxing match before?
You know what? I haven't, Goo.
You know I have.
Been wrestling. Oh, yeah, I've been wrestling.
Where they sound like just horses on the canvas, that noise of them. It's incredible.
He's a super lightweight.
Yeah, he's special.
What's that weight category, super lightweight? It's probably a little less than my 193.
He might. I'm gonna say 165. But don't he let me know?
But no.
No way. Them dudes would knock us out.
How much? 130?
I might be able to start. They'd knock us out though.
I'm not saying a word.
Right.
So you're telling me Devin Haney is 130 pounds?
Dude, and he looks like all rocks, Donnie.
Yeah, I'm not saying a word.
Moved up to 140. He's 5'9", about 140.
He's fat.
5'9", 140. I'm coming. We're going. I'm coming here for that. See a boxing match.
I do want to see a boxing match for sure. Yeah. No doubt about it. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers, Vikings tonight, 5:15, ESPN. You want Christian McCaffrey to play or not?
He could go all the way. Howard Cosell,
Well, actually, Christian McCaffrey, if he doesn't play, can't go all the way.
Well,
neither can Deebo Samuel.
He's playing, Steiny.
I think he is too, Goo, to tell you the truth.
I don't think they want Purdy. Protect Purdy at all costs.
Hey, Cowboys players say
they would buy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but protect Purdy at all costs.
Chad Cole Carter on the YouTube chat.
What a rich name, Chad
Lauryn
Cole
Hill
Carter.
is hella unprofessional.
Oh, boy.
She'll have you waiting for hours and then just not show up. That's a pass.
Now, is that true?
Me.
I heard something.
Whoa.
I'm going to give her a pass.
True?
I'm going to give her a pass.
I am too.
He must have paid for that ticket.
Gee.
Could you imagine paying for somebody and then they just, I couldn't make it. Had heartburn.
I mean, Springsteen's kind of the other way. If he shows up, he's playing for 3 hours.
The boss.
Well done. Well done. Golden State Warriors, they start their season tomorrow right here at Chase Center against the Phoenix Suns. Tonight, the 49ers are at Minnesota to play the Minnesota Vikings and try to keep pace with the Philadelphia Eagles. That's the other thing. What'd you think of the Eagles last night? 17-17.
You know what?
Hurts doesn't look great. He's fine.
And he looked like something's going on, like a gimpy a little bit, like he's nursing something, but he got the job done. Big Daddy Kane. And I'm going to say this. They got the O-line and D-line that they had when they went to the Super Bowl. And now, Steiny, it's a marathon, not a sprint. They're going to be a problem.
Brandon Cadiz from the YouTube chat says, why are you saying Christian McCaffrey is a maybe? Schefter confirmed he's playing 2 hours ago. My sources say that Schefter's exact wording was he's expected to play tonight, Brandon. He's expected. But also the one thing you should know about me is I'm a big Tao Schefter guy.
He's a man, though, Stoney.
Now, what do you mean by man?
He gives you the news.
I'm just kidding.
He's the Woj of the NFL.
Yeah.
Well,
who else?
They are telling.
Right,
I can't steal your bit.
Yeah, but you continue to try to steal it. San Jose Jazz fan wants to tell you, Guru, that he saw Big Daddy Kane at the San Jose Jazz Summerfest.
Wow!
And he said it was a very, very good show.
Yeah, he's a legend.
Yeah. He's probably getting up there now, right?
But he looks good, and he's still performing. I just saw him over the weekend on an airplane on IG. He's with the other older 80s.
Who were you on
90s.
an airplane with?
No, he was on the airplane with a bunch of other legendary rappers.
Who?
Pretty dope. She won't know any of them.
Well, let's go through the list. I'll tell you if I've ever heard of him.
Busta Rhymes.
Yes, and it's Busta, if I'm not mistaken.
Whitley Argo. Who else was on there? Slick Rick.
James?
No.
Rick James?
No, he's gone.
I know.
Slick Rick.
So seriously, what's
Slick Rick the Ruler? They were going to a show. Naughty by Nature.
Does Slick Rick have anything to do with the original Slick Rick James?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, hadn't heard of him.
Who else did I have? You know me, Stoney.
All right, so you know as many as me.
The Studebaker ain't working
as
right
many
now.
as I know. Slick Rick the Ruler. Chad Cole Carter saying Jazzy Jeff. Is that one?
No, that's Will Smith's DJ.
Okay, yeah. I've heard of Jazzy Jeff.
Yeah, him
quite
and
frankly.
Fresh Prince.
Who else is? And what are these guys known as?
Legendary rappers.
Legendary rappers,
Yeah.
and they're in a poster or something?
No, they were on an airplane. They were doing a concert, and they were all on the airplane together.
Okay.
And, of course, I'm butchering or forgetting everybody. I need some medicine. Redman. You heard of Redman?
No, but I've seen Yellow Man in concert.
Who is that?
He's reggae. I saw him in Boise, Idaho.
No, that's Beanie Man, not Yellow Man.
No, Yellow Man is who I saw.
Yellow Man. I'm familiar.
Man in Boise, Idaho. Yeah, I think it was Yellow Man.
I want to say it's Beanie Man. It ain't no Yellow Man.
No, there's a Yellow Man.
Yeah, Yellow Man. He's a popular reggae artist from Jamaica.
You made it say.
Thank you, Spadone. I appreciate it. Man, I'll tell you what. Like I said, I continue to have a hell of a year. I'll tell you what. I am surprising myself here, quite frankly. Here in
when you want to give me that apology?
For?
I guess something you did Friday. You pulled me to the side before the show started. I know Whitley's in here, so it's a great Tim Jordan, but they wouldn't mind hearing it. Just tell the people what you said, and I'll tell you what my report was.
I don't know if I apologized. I just said, you know what, Goo, I was thinking about it, and I might have taken that cheater bit a little too far. And so,
my rebuttal,
dude, I said, dude, I know you're just messing around with. I said, listen, you were talking about pickup basketball, and I think I took it too far. And if I did, I shouldn't have.
But
that's
you
not an apology.
real quick, because it was brought to my attention. I took it as you stand on your tippy toes for pictures. So that's the ultimate cheat. So does Chris Paul.
Yeah,
Did you see
Chris
him?
Paul.
Wow.
Chris Paul.
Evan pointed that out.
You see Chris Paul with Wembanyama and somebody else on
you
his
cannot
tippy
do your
toes?
tippy. You're cheating the camera and the people looking.
The greats, know what they have to do.
That is the ultimate cheating.
No, it's not.
I'm going to appear to be taller.
Go tell Chris Paul he's a cheater.
If he came in here, I'd tell him.
Wouldn't.
I say, hey, Chris, you're an NBA guy. You're the point guy. You can't get on your tippy toes.
Of course you can. He's 6'1".
But the point is, that's cheating. You're cheating the camera.
You're not cheating the camera. In fact,
we're even now.
You're ensuring it will be a better photo.
Please.
Yeah, Chris. Yes, CP3.
I sent your mom our photo this morning.
Who? What?
Your mom, Mary. She got mad. I posted some work pictures and you weren't in it. She goes, where's my son? Then I had to go find one. I threw it in there. I told her, he's there now. That's my girl.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Also, do you want to play basketball on the Chase Center floor? We're giving you an opportunity to do that, and it starts next Monday at 7:30 in the morning, then at 12:30 and 4:30. Your chance to play knockout at Chase Center. Same court that Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Klay Thompson play on. We're going to give out 10 slots, as will all the shows. So the contest is going to run for 2 weeks. Once again, it starts next Monday, October 30th, 7:30, 12:30, and 4:30. Christian McCaffrey and the 49ers play the Minnesota Vikings tonight on Monday Night Football. Are you a little worried that McCaffrey is playing? If so, 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll see you on the other side.
Tune into 95. Chase Center on 95.7 The Game.
Woo, Steiny and Guru from Chase Center.
Hey, fat boys.
You know it. You know
this your era?
Well, yeah, and Fat Joe's their lead singer, right?
No.
Oh, I know who it is. It's
the three brothers.
It's Khaled. It's the heavy guy. Hey, what's the difference between DJ Khaled and Khaled?
Whitley, what do I do with
I get
this
those
guy?
guys mixed up like Ice-T and Ice Cube.
Well, you shouldn't mix either. They're both legends. Come on now.
Well,
read Spadoni's tweet that he said from Dr. Pangea.
Why don't you read it? It's your phone.
All right. Any degree of strain of a muscle is going to involve tearing of the muscle, whether it be microscopic, grade 1, partial, grade 2, or complete, grade 3. I'm butchering this. There is always a risk of worsening the injury, but degree of pain and or ability to flex, rotate the trunk are key.
Okay.
So he went against.
What does that mean?
You can't make it worse. You can, it sounds like, the doctor.
Of course you can. Of course you can. You give me that oblique and I swing a hammer at it? You telling me it's not going to get worse?
Those dudes are coming with the hammer.
That's what I don't understand.
300-pound
men. I never
men
understood that.
In their prime coming to take you down.
You can't hurt it worse. You want to bet? Let's try to do that.
So you're saying keep him out. Steiny's saying right now at 12:04, keep C-Mac out.
No, I wouldn't presume to know whether to play a guy or not play a guy.
No.
That's up to the doctors. That's up to the
and
doctors.
the coach and staff.
Yeah, if he wants to come in, he can come in.
We got our guy.
Zaza Pachulia, yes.
Zaza.
He's more than welcome. Just at his leisure. At his leisure. Yeah, it doesn't matter. We're on live radio, so you can mess around. I don't care. No, but the Warriors season starts tomorrow. Zaza, how you doing? We're the guys you talked to all last year.
Yeah, what's
how you
up,
doing?
baby?
Guru and
you didn't play in the tournament this year. What happened, Zaza? You didn't play in the Warriors World Tournament. They still won, though.
I'm not good enough or I'm too good.
Oh, okay. Oh, there you go.
Zaza Pachulia joining us, liaison for basketball and business.
Look like he can still
the Golden
play.
State Warriors. You think?
Yeah, set a screen or two. Can you still play, Zaza?
Only half court.
Oh, boy, okay.
How old are you now?
30-something. 39.
Look at
39.
He's looking good.
Let me ask you this. I mean, Steph's 35, and I know he's a guard and you're a big man, but when did you start to feel whatever you feel as you get older, and how do you combat it? Like, what do you remember about, when's the first time you couldn't do something you thought you've been doing your whole career?
I was feeling great. I don't know why you're asking me that. Let's blame on the system, actually. We start totally ignoring playing, the big man. I mean, that was something that, forced and speeded up the decision of me retiring. Other than that, I was feeling great, physically and mentally.
All right. Well, I guess, I
Let's
hope
blame on Steve Kerr.
I can hope you can take a joke, but you didn't have a lot of athleticism to lose.
I didn't have to. It's still 2 points, man.
What do you think about Steph, though? 35 and still no real sign of slowing up, at least not to the naked eye.
You know what? I'm not going to be sarcastic, but, 3 years, 4 years later, we're still going to be talking about that.
Wow.
I have no doubt. I have no doubt.
Well, see, that's one thing. Let's talk about this a little bit, because I do, when I think of Steph, and to a lesser degree, but even Clay and Draymond, it's like, how long can they play at this level? They're going to be able to play, but when you get older, there's a drop off. But for Steph, it's not. You really think 3 years from now he's going to be?
I agree.
Why? Why do you think?
I've been trying to tell him.
Why?
Because his approach, he's different. I mean, I've been listening to so many inspirational, conversations, and especially in the sports space. How many times you heard the word different? He's and not a lot, to be honest, but I heard about like certain players, and he's one of them. He's different. You see the guys like, every year he comes, training camp. It's, oh my God, like, he got stronger, and like he always improvement, like defensively and strength wise, and he does all this crazy type of workouts and whatever it takes, right, for him to be better. And I don't see the plateau yet. I mean, this year he showed up in the gym before even training camp started, and I say, damn, PJ Tucker, like, I say, he was so strong, like, the on upper body, and that tells you, like, the guy's, not slow down anytime soon. And the way he plays, what he does, shooting obviously always helps, right? And I feel like, I also don't want to think about it, too. I want to enjoy the moment, man. Like, I don't know why you should talk about, like, slowing down. No, let's just enjoy, because, like, he's such a unique person off the court, right? And he's such a great, player and name for the sports. Right, and advocate for the sports. Let's just enjoy the moment, like watching Steph Curry's greatness.
That's what it is. I try to tell my partner, he's like, life after Steph. We just had Brandon Schneider.
We're 2-1 now,
yeah,
so you better listen.
We don't even want to think of that right now, Zaza. Let me ask you this, because you're on the inside. Tomorrow it starts. But what's in your gut? What do you want to find out about this team? What's the one question where, I'm watching this, I want to see what they do? Mine is connectivity, because last year it got out of whack and the fans didn't see everything, but stuff went on. But that's what I want to see, and I'll be able to, on my own scoreboard, Zaza, determine if it's been fixed or if they're close-knit. What are you looking for in this team?
Yeah, I'm telling you. It's the energy is amazing in the locker room. Amazing. Like, I enjoy it. I love it. I tell you one story, like, before even training camp started, I left my car. I had a dinner in the city, and I left my car here. I took Uber because it was so hard to park, right? So I come back to pick up my car. It was like 9:15 p.m. Ball was bouncing. And I said, like, let me see who's playing around, right? So I thought it's one of the security guys, the Chase Center, right? So I open the door and I see Steph, CP, and
Saturday night,
and then Moses Moody, like, getting shots up at 9:15 p.m. So they say, you know what, that's it. That's it. I think, you feel the energy, you feel the connection, as you mentioned. There's something super important, by the way. Right. Super important. And I don't care how great talent you have out there. If the team chemistry is not healthy, if the guy's not on the same page and don't have the same vision, the same goal, it's just like, most of the time it never works.
That was this Saturday, just a few days
before
ago.
the training camp started, right?
Gotcha.
So
okay, about a month or so.
Doesn't matter day. The important thing is they happen, right? So
Saturday.
I experienced myself, and it was so beautiful to see. Like, honestly, like, the staff had actually a guy who just joined our team, who's been our opponent, right? And tough opponent, right? From years and years, literally every year, right? And then you have the young buck actually also join and seeing how this, veterans are working, and that was their second workout, by the way. They had a morning run, and then they came to get extra shots, right? That was so part. That was, what? That's it. I feel great about this year.
Wow. Zaza Pachulia joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's liaison to basketball and business operations for the Golden State Warriors. Let me ask you this, because it's out there that you and Clay are very tight. When you were playing with him, you guys had a special relationship. Just like last year, it's not necessarily a positive or negative, but last year Bob Myers went into the season without a contract. Draymond had an opt-out. Okay, this year Clay is on the last year of his deal. How's he approaching it this year? Like, Clay's a little bit different, you know what I mean? And he sometimes wears his emotion on his sleeve. Sometimes you have no idea. How is he ready to attack this year?
There are two ways you can look at it, right? So, one, the contract situation, and otherwise his health. So this is what, year 2, 3 since he came back?
This will be his third year,
right? So I remember when I had my injury, the Achilles injury, like, every year was better. Even though I was getting older, right, I was just feeling better for, beginning of the season, because I would have a good summer and then, had a good year, right? And then next summer it was, oh my God, like, I'm having a bit, because it's more freedom. Like, my leg, my Achilles actually let me do more. So I expect physically, first of all, for Clay to be better situation, right? And of course there is the contract, because you just never know how the guys react to this contract situation, right? You just never know what kind of pressure they have, what kind of vision or goals they have. But I'm telling you, like, he looks good. Like, his weight, actually, that's the first thing he noticed. Like, his weight is awesome. He's in great shape. right? His legs feeling good. And actually, there was one of the nights, actually, Clay, he loves going to an all facility in Auckland that we having the GSW Academy over there, a bunch of youth camps and stuff. So he loves going there time to time. So he texts me. It was like 8 p.m. Actually, I was on my way there. I was going to take my boys, my two little sons over there to get some shots up. And Clay texts me and say, "Hey man, can you open the door for me?" I said, "Actually, I'll be there in like 10 minutes." So he shows up, and he got extra shots there as well. And he looked great. In the shape, legs are, pretty solid, and he had a pretty good the preseason actually, right? And I'm excited to see him feeling the best probably since the injury. Thinking about last year, he was a little bit, he had a little extra weight, right? So even though he was feeling better, but I think this year is the best he's been.
Wow, that's good stuff. Zaza, let me ask you this, because I'm old school, and one of my worries about the Warriors is they don't got that traditional big. So I was rooting, hoping Wiseman worked out. I remember, like yourself, look at you. And Joe Lacob came by last week and joined our morning show, and we were having a discussion about wingspan. And he was like, it ain't as serious as, a lot of people think, Warriors need a big, but can you speak to wingspan? Is that something underrated when you talk about the length of a team?
Listen, man, I've seen so many guys in my 16-year career having amazing wingspan, but it's about knowing how to use those wingspans, right? So, to me, to be honest, I'm a big fan of the positional defense, right? As soon as you understand, you have intelligence and IQ of, to know where to be and when to be, and reading the moments, right? Reading what's coming, right?
How hard is that?
Well, it's about the reps. It depends on you. Like Jokic, for example, he's so smart, right? The guy cannot touch the net, but, he's so smart. He reads amazingly, particularly offensively, right? So I think with this team, listen, we mentioned age, and I think this team probably is more of a positional defensive team. And of course, we had young guys like Kuminga, for example. It's going to be a lot depending on him, especially defensive side, because his athleticism definitely going to help the rest of the guys on the court, right? So it's about knowing what you have and knowing how to use what you have.
Obviously, we're Warrior fans here, but we also like basketball. I got to ask you, what'd you think of Wembanyama?
Talking about wingspan.
8 foot.
That was impressive, man. The first time I got to watch the guy, live, and wow, it's special. It's a special talent, Last time I heard about special talent was when Luka came in the league, Luka Doncic, right? So there's another name probably should definitely, in the mix, and special talent. And it's good for the league. It's great for the game, especially our game is very global, and the guy coming from different background, and it's exciting for the league. And I'm pretty sure, one thing I'll tell you guys, it's just going to require different preparation again to play against him. Defensively and offensively, right? And good luck to the coaches to figure it out.
Let me ask you this, Zaza. Somebody asked me a question. This was my partner. He asked me a question last week if I thought the Warriors could win a championship. And I went all technical. This concerns me. And just hearing you tell me about Steph and CP3 and Moody Saturday night, and just hearing about Steph and what I know, he's a top 5 player, wherever you have him right now in the game. Is there any reason the Warriors can't win an NBA championship this year?
Yeah, if you're thinking about that, that means you don't understand basketball, or you don't value the basketball, right? Having Steph Curry in your team, and if you're not giving a chance the Warriors to win the championship, that means I'm sorry, but you don't understand this game. Honestly. And I'm not saying because I'm part of this team or, Steph is a friend of mine. It's just common sense. The guy's insane. He's in a great shape. if somebody understands and values winning the championship, that's him. And when you have a guy like Steph Curry in your team, you always should expect the championship.
Zaza, thank you so much for joining us, man. Appreciate your time. Looking forward to maybe touching base throughout the year, but it's going to be.
Wow.
I got to ask you.
We haven't had your permission yet.
We got to check with you.
We got outstanding contracts that have they been signed? I don't know. No, you're more than welcome to join us anytime.
I got to ask you this: how old are your two boys?
14
are they tall?
14 and 15. They're both. I'm telling you, they're both told they're Raymond Reader, so you guys decide.
Where are they in high school now?
Oldest one is a freshman, yeah, and the younger one is next year is going to be a freshman.
Wow. Gotcha.
There you go.
They're keeping me busy, man. A lot of basketball out there.
Good luck to you. Good luck to your two sons.
I'm still thinking about the maybe.
No, we got you, man. This is the show, baby.
It's Zaza Pachulia, liaison, basketball and business operations for the Golden State Warriors. Two rings he's got with the Warriors.
Cleveland.
2 rings. Zaza Pachulia. He's always good sport, no doubt about it.
You think he's mad at you?
No.
I'm playing.
No, he's got to make the cut. He's got to make the cut.
He's something else.
Zaza Pachulia. Now he's the
greatness of Steph, Steiny.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah. He basically said, hey, he's going to be doing this 3 years from now, take it to the bank. Hey, I'm not saying he can't. I'm just saying, goodness.
Okay, because let me just speak to that.
Yeah.
When you, and I don't wear Steph underwear.
You just said if he was a gang, you'd join him.
Well, yeah, that's the boy. Whitley, okay. I mean that. I mean, right. We'd all be in. But,
gotcha.
Steiny, I don't see a cornerback or some other position to where a pitcher, the velocity, the velo is going down, and you could tell, you know what, Father Time is knocking at the door. Steph has added bulk. He's worked on his body. The shots still fall from deep. He still takes them from deep. So I'm being honest with you, Steiny. I know he doesn't look the birth certificate. He doesn't play like his age. Now, will that change in 2-3 years? Zaza don't think so. I don't. But when you watch him, it's not apparent that he's old, and that's why I'm just like, man, there's no telling how long this thing will go.
Yeah, I'm just looking at his numbers last year.
How many minutes? 31. I'm
for the
guessing.
regular. No, he played more than that, I think. 34-7.
Wow,
which was his most minutes in 33. Wow. It was the most minutes he's played since 2013-14.
That ain't slowing down.
Now, that's minutes per game. Right. That's not total minutes because he missed some time. But nevertheless, Steph Curry played more minutes per game last year than in any of the previous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 seasons. So that's some good news.
No doubt about it.
29.4 per game in the regular season. He shot 49 from the field. He shot 42.7 from 3.
That's stupid.
And 91.5 from the free throw line in the playoffs.
Damn. So he was almost 50.
Are you getting worried now? I'm getting ready to do his playoff stats. You worried?
Give it to him.
No, I won't.
Because I know how it played out. I watched
That's hating.
It's hating.
No, actually, if you look, it's not bad at all. 30.5 points per game, 46.6 from the field. Not bad at all. 36.3 from three-point
for
range.
him. Now a little lower for him.
So, yes, and how about this? By shooting 36.3% in the postseason last year, Steph's postseason three-point percentage has officially dropped below 40.
Wow.
Steph Curry does not shoot 40% in the postseason anymore.
He'll fix that this one.
Well, they better make the postseason first.
Come on, you know that's now put that. That's
and of course, and of course, the most troubling stat, and it's one of the reasons, Goo, I have a feeling he's hesitating to come up here at some point, is the most troubling statistic is what has happened to Steph Curry at the free throw line the last 2 years.
Now, this is going to be interesting. I don't know where. Give it to me. In the postseason.
Postseason. Here's Steph Curry from the free throw line over the course of his career in the postseason. 92.1.
Boom.
88.1. 83.5. 91.6.
There we go.
90.4.
Keep them coming.
95.7.
Bad man.
94.3. And then, how do you explain the last 2 years? 82.9 and 84.5. Those are the last 2 years, which encompass 35 games.
I would wonder how he would answer that.
Yeah, I would too. But I know one thing. You'd be afraid to ask him. I will.
Please. It's my guy.
See, he'll get a kick out of that if I
That is
give him a
wow.
little grief about
What's
that.
your answer?
I don't know. I really
That's
don't.
weird.
It's a little, yeah.
Because he dropped 50 in Game 7, so he ain't tired.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's. I mean,
That's
it's got to be some
That's
kind
an anomaly.
Well, no, an anomaly would be if it happened once. Now it's 2 years in a row.
2 anomalies.
So we got ourselves what they call a trend.
I wonder how he would answer that. Yeah.
If he comes up, I'll ask him. I'll ask one of his teammates, too, if they come up. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru at Chase Center. Warriors season opener tomorrow against the Phoenix Suns and Kevin Durant tonight. Man. You know what? I want to make clear something. Somebody's asking me about the job. How's it going? How's the job? And I'm like, well, pretty easy right now. Now, I don't mean easy as in terms of mail it in, because we don't do that here. I have never done it. I don't even know what it means, really. But I do look at a week like this week, Goo. So we're at Chase Center today. We got the Monday Night Football, Vikings against the Niners.
Boy.
Tomorrow, we'll talk about that football game. Wednesday, we'll talk about the Golden State Warriors season opener.
That's incredible.
Thursday, there'll be more Niners.
This is the happy hour era of radio.
You know what?
We're loaded.
That's not.
We're loaded, man.
That's not. That's not bad.
That's a lot.
But you know what? Seriously, 888-957-9570. Do you guys as fans, are you looking at a week like this saying it's going to be awesome tonight? Got to watch the Niners tomorrow, watch the Warriors, and all of a sudden the week is Wednesday or Thursday and it's over.
Yeah.
It's over. Oh, somebody's saying, did Steph have eye surgery at one point one year? I remember hearing something about that. Little
That'll be LASIK, right?
Something like that. I don't know. Everybody's looking for a reason why Steph Curry's struggling.
That was in the postseason.
Yeah, last 2 years. What do you think? It's probably something with a basket. I mean, I bet the basket was not regulation. You know what I'm saying? It couldn't have been Steph. I mean, he just right.
And one of those years is when they won it, when they beat Boston.
There you go. There you go. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny, along with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're going to be here till 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. And if you want an opportunity to play knockout on the Chase Center basketball court, we got you covered. Next Monday, October 30th at 7:30, 12:30, and 4:30. You got to listen then for your chance to win. You got a chance to play knockout at Chase Center. We're going to give out 10 slots, as will all the shows. So the contest is going to run for 2 weeks. First chance again, Monday, October 30th, starting at 7:30. Play basketball on Chase Center's floor. And it is all brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
It's a frozen pizza kind of.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from Chase Center on 95.7 The Game.
Well, I'll tell you what, it sounds like that gives Steph Curry an advantage.
Now,
That
this
thing
is
you're
radio.
talking about.
This is what I learned from you. Tell the people what you're talking about.
No, Steph does. He had an eye procedure done back in the day, and I guess the basket looks bigger now.
Do you think?
And so that's why he's the great player.
Wow.
No, 888-957-9570. Steiny Guru at Chase Center. Season starts tomorrow for the Warriors, and a big Monday night game tonight for the San Francisco 49ers.
No, that's true, but Ernie Chavez chimed in on YouTube, First NorCal Credit Union chat. Don't forget, we got a Game 7 baseball game, too, along with Game 6 for Arizona and yeah. It's a smorgasbord for sports.
Sure, let's go out to Chucky. Chucky in Oakland. He wants to talk a little Niners, and then I saw he wants to push back on something. What's up, Chucky? Chucky, talk to me.
Must be something you said.
Yeah, having a little trouble here in Chucky. We'll,
Hello, can you hear me?
Chucky, there you are, buddy. How are you, man?
What's up, baby?
Man, hey, I just want to chime in, man, because Guru, you have busted Steiny out talking about when you take a picture, you stand on his toes, so it reminds me of an incident, man. I drove up to Game 7 up there in Sacramento, right? I was in there when Curry hit the 50, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
And before the game, I was down in the round. And I said, man, I know this dude about to come walking by, and it was Vernon Glenn.
Okay.
So I stopped him. I said, hey, man, I enjoy your work, man. You know, I like, all your work you do. And nice to meet you. And I said, I didn't know you was that short, though, Vernon. And he said, yeah, I get that a lot. And I said, so can I take a selfie with you? And he said, yeah. So he grabbed my phone, and he stood up on the ledge, and he said, we're taking a picture when he was up on the ledge.
Yeah. We love you, Vern. But yeah, Steiny, you ain't the only one, I guess.
So Chris Paul, myself, and Brownie Glenn.
Mr. Irrelevant.
Vern Glenn.
Yeah, Vern.
Yeah, Vern. Well, you know what, Vern also.
Yes, the latter. Yeah. Vern ain't the champ. We love you, Vern. Dude, I love it, man.
Yeah, no.
It's all about the optics. But you're not small. You don't need to be on your tippy toes. That's what just makes everybody perplexed.
Well, I like the people to think I'm about 6'3".
So you do cheat. You cheat.
That's not cheating.
It is cheating.
That is
Steiny,
no.
It is cheating.
It is not
You're
cheating.
giving off something that's not true.
I'm stretching my plantar fasciitis, and it just happens to be when the camera clicks. We are not.
Yes, we are. Check ball. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, I feel so vindicated.
You shouldn't. And by the way, you notice that I just brought up that I may have been a little too hard on you. That's it. It stopped.
But it qualified. I know you.
It stopped there. 888-957-9570 is the number. I also get the feeling 49er fans are...
nervous?
No.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Wow.
I feel like 49er fans believe they can win this game with or without Christian McCaffrey, without Deebo Samuel, without Trent Williams. Let me tell you what I know. I know they can win without Trent Williams. I don't know about the other two.
Well, wow. Mm-hmm. Brock being so new, I don't know if I agree with that, and I don't agree with that. And I told you and Evan and Spadoni last time we talked about how far this Niner team could go, I went Red Cross. I said health is wealth. I'm stating the obvious, but it's real. And at that point, they were relatively healthy. Steiny, we don't know when the Niners are going to see Deebo Samuel again. I know it's about tonight, Minneapolis, but man, if you're telling me my left tackle is not on the field, what if I'm Minnesota and their D coordinator, I'm dialing up everything under the sun to make him uncomfortable. So that exposes Brock to a degree that he doesn't have that luxury of the big house blocking for him. So this is a big deal. And then let's just say, it is somewhat of a close game within 10 points. You don't have that Swiss Army knife to hike it and throw it right to him behind the line of scrimmage, which is Deebo Samuel. So we'll see, Stoney, how they fare tonight. But let me tell you who's coming. You got dates with the Rams again. You got dates with Seattle twice. You got the Ravens. You got Philly. So I am, my eyebrow is a bit raised about how all of a sudden the weekend and even going into the weekend, it was more so about who's available and who's not. And I got to be honest with you, like I am all the time. There was no way in my mind I thought Trent Williams was not be available tonight.
Why not? He's
the
heavy.
whole walking boot
he's
thing.
Carrying
I thought he was good.
A little. I think he's carrying too much weight.
He is waiting. He's a Hall of Famer. Okay?
Right. Why do you think he's had ankle injuries the last 2 years?
Just like all of us get, but you don't get a
you get less ankle injuries. Heavy. Oh, it doesn't help.
Well, how many games has he missed since he's been here? It's not been a lot. And it ain't been because
he hasn't missed a ton.
But he's special.
But do you notice?
Tell me.
He's not always at 100%.
It's football.
You know what? This is going to be half shtick, but I am going to be honest about it. I'm sick of hearing Trent, well, he's going to play with this or play with that. It's like he goes into every game with an excuse.
Well,
he's not.
It's Snotty. It's dangerous where the position he plays. I'm just saying things happen, so they're all dealing with something. But to keep him out, he's really dealing with something. So I was a bit shocked on that one. So we'll see if Minnesota could try to take advantage of it. But again, this is about the redemption, and that might be too strong because I'm exaggerating Brock Purdy's bad game because there was no S next to it. It wasn't bad games, but I'm curious to see how he bounces back.
I have no doubt it'll be fine. It'll look like, I don't know if it'll look like
a couple touchdowns. Are they going to score on their opening drive? Remember, they got that little streak going, Steiny.
Yeah, if the offensive line doesn't hold up and Purdy's under pressure all night and running for his life, it's like, again, to me, that's not a bad game by Purdy. No quarterback does well when their offensive line doesn't produce. So you need to watch, not you, but we need to watch the game and see exactly where the pluses and the minuses are. By the way, there was something on here. Hey, so let me ask you a question. Let's say you're taking a photo. You're at the beach or something. You're taking a photo. Hey, take a photo of Guru.
Yeah.
You suck your stomach in.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. And that's the same as me being on tiptoes.
No. Shout out Soda weight loss. I don't suck my stomach in.
Well, not as much.
And even when it hung, even when it was out there and I was prego, I wouldn't suck it in. Because then you could tell when somebody's sucking it in.
Actually, you can't if you turn your body a hair.
But see, I don't know those tricks.
You told me that.
Please. Dude, that's insecure. Just take the photo. Let me tell you, I took a bad one today with Steph. I had stuff in my teeth. I was eating some hot chips.
Let me
take
a look at it. It's posted all over the internet already, I'm sure.
Yeah, you ought to take one.
In case you
Make a call. Go get him. Bring him up here.
You're his new buddy.
He ain't here yet. Oh,
in case you just joined us, before we got on the air today, Guru was walking into the Chase Center.
Outside the Chase Center. Yeah, I was outside.
Barely. Right outside the media entry now, where the players come in. Guru was standing there with a notebook.
He had the hoodie on, and I grabbed my wallet. I said, I might have to get into a tussle. I said, that's Curry.
And according to Guru, Steph said, let's take a picture together.
Willie, I forget how exactly who started it, but yeah, he was on the phone, told this true. He told the person, hold on. I said, you talking to me? And then we just chopped it up.
See, that's the difference between you and me.
I don't stand on my tippy toe.
Steph Curry is on the phone and says, yeah, hold on a minute. Let me do this to talk to you. And I say, no. No, you didn't.
I did the bro
You said, yeah, can you hang up so we have 2 minutes? Steph, I know it's Aisha, but damn. I don't get out the Chase Center
with
much.
The kids. Hey, but that is too. I'm proud of myself.
For what?
For not being that. Hey, get off the phone. I was just kept it moving. And he was like, "You working? Y'all working today?"
Who he was talking to?
No, I didn't. Come on, Stoney. I would never do that, man. Come on. Evan believes me. Everybody in here does but you. And I don't suck my stomach in. I think I'm irritated.
Everybody does that.
Well, I don't.
Yeah, come on. I think everybody does.
It's still look at everybody. He has no belly. God, target.
Nah, but he's young. He's young. Never go full Jeff. If this was poker, I'd think Guru's bluffing whenever he does the.
I don't. That's when I'm winning, Jeff.
No.
I mean, that's when things are going good.
Yeah.
Curry asked for a pick. Yeah.
Guru, nobody believes that.
The Kincaid joke, Whitley don't know about. That still is. I'm gonna have a beverage tonight.
Something tells me you're not going to make all 41 home games as a credentialed media member this year.
No, I know how to act, Donnie. I've been doing this since 2012. What up, Whit? Yeah, she been there with me. Come on, I know how to act.
She been there with you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you a 4.
4? No, but get it. I said with you. People call you Whit.
Boy, you special.
What's the thing you're most excited about for tonight's game? The Vikings, 49ers. Then give me what you're most excited about tomorrow's game.
I think defensively, Fred Warner has been the defensive MVP for the Niners, and we've pointed that out. Last week they did not have Dre Greenlaw, Steiny, and they didn't have their best effort, I believe, losing to P.J. Walker. Not blaming that unit. So tonight, after what we saw from the Philadelphia Eagles and just other teams around the league, Detroit and Buffalo taking a step back, I want to see reckless abandon registered on Kirk Cousins. So from the defensive standpoint, I want to see Hargrave and Bosa raise hell tonight. Is that asking too much?
I don't see why. I mean, honestly, Cousins isn't the most mobile quarterback, but he's smart. He's smart. Dre Greenlaw tonight, a game-time decision, questionable.
That's another one we don't make a big deal about.
Look, he gets hurt a lot. And you know what? And I hate to talk about injuries.
Keep it real.
But 49ers got to look at the fact that, no. I'm telling you, I think they're the most physical team in the NFL. That's why they get hurt more than anybody else. I really do.
Your starting quarterback, forget his name is Brock Purdy, getting hurt in the NFC Championship, the game before the Super Bowl. Yeah, you could have blocked better. Give it to Philly. That was bad luck, though.
Who cares? But he got hurt, Goo.
A lot of people act and conduct themselves like an injury didn't have anything to do with that.
Why is it so important for you or anybody to say that injury's a fluke? Who cares? We'll find out if it's a fluke or not. If he gets hurt again.
Well, this Greenlaw on top of everything that you're dealing with. How about this? It's not ideal. How about that?
Who?
Their injury situation right now.
I'll bet you every coach in the NFL would say their situation injury-wise is not ideal.
And I agree with that, but when you got guys that are missing games now,
right,
and they're affected, I'm going Greenlaw and Deebo tonight.
But
now they may win by 20.
We don't do that. Cleveland was out without guys. I mean,
yeah. I have nothing for you there.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you from Chase Center. Warriors season opener tomorrow. 49ers Monday Night Football tonight. What about tomorrow's game, Goo?
I can't wait. I got goosebumps, man. And I think this is the Chris Paul game. And his new brothers want to do it for him. And a guy that's that prideful, a steward of the league, you cannot tell me that he is not feeling some type of way of not being with Phoenix. So he wants to send a message, and what better way than to beat your old team with your new team. So I'm happy for Chris. And again, when it's all said and done, Stoney, going into this season, it's not about art, because I know that's what they're good, poetry in motion. That's what the Warriors are going to be with Chris Paul, the grown-up on the floor. It's just about, can he last and be available? And I'm assuming they're making the playoffs, but I'm super duper excited, Stoney.
Me too. Should be a very exciting season.
Change? No. I know it's hard to change your mind that when you're sitting with Steph, you got a chance, or you already knew that, but you're still kind of like, even with that, I don't know.
Well, I don't think anything Zaza or even Dunleavy or anybody could say that would make me change my view of this season. It comes down to health. And but you can say that about every team. No, you don't. You don't say that about
last
every
year
team.
health didn't derail them. Wiggins missing did. But
you don't think Steph missing 26 games?
Well,
26 games for Steph.
Clay and Jordan Poole held it down while he was out.
8-8-8-9. Well, they held it down, but they still only won 44 games. So, I mean, I wonder if they have a target on how many games they want Steph to play. I got to believe it's about 65, which is still, you're missing 17 games. Those games are so much tougher to win without Steph.
What about Kalena talking about Kuminga's, Donnie? What do you expect? Everybody knows it's huge. He probably does, but God, I just wish he was in a system that gave him something that maybe he didn't earn in regard to 18 to 25.
Okay, so
maybe he may get those 18 minutes, and he's going to end up earning 25. I'm rooting for him. But, Stoney, I just think he's the type of guy, when he knows he's getting a certain amount, he doesn't force it or panic.
What you wanted, or what you want, is let's just trade Kuminga to Houston.
No, I just want more Kuminga, and I just don't see the way that this team is structured how we get that. I could be totally wrong.
Well, exactly. He's on a good team. So in order to play, he's got to be good. He can't just be a guy, Jonathan Kuminga. I mean, I think I'll bet anybody right now his stats are going to be better this year than they were in the last 2 years. That's great. But is he helping you win? Is he helping you win, or is he the guy the other team's attacking, and he's the guy who turns it over a little too much, and he's the guy who doesn't take a good shot in a crucial situation, or he doesn't rebound like he should for a guy 6'8". He's got to start doing all the things that he hasn't been doing for 2 years on a consistent basis. That's what stuck out to me about what Kalena said. He said it's about consistency with Kuminga.
Let me ask you a question. With a guy with his body and his physical gifts, there should be no reason teams are attacking him, right? Like, I guess I'm asking you, what do you think of Jonathan Kuminga, the defender?
Depends.
I've seen him pick up guys.
That's all he can do right now. Away from the ball, last year, the first 2 years, that's a big reason why he couldn't get on the court, because he gets lost on defense. So what do you do with a guy who sometimes gets lost on defense?
You start running.
Well, and you say, look, if he struggles off the ball, put him on the ball. And that's the one thing he can do. He can play, he can do a pretty good job against the guy bringing the ball up the court. Other than that, he's got to start proving he can do things defensively, because I don't even know. Why isn't he a shot blocker? Does he block shots? Maybe he should block. Yeah. If he's so great and athletic, why isn't he blocking a few more shots?
Well, he ain't Wemby.
Nobody's going to be Wemby.
I watched that thing twice.
Okay, so now I got you you watched twice. So the Guru's up to, he watched 16 games this weekend, according to his total.
It was halftime.
Because this one we watched twice.
I fell asleep to the Warrior.
Twice.
Tim Jordan, I tell no lies.
He watched Penn State. He definitely watched Penn State, Ohio State. He watched Michigan State.
Okay, I got something for you.
He saw that Ball State game you saw. Ball State against Wayne.
I got to be careful here. Hey,
definitely watched Tulsa.
I watched Oregon, the game that our guy was at.
Sure.
You do understand, I'm an empty nester right now.
Oh.
So the day you saw me in Vegas with all those TVs in my element, you know I can do it. And now YouTube TV gives you all these games on at once. So if I got multiple screens, I got 12 games.
Is that about what do you have, 12?
Yeah, about 12 going. Get out the house and go to the gym, which I do to keep it honest.
Right.
But I'm watching. And I just wanted to see.
2% of every game?
No. I just wanted
Basically, you watched 5% of every game.
This was about 11:30 at night. Last night. Now, I'm trying to get rest. I was excited about coming here, and I turned on the Warriors, And
how about? I guess you watched 5 minutes of it.
No, dude,
because there were 11 other games.
I got to late third.
Did you watch?
It was a sequence where he blocked Wiggins, and then they threw it down, and he got the dunk.
Right, and that's
that's
even after I texted the group thread.
No, I got mad at you on the group thread.
Huh?
You turn into this guy on the group thread, and then
what?
When I want you to participate, you're nowhere to be found. And then
right.
Then when you're in a zone, it's like, watch out, text after text.
Exactly. Exactly. No, you're right, 650. This is a big-time legacy game tonight for Brock Purdy. I mean, can you imagine if he struggled? All right, 2 bad games in a row.
There'll be some noise.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But what would that look like? Is Minnesota the team that they can't do what Cleveland did, right? Or sometimes it's not about who you're playing yourself. So if he starts letting, the noise or the little whispers of his bad game get to him, we'd be able to tell. But I expect poise. I expect a couple touchdowns. And Steiny, again, the death blow. I don't expect this to be close.
So why not?
Because they're that good of a team, and they.
So then, why are we so worried about Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel?
I mean, that's a whole different story. When Trent Williams is there, I mean, man, he's not getting abused most Sundays and Mondays, but there's no telling what can jump off tonight. And if that's a weak spot, it can trickle down the. How is that going to affect Banks, McKivitz? We don't know.
Well, then why do you think they're going to win big?
Because I got trust in the coaching staff and what they have available to them, and the fact that they feel like they won that game last week. Even some of us, the kick should have went in for Moody. But, dude, it's 2 ways to look at everything, 10 ways. How's Moody going to respond? Are they even going to need him?
The 49ers think they won that game?
Yeah, they got the ball in position to kick the field goal. So my question is, if you're a coach, how do you operate this if you're Kyle? That's what I'm trusting in. He's going to have his team ready.
You operate the same. That's the thing. They lost. They have the exact same week this week as they would have had they won. That's what Kyle Shanahan's all about.
Oh, I believe they're mad.
They probably are mad. That's why, that's why I don't think they won last week's game. If they thought they won last week's game, I'd expect them to just come out and just play for playing sake. But I expect the Niners to be good.
Exactly what I did. He said they deserve to lose.
Yeah. Yes, big-time legacy game for Brock Purdy tonight. And we'll see what happens. We'll also see what happens tomorrow night at Chase Center. Warriors, Phoenix Suns as the NBA season gets started. And, of course, it's all on the heels of hockey season, which got started recently. And the Sharks played, and they played. How'd they do? Sharks? They won?
Look at you.
Knockout? You want to play knockout, everybody? At Chase Center? That's a basketball game, guys. We used to call it one-on-one, but that's all right. It's called knockout, and we're going to give you a chance to play it on the Chase Center floor. It starts Monday, October 30th at 7:30 in the morning, then 12:30 and 4:30. Those are the times you listen for your chance to win. Again, a chance to play knockout at Chase Center, the same floor Steph Curry plays on, Kevon Looney plays on, etc. We will give out 10 slots, as will all the shows, so the contest is going to run for 2 weeks. Again, first chance to win, Monday, October 30th, 3 times, 7:30, 12:30, and 4:30. Steiny and Guru, live from Chase Center on 95.7 The Game. We'll be right back. Talk more Niners and Warriors.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from Chase Center on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson with you for another hour. We're at Chase Center right now, and the Warrior season opens up tomorrow against the Phoenix Suns right here. Tonight, Monday Night Football, 49ers versus the Minnesota Vikings in Minneapolis. Niners, they lost last week at Cleveland. Then I guess they came all the way home, practiced, and now they flew all the way back out to the Midwest. This could have been one where they stuck around in the Midwest this week. Maybe the extra day was the reason they came back. Just food for thought. Goo?
Yeah, they wanted to come home. You know, you never been in a fight, so you wouldn't know how it feels to get your ass kicked. But
that's right.
Yeah, that's how they felt. Came home, good night's sleep, or sleeps in their bed. And tonight, Stoney, I think they show the world just what Philly did. Philly didn't have its best game, but you could tell they were physical. They're going to be a problem. And the Niners want to keep up with that.
Anything happened yesterday in the football world that surprised you
two things,
make
Stoney.
note of?
And I'm not mad, but I'll get to the one that really is, I am mad about that part, but I'll talk to you about the Lions. Nothing they did wrong. They just had a bad game. But it's so funny how in our society now, social media, we crown teams, and they just went out and just got murdered by Lamar Jackson and the Ravens. So, one, that was shocking. Two, the Buffalo Bills. I mean, when is Josh Allen going to get – and it's not just all his fault, but when's he going to get that Dak Prescott energy? Because I'm watching Josh Steiny, and I don't know what's going on. But nobody had Buffalo 4-3. And then the worst part of my weekend, I had no dog in the fight, but I'm watching the Rams-Steelers game. Big third down fourth down for the Steelers. Pickett keeps it, doesn't get it. The world can see he was short, but he got a good spot from the zebra. It's 2 minutes and 11 seconds left in the game. So McVay is out of timeouts. So if it's not under 2 minutes, guys, the booth cannot challenge it. So because it was 11 seconds and the Rams had no timeouts, there was no way that they could challenge the bad spot, which was obviously short, and would have gave the Rams the ball with a chance to tie in Pittsburgh's territory. So I'm sitting there like, okay, hold on. We got all this technology. The whole building knows that the spot was it was wrong. It needs to be overturned. But because of semantics, we can't do it. And the Steelers were awarded the first down, ran the clock out. And I said, what if this was a playoff game? What if this were the Super Bowl? I mean, Steiny, we got to get rid of some of these stupid ass, oh, you don't have such and such to check. What about just getting it right?
Well, didn't the same thing happen last week with P.J. Walker on the forward pass that was either a fumble or it turned out to be intentional grounding, but it could have been a fumble? But
well, you said the whistle blew, yeah.
But because the call in the field was what it was, let me tell you who I wouldn't worry about, Goo. You ready? Yeah. 118 divided by 7 equals 16.8. The Bills, they still have an 80-point differential.
Oh, it's not
their defense averaging, giving up less than 17 a game.
It's not about worry or making the postseason. I just had them as a team that could knock off Kansas City, and right now I don't think they can. And again, they won't get the opportunity to. But if you ask me about Buffalo coming in, Stoney, I thought, they didn't have too many holes. They got 3 losses already.
8-6 plus 3.
Should have lost at home to the New York lowly Giants last weekend on Sunday night. Like, I don't know, just erase that. But the bigger part was the officiating, Stoney. And then the Colts-Browns game, there was a ball that, rest in peace to the great Manu Bol, he couldn't have caught. But yet there was a flag, and it gave the Browns the ball right at the goal line with an opportunity to win the game, which they did. But Stoney, too much technology. Let's get it right, man. And that's across the board.
Again, and I've been harping on this, but again, with the extra game, 17 games, if you're 4-3 right now, you're basically on a 10-win pace to go 10-7. Like 10-7 is pretty good. That'll probably get you into the playoffs. So even if you're 4-3 right now,
I'm not saying your season's over. I'm just Buffalo was supposed to be in that league with the Kansas City, the Niners, Philly.
I wouldn't take them out of that league.
Maybe they go win 9 games in a row. I highly doubt it, but Stoney, if you watch them play, something's just off. And they didn't. But last Sunday night, they were on national TV against the Giants, and I can make an argument and do a PowerPoint that they should have lost the game. Well, so I don't know what and I'm not blaming all Josh Allen. But it is.
I'm looking at it. I'm just.
You're looking at it like they make the playoffs. Everything's fine here. I'm looking like I thought they were a top tier team.
No, I'm looking at a team that's 4-3, but they got a really good point differential, which is something that a lot of players or a lot of people think is important, like in terms of the overall thing of the team. Now, obviously, they've got some big wins in there, like blowout wins that skew those numbers.
They beat Miami.
Let's go to Fabian. Fabian's in Maryland. What's up, Fabian? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing good. What's going on?
Hey.
You know, firstly, go Niners. I'm excited to see what the team will do without some of the weapons and players tonight. But you know, most I gotta come down your road a little bit, Guru, because I listen to the show a lot, and you know, you oftentimes speak about Lamar Jackson. And I don't think you're a big fan of his, but I always kind of disagreed. I really think Lamar is a good quarterback, and you really saw what he did yesterday. And I think you don't really give him credit as a passer. And I think yesterday he really put it on display what he could do. 21 of 27, 357 yards, 3 touchdowns. And I was impressed, but I was also just with the lines. I think maybe, people put them in the class of the Eagles and the Niners a little bit too soon. And I think we see that they're not quite on their level. And bad time for that one Lions quarterback who's chirping at Deebo, because then you go out the next week and this happens to you. But that's just my thoughts. And love to hear your take on Lamar and where you're at with what I said. And go Niners.
No, I appreciate that. And Stoney, Evan, I got to put some respect on Lamar Jackson's name. That arguably, to me, could have been one of his best games he's played as a pro. I've been on him, and the week before they lost the game, I felt like they should have won. But I don't know if it's play calling. They put him in the right places yesterday, and the sky's the limit for the Baltimore Ravens sitting at 5-2. What was the other part he said? Detroit. You're talking about Garner John, the guy we were talking about, the DB that was going at it with Deebo, who's out for the season. You know, you can't do too much talking, Stoney, if you're not available.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. We're at Chase Center. Big week in Bay Area sports. Tonight, we got the 49ers in Minnesota playing the Minnesota Vikings. That's Monday Night Football. Tomorrow, we've got the Warriors against the Phoenix Suns. The season opener for Golden State right here at Chase Center. Later in the week, we got the Warriors at Sacramento.
Man.
Great playoff series with them last year. How are each of these teams going to bounce back from last year's year where both teams made the playoffs? One team 144, one team 148. I guess the big issue tonight, Guru, is whether or not, and it looks as though it's apparent at this point, Christian McCaffrey is going to play. And to me, it's just kind of funny, is after the game last week, we knew Williams, Samuel, and McCaffrey were all hurt. At that point, it felt like McCaffrey had the most serious injury, just from what we were hearing and what we were kind of sniffing out. Trent Williams was trending well, and so was Deebo Samuel, but it's going to be the other way around tonight. No Trent Williams, no Deebo Samuel, and Christian McCaffrey is going to play. Brock Purdy playing his first game after losing a regular season game. So a lot to look for tonight, Goo, and should be fun.
Yeah, I can't wait. And what does McCaffrey have? 7 tugs on the season already, so I'm sure he may add to that. Stoney, help me out. I know Brock Purdy played on Thursday night against Seattle. Have we seen him on the Monday night stage? and he played Thursday against the Giants.
That's a good question.
This year, the home opener. Why don't I remember Brock Purdy being on Monday night? I should know this. This may be his first time, so I'm curious to see after his quote-unquote bad game.
Yeah.
Does the stage kind of, it ain't the defense, it's the stage, but I expect him to ball out. But I can't remember him on Monday night. I'm slow.
And usually this is usually your area of expertise, because this is what you're really good at remembering. I'm terrible at it, but I think you're right. I don't think he's played a Monday night game, because you know why I'm just saying that is because I think if he had played a Monday night game, we'd remember the game when they'd come out and say, what a Cinderella story this guy is.
You might be right.
So I'm going to say this is going to be Brock Purdy's first Monday night game. I'm agreeing with Goo on that. I think he's right on the money. Yeah. Text line, the YouTube chat line, and the 888-957-9570 text line. Give us confirmation on that, but I think we're right, and we'll take your word for it. This is Brock Purdy's first Monday night game. Veggie Delight, he or she is usually right on the money, says Brock has been on Thursday and Sunday night only.
Yep.
Only.
This will be his first.
Sam Darnold is one-on-one on Monday Night Football. That, according to San Jose Jazz fan, answering a question I did not ask.
We love you, San Jose.
Burrow is the one that beats him. Okay. I'm just looking for one more confirmation.
This is first. We would remember the game. You're right.
Trent Williams is huge. Yeah, I think he's carrying a little too much weight, 415.
No, huge.
On the
They're going to miss
business
him.
text line.
Yeah.
I think that's what he meant there. Can anybody confirm? Confirm?
We got it. You and I got it. You would remember the game. He didn't. Thursday and Sunday in playoffs.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, he loses his virginity tonight. Monday Night Football virginity.
I would ask Evan, but I'm not sure I want to put him on the spot.
No, Evan is the dude knows it all. This is Brock's first Monday night game. Yeah, I came up with it. Yeah.
It is, Evan. No, we're saying it is. It is. Yeah.
He's looking like
it is.
Yeah.
Yes, Brock Purdy's first Monday night game. Yeah, well, we'll see.
Yeah.
Kirk Cousins, obviously, with 2 more Monday night wins than Brock Purdy. You like to talk about, look, Brock Purdy's already won 2 playoff games, and Kirk Cousins only won 1 or 2. Well, how many Monday night games has Brock Purdy won?
Yeah.
0.
How many has he played?
And it doesn't matter.
And what's the all-time record?
How many wins does Kirk Cousins have? I don't care about losses. How many wins does Kirk Cousins have on Monday night? The answer is 2. How many does Purdy have? The answer is 0. So clearly the pressure tonight is on Purdy to deliver. That's right, Uncle Looney. We don't care about that second number.
I'm full of nuggets
for you today. So what if he's 2-10 on Monday night?
All-time record between these two teams Monday night. I gave it to you off air. Minnesota, 3-1-1 against the Niners all time on Monday night. Yeah, check that.
I'm going to.
That's for sure. Take that. Count it.
Well, we'll check that, because I know the stat you're using, and it's just something you heard from the morning roast. And when the morning roast said it, I said,
I didn't get to hear the roast
let me check that out.
I didn't get to
but
hear
I
the roast
forgot,
this
and I didn't have it checked.
I didn't hear my guys, and I missed. They had Buck on there. Did you hear the interview?
Buck Owens?
No, Joe
Buck Showalter?
Joe Buck, the only man I can't. He's
Uncle
so good.
Buck.
Yeah, he's good.
Underrated movie.
Uncle Buck.
John Candy?
Oh, he's a great, but I hadn't seen that
John
one.
Candy? Uncle Buck. 888-957-9570. Guru and Steiny with you. And I'm
McCaffrey, he's the one I thought might have been. You're right. He ain't going to make it.
Let me ask
out there.
Let me ask our P1s out there, of which there are many. Casual fans may not know this, but let me ask the P1s out there. How are you going to feel if Kirk Cousins and the Vikings win this game tonight, knowing that I'm coming in here tomorrow to do that show from 10 to 2?
But what would it be like? Kirk is balling.
No, you can't say that.
Yeah, we can.
You
He's
can't
not
make fun of him for 6 years and then say, well, he is balling. No.
But he's been the butt of a lot of jokes.
That's right.
But it's because
Your jokes.
He doesn't have the ultimate
Your
prize, Donnie. He knows his job. It's just a joker.
No, don't try to praise him now.
I'm not praising
I won't allow it.
Your boy can throw.
No.
Kyle's a fan. How about that? Kyle likes him.
And that's the
You think we see something before the game?
Same people say, don't tell me Kyle knows quarterbacks. He likes Kirk Cousins.
No.
Yeah.
Or Beathard.
Hey, look, you know what,
Lance.
You know what I'm sensing here? A little Michael Jackson moonwalk from you.
Oh, please.
You know, you're putting a little safety in place.
And if they get beat 40-8, what are you going to say tomorrow?
Who gets beat?
Kirk Cousins. Oh, they played what? There was a game last night?
They haven't lost by more than a score in Minneapolis in 4 years.
Oh, that's going to be tested.
We'll see.
Well,
we'll see.
It sounds like you want to make a bet.
No. Hello?
Oh, it sounded like our boss.
Yeah.
It is. And, I'll grant you the day off if Cousins wins.
Dude, say something.
And then what if they don't, though?
Then you work a double shift.
Hey, boss, I got to give him some flowers. Did you?
I would not take the day off.
This dude is one of the best.
Oh, you might
Twitter
make me take the day off. I get it.
Altuve he's got this little thing now where he shows you the video. He's at the board. Altuve gets a hit. And before he gets the hit, he bangs the pot from what Houston did. Did you see it? My side was hurt.
Wait, Hegan did that?
Yeah, he banged the pot and then played the tape of Altuve getting the hit. I said, this dude's got it going.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
How did you not see it?
I'm telling you, I don't do what's it called?
It gets.
I don't do Twitter much anymore. I drop in on Twitter. I drop knowledge and then I just get out of there.
Oh boy, yeah. You got to go look at that. He banged the pot. You know what he was doing though, right? You get the gist.
Absolutely. So the funny thing is now I get why Nahegian said that. He wants to give me the day off if the Vikings win because he knows how obnoxious I'll be.
Well, I think he knows how unlikely that.
I know 49er fans probably would want me to take the day off tomorrow.
Dude.
Here we go. Never go full Jeff.
This is our guy.
Guru, shocking stat. Kirk is 2-1 against the Niners. 2 wins at home between Minnesota and Washington and 1 lost SF on the road. And Kirk is at home tonight in all caps.
Now we got a fact check, Jeff. You know that's what we do. You guys do it.
You want to win?
No, he's on point.
Who? Never go full Jeff or
he won the signed Clay jersey. Never go full Jeff.
Did he
remember?
Really?
Yeah.
Who won the shoe? The Durant shoe at the...
It was signed.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Yes, it was. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. And the San Francisco 49ers, 2:23-24.
Keep going. How long
4 hours. 4 hours. 4 hours ago. I do have something I got to take care of before the game.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Something important.
Yeah, I got a doctor's appointment.
Yeah, no doubt. A big one.
Got a doctor. 2-2 for Evan.
Oh, Jeff.
Oh, he's 2-2.
2-2, Jeff.
Never go full Jeff.
He lost in the playoffs. It still counts.
Apparently, it's
maybe.
No, he just said regular season.
He might be. He might be right. Look at. Yeah, if
he
you
is
put
right
that
about
in there,
regular season.
Yeah, okay. All right, Jeff.
Yeah, we don't count playoffs. Please.
Dude.
Why would we count playoffs? What was I saying? Something important.
Cousins.
Kirk Cousins. Well, he better not win. That's for sure. It was something else. By the way, if the Vikings win this game, you look at the Vikings schedule after tonight, you better not let them
You can't do that after watching the NFL. You never know, Steiny.
You're right. You never know about
look
one
what the Browns did after they shocked the world and beat the Niners. They let Minshew,
Here's the point. You're right.
God.
On any given Sunday.
All right,
you're
there
right.
we go.
But my point is, look at this schedule after the 49ers play the Vikings.
Give it to me.
They have the Packers, the Falcons,
Ritter.
the Saints, the Broncos, the Bears, the Raiders.
Good God.
I'll tell you what. Minnesota wins tonight, and they're going to be 10-5.
But they're not.
After 15 games.
They're not.
Well, yeah. You know what? Doesn't matter what you say.
Yeah, you're right.
Said
you're totally right.
You said the Niners were going to beat Cleveland.
And I said...
How'd that go?
What else did I say over the weekend? Miami was going to give Philly a run.
Please. How about Philly holding Miami to 17? That's got to have 49er.
I feel like they didn't. There were some face
I know, because it ended up with 17.
No, it's just like Joe Lacob said. He feels like they have 6 rings.
Right,
You heard that
down.
here first.
I shut that down on both of you. See, that's the difference between everybody at the station and me. Oh, it's like you won 6 titles, Joe. Yeah, it is. And I got to step in and say, welcome to, you guys are in dream world.
We got some new news. Shams. Sharania. Breaking news. I'll do it. You set this one out. Breaking news, Bay Area from Shams. Draymond Green, Day ruled out tomorrow night. Now, why do you laugh? I wanted to see him against Durant.
Listen, I'm not gleeful, but it's just sometimes you.
Well, be honest. The reports over the weekend were gaining some momentum, like Dre might be available.
Nah, get out of here, man.
Damn.
Now, the whole idea of like, hey, Draymond's going to push it. He's going to push it to play.
Durant.
They don't do that in professional sports. That's not how it's done in professional sports.
Thanks, Whit. And
of course he wasn't playing.
Damn.
Boy, he really wants
Now we got to wait till they play.
I think Draymond's going to play. He's been chomping at the bit to get at Nurkic ever since their days in Portland. Come on,
Durant.
It's the first game of a 6-game season. You know what's funny? You're disappointed that Draymond didn't play. But if he plays tomorrow and gets hurt, you might not even say, well, Steiny, do you think they brought him back too soon? Because it's the Warriors and they don't do anything wrong.
Oh, stop.
Yeah,
We're on the...
What?
We're on Draymond's doc that he had when it was about the punch. You and I, our voices were on there. So don't tell me we were throwing rose petals. We were bringing heat rocks.
To who?
Whoever on our show. They used the what we had on our show on the doc, and we were going at it. I was coming hard.
And who?
Draymond.
Oh God.
Yeah. Do you remember? Do you listen?
I've never heard you rip Draymond.
I don't know what to do with this guy.
Hey, no.
Who are you? Where's old Steiny?
What would the old Steiny say? Dude, you are a hell of an interviewer with Draymond. You put him on the spot.
Dude, as a show, we got 3 highlights. Number 1, we made the New York Times. You and I for the Jeff Garcia interview. The New York Times. That was incredible.
It used to be prestigious.
And then we were on the documentary for Draymond. Yeah.
Not our faces.
And the third one is, we need to add a third. Oh, the Curry interviews.
That doesn't.
We got 2.
Oh, boy.
Oh.
What do we do now with Brandon? How you want to do this? We've got Brandon Podziemski in here. What do you want to do? You want to wait? You got 5 minutes? You got 5 minutes, and we're going to break early, okay?
DP.
Grandy, got that? All right. Steiny and Guru, we're going to be back. Talk to Warriors rookie on the other side of 95.7 The Game.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With fall here, there's electricity in the air.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from Chase Center on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you, and we're joined by Brandon Podziemski. He's the Warriors rookie out of Santa Clara. And listen, we're a big-time show here in the Bay Area, Brandon, and I'll just tell you right off the bat, we were talking briefly. You have become one of my favorite players. Well, Guru probably is not a big fan of you because I asked Brandon what he likes most, and he said, I love passing the ball.
Please, dude.
So he says passing the ball. I like you because I think passers can play with anybody. Guru's more of a one-on-one. I need guys who can get my shot off.
Now, I just told Brandon during the break, I feel like I know him because I've seen him play like 6-7 times with my son being team manager at Santa Clara. I mean, how surreal is it that you're in Golden State after playing at Santa Clara?
Yeah, it's definitely helped me with just getting accustomed to where I am. Obviously, Santa Clara is only like 40 minutes from here, so just being able to see people that I want to see, that I'm accustomed to seeing, while learning new things about the city, I think it's been a big help for me in terms of like fitting in.
Where do you see yourself in terms of, an NBA player over the course of your career? There's a lot of positionless basketball, but tell the people out there who haven't seen you what you think your game's like.
Yeah, I think when it's all said and done, I think I could be an all-star a couple times. Coach compares me to Austin Reeves a lot, and just to see how he went undrafted, and now he just started for the Lakers, just got a big contract. So just kind of looking at him, I watch a lot of him, TJ McConnell from Indiana, just his scrappiness and stuff like that. So for me, just being an all-around player, doing what the team needs, kind of like a glue guy.
When I think of McConnell, I think of a guy who's more athletic than anybody really knows or thinks, much more quick than people think. Is that kind of the way you are with some sneaky athleticism, maybe even more?
And he doesn't necessarily have the vertical athleticism, but he figures it out, and I think that's kind of the same for me. You look at guys like Steph, not vertically the best, and he's figured it out. So just taking little pieces from everybody that I can.
Speaking of Steph, there's so many clips of him at a young age with his dad in the NBA. It was like his destiny to play ball. I was asking my son, tell me something about Brandon. He was like, yeah, he didn't play ball early on. When did you pick up the game of basketball?
Yeah, I picked it up in 8th grade. Was a baseball guy my whole life. Obviously, my dad played. Was really good, so everything he knew, he taught me. And I was destined to go to college, maybe play pro ball and baseball, and then over time it got too slow for me, so I stopped playing, wanted to play basketball, played both for a little bit, introduced football to get me stronger. So I played all three at one point, and then since my senior year of high school, just been basketball.
I know you started at Illinois, and I was just thinking, okay, so you started Illinois, then you come to Santa Clara. Maybe you didn't know a lot about the Warriors when you came to the Bay, or maybe you even were a big fan. I don't know. But the point is you play 1 year at Santa Clara, and now you get drafted by this team. Like, what this team means to the Bay because you've been here, and what Steph and Clay and Draymond. I mean, has it sunk in that you're a teammate of Steph Curry's right now? And all three of those guys are going to be Hall of Famers.
Yeah, it's definitely special. Something that you don't take for granted. Now that we have actually a CP as well, so 4 guys that could be Hall of Famers. But yeah, I don't take it for granted. It's pretty surreal. I think it'll really hit me that I'm an NBA player tomorrow, just because it's the first game. But it's definitely been surreal the first couple months.
I mean, how do you walk that fine line of you must respect those guys, you must listen to those guys, and they are terrific, but you're on the same court as them, and you can do all those things, but try to prove yourself too. How do you walk that fine line?
Yeah, I think just being myself is what got me here. Obviously, every step of my journey I've been at, I've had players that have been better than me, and then it's my job to grow and improve to try to be better than them. So yeah, I respect them for what they do, but also have the utmost confidence in myself that when it's all done for them, that I can take the keys and run with it.
There was a video this offseason of you and Steph in the gym. It seemed like it was just you two working out. And I'm sitting there like, damn, what must he get from that? Like, can you just speak to how special that was? And what's that like for a youngster like yourself to come in the league and have not only, like he had mentioned, Steph as a teammate, but that knowledge getting sprinkled to you?
Yeah, I think, he's done a really good job since I got drafted of just, including me in everything that he can. It'd be workouts, anything of that nature, taking me places, just really taking me under his wing and teaching me little things about the game. Obviously, like I said earlier, he's not the best athlete, but he's really skilled, and I think I can become somewhat similar. Obviously, nowhere close to the shooting ability of him, but just taking things that have made him, a great player, but a great person, a great father, a great husband.
Everybody always asks when a player like you comes onto a team with legends, have you had a moment where you pinch yourself and you say you're here or wow, look at who I'm playing against. Have you had a moment yet though where you made a play or had a stretch and said, hey, I can play here?
Yeah, I think a couple weeks ago or maybe last week, NBA TV came and we scrimmaged. I played really well against Steph. I think me and him were trading buckets for a couple possessions in a row, and for me, I always feel like I belong, whether it's true or it's not.
Right.
I think so, and I think since Summer League, I've gotten a lot better, as seen in preseason. But for me, being around a bunch of old guys, I'm the young guy who just brings all the energy. You'll see it on the bench. You'll see it in the games when I play. So just keep the energy up in the locker room as much as I can, and hopefully it leads to a lot of wins.
See, just sitting here with you right now, and I haven't seen you play. I wouldn't think you're a high energy guy. You seem pretty
I think I turn it on and off. On the court, off the court. When I'm not playing basketball, I'm just a chill guy. Play video games a lot, sleep. But when it's time to go, it's time to go.
Wow. I'm not taking credit for this because I've seen it before. The Dub fans are going to see it. But one of your best facets to your game, to me, is your footwork. I see you offensively set guys up, go with your pace. Can you speak to that and how you've brought it with you to the league?
Yeah, I think it's a lot of things. One, my favorite player growing up was Manu Ginobili. So I modeled my game after the start. When I started in 8th grade, I was a big man because I was taller for my grade. So I just learned all the footwork down there, playing in the post. That's why my touch around the rim is where it's at. And then each year I got older, I progressed into a guard, into a point guard. So just taking it from watching European basketball, being a big man, and then just continuously growing and watching other people do it before me.
When I was in 9th grade, that's when I realized I would never play in the NBA. When did you first realize you could?
Probably January 5th of this year.
What happened?
It was always a goal of mine. Just, obviously people have goals, but what's really real? I think January 5th we played Maxwell Lewis, who's now in the Lakers. Had like 27, 12, 5 against him, and a lot of scouts there, and see my name on some draft boards after that game, and then just kind of took it and ran with it the rest of that conference play and into the tournament season. And then, I had a really good pre-draft. Even some during the combine didn't even have me on boards, and then just kept working my way up through, individual workouts.
That must be pretty. That must have given you some incentive, seeing your name there for the first time.
Yeah, it was really cool. I called my family and sent it to him, and I was super happy, but, you're never satisfied with that number, and you always want to be higher.
Can you speak to your experience in the Summer League? Because I feel like when I watch you in the Summer League, it's different than I watch you in the NBA preseason. Did you get that feel, or how was it, your first dose of NBA basketball was in, guys trying to get on, per se?
Yeah, I think my mindset was a little bit different than theirs. I think for me going into it, and I tell people all the time, I was going into Summer League trying to show Steve and the staff, like, okay, he can do this, this, and this that helps the team win, not necessarily in the Summer League, me doing my own thing and making myself look good. So that's why sometimes you saw me pass up shots to get other guys involved. And I think for me, it was just like, okay, I'm going to vision myself playing with Steph, Clay, and if I'm open, but they're open, I'm for sure going to swing the ball. So I think you kind of saw that in Summer League, and even a little bit in the preseason. I think I had some open shots I didn't take to make others better. But for me, and Coach makes a big emphasis on winning by the margins, and we were last in turnovers last year. So going into preseason, I'm looking at how can I make others better but keep the turnovers down. I think I had maybe won a game. I don't know how many assists I had, but just trying to win those margins and help me get on the floor.
Brandon, man, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Good luck to you. Have a great rookie season, and hopefully we can catch up with you again.
Appreciate you guys.
Take it easy. All right, that's Brandon Podziemski, Warrior rookie out of Santa Clara, and we'll see what happens with his first year playing for one of the best teams in the NBA. That's Brandon Podziemski, lefty, passer, out of Santa Clara.
Yeah, he got a little motor started. He said which you could never tell.
No,
It's like the boxers.
Not at all.
I ain't the same until I'm in the ring,
All righty. Coming up on the other side, maybe squeeze in another Warrior guest or two. If not, it'll be the crossover.
Yeah, our guy.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game.
It's a frozen pizza kind of night at Whole Foods Market. Get 50% off Bonza. Call
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from Chase Center on 95.7 The Game.
Look at my guys. Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. This is the best part of my day right here. I hope Steiny ain't listening. Hey, Willard and Dibs, how are you?
Don't worry, he's not.
Yeah.
He might be in the car now.
Well, it can't be the best part of this day. I mean, in general, your day. And I do enjoy this. It's one of the best parts of my day for sure. But the best part of your day today, it had to have been the chef. And the chef demanded that you take a picture with him as I'm hearing it?
I'm getting out the car, coming out of the garage, on the street, mind you, and I see this hooded guy down the street, down yonder. So I clutched my wallet first, like, something happened.
Wow.
I'm in this. And then I said, that's the chef. And guys, he was on the phone. I'm from Union City, California. I have etiquette. So I said, this ain't the time. So I gave him the bro, what's up? He gave it to me. And then he goes, hold on. Whoever he was talking to. Could have been the missus. And then he says, you guys working?
Obama.
Yeah, you guys working here today? I said, yeah. And, I misremember, can we get a pic? And that's how the photo got taken.
Well, yes. Your comment as you were rolling through this on the air the very, very first time, where you're like, and then this happened, and then that happened, and then Steph wanted a pic. And then we moved on with our day, and Steiny called you on it, and for you to follow up with, well, I mean, I don't know. Let's not get into finer details about who wanted what. Goo, I'm calling you out further. There's no way you don't remember.
Only Steph and I know.
You remember this moment in slow motion. It is emblazoned in your head. This was not a dream. It was reality. There's a picture on the internet.
Shout out Biggie.
I just sent you a quote
Word Up
tweet.
Magazine.
By the way, I just sent you a quote tweet to your tweet. Okay. So you want to check that out. But come on, man. Don't be that way to the audience and say you don't know who asked who for a pick. Let's go. What was said in slow motion, please?
He asked, were we working here today? I said, Jeff, if you got time, come up. And then we did that. Some other stuff I can't get into, the chef and myself.
Wow. Exactly.
Wow.
What happens with the chef stays with the chef.
And then we got this ongoing thing, Willard, because last time we were together, I on air said, can we get a pic? Because my kids would kill. I put it on the kids. They'd kill me, right? So, I broke out the phone. I said, we got to get one. He said it's all good, and there it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you do remember. You remember exactly what was said.
Yes, I do.
It was an initiation sensation.
That's a buck.
Good for you.
Also, when you work with Steiny, as I have and as he has for a number of years now, it comes across better when you let Steiny get on the back foot.
Okay.
When you get him on his heels. When the very notion that, first of all, if it was Steiny outside, the chef would have blown right by Steiny. He wouldn't have even said, you working here. But so Goo got the stop and chat, as we like to say. And then it could have been, it's plausible that the chef would have been like, Guru, I'm going to need a picture with you, Goo, because it's Guru.
It's also plausible that the Warriors would rescind his credential the night before the season starts.
I love that part of it. Tim Jordan.
That would have been amazing.
The great engineer.
I'm
not. Be honest,
cool.
Did you for a hot second, did you feel like you were in trouble?
No, I didn't until I got inside the premises, and Steiny goes, out loud on the air, on the back of your credential. And I'm saying to myself, let me get this straight. I said, we were outside. But then I was like, oh, boy, there is something on there. So Tim slips out of here and tells the great James Kincaid, who comes up to me, and he brought me up on the elevator. We had a good conversation, freshly married. And he goes, Guru, did you take that photo with Steph? I go, yeah. He goes, you have to come with me. Dude, I really thought they got the Goo like, oh, my God, it's over.
They finally got the Goo.
Yeah, but that ain't cool, man. I really, for 40 seconds, you lost it all because you wanted to pitch with the president of the NBA, man.
I think it might have been worth it.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, it might have been worth it.
Dude, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, who needs this job rather than a pick with the chef.
Yeah, that's all.
What's still going to be with you?
And I could see you down in Raymond Ritter's office saying, "You know what? The chef wanted to pick with me."
Right.
He initiated it. Yeah.
Man, I got to tell you what. Every person we've talked to today, they've been awesome, but they just, and this is nothing you don't know, they just speak so kindly and fondly of the guy that Steph Curry is. He could have the ego as big as the Empire State Building. I was telling Whitley this, but he's down to earth. And that's why today on the phone, he could have just kept moving past me through the bro nod. He said, hold on. I ain't let go of that one. And we chopped it up. Willard and I took the picture, but I'm proud. How about that?
I'll say this. This is something that I say to my sons who I golf with a lot.
Love it.
And when they are frustrated and they're not hitting the ball well or whatever, I always tell them, and this was a lesson that I learned when I was a kid, stop worrying so much about your game to the point where you're no longer fun to play with. So don't just ask someone at the end of the day, did you have fun? But were you fun to play with? And it's something that I think that Curry gets more than just about any major celebrity that I've ever met before, which is he understands the value of being fun to play with, being fun to be around, making other people feel seen. I was just asked here in the studio when I was looking at your video for the very first time, and the video is the picture side by side with your lying commentary about the experience.
Man.
Oh, my goodness. And I was watching this for the first time, and Matty looks at me and he goes, honestly, you think LeBron would have done that? And I'm like, no, LeBron wouldn't have done. There is a party of one in terms of NBA superstars who would have done that, and that is Steph Curry.
On the phone.
Yeah.
I mean,
you just hit me in the cardiac, Dibs.
The man was on the phone. And it's a little bit different because it is you, Goo, and he knows you. And, I mean, you don't like to hear about this or admit to it, but you are the Steph Curry of the station. And you are the most likable, lovable figure on our station. So, and Steph knows that. He's no dummy. Now, if it would have been me or Willard or anybody else, maybe it goes differently.
It would have been the same.
I mean, maybe.
I appreciate
but
the love and
he knows
compliment.
you. He knows you, and you guys have had interactions. You've had conversations. And so when he sees you, he knew immediately that you were there to be working, and he paused his conversation to
no doubt, man.
To snap a pic with you.
Only one of us took the Warriors against the field last year, Goo. Only one of us.
You know
and
what?
He knows that.
Hey, he hears
keeps,
everything.
He keeps receipts.
Only one of us took the field against the Warriors in the Dallas series.
Wow.
I mean,
hey, Willard, you know what? I can't have that moment back at our remote, but it's been eating at me.
What's this?
And it's been your question about do they got a championship roster? And I ain't backtracking on Michael Jackson, but real quick before we get to the Niners game tonight and the Warriors tomorrow, it wasn't about the roster. I took the question I answered out of context. It was about the stuff going on behind the scenes that cut me so much as a Warrior fan last year. And to see young Brandon Podziemski sit down, and I asked him about a video that was floating around during the offseason with him and Steph in a gym working out. The guy looked me in the face, young Podziemski, and said, Steph, he took care of me. He checked on me. We did things. And I'm like, that, I wanted to jump up like I had the Holy Ghost, like, Willard, he's a rookie. That's what I'm talking about. And that's why I feel like Steph has taken on started with the Game 7 speech, but he's taken on more of I ain't going to be here for another 15 years. You know, we still got action, but that's what I'm talking about. The vet checking on the rookie, not because he has to, Willard, because he wants to. Well, and that just spoke to the essence of Curry, man.
I think it speaks to the essence of where the Warriors are right now. However, that lasts about, let's see, 24. Oh. That lasts about 32 hours, right? And what I mean by that is there is sort of a soft underbelly feel right now to this roster. Part of it is because we're coming off of a year where their chemistry or lack thereof ruined the season. And so this year, now they're reacting in the other way. I likened it last week. The Warriors feel like a group that just got out of an abusive relationship. That's what they look like. And they are just, everything is happy and fun, and everybody's adults, and everybody's got all this love for one another, and they're heaping praise, and that's wonderful. That goes as far as the standings go, though. We get excited about that stuff, provided that it's leading to wins. If the Warriors come out of the gate and go 4-6 in their first 10 games, nobody cares if they're all getting along. But I think what you're tapping into is definitely where the Warriors are right now. And I think it has a lot to do with why the fan base has started to accept Chris Paul the way that it has. They've done a good job of pitching this group as something that they're feeling it. They are feeling it. Again, it's got to lead to wins, but yeah, man, they look like a happy group right now.
And it starts tomorrow. I couldn't think of a better opponent. Not just, hey, we got the news from Shams, Dibs, that Draymond's not going to be out there. It seemed like he was getting close. But you can't tell me, and I know you. I call you Machiavelli of the station. You would have called me Curry, Tupac. I'm telling you, there's no part of Chris Paul that doesn't want to take it to the Suns. Yeah, you went out and got Bradley Beal. You basically replaced me for him. What better way to get off to a good start tomorrow on national TV, Dibs, and kick the Suns' ass?
Right, and he'll get the start, which will be, it's unconfirmed. We'll have Steve Kerr today at 5 o'clock, and
awesome.
We may ask him what his starting lineup will be, and he'll dodge it, but you would imagine that Chris Paul is going to be in there, especially because it's against Phoenix, but I didn't expect... No.
Uh-oh. I don't know. I'm not as confident as you are. I don't know about that.
I would expect him to be in the starting lineup, and we can ask Steve Kerr that at 5 o'clock. I mean, I don't know if you...
Willard, wow.
I mean, what do you go with...
You're replacing...
TJP?
You're replacing your power forward. So
right.
I wouldn't replace him with Chris Paul.
So you don't think that streak of Chris Paul starting means anything in this scenario?
I don't know who it means anything to. That's up to all of them. But yeah, I am not... when he said that last week was a dress rehearsal, I believed him.
Wow.
And Chris Paul didn't start.
Yeah.
And Draymond was not available. And Looney was not available. And Chris Paul still didn't start. So we'll see.
Yeah, we will see.
We'll ask him.
Tomorrow night, when we'll be out there live at Chase Center in the team store.
Yeah,
and you're there
can't wait.
in the suite now, which is awesome. And, man, in the meantime, all eyes on tonight in a game that feels tougher with each passing hour than it had been in the previous weekends, and it feels like a bigger game based on what we saw last night with Philadelphia and Miami, too.
It's so interesting, guys. It's like 1 week in the NFL is a month, 4 weeks worth of games. And I promised myself, Willard, Dibs, I wouldn't come in and I wouldn't be a part of it. But it's so hard not to watch what Cleveland did as far as the adjectives and the greatness I put on their defense. They made some plays yesterday, but let Gardner Minshew just drive the ball up and down the field. They got the W. Buffalo, Detroit, all the flavors of the month or the weeks, and then they have their day. No Trent Williams. To me, guys, that's a big deal for young Brock Purdy playing his first ever Monday Night Football game. But, Willard, I'm sitting here as confident as I am thinking this is going to be a walk in the park for the Niners. It may not be because it's the NFL.
Yeah, not going to be a walk in the park at all. They may win by 10. They may win by 20. But first
they might lose by 7.
I mean, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I have made a promise not to tell anybody else how to fan. Y'all can do whatever you want, but I think it is absolute nut job behavior that our feet are up the way they are about this 49er football team, acting like the wins just belong to the 49ers, no matter what city they're in, no matter who the other team has, no matter who's in, who's out. The complacency that I feel right now with the fan base, to me, is a complete head-scratcher, and the evidence is all over the NFL every week. The Buffalo Bills cannot win a football game. They could not stop Mac Jones. The 49ers, the last time we saw them, and I obviously get all of the aspects that went into this, but they got beat by a team that was being quarterbacked by P.J. Walker. Like, this is the freaking NFL, and every game is hard, and the 49ers are going in shorthanded as a massive road favorite on Monday night. There's all kinds of things that would suggest tonight is going to be difficult.
Wow.
Doesn't mean they can't do it, and I expect them to, but this is not a walk in the park.
You know what? Tell me how you feel without telling us how you really feel. Willard, and this is no bad on you, but what you just said about the people, the fans, the 49er fans with their feet up, not the entitlement, but I had you in that group, and it's almost a compliment. I had you in the group where you just thought this team was invincible. It's about home field advantage, but the reality is just what I told Steiny. It's about the red cross, that symbol, and right now, here we go. Every team has it, as Steiny tried to remind me, but every team doesn't have it. Like, it feels like the Niners are experiencing these back-to-back.
Right, but at the same time, this is the first time they've really had to face that sort of injury adversity. I know Dre Greenlaw missed last week's game against Cleveland, but now you've got no Trent and you've got no Deebo, and McCaffrey is a maybe. So these are big ones, but you look at the situation of a season, 17 games, and Pittsburgh, a team that you beat earlier, turned out to be better than you thought. And Cleveland with a nice bounce back. I know it was a little bit of a back and forth kind of a ball game, and Myles Garrett absolutely wrecked the game like he didn't wreck the game against you.
He blocked a field goal.
He did everything. If you want to say something about defense, he did it. He had a pass defense. He had a forced fumble. He had a sack. He had a block kick.
Jeez.
He did everything, and they needed all of it to win by 1 over Indy.
DPO.
I'm telling you.
Why?
No doubt.
There's a guy in Pittsburgh, though, Willard. It's going to be close.
Not right now. It's not.
Yeah.
Look, there's all kinds of fantastic defensive players.
Yes.
Nick Bosa is taking too much criticism for what is actually a pretty good season if you look at the metrics. But Myles Garrett right now is the DPO.
No doubt
His
about
effect
it, man.
on a football game is absolutely unbelievable. I know it's wild to talk about a defensive player when the final score was 39-38, but if you watch that game, if you know. You watch that game, that guy, they lose by 17 if they don't have him in that game.
And they don't beat the Niners if he wasn't in that game.
Right. So in terms of last week's loss, I think it looks a little bit better now, even though that they gave up 38, but they still found a way to win. PJ Walker off the bench for Deshaun Watson. And
they're 4-2, right?
Yeah.
It's a 4-2 football
team. A win's
team.
a win.
Yeah,
and, that division, they're a half game back of Baltimore, which, again, the Baltimore team.
Good Lord.
I mean, Lamar Jackson. I need a big George Kittle night for me to get by John. Who the hell is John?
I saw that. I walked in, and he didn't even say hello to me. He flashed his phone through a window, and he's like, look at this. 164 to 146
again,
or 48 or whatever, with Kittle on the come and no Deebo, which could mean more Kittle.
It could. I'm going to need a lot of Kittle, Goo. I mean, my team, I haven't given up the most points, but I've given up some points in fantasy. And last night, I'm watching that game, and I'm screaming. I got my baby in my arms, your niece, baby Mila.
I love it.
Yeah, I'm watching the game, and I just scream out, stop throwing him the ball. And my wife's like, what's wrong with you? I'm like, they need to stop throwing it to A.J. Brown. It's killing me.
Oh, he went off. Hey, I went on a little tangent.
Every week.
I just want your thoughts, Dibs. This might affect our relationship, but I'm gonna say it anyway, Willard.
Wow.
I'm a fair dude. I got my imperfections and my warts. I got a lot of them. But I as a parent, a husband, I try to be as fair as a friend as I possibly can. I had no dog in the fight of the Steelers-Rams game. I'm about the Shield. And watching what the NFL has become in regard to officiating it's borderline stupid. There was a play that was the wrong play. It was called the wrong play, but because it wasn't under 2 minutes and it was 2 minutes and 11 seconds, the whole building and everybody watching knew that Kenny Pickett did not get the first down. He was short. But because of the lame rules and the timeout situation, the Rams are trying to win a game. You could come down the road for not having a timeout. We got to sit there and act like the better team won, or we watched the ending that was fair. And then I watched the Browns-Colts. It's like, what are we doing? Then I'm watching Sunday night. You're telling me the Eagles are playing 60 minutes of football, guys, and there's not one flag?
None.
You could call a flag on every play, but there's not. So I'm watching as an innocent bystander like, this could have happened in the Super Bowl. And I'm mainly talking about the Rams Steelers. Come on, just get it right if we got the technology. Forget about, the 2:11 or you're 11 seconds off for us doing it. What? Let's fix it. How about that? Fix it.
Well, they don't want to fix it. And that's the problem is there's a certain notion of like them having the control over the games. Like last night's a great example. And I saw a tweet from the fake Mike McDaniel account. It's M-I-K McDaniel. And he or she, they cited 7 different calls that should have been flags. And I looked at all 7 and I thought, well, 5 of them for sure. 5 of the 7 should have been flags on Philly, but they had no penalties. How do you have a game with no penalties? Imagine an NBA game where a team does not commit a foul. That's basically what this is. That's foul.
Yeah.
Right? So I think that it's broken and they know how to fix it, but for some reason they don't want to fix it.
Well, they have to go through, you know how this works, guys. Like it's got to go through all of the competition committee process, and it's got to do all that. I was throwing this out to Dibs, Goo. I wonder what you think about this because I've heard that this is something that's being discussed in league circles, which is a golden challenge. And it does not have anything to do with your other challenges. And by the way, it does not need to follow the rules of what is quote-unquote reviewable. You get 1 per game. And so you save it for those game-changing moments like the Pittsburgh Rams game where you're like, I don't care if we don't have timeouts. I don't care if this is pass interference that normally is not reviewable. I'm throwing my golden challenge, and you've got to go review whatever the hell it is.
I got a golden challenge.
That's right.
I love it.
You have got to go review what I'm telling you to review and tell me what you see. And if you're wrong, you got to fix it. And scene.
I mean,
did we lose you, Goo?
Yeah, I'm right here. I heard you, Willard.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, there you are.
Hey, I'm with you. The golden, forget the golden corral, but the golden challenge, I'm in. I am in, Willard. But what happened in that game just left a bad taste in my mouth. And Dibs, I thought you were going to bark back. You agree. And if it's broken, how can that be any good for the Shield? Like, that's what I'm missing. Like, how is that a good thing if we're talking about your sport and things that it's apparent to the naked eye, but yet we act like it didn't exist because of some of these stipulations?
It's because you're not turning off your TV and you're not turning away from your gambling app. You're still going to gamble. Fantasy football is at an all-time high, and DFS, Daily Fantasy Sports, is at an all-time high, and everything is just a churn. They're making money. So do they want the game to be fair? I mean, yeah, sure, but they don't have to make the game be fair because when it's not fair and you have Philadelphia not get penalized for a whole game and you've got a Steeler-Ram game that basically ends because of a botch call that can't be reviewed, we're talking about it, and so they don't lose any money. I don't think that these leagues, especially this league, I don't think that they're as consumed by fairness as all the fans are.
No, I agree with that. Willard. But what there does need to be, though, is oversight. We're living in an age of analytics, which means every single player in every single sport basically has like a Carfax report on him. We all know. We know where he's been. We know the strengths. We know the weaknesses. We know the percentages, all of those things. Why are we so afraid? It doesn't mean I'm trying to get anybody fired or attacked. Why are we so afraid to do this with refs as well? It wasn't until today that I read that the head ref from last night's game, his analytics are that he skews toward the home team, like in a really, in an odd way, in a way that is not congruent with the other officials around the league. So
that's not fair.
If that's the case, why isn't something being done about it? Or why aren't you seeing that person be demoted? Or why is that person not getting fewer playoff games or what have you? I hate the fact that Mike McDaniel has to go to a press conference last night afterwards and he's not allowed to speak freely. He cannot walk in there and be like 10 penalties against 0. Are you crazy? What the hell is that? Yeah. He should be allowed to say that. I just don't understand.
Well, he can say that.
Yeah, and he has to pay for it.
$50,000.
Yeah, that's not fair. It's not fair. It should be free.
Right.
That's weak sauce.
I think that the next level to this is looking at what you're talking about with referee analytics and then asking yourself, why was that ref given that assignment where Philly's at home and it's a home slanted ref, Sunday night game, and you start to realize that, and I love sports, and the more I look at sports as an older guy, the more I realize that to bet on sports in that fashion is absolute suicide.
Yeah.
Because you look at that ref in that spot, that team, and, the NFL wants that team to do well. Philadelphia's a big market, and they're a great story, and they're a great team. So do you assign a ref? Is it random that he happened to be given that assignment?
That's a good question.
Think so.
Yeah, I don't know. But you can bet. You just bet the other way. I was on the Eagles -3 last night, and I'm still able to sit here and go, that was crap.
Yeah.
That was absolute crap.
Doubt about it.
That receiver,
you and I both, Willard.
was it Wilson that was heading down the left sideline?
The face mask.
It's a face mask. I'm like, the guy's trying
to do it. It was incidental.
Great. Fine. It's still a penalty.
Well,
I'm not saying it needs to be a 15-yarder, but it's pass interference. And when you see a guy's head, jerk to the left,
McCaffrey.
I don't know how. Look, Dibbs, you know this. I'm usually one to say, I don't know how we expect these people to see this stuff at this pace in real time. The umpires in baseball can't see the little box on the screen that we can, and then we get mad when a 100-mile-an-hour fastball that is a half of an inch outside, and we're like, this idiot can't see it. Right, he can't see it. We can barely see it. The hitter can't even see it. It's a 100-mile-an-hour fastball. So I'm not coming down the road of you've got to get everything right on the field. It's incredibly hard. But there are certain calls that would seem rather obvious in real time, and there needs to be more oversight and more backing.
Big Brother should be watching it all the time.
Right, for the fact that it is so hard to see in real time.
You know what? Andy's watching. Hey, I'm listening to you guys. I'm going to get out of here. Have a good show. 31-17 Niners.
If you run into a Warrior on the way to your car, what are you going to do?
Just throw up the do sign, Chris Brown. Just throw up the do sign.
Thank you. That's a
all right, I love y'all. All right,
go.
I go.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibbs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibbs. On 95.7 The Game.
My man, what a week. What a week. Monday Night Football.
Yeah.
Tomorrow you and I will be at Chase Center. Hopefully we'll run into the chef. We'll just put up the deuces. I'm not going to bother the guy and tell the story on the air. That's actually a lie. I probably would totally go over to him and try to talk him up.
Yeah, you were showing your picture with him earlier today.
I quote tweeted it on top of Goo. I'm like, man, some of us were here 12 years ago.
Look at you.
Getting selfies with the chef, okay? If you want to see very, very, very young version of me and Steph, this is when he was a rook.
Well, more of him than you. You look mostly the same.
I look a little heavier.
A little less gray.
More hair. More of it.
Yeah.
Different color.
Sure.
But that's life. Again, as I always tell the guy who cuts the hair, I don't care what color it is as long as there's still some up there. So we're doing okay. But anyway, we will be there tomorrow night to get you ready for opening night at Chase Center and obviously react to whatever happens tonight. And I'm struck about tonight by many 49er fans, and we'll open it up to the lines right now, okay? Kyle Rudolph, Vikings great. And my partner on Sunday on the radio is going to join us in exactly an hour. Steve Kerr is on the show as well. But what do you all think about Christian McCaffrey tonight? It was Jay Glazer's report yesterday that got everybody going. Because it's one thing when you go, it's an oblique. It's an oblique. And everyone goes, okay, it's an oblique. And all of us non-doctors are like, great, I know where the oblique is. And other than that, I know nothing about this injury. And then he used the word. Jay Glazer used the word tear, and it changed this entire conversation. Now, he said there is a very, quote, slight little tear
sure.
in the oblique.
It's like a baby tear.
Well, but here's what I understand. I understand when people go, wait a minute, the whole report about, well, you can't make it worse. How's that possible? If it's a slight little tear, yeah, you can. It can become a bigger tear.
Sure.
So can you make it worse? And the second he uses that word, the whole conversation changes. And here you come with a bunch of 49er fans who think Christian McCaffrey should sit out tonight.
Well, what did they think that it was before that? Did they think that it was just a pulled muscle in his oblique? And the fact that he sat out for half a game last week, that told you that it was more than just like an owie or a bruise. The guy's tough. He wants to play. So the fact that it is a slight tear, according to Jay Glazer, and I don't know how he got that medical info that nobody else had been able to get, and I haven't seen it refuted from the Niners staff or anybody else, so we take it as fact that it is a slight baby tear. But what did we all think that it was?
I don't know. I didn't really spend any time thinking about it at all.
Well, all I do is think about medicals.
I know you do. I'm not a doctor. If somebody says it's an oblique, cool. It's an oblique. You tell me if he's playing or not. So far, what the Niners have been saying is that he's very, very likely to play. I don't know if they're messing with the Vikings. I actually wouldn't be shocked in an hour if it comes out that he's not playing tonight, because he is the type of guy who's a game changer in terms of your scheme and your game plan. So would the Niners pull that? I have no idea. But I'm going to trust that Christian, combined with the Niners and their doctors, know the right thing to do here. Are there tough calls in life? Yes. But here's what I would argue against. And it is a statement that mainly was coined by our boss, Matt Nahagian, who said yesterday on social media, quote, there is absolutely no reason to play Christian McCaffrey tonight. Yes, there is.
Right.
There's a football game to win. There's a football game to win.
Well, he also tweeted out shortly thereafter that you don't want to go to Philadelphia in the playoffs. You absolutely have to get the number 1 seed, which I thought was an interesting back-to-back. And he probably tweeted in between those two. They were about 6 hours apart. But there's no reason to play Christian McCaffrey, followed by you have to get the number 1 seed, which hit me because the only reason why you would play him tonight would be because you want to win this game and keep pace with Philadelphia, who right now is the number 1 seed. Detroit got boat raced.
Yes, they did.
They got run off the field by Baltimore, and that's fine. It's going to happen. I don't think that Philly's going to go 16-1, so Detroit is not out of it by any stretch. But if you're the Niners, you don't want to fall behind Philadelphia this early, and you don't want to lose a second straight game, and you don't want to lose your upper hand at maybe getting the number 1 seed.
You're absolutely not wrong. Although I do think it's even simpler than that. Like, keep pace with Philly, so you're 7 games in after tonight. If you're both 6-1, great. There's still 10 more games to go. I would simplify it even beyond the idea of keeping pace with Philly. Here's the simplification sensation. There's a game, and they want to win it really badly. Really badly, because that's how this works. The idea of like saving someone for next week, or there's a bye in 2 weeks, so you could chunk off 3 weeks in rather than 2 with regard to how you play this whole thing. Football is an obsessive state of mind, the way they go about it. Every football player I've ever talked to says the same thing. When it's game week, like, there are guys on the team who don't even know they're playing Cincinnati Sunday. They don't even know. Because they are so laser focused on the game plan and exactly what they need to do to go beat the Minnesota Vikings on a Monday night in prime time. That is the laser focus. You just do not have the ability at this level to be like, well, we could beat them without this guy and without that guy and without whatever. I don't think that's the thought. Nobody's looking at a month down the road and by the way, save a guy from injury. What can happen on the first play when he gets back 4 weeks from now?
He can get hurt.
He can snap
ankle,
anything.
Knee, who knows?
So, you've got to, I'm not saying play through anything, but if he and the medical experts and the 49ers believe this guy is ready to play a football game tonight, absolutely. You play him in this football game tonight.
Even if it means that he could get further injured. His little tear could become a medium tear or a big tear because I believe that's how these things can be exacerbated. When you have a small injury, it can graduate into a bigger injury.
It could, but here's the honest truth of the whole thing. Even if Christian was totally healed, there is absolutely a very solid chance at injury again tonight, no matter what.
Of course.
It doesn't matter. Whoever's healthy, whatever. So I think there's this, we've even talked about it with regard to his usage. There's this idea that there is a way to protect Christian. And I don't think there is. There isn't. There's no way to protect a football player. There's none.
Well, by not playing him.
But then...
I mean, that protects him.
Okay, but then the second he does get back out there, he's not protected.
Of course.
And you're in a lesser spot because you've sat all your players, and now instead of being 14-3, you're 11-6.
And unless you can go out and beat Minnesota without him, and you don't have Deebo and you don't have Trent, so if you don't play Christian McCaffrey, you can still go out and win the game. We've seen teams win football games without having their full complement, so it's possible they go out and win.
Well,
it's also possible that he plays and they lose.
Yes.
He plays, he doesn't get hurt, they lose. They play, he gets hurt, they win. You never know.
But you wouldn't argue they are more likely to win the game if he plays. Accurate?
Depends on how healthy he is.
I mean, we've talked about this earlier in the year. Christian is worth maybe as much as a field goal on the spread.
Right.
So
what is the spread now? Has it changed?
I think it's still 7 last I looked. Yeah. But I mean, if he's announced out, that thing immediately goes to 4. So more or less likely that they win if he plays.
I wonder if it goes to 4 between now and 5:15.
That's what they said.
Right.
That's what they said. And by the way,
keep an eye on that.
This spread was 7 before last week's games. The look-ahead line was it has not moved.
I thought it went to 6.5 late last week when we were on the air.
It is,
and then back to 7.
At this hour, I've got it. It's at 7, but it's threatening to go to 6.5.
Okay,
it is at plus 100 for -7. But the point is that they were -7 before last week's game, which means they've lost. They lost Deebo Samuel. They lost Trent Williams, and at least Christian McCaffrey's hampered. All of that happened, and the line did what? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. But according to what we were told, based on line movers, if he gets announced out, this thing moves to at least 5, maybe 4.
Oh, I wonder if it moves that much, and I guess we'll keep an eye on that if the news does break. I do think he's going to play, so we probably won't get a chance to see what a line move would be like in the last-minute window, because I think that he's gotten this far being questionable, and all the reports were going into it, he's going to try to play. And if it's just a small tear and he can pain manage it, and that's what everyone was saying, that it's a pain management thing, and he did have the extra day. So if that's the case and he can pain manage it and he doesn't have Deebo already and you don't have Trent, so I would imagine he would push to play more than if those other guys were in the lineup.
Let me ask you a quick question. You coaching?
No.
Okay. Let me ask you another one. If you were, you playing him?
Am I playing him? Yeah, if he can play. I mean, it's not a Kyle question.
I'm with you.
It's really not up to Kyle.
That's true. Yeah, it's up to those who are in charge of that.
I thought you were going to ask me who I'm taking.
We got time for that.
Oh,
we got all kinds of time
like
for that. It's a lot of points, and they are a home dog. I know. You wouldn't surprise me at all if you took the Vikings. Okay, we'll take your calls on that. What do you want the Niners to do with Christian tonight? 888-957-9570 is the number. Also, listen Monday, October 30th at 4:30 p.m. This is your chance to play Knockout at Chase Center. We here on Willard and Dibbs are giving out 10 slots. The other shows are too. Contest going to run for 2 weeks. Your first chance to win is a week from today, Monday, October 30th at 4:30. Your calls next on Willard and Dibbs.
Tune into 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip of every Warriors game throughout.
in Fairfield or online at CordeliaRV.com.
Dub Nation, it's Draymond Green. My head coach Steve Kerr joins Willard and Dibbs today, right here on 95.7 The Game.
And we will talk about the fact that you ain't playing. That's right. Draymond Green has been announced out, courtesy of Shams, for tomorrow night's opener. We will see what that means for the all-important starting lineup. It does mean the bet between me and Styles is off. He already tweeted at me and goes, "Oh, you just saved $200. I'm like, no, dude, you did. Like, we're never going to get the answer, but if Draymond was playing tomorrow night, I feel beyond confident that Chris Paul was coming off the bench.
Well, we'll see.
Now we'll see. Well, or we won't.
We'll see if Chris Paul starts tomorrow. If Chris Paul doesn't start tomorrow with Draymond out, then I think that you rightly can feel like you would have won the bet. If Chris Paul starts tomorrow with Draymond out,
we'll never know.
We'll never know.
Yeah, we'll never know.
But I do think that if Chris Paul does not start tomorrow, if they go with Steph and Clay, Wiggins, Looney, and TJP, for example, if that's your five,
it might be.
If that's your five, then you could go to Styles and say,
I think I could go to an arbitrator, and don't you think? Yeah, I could argue that I should have won anyway. I don't want to do that to the guy though. He just got a new gig. Feel good for him. I don't want to ruin his flow. He's in the flow.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But I do think that if that is the case, you could at least, not that you would go to the arbitration over it, but you could at least feel like you had it right to begin with. If they go Steph and Clay and Chris Paul and Wiggins and Looney tomorrow, which is what I expect them to do. Steve Kerr joins us at 5 today. I expect you to ask him that. Hey, Steve, you coaching?
I expect you to ask him
I'm going to ask, hey, Steve, you coaching? And they'll say, Steve, did we lose you? Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm here.
No, I'm still in a little bit of a timeout in terms of asking the hard question. Because when I said, Steve, did we lose you? It's because I asked about the punch, and it was, 9 months after the fact. So I'm still in softball mode.
Anytime you get someone in a conversation to say, yeah, no, it means they're discombobulated.
Sure.
Like they're, yeah, no, what? Yes, I'm here. So, sure, that was a moment. I got another one for you.
Yeah.
You want another moment? Then we'll go to the phones here. 888-957-9570. What do you want the Niners to do with C-Mac tonight? 888-957-9570. This just in, Dan Dibley. Game 7. Hours before Bruce Bochy gets ready for a Game 7 performance against Dusty Baker, he received a text message. Who do you think texted Boch before Game 7? Nice job. Lucas is pointing to himself.
Which I'm sure he did.
You try to get Boch on today?
That was before Game 1.
Okay.
A couple days late.
Get him on tomorrow when he wins. Get him on. Well, tomorrow's going to be crazy.
Please
Get him on Wednesday. Get him on Wednesday if he wins. Is the home team not got a win yet in this series?
0-6.
Damn, people spent a lot of money on tickets to watch their team lose. Anyway, who do you think?
And the home team in trouble right now in the NLCS.
Yeah, in the NLCS, right. But they got another shot at it if they lose. But yeah, back-to-back home runs by the D-backs. Who do you think texted Boch just a short time ago?
Buster Posey.
Oh, close. I'm the Mad Bum.
Oh, really?
Madison Bumgarner texted Bruce Bochy and offered to pitch.
Nice. It is Game 7.
It is.
But he's not on short rest.
And
he's been off for about 5 months now.
Not on the correct roster either, but that's still fun.
Yeah.
Mad Bum texted Boch and said, you need me? I got, 6 pitches.
Yeah.
I got 6. I don't have 6 innings anymore, but I got 6 pitches if you need them.
That's rooting harder for the Rangers than his actual team that would get him in a World Series ring if they won.
It's a good point. Good point. What happens if the D-backs and Rangers play in a Game 7 in a week and a half? Then what does Mad Bum do?
He texts Bochy.
And offers to pitch.
Yeah, exactly.
And then texts the D-backs and offers them to pitch.
I think that, and I don't know what their record was when they showed him the door, but they've been pretty damn good since then.
Woo. Yeah.
He was not, his D-backs career is highly forgettable among Arizona fans.
No doubt.
If there are such a thing.
No doubt. I mean, I know that there's still a lot of angst over his departure, whether A, the Giants should have brought him back, or B, traded him in his final year, which I think would have emotionally been difficult for Giants fans. But to move on from him, they weren't wrong.
Right.
They were not wrong to not match $85 million for Mad Bum.
Just one more quick baseball note before we get heavy into the NFL again and Warriors opener tomorrow. But the Bob Melvin news. Where are you at on Bob Melvin? What would you be willing to trade as a Giants fan? Because if you want Bob Melvin, don't they have to trade for him, essentially?
I think that there would need to be some sort of compensation. Sensation.
Thank you.
But that's up to the Padres. You know what I mean? I think Bob Melvin's I think he's going to be the next manager of the Giants. I don't think you can put the toothpaste back in the tube on this one. You cannot allow your manager to go talk to a division rival and grant permission for them to go talk and then be like, okay, we'll have you back. The Padres want Melvin out of there. He and A.J. Preller don't get along. If you think that makes Bo Mel a retread or a problem, I would submit to you, go ask a Padre fan whose side they're on between Bob Melvin and A.J. Preller. This is one of those classic situations. You know, Jim Harbaugh went through it with the 49ers, and you can pick which side you're on. I'm on team Bo Mel against A.J. Preller for sure. And to me, he was on a very short list of 3 or 4 people who I think would make really good hires for the Giants, and I do think their attention is now on him. Yeah, that's what I think.
And I wonder what they have to give up to get him.
I don't know.
If it's money or a prospect or maybe both, because I don't know. And we'll see what the Padres do in terms of playing hardball. I agree with you. I do think he'll be the next manager of the Giants, which I love. I know Bob a little bit, and he's a great manager, and he's a great guy, and he's a good fit for this team.
Credibility. Solid dude. Farhan talked about wanting somebody that players want to play for. I think it checks a lot of boxes. All right. We'll get into that throughout the week because I do think that's coming, probably sooner rather than later. 888-957-9570. I do not want to sound like a doctor. I know you do, so if you're comfortable with that, because you do know more about the stuff that's going on inside the human body than I do, I got no clue. I couldn't even really tell you exactly what an oblique injury is. I mean, I know the general area we're talking about, but I don't know anything about this stuff. So I've got no reason to refute whatever it is the Niners and Christian choose to do tonight. I just look at it from the perspective of, A, how do football teams really go about making a decision like this? How do they think about it? And B, this for me is an extension of the usage conversation that we've been having. I think it is a figment of our imagination that in some way we can protect Christian. In other words, it's like, we can't have 400 touches. Okay, so 360 means he's going to be fine.
Right.
It's just you've got to wrap your head around the risk that happens every single time that the 49ers suit up. And every time they do, it may mean somebody goes down. Last time they played, 3 major names went down. And they were missing a major name to start the game in Dre Greenlaw. And it ended up being their first loss. That risk happens again tonight at 5:15. And there's absolutely no way around that. So if he's cleared by doctors who know what they're doing, he's good with it, the team's good with it, and he thinks he can help them win what I would refer to as a massive football game, then here's your helmet, here are your pads, and we will see you at the 50-yard line to start this game.
But they're all massive, so is this game any bigger than next week's game against Cincinnati? Maybe a little bit because it's a not a divisional, but a conference opponent.
And road game.
If Minnesota is actually going to be there at the end, maybe it becomes a tiebreaker, although I don't think that Minnesota is going to have the year that they thought they were going to have. They're 2-4 and off to a bit of a tough start, but if Minnesota wins this game, suddenly they're back into the playoff conversation at 3-4. Is it a bigger game than next week against Cincinnati? Probably. And then the week after that, you do have a bye. So I think you have to look at mitigating factors such as, if you rest him here and you rest him again on next Sunday, can you buy him 3 weeks to get this torn oblique, a small tear, according to Jay Glazer? Can you get it better in 3 weeks? Or what's the risk of going back out there and having this tear become worse and maybe ultimately making you miss multiple weeks and having you come out of the bye and miss more games after just next week?
Look, I get it. If Christian McCaffrey were to go out there tonight and something were to get aggravated or the same injury got worse, the 49ers are opening themselves up to a bunch of criticism. I get that. But it could be anything else, or he could get through this thing healthy. I will tell you, I used to hate this quote when I covered him, but you remember Henry Bibby was the head coach at USC for a while.
Mike's dad.
Anytime you asked anything with regard to, the size of this game, he would look at you and he would go, well, this is our biggest game because it's our next game.
Right.
And I sort of want to borrow that sentence tonight. The biggest game of the year for the 49ers is the game against the Vikings in 2.5 hours because it's their next game. And I have no idea who's going to be healthy or what the scenario is that's in play for 6 days from now when the Bengals come to town. No clue. Are everybody's quarterbacks ready to go? No clue. Don't know. But what I do know is this is what's available tonight, and the 49ers have to and should treat every single time they suit up like an absolute must win because it might be. Don't we all agree that the 1 seed, for me, that's the focus right now. I don't think about the Super Bowl. I don't really even think about the division that comes along with it. I think about the 1 seed. And if you think about it from that perspective, yeah, man, you got to put your best foot forward every time you play.
Right, you do. But at the same time, when you're dealing with injuries, and Christian McCaffrey is injured, is he so injured that he can't play? We don't know. Only he and the medical staff know. Even Kyle Shanahan doesn't know. It comes down to the medical people and McCaffrey Is it pain threshold? If it is, then McCaffrey's going to play. I totally expect that to be the case. But if it's a tear that can be made worse by playing, well, then there's a discussion to be had between the medical people and Christian McCaffrey himself. Because, yes, this game is very important. The next most important game is the game next week. And I like that from Henry Bibby. And he's right, especially when it comes to football. In the NFL, every game is as important as any other game. You only get 17 of them, and you're not worried about the Seattle games or the Arizona game or the Ram game or the Philadelphia game and all the rest of these games, the Washington game, the Baltimore game, and all these other games that happen toward the end of the year. It's this one game. And yes, you want to win, but you don't want to sacrifice Christian McCaffrey and risk him getting hurt and having him miss multiple games just to try to win this one game.
That I agree with, but to me, that all comes down to the same question. It really, for me, it is simple. It's just, are you healthy and are you ready to play? If you are, you play. If you're not, you don't. The scenarios.
But it's never that black and white. Well, there's always gray area.
Right, but what I don't think comes into play is, well, where are we on the schedule?
Agreed.
Who's our opponent?
Well, I agree to an extent.
Do we think the opponent is good? Are they kind of good? Are they sort of good? Are they not very good?
I think all that weighs into it.
Well, I think that everybody is a threat. If Mac Jones can score 29 points and go on a game-winning drive, do you think Carolina's going 0-17? That means that if the answer, I think no. I think they're going to beat someone, which means somebody is going to get ready for a football game where they're like, Carolina, and lose. I got knocked out of the survivor pool yesterday, okay? I had the Bills.
No.
Yeah, there was nobody to take.
You had the Bills.
I had the Bills.
Yeah,
I had the Bills.
How many other people had the Bills?
I think a lot. I haven't even gone to the site. It's too painful. Too painful. You know what I mean? Anyway, let's take some football calls. Let's hear from you. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Charles in South City. Hey, Charles, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What you doing, man?
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
We're great, man. How about you?
I'm good. Good to hear you guys again on the line. Sorry for the background. I'm having a little installment done on the house. But anyway, what I think the 49ers should do with C-Mac tonight, I feel like they should put him in maybe a couple plays, but even that might be risky. But this is just my opinion. If it's me, if I was in charge, I wouldn't even put C-Mac in, because that oblique injury could get 10 times as worse. And it only takes one play. One play to mess your whole system up, and I would hate to see any player go down on the field, but especially C-Mac for how good he is. I'm not even a 49er fan, but I would hate to see C-Mac as good as he is go down. So if it's me, I wouldn't want to see C-Mac hurt, and I could probably sum this up in the best way possible for you guys, and especially for you too, Dibbs. If you're Kyle Shanahan, you're like, well, Christian, I don't know what we can do for you and stuff. And if you really want to play that bad, we could probably put you in a few plays and stuff. And, hey, hopefully nothing happens. And that's it. And hopefully things go well for you guys.
And stuff.
Yeah,
Thank
you, Charles.
Very good, Charles.
That was not bad.
Very good.
That was not bad.
You brought it home.
Listen, I get it. I really do. My mind just sort of processes this a little bit differently when someone goes, hey, I don't want to put him out there because XYZ, something bad could happen. Right. That's true for everybody who's on the field tonight. All of them.
But this is different.
I don't know that it is. I'm not a doctor.
But it's different because he has an injury.
Right, but supposedly there is at least the whisper early in the week that it's not the type of injury that gets worse based on hits. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I have no clue.
I don't have a deep history of oblique tears, even of minor oblique tears, but I know that that's out there. But whether or not you can get hit and have it get worse, how did he get hurt in the first place?
Playing football.
Right, yeah. But he doesn't know. So are you telling me that a twist or a pull or a reach or anything else that you do with your oblique can't make this worse?
I have no idea.
As opposed to standing with a ball cap on in sweatpants?
Of course not. But that's not what we're doing here.
That's exactly what we're doing.
No, like that, which does what? Like it saves you for next week when the exact same risk
or after the bye, exactly.
And then after the bye, the exact same
Why
risk.
is Deebo not playing?
Because he's got a broken bone.
It's a hairline fracture.
Right, which hurts like hell.
Right.
And I would imagine if it gets hit, there's a good chance that it snaps further. That's what I would imagine. Again, not a doctor, no clue about any of this stuff. I just have a trust in the people who professionally do this to not put their best player in what would be a poor risk-reward situation. There is inherent risk. I guess what we're trying to access is how much higher is the risk for Christian than it would be for other players.
Right.
And if that's a nominal number, then I don't know what the hesitation is. Because it's football, and they all might get hurt.
Well,
all of them.
They will do the calculations, and therefore I don't have to worry about what that risk reward is because they're doing it, and they've seen the MRI, and they know his pain tolerance, and I'm sure at this hour the game kicks off in 2 hours and 20 some odd minutes, and so I'm sure he's already either getting padded up or in his uniform and going through some warm ups, and he's probably letting them know I'm good. Or, yeah, I'm not sure. Let me get the needle, and I'll get back to you in an hour, and we'll see how I feel.
90 minutes out is when they absolutely 100% have to list their actives and inactives. But there's always a tell, and that is who they elevate from the practice squad.
Right.
Well, that's already out. And guess what? They did not elevate any more running backs.
Right.
They elevated wide receiver Chris Conley, and they elevated
a
cornerback. So that would suggest to me that all of the reports we've been hearing for a few days now are accurate, and I am expecting Christian McCaffrey to be active in this football game tonight.
I like that in terms of a tell, and I saw the same thing, and my only question was, and I don't have the information in front of me, but do they have another running back on the practice squad?
Oh, that's a good question.
Thank you. I count that.
I work here.
If they do, I would be surprised if that running back would actually get a taste of the football because you've got TDP, Ty Davis-Price, who's barely played at all. He's been a glorified practice squatter, although he's been active most days on game day. So even if they did activate another running back, they may not go that route because that player probably wouldn't play anyway.
I'm trying to find the practice squad, and that takes a minute. So I am not. I'm not sure if they've got another running back on the practice squad. But you're right. Yeah, it's Jordan Mason. It's TDP. By the way, it's TDP's birthday today.
Nice.
Yeah.
Can we get him a carry?
Probably not. Is what I'm thinking. Probably not. But you're also right in that, like, there are 3 other running backs already on the active roster, and often one of those is deactivated sometimes anyway. So, like, if Christian weren't going to play, Eli Mitchell, Jordan Mason, and TDP. So maybe this isn't a tell.
Right.
But
normally it is a tell, and I like that. I like that intel from you.
Yeah.
That's really good work by you, Mark. Good
Thank
hustle.
you. I really appreciate you looking out for me like that.
No problem, because I saw the same thing, and I didn't actually connect the dots. I did see that a wide receiver, Conley, got elevated, and I thought, well, that makes sense because Deebo's out, and you do need to have additional wide receivers active just in case, but I didn't see the running back get elevated, and I actually thought to myself, I wonder who that is. If they even is Trey Sermon still around?
Trey Sermon is not.
Joe Williams? Is Joe the ghost of Joe Williams?
Trey is still bouncing around maybe on the Eagles practice squad.
Oh, God.
Something like
he's
that.
He's somewhere.
Yeah, he's somewhere, but
giving him intel.
He is not here. All right. We will continue with your football calls. 888-957-9570. Do you think that CMC should be out there tonight or not? We will get to all of the calls on that. What tonight means for Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy, especially if they are tremendously shorthanded. All of that is still around the corner. And Kyle Rudolph, it's kind of going to be a Vikings versus 49ers conversation, I would imagine. So former Vikings tight end Kyle Rudolph joins us in 20 minutes. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, Willard and Dibbs.
Hi, I'm Nabil Ahmed at East Bay.
on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, and it's a big week, Dibbs. I mean, we're getting closer to the NFL trade deadline. We got Game 7 in baseball tonight. We got a drumbeat about the Giants manager. We got Monday Night Football.
Oh, boy.
And Christian McCaffrey conversations. Oh, by the way, Kevin Durant's on a plane right now.
Who are you?
That is about to land within the next hour or so, and the Suns and the Warriors will open the NBA season tonight. Tomorrow night at Chase Center, and we will count you down from the team store. We'll be there.
I can't wait to be out at the team store, and the guy Steiny and Guru did such a good job today from Chase Center, and you sent out a picture of a couple of your basketball cards that you found, your Chris Mullin and your Timmy Hardaway. I think it was a Hardaway rookie,
It was a Hardaway rookie card and a Chris Mullin.
Look at you. And you sent that out on IG, and I was like, man, I'm kind of feeling the same way because your caption was, let's blank and go.
Let's go.
Basically, let's go. It's NBA.
I clean out the closet, and it was one of those things.
Cleaning out my closet.
Thank you, Eminem. I open up a box, and then a box within the box.
What was in the box?
The lid. I'm like, what's in the box? And it's like basketball cards, and they spilled out all over the place. They're all protected and everything, so I had to pick them up. There was one old Giants Robbie Thompson card that got a little bent. Unfortunate. I got like 6 more. It's all good.
Yeah.
Anyway, pick them all up.
You're a big Robbie Thompson guy.
Huge. So I pick them all up, and I'm like putting them back in. And, a couple of, I got some good old cards, right?
Yeah.
Magic Johnson and Michael Jordan, and you're going through all of them. I'm like, look at these things. And then I'm like, whoa, look. It's a Tim and Chris burger. And then I was like, no, it's a Chris and Tim burger.
Right.
And then I just put them on a table and took a picture because I'm like, that's pretty fun.
That fired me up a little bit because I'm excited about tomorrow and the opener and, 82 Warrior games, especially with this year and all of the expectations. And, Chris Paul is here and the roster's now basically been trimmed to where, not completely where it's going to be, but they got 13 guaranteed contracts, as Mike Dunleavy said to the boys earlier today. And listening to that interview on my drive in, I was like, I'm ready.
Yeah.
This Monday night game tonight is everything. But once that's over, and then, you get up tomorrow and you watch it again a second time, as I always do, and then you head in. We're going to Chase Center tomorrow, baby.
We're going to Chase Center. Tomorrow's a big day, and we will still have every bit of 49er reaction throughout the show tomorrow. Peter King will be on the show, but we will sort of ham and egg it as we will be at the team store and count you down to the start of the Warriors season. It's going to be just an absolute hell of a day. 888-957-9570, what you want the Niners to do with Christian McCaffrey tonight. The national debate shows are all over this right now that he is reportedly going to play, and are the 49ers making a mistake? What do you think? I think, A, the fact that it's an injury and we don't know how it feels, and B, sure, do teams push players sometimes? Of course they do. Of course they do. But if Christian likes it, the 49er team doctors like it, I have very little reason to say, oh, you guys are wrong. And if you think the reason that they're wrong is that, come on, it's just Minnesota. They got a losing record. You could win this one without him and Trent and Deebo and it's like, are you kidding me? This is an NFL football game. They're a road favorite on a Monday night. That usually does not fare very well.
Right.
You got to go get this game. You cannot flick this game. So if you think he should be out, more power to you. But if for my money, don't use that reason. I said this earlier. The list of reasons why Christian should sit tonight are this. Number 1, he is not healthy enough to contribute. End of list. That's it.
Well, that's your list.
That's my list.
And my list would include the potential for a re-injury that would cost you more games than just tonight. And we don't know how bad it is. We don't know. I haven't seen the MRI. I'm assuming you haven't either.
I have not.
And, depending on how he's able to get through the game, if he does get hurt and it's the same injury and now he's out 4 to 6 weeks, then it turns out that it was a miscalculation. Sensation. I'll say it. And that's something that they're willing to risk. And it's McCaffrey who's making the call. It's McCaffrey and the medical team.
Well, right,
and if the medical team says, it's a small tear, and if you feel like you can play through it, then we'll sign off on it. And if he says, yeah, I want to play, then he plays. And that's the way this goes.
Yeah, but you do have to sometimes save a player from himself. The players always want to play. The players always want to play. They always think they're going to be okay. I have no choice but to have faith in the 49ers medical staff with regard to making this decision. Let's go to the overweight lover, Heavy D, in Richmond. Hey, Heavy, what's going on? You're on Willard and Dibs.
Hi, guys. Can you hear me okay?
We got you.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I am just calling to say that I'm of the opinion that this would probably be a very poor idea to make Christian play. I've come to that conclusion. I spent 31 years in Bay Area as a paramedic. These injuries are generally sustained by blunt trauma to the abdominal area, and they can be aggravated by continuous, more trauma. Yeah, the 49ers doctors say that it's okay for him to play, but I wouldn't say that they're a non-biased source of information. I would hate to see anything happen to Christian. I guess I'm a little more vested in this. I'm an 88 Cardinal, and I really, really enjoyed watching him at Stanford, and he's one of my favorite guys. But I think that it would be better off to just play it safe and let him sit. I would hate to aggravate this anymore and turn what could be a small thing into a big thing.
Heavy, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Listen, it's not that I don't get it. I just figure what we're actually talking about is the obvious risk-reward that goes with any football game, and how much bigger is this one versus all of the other players, who, by the way, know this as well, and I think you all do. They're all playing hurt all the time. The NFL players aren't showing up today being like, dude, I feel amazing. No. They're getting treatment round the clock, getting ready for this.
It's different, though, being hurt and being injured.
If there's a tear, of course there is. I get that. But that, to me, is the question. How much bigger is this risk than all of the other risks, or just the every down assumed risk that somebody who gets 20-plus touches a game is going to experience? And what if I said it this way? Like, yeah, you could wait 2 weeks, and do we know that it's going to be 100% by then? And
who knows?
This might be like there are nagging things that you play through as a professional athlete.
But
you just do.
What Heavy D was saying is, the blunt force and the trauma that a running back goes through is going to be more likely to happen than the blunt force if you're, an offensive guard, or if you're a defensive player where you can you're imparting the blow. If you're a running back, you're more susceptible to just getting tackled or hit when you have the football, as opposed to another position where you'd be less likely to get hit in that area.
Ron in Walnut Creek is next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Ron, what are you doing?
Hey, guys, I'm actually visiting Walnut Creek. I'm actually from Houston, believe it or not. Don't hate me. I know y'all don't like the Astros, which is totally fine.
I have no problem with the Astros at all, by the way. I think it's crazy that people are still talking about it. But anyway, go ahead,
I got a bigger problem with Houston in general, but
that's different.
The city's too big.
I shouldn't have even said anything about Houston. I should have just stuck it. I'm from Walnut Creek. But, honestly, your team is 5-1. You're playing somebody that's 2-5. Even if you win this game, what are you getting out of it? There's no and for a playoff picture. It's not a conference game. Just because even if you lose this game, what?
Okay.
You're still top 3 team in the NFC regardless.
Yeah, so Ron, I'm glad you called, and with all due respect, it's because this is the take that I don't understand. First of all, it is a conference game. Minnesota and the 49ers do happen to play in the
not divisional,
in the same conference. I understand that's probably what he meant. But this is the one that I don't get. This whole if you're 5-2, that's cool. You're in it. No. You don't want to be in it. Every game is precious to me. They're all precious. This is the best team in football. They need to have the 1 seed. They don't want to play in Philadelphia in January. All of these things, any one of these games could be the one that you look back on and go, that's the one. That's the one where we ended up in the 2-hole or the 3-hole. where we didn't want to end up being. Any one of them.
Well, it happened last year with the loss to Chicago
Exactly.
and then Jimmy G wandering out of the back of the end zone.
And Atlanta and Marcus Mariota, all of that stuff. Like, just because it's not some big-time opponent does not mean that it can't completely damage your season.
Right, but
it's
a
huge game.
You could also have your season damaged by playing Christian McCaffrey and having him get hurt.
Of course.
And so you never know. And I do think that you treat every game with the import that you should. It's 1 of 17, and there's no one game that counts more than the other. And I know tiebreakers, certain games count for more when it comes time to decide the division and whatnot, but every other game, they all count the same. So you can look at Philadelphia on December 3rd and think, well, that's going to be where the home field is decided. But if you fall behind them by 2 games, then by the time you play Philadelphia, that game won't be the determinant.
Exactly right. So on the 95.7 The Game Twitter feed, a poll is up. How do you want the Niners to handle Christian McCaffrey and the oblique injury tonight? Play him full workload, play him limit touches, or sit him? You can vote on that. We'd love your responses. We'll continue to talk it out, and we'll get Kyle Rudolph, former longtime Viking. It was National Tight Ends Day yesterday, so we'll celebrate with Kyle Rudolph, who's going to join us next right here on Willard and Dibs.
This October 28th through 29th, visit us at the San Francisco Zoo for booth.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we are efforting our connection with the great Kyle Rudolph. I don't know if he'll answer because he may have celebrated National Tight Ends Day a little bit too hard last night. I don't know.
Well, two things here.
Okay.
One, he can't be the great Kyle Rudolph if he doesn't show up.
Well,
my opinion.
Okay, but what's like how
My
much?
opinion.
But how much slack does he have? Like showing up means what?
Coming on the show today.
Well, okay, so just today.
Yes,
Yeah,
he
we'll
was
get him
booked
on.
today.
Yeah, no.
He's your partner.
He coming
you
on the
talked
show.
to him for 3 hours yesterday on the air. So I'll give him a grace period because I understand that, life is busy and we all have situations. The second piece to it is this thing that you keep mentioning about National Tight End Day.
Yes.
Who decided that? And
George Kittle.
what does that mean?
George Kittle.
So he decided that every October 23rd, or
like
is it
5 years
is
ago?
it a rotating thing?
I think it floats.
Has it been ordained like on the national calendar, or
I
is
think
it just a thing that he came up with?
I don't actually know the answer to all of your questions.
I have questions, Mark.
Yeah,
I have
think
questions.
we would read about the origins of it about 3 or 4 years ago. George Kittle made a big thing about it.
Yeah, and he has like tight end you.
Right.
I know that.
So I don't know if it's celebrated every year on week 7. I don't know if it's the second to last Sunday in October.
Okay.
All I know is that George started it, and then Travis Kelce went off yesterday, and a couple other guys did
Dallas
too.
Goedert.
Dallas Goedert had a nice one.
Yep.
He had a Sunday night heater. And then it was in the ultimate sign of disrespect, George Kittle did not play on his own National Tight End Day.
Okay.
But he's got the stage tonight.
Yeah, I just
along with TJ Hawkinson.
Right. I just always wonder about these days where it's like National Sons Day and everybody runs to social media and we post about our sons, and National Daughters Day. Well, like who comes up with these? And like how do we decide that it's actually a thing? There's National Donut Day.
That I can answer.
There's National Banana Cream Pie Day.
Oddly, I can answer this. I can answer this because, as you may or may not know, back at the other place, I used to do a segment late at night about what day is today, because there's something on that calendar. There's usually about 5
every day
to 10 things
for sure
every damn day.
Yeah.
So at a certain point, we got to a point where the producers are like, let's find out how the hell this works, because I asked the exact same question you did. Who the hell made it National Donut Day?
Right.
And why isn't that every day? What the hell are we doing?
Right.
Why? What, am I not allowed to have a donut tomorrow? All of that stuff. And it's really weird, like it's National Donut Day. It's National Daughters Day. But then there'll be weird stuff. It's National Books with Green Covers Day. Like really obscure crap. So they did some research. Turns out that in, I think, Minnesota, there is actually a small governing body over the national date calendar.
Gotcha.
And you have to send in an application.
Okay.
And you're like, and I bet George did this because it's George. It's totally something he would do. So you send in your little letter to this governing body, and then they either decide yay or nay based on whatever it is, the criteria, and then poof, it's on or not on the national date calendar. Lucas, he's ready. Give my National Tight End Day guy, give him another call. He just, he needed a moment.
Could just also call back.
What's that?
No, I'll call him. Yeah.
You call him. Come on. He doesn't know what the hell to do. He's been in the media for 4 seconds. Guy was playing for the Bucks about 4 months ago, whatever it was. Anyway, Kyle Rudolph's going to join us here in a second. While Kyle gets all set up, let's go to Joe on 580. Hi, Joe. What are you doing? You're on with Willard and Dibbs.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
Oh, man, I was thinking, what do you guys think about Christian McCaffrey playing tonight because he wants that record?
Well, I think we're putting thoughts in his head, and I get where you're coming from, Joe. And, Joe, thanks. The record.
The record of
the
most
rushing
consecutive
record
games with a touchdown is what he's talking about, I think.
I don't think that record goes away if he doesn't play. Does it? He didn't play. You don't lose it just picks back up when he plays again.
Right.
Doesn't
guess.
it?
I mean, I don't know. The whole thing about records to me, it feels a little bit like National Fill in the Blank Day. Like if something happens and it's unique, we call it a record. And is it really a record? Like you're saying, does he have to play? in order for it to be a record, or is it most consecutive games? And if he doesn't play, does the record go away?
I think he's talking about the rushing record. I think he's talking about the yards from scrimmage record that would potentially be in play, and that starts to suffer when you don't play. But everything,
like the season record.
Yeah, I think everything we've known.
I thought he was talking about the consecutive touchdowns record.
Everything I've understood about Christian McCaffrey, I think he's playing tonight because he wants the 49ers to win.
Yeah.
Not because he cares about 2,000 yards or anything like that. Let's get him in. Our friend Kyle Rudolph, obviously the majority of his career with the Vikings, teammate with Kirk Cousins a few years ago. Let's talk it out here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. Hey, Kyle, what's going on, buddy?
Not much, Mark. How are you?
We are doing fantastic. We're sitting here talking out the Christian McCaffrey situation and would love your perspective as somebody who's been through injuries and in an NFL locker room. What would you do tonight if you were Christian and the 49ers?
Well, if I was Christian, from the player's perspective, you do everything you can to play each and every week. You get 17 opportunities a year. I always explain to people the worst part of our industry and the worst part about our game is missing action, being injured, not being able to be out there with your teammates. And when you have to watch from the sideline, it's 1 week out of the year, 2 weeks out of the year, 3 weeks out of the year, how many games you miss those are opportunities that you're not going to get back. So that's the biggest thing that in my mind would be killing me about not being able to be out there. So that's why he's playing. We talked about the 49ers perspective a little bit last night on our show. And, certainly the 49ers are at their best when Christian McCaffrey is healthy and gives them the best opportunity to win when he can go out there and be himself and not worry about a strained oblique or something that may be bothering him. So, I could see why there would be hesitation from the team. Hey, look, we don't need you right now in the middle of October. We want you as healthy as possible going down the stretch. But, there's also been times throughout the course of my career, one of the coaches we've talked about a lot, Kevin Stefanski. Kevin was my position coach and then offensive coordinator for a little bit. And Kevin used to hate when I would play more than 55 plays a game. So for me, the majority of my career, first, second, third down, not coming off the field, I'm out there every play, playing, upwards of 95, 98% of the snaps because I just wanted to be in the game every play because you want to help your team win. And, as I got older, as the season got longer, you added another game, he would look at kind of the full year from a perspective of someone that's not the player. And he'd be like, look, if you play 55 plays a game, you'll feel your best in December. You'll be playing your best football late in the year. And at the time, you get taken out for a couple of plays on a drive and you're like, dude, like, what are you doing? Why, I'm fine. What's the difference? 55, 65 plays. It doesn't matter. But then when you really add up all of those plays over the course of 17 weeks, it's a lot of additional hits and plays. And I'm not a running back carrying the ball 30 times or getting the ball 30 times. So, certainly I see both sides. I've been on both sides. And I'm not surprised to see the reports that, he's going to go out there and play tonight.
He's going to play, and I'm wondering if part of this isn't motivated by the fact that Deebo Samuel's not out there. You as a former football player, Kyle, do you allow yourself to have these decisions be influenced by who else may be out around you?
Well, I think, Mark made the point earlier that Christian McCaffrey's playing because he wants to go out there and try to help his team win, a big road game in the NFC. And, we would always talk about, kind of your first goal of the season is to win your division. And typically, in order to win the division and get the playoffs, you got to win at least 10 games. So it was always, hey, let's get to 10 wins. Let's get to 10 wins. And then the second thing was, you got to beat your NFC opponents because those are the teams that you will be competing with or possibly in tiebreakers for. Certainly the Vikings sitting at the record that they're sitting at right now, that's probably not the conversation, but you just never know what can happen throughout the course of the season. So you always want to go out and take care of business against certainly your division opponents, but then your conference opponents as well. So, I see it as him wanting to just go out there and play regardless who's out there. Certainly his life would be a lot easier if Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel were both out there playing. So I don't necessarily feel like it's maybe something where he feels like he has to pick up the slack. It's just more so, hey, we got to go win this big game on Monday Night Football, and I feel good enough to go play. I practiced a little bit this week. Trust me, and, let me go do my thing.
Kyle Rudolph joining us here, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Okay, Kyle, you were teammates with Kirk Cousins late last week. We had an interesting conversation, I thought, with regard to where 49er fans kind of sat with the idea of comparing Brock Purdy to Kirk Cousins. Let's start with this. Do you feel like the national discussion around Kirk Cousins through the years has been fair? Has it been accurate? What do you think?
I believe I've maybe mentioned this on our show, but I've certainly mentioned it when asked this question. And, ultimately they're unfair, but it's not just Kirk. All of these quarterbacks across the league get way more criticism and, unfair expectations because they're the quarterback. And then the opposite is also true. They get way more credit than they probably deserve when they win games because there are 10 other guys on the field. And, certainly there's quarterbacks in the NFL that make those guys around them better. And then I think Kirk has proven that over, the last 6 years in Minnesota. You look at what that roster looked like in 2018 when he got there and what that roster looks like now. A lot more has been placed upon him to really carry that team. And why is that? Well, it's because he's making the money that he's making. Therefore, that cash has to come from somewhere. And ultimately, it's usually from other veteran players on the team who can no longer be there. So I think the criticism is unfair. He's a guy that goes out there and, consistently plays at the top of the quarterback position year in and year out. But those guys, the quarterbacks are measured by one thing and one thing only, and that's wins in January and February. And I've said it that he will continue to be criticized, whether it's unfairly or not, until he gets over that hump and, goes and ultimately plays in the big one and wins the big one.
Yeah, Brock Purdy with more playoff wins than Kirk Cousins at this hour, last I checked. What should Niners fans be most concerned about, Kyle, in terms of Minnesota's weapons without Justin Jefferson on the field?
Well, Justin's a player that, in my opinion, he is the best wide receiver in football. And to think that somebody else on that offense is going to be able to make up for Justin's absence isn't going to happen. But what they have to do is they have to find a group of people on that offense who are going to be able to, maybe divide the touches up. But really the biggest impact that he has on opposing defenses is just the attention that he requires on every single play. It's not just the corner who's covering him. It's the safety on that side of the field. It's usually the linebacker that's in that zone as well. Everybody knows where 18 is on every single play. And when he's not out there, they can kind of relax a little bit. You're not on edge every single play trying to figure out where number 18 is, which allows you to focus on every other player on the offense.
Kyle Rudolph with us, longtime member of the Minnesota Vikings, joining us here, Willard and Dibbs. What if we just sort of simplify this one about this one tonight, Kyle? You know who's in and who's out. No Deebo, no Trent, no Justin Jefferson on the other side. What do you think? What do you think this one's going to look like for these two teams?
Well, I think there's a guy in Minnesota who has been playing phenomenal all year. A guy who's kind of been there for a long time, and Danielle Hunter. I think Danielle is going to have to play a huge part tonight, especially with Trent being down and having a backup left tackle in the game. If the Vikings have any chance at all, it's going to be because Danielle is a guy who wrecks the game. It gives them and Brian Flores the opportunity to make things challenging on a young quarterback. It's a system that I've played against a lot. And, if you're Brock Purdy and you can sit back there and see things clearly and make decisions, there's a lot of holes in that defense and there's a lot of big plays to be had. But if you're worried about the cover zero pressure and, Danielle Hunter coming off the edge and getting sacks, it doesn't give you as much time to find those holes. So, I think that'll be the biggest thing for the Vikings is putting pressure on the quarterback to allow all their exotic pressures. And then, when they drop out and only rush 3, he sits back there and holds the football. So I think the Vikings defense will be a huge part of tonight. And then on the flip side for the Niners, it's, especially Christian out there, they have to run the football. It's a Vikings defense that has not been great against the run. We talked about Philly when they ran it 13 times in a row against the Vikings for a touchdown. When you're able to run the football against that defense, it really makes them get away from a lot of the exotic looks that they like to get to and what makes it really tough on a quarterback. So running the football will be key for the Niners.
And Minnesota blitzes more than any other team in the NFL, so they obviously want to keep the Niners in third and long. Kyle, what's it like playing in these primetime, all eyes on you spots on a Monday night game?
Well, it seems like the game takes forever to get here. I mean, you think about everybody else has already played over 24 hours ago, especially playing in the central time zone. It's like, man, we could have been yesterday at noon. I'd been on the couch at 4:30 watching the afternoon games. And then you sit around the hotel all day today, and you just can't wait for the ball to kick off and get out there and play. And it is a lot of fun playing on Monday night because you are the only thing on television. Everybody across the league, everybody across the country is watching you play. And, for me personally, I remember growing up, it was always like a special treat for me to, be able to stay up and watch Monday Night Football on a school night. So I always love playing on Monday Night Football, and it's a ton of fun. It's a great environment, and it's, like I said, you're just dying for kickoff because it seems like you have to wait forever to play.
Kyle Rudolph with us, and Kyle, while you were talking, I did actually go read a little bit about the origins of National Tight Ends Day. It started 5 years ago, and it was started by George Kittle. So you were still in the league, and he tried to create this whole, kind of like tight end fraternity. Did you join that fraternity? How have you celebrated National Tight Ends Day through the years?
Yeah, I mean, I remember some of the big things that jump out to me. I know a couple of the National Tight End Day weekends we played on Thursday night, and I was like, what the heck? It's Thursday. National Tight End Day is Sunday, but I'm not really playing on Sunday. So I remember we had a couple of years where we played on Thursday night. I remember in New York, I was barely playing and was basically a backup tight end. And then National Tight End Day, I caught a touchdown pass, and I was like, oh, yeah, perfect. I scored on National Tight End Day. Well, they reviewed it and overturned it that I stepped out at the 1-inch yard line. So it's just kind of like salt in the wounds that, even on National Tight End Day, they won't give you that call, which it was very borderline if the ball hit the pylon and the foot hit out of bounds at the same time. But anyways, they took the touchdown away from me. So those are some of my National Tight End Day memories.
I love that actually, you're telling me that in the time you made the catch and then they reviewed it in between there, that actually went through your head. You're like, I scored on National Tight End Day.
Oh, absolutely. I remember we had a great group in New York. It was Evan Ingram, myself, Kay, we had just killer dudes. And we all talked about, somebody's got to get in the end zone today. It's National Tight End Day. And then I think it was our first drive of the game against the Panthers. And I caught a ball in the flat, play at the pylon. Theoretically, you're not supposed to reach the ball out unless it's fourth down because of the whole fumbling it into the end zone issue. And some coaches, especially New England descendant coaches like the one we had in Joe Judge, do not like when you reach the ball out. I reached that thing out from about the 3-yard line. I was trying to score. And ultimately the ball went down on the 1-inch yard line, and they took the touchdown away from me.
Oh, that hurts.
Those reviews, they just don't work, do they? They don't. They even when they get a second look, they still get it wrong, Kyle.
We talked about it, so I wish after the game I could be could you just give me the touchdown, please? I mean, it's been a rough year, all right?
All right, so you gave the analysis, but who do you think's winning the football game tonight?
Oh man, well I got to go with my guys at home. I just think it's more their backs are up against the wall, and as we talked about it, the Niners they got a little breathing room. They've got a little bit of cushion out there in the West. It's a team that's going to be just fine as they get their guys healthy. I think Minnesota is in a much dire situation right now, needing to get a win at home.
Kyle, great stuff, man. We thank you so much for hopping on.
All right, appreciate it, guys. Have a good one.
Thanks, Kyle.
All right, my friend. Kyle Rudolph with us here on 95.7 The Game, Willard and Dibbs, and his National Tight End Day celebrations.
Man.
So I did a little research. A, yes, it is now on the national date calendar.
Okay.
And B, this started in week 2, 2018. Niners are playing the Detroit Lions. And Garrett Selleck caught an 11-yard touchdown
For the Niners,
from the great Jimmy Garoppolo.
Of course.
And so Selleck dragged 2 defenders into the end zone with him for the score. And Jimmy, who, what a sense of humor on that Garoppolo guy, goes to the sideline and says, "What is this? National Tight End Day or something?" And Kittle was sitting there, and he's like, "Yes, it is." And then he made a big thing about it, and he's turned it into actually something where there's merchandise, and he's giving back to charity.
That's great.
With a lot of the proceeds. But that's when it started, at a game against the Lions 5 years ago, and it is celebrated on the 4th Sunday in October.
Okay, the 4th Sunday.
The 4th Sunday in October every year.
Perfect.
So yesterday was the day.
I love it. In a traditional spot, 4th Sunday in October, and, it's become a thing. I was watching the Red Zone, and they're putting up all the tight end stats, and I think there was 6 touchdowns scored yesterday before the night game on National Tight End Day, and all the catches and all the yardage, and Scott Hansen's putting it up there, and it's a thing now, yeah.
Yeah. Well, Kelsey was going off. But
Well, what
that
else
might
is
only
new?
going to be because Taylor was in the house. You see the side-by-side stats of how much better he is when Taylor Swift is in attendance.
Right, but he tends to be that good anyway. I mean, I don't know if he's going to be offensive MVP, but he's going to be on the short list. He's having a monster year.
Oh, always is. Always is. Okay, before we continue with everything that we're talking out and taking your phone calls, let's go live to the other room where Lucas has double breaking news points to make. Hello, Lucas. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me.
What the hell just
I
happened?
have 2 pieces of breaking news, and my headphones just cut out, so I'm just going to give you both. I was
We
going to
can hear
ask
you.
if you want basketball or football news, and I'm just going to tell you both. Here's your basketball breaking news.
Ooh.
Milwaukee Bucks star Giannis Antetokounmpo has agreed to a 3-year, $186 million maximum contract extension per Shams. If you do a little math, that's 62 a year. That's an extension.
That
The other,
is thank you for getting us Dame Lillard. That's what I was asking for. Now I'm ready to sign. All right, what else?
the other is a little more pertinent. From Tom Pelissero, 49ers linebacker Dre Greenlaw, expected to play tonight.
Okay,
Dre Greenlaw
good.
will play for the 49ers against the
Okay,
Vikings.
I thought for sure that was going to be a Christian McCaffrey is active report, but we do not have that yet, do we not? I mean, 90 minutes before kick is like right now. So the actives are about to be released. So my guess is, Dibbs, is that we're going to have this here in another minute or two.
Maybe during the break, and we might have it on the other side as we come back, but it absolutely should be out. And based on what you said before about the elevations from the practice squad, I would anticipate that he will be at least good to go, and he'll be on the active squad going into the game tonight.
Yeah, sounds like that's the way we're heading, but we should be able to confirm that coming up next, and that will give you the continued opportunity to react to it. Christian McCaffrey will have the report, and what do you think? Are the 49ers making a mistake by playing him tonight? We'll take your calls, 888-957-9570. It's a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Also, by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Matt Coker here with
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Ooh, could both championship series be headed for Game 7s?
Game 7, baby.
Look
Game
out.
7.
Yeah. Still a long way to go in this one, but the D-backs are ahead of the Phillies.
Yeah.
And obviously, Game 7. And Boch and Dusty.
That thing should be best of 13.
I mean, keep
that
going.
Series
Seriously,
is crazy.
that thing. And the road team undefeated. So pretty good stuff. We'll keep going with you on the phones as we get ready for Monday Night Freaking Football. Also want to mention, Steve Kerr, you may have heard us earlier say he's going to be on at 5 today, but we are full of crap. He's not going to be on at 5 o'clock tonight. Instead, he'll be on Wednesday, and I would offer up that's way better because we'll have a game to react to, and we're going to be closing in on Monday Night Football tonight. So Steve, not tonight. Wednesday instead.
I was looking forward to asking him tonight, what the hell was he thinking sending Steph Curry out to try to jump center against Victor Wembanyama? I mean, you had to know that wasn't going your way, Steve.
I mean,
every possession counts. That was pretty cool.
I thought the preseason mattered. Everybody yelled at me all day long. Preseason matters. And then they go out there that night and make a mockery of the whole thing. I was offended, Dibs. I was offended by that.
If I was a paying customer, I would have demanded my money back. That was pretty cool, though, watching the chef out there.
He's the best. I don't know how many
7'5", going up against 6, whatever.
He's the best. In every way, shape, or form, have you ever followed, covered, or rooted for an athlete where you say that more often, where you're just like, the dude just gets it.
Yeah.
He just gets how to human. Forget basketball.
Exactly.
Gets how to be a human being.
He's pretty good at basketball, but he's better at being a human.
Unreal.
Think about that.
Unreal.
In terms of like Steph's attributes, being a human greater than being a shooter.
Do not miss any game for the rest of his career, because it's never, ever, 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 ever going to be like this again in any sport ever in your lifetime.
Right?
That's my take.
I mean, you think about the great ones we've already seen, and he is as great as the great ones. And we thought this about Bonds, like, don't miss an at-bat. And then you got to a point where it was over, and it was like, man, I still miss watching Barry bat, because he was that good.
They haven't had like a huge threat since. That's part of the reason.
Jeez,
now, granted, they've won 3 World Series since then. But yeah, it feels like 16 years before. It's still like,
right.
You get somebody else where you're like, let's just stop everything. He's up. He's coming up.
Yeah.
I want that. That's who I want. I want to be able to say he's coming up, and you don't need to ask me who I'm talking about.
Exactly.
That's what
Tyro?
He's him. All right. The 49er inactives are out in no particular order.
Mm-hmm.
Quarterback Brandon Allen.
It's a shame.
Although he will serve as the number 3 emergency QB.
EQB.
Running back Ty Davis Price.
Inactive.
Well, on his birthday.
That sucks.
Tackle Trent Williams. Wide receiver Deebo Samuel. And then Khalil Davis, Jalen Graham, Braden Willis. That is your inactive list for the San Francisco 49ers. Wow. Christian McCaffrey officially is in.
And he's playing.
Oh, yes.
But he's not just going to be active and maybe play a little bit, because you wouldn't have had TDP inactive if Christian McCaffrey was going to be a game time maybe. You play him, he's active, he's going to start, he's going to get the ball a ton.
Well, he's going to get the ball, although listen to what Adam Schefter had to say on Pat McAfee this morning, because there is a scenario where he goes out there and he takes 1 carry and then goes, oh, that did not feel good at all. I'm out. And I know there are probably fantasy players who are terrified by that reality, but this is the situation. Let me read for you what Schefter said this morning, and I wonder if it might sort of help shape some of everyone's opinions about whether the Niners are doing the right thing or not. Listen to this. Schefter says the guy is unbelievable. He had a team of people working on him all week long. like therapists working on him around the clock. And he's going to be out there tonight. He's playing. The interesting part will be that he did not take a hit in practice all week long. So, is he going to play the whole game and be Christian McCaffrey, cyborg warrior, and unaffected? Could be. Does he get hit right away and feel it? Maybe. We'll see, but he's definitely playing. He'll be out there tonight. That's from Adam Schefter earlier this morning on Pat McAfee.
Yeah, and that's the way it's going to go when he's active and you have the list of actives and inactives. And if he's going to be active, then he's going to play. And if he's going to play, as I detailed earlier in the week, when he's out on the field, he gets the ball about half the time. Based on his touches versus his snap count, he touches the ball about 45% of the plays where he's out there. So do you limit the number of plays he's out there? Do you limit his touches, or do you just go out there and you play him? I said all along, if you're going to play him, then you play him. You don't pussyfoot around it, and you don't try to half-step it. And, if he gets hurt or if he has pain that he can't tolerate, well, then you don't play him anymore. But you're down to 2 running backs if he doesn't go out there because you only have 3 active right now.
Well, that's the other interesting thing. I do think, again, there are clues, that there are little breadcrumbs that get left for us. The fact that TDP is inactive would suggest not only that they're playing McCaffrey, but that they feel confident that he can make it through the game. It's not like you're dead if he has to come out. You do have 2 other running backs, and both of them have plenty of experience. But that said, the other thing that's popping into my mind, do you remember the conversation after the fact with regard to Brock Purdy in Seattle last year? As it turns out, we didn't know, but he had broken ribs, and he went out there and he played. And he played very well in the first half, and he made it through the entire game, and the 49ers won a big division matchup on a Thursday night on the road. That said, they admitted after the game, they're like, we were sending him out there, and we did not feel great about the fact that he'd make it through. We thought he could get us what he could get us in the first half, and so we figured let's take that, and then we'll go from there. It turns out he made it through the entire game, but their plan was simply to play him essentially for a half. I wonder if there's something similar going on here with Christian where they're like, look, we'll take as much as we can from him. If he can help us get a 14-point lead in the second quarter, then great. Then we'll get him out of there. But I do think, look, it's fair, those of you who are saying this is scary, because if you do think back to last year, it's like Brock Purdy had broken ribs.
Right.
And their answer was, put him out there. Now, granted, they were down to QB3. They needed to win. They did not have many other options. And Brock Purdy was not yet Brock Purdy. Like, he didn't have that glow around him yet. But, yeah, Kyle Shanahan and NFL teams will show you repeatedly that they will stick their guys out there, even if it puts them in harm's way.
But it's different now with McCaffrey in Week 7 than it was with Brock Purdy, knowing that Josh Johnson was the only available backup and he had never played as a Niner. You got Christian McCaffrey, and if he's unable to go, well, you do have Jordan Mason, and you've got Eli Mitchell, who actually is RB2, who had a pretty good career before Christian McCaffrey even got here. So you do have other options as opposed to Brock Purdy. When he was out there with a broken rib, you had Trey Lance already gone for the year, and Jimmy Garoppolo was out for basically the year in his career. So you didn't have that many options to go to after Brock.
Let's keep going with you at 888-957-9570 on whether or not you think the Niners are making a mistake. We got some Brock Purdy stuff for you as well, including some of it from Joe Buck, who was on with the Morning Roast today. We'll have that for you here shortly. Let's go to Rick in Bradford. Hey, Rick, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What you doing?
Hey, how you doing, man?
What's happening?
Think that the Niners are making a huge mistake. I know they're under pressure, being that they may end up seeing Philadelphia again, but they got 2 running backs that can hold it. Minnesota is not very good. They don't even have their best player in Jefferson. I think they just feeling a little pressure, and I think they just rushing CMC back like you said they did before, and they just avoided a 6-week injury.
Well, I do think this, Rick. I think, and appreciate it, I think that a lot of us in the outside world in football we look at these football games and we go, Minnesota doesn't have Jefferson, and they're, what are they, 2-4? Is that their record?
Yep.
Okay.
All 6 games, 1-score games.
And that thought that goes through our mind, I legitimately don't think it goes through head coaches' minds. I don't think they go, Minnesota's not very good. We can win this. We don't need Christian. We got Eli Mitchell and Jordan Mason, and that's enough to beat Minnesota. I just don't think professionals look at it that way, because millions of dollars are being spent on the other sideline too. This is a team that went 13-4 last year. He has mad love for Kirk Cousins. How does that affect the game plan tonight? You don't think Kyle Shanahan thinks that Kirk Cousins has the capability of torching him for 30 points? He loves the guy.
Right.
He's in love with the guy, well documented. So I know we think that way, and we're allowed to. We're not on the team. But they don't think that way. So they're not assuming a victory over Minnesota tonight.
And you look at Minnesota's record, and you see that they're 2-4, and you think a certain way about them because they're 2-4. But if you really look at Minnesota and the way their year has gone, they've lost nine fumbles this year. Oof. And they've turned the ball over 13 times. And those 13 turnovers have led to 37 opposition points. So you look at fumbles, and a lot of times when you fumble the ball, it becomes a 50-50 proposition in terms of who gets it. Brock Purdy's fumbled 2 or 3 times this year, and he's gotten every one of them back. So there's a certain amount of randomness that goes into just the act of fumbling the football. Minnesota's been very bad in terms of taking care of the ball. They've lost all 4 games by 1 score, and I know last year they were unbelievable in 1-score games, but this team is not as bad as their 2-4 record would indicate.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I agree with you. I think that Minnesota last year was not as good as their record indicated.
Yeah.
I think this year they're not as bad as their record indicated. But this is the NFL, and so if I had to use a word to sort of describe the Minnesota Vikings, capable. I mean, absolutely capable. It's just funny to me. We get the same message every day, and then it erases. It's like being in the movie Men in Black. We watch Sunday, and then somebody holds up a little flashy thingy, and our mind goes blank, and we go, the Niners will beat the Vikings. This is stupid. Of course the Niners are going to beat the Vikings. No, the Patriots beat the Bills. The Jets beat the Eagles. The Browns beat the 49ers. The Ravens blew the doors off of the Detroit Lions. Yeah. I know the Ravens are good, but blew the Lions' doors off. Why do we continue to come back after these experiences and think that the good teams will just show up and roll? It doesn't ever work that way.
Right. The difference between the best team and the 32nd best team in the NFL, and you look at Carolina, and you mentioned it earlier, Carolina's probably going to beat somebody. They're 0-6, and Carolina's going to play a good game, and they're going to catch somebody who is maybe not ready to play Carolina. Maybe they're overlooking the Panthers, and they're going to win a game. They might win more than one game.
Totally.
And you look at the worst teams in the NFL, and they're capable of beating anybody. New England's a great example. It's a team that we all basically wrote off, and I think it was you who said last week that Belichick is playing chess, not checkers, in terms of getting a quarterback for next year.
And he had a contract extension in his hip pocket, and we didn't even know it.
Right. So he gets a new contract, and instead of doubling down on the tank job, knowing that he's going to be here, they go out there and they played a great football game.
Jeez.
And they got to win despite the fact that they don't have a good quarterback. And that quarterback led them down the field on one of the AFC front runners to steal that victory.
Yeah, although the Buffalo Bills, perception versus reality. I think that the Bills right now, again, they've achieved some things. This is not me saying Josh Allen's not a great player, because he is.
Yeah.
But Josh Allen and Justin Herbert right now are the anti-Purdys. Okay? We do this. We're like, well, there's Mahomes, and then there's Allen, and there's Herbert.
And Burrow.
And you're like, they have a losing record, the Chargers. And the Bills are 4-3. But you cannot move yourself off of the idea that they're AFC contenders and they're, quote unquote, one of the top 3 or 4 quarterbacks in the game. Now, my eyes don't deceive me. Josh Allen's phenomenal. Justin Herbert is too. I see the stats. And I do think that the Bills suffer from, especially with their defensive injuries, they're like Josh Allen or bust. He has to be amazing. They don't have a whole lot else going for him right now. And the Chargers, Herbert is just working against the internal structure of that organization,
that whole system,
and their coaching. It is just absolutely awful. They're 2-4 and they're a breath away from being 0-6. It's insanity to get the production that they get from their quarterback in the NFL, and they still can't win football games. So that's incredibly wild. But this is kind of the opposite of the draftism that I've talked about with Brock Purdy. Justin Herbert and Josh Allen, they don't even need to go win a lot of games. And you refuse to move them down the list. Josh Allen, Justin Herbert, Josh Allen, Justin Herbert. They're not winning football games right now in this month of October. Almost at all. The Bills have won one time, and the Chargers don't win. And we don't remove them. Yet there are other quarterbacks around the league, Purdy being one of them, Tua to a degree. They win football games. Jalen Hurts too. They win football games. We don't want to put them in that same kind of a conversation.
Yeah, it's because we're so used to it. And, we see Justin Herbert and the great arm talent and what we think that we have seen week in and week out. And then you look at him yesterday and he threw 2 interceptions against Kansas City's defense is better. They're not elite. They're a much better defense. But, Justin Herbert and that offense, they had plenty of chances to stay in that game and make it more of a shootout. And then they just didn't. And Buffalo, that was more of a byproduct of their defense than it was Josh Allen, but he makes 1 or 2 of those mistakes each game where it's like, dude, it's like his rookie year all over again.
Yeah, no joke. So if you're just joining us, CMAC is officially in. Again, the reports have been out now for a number of days, but I wasn't 100% sure whether or not to believe it until I saw it, but we're here. Christian is active. Ty Davis-Price is not. He is inactive, means the 49ers have some level of confidence that Christian McCaffrey is going to make it through the game tonight. So, A, you can certainly weigh in on whether or not the 49ers are making a mistake. He did not take any hits in practice all week. Schefter reports he had a team working with him physically round the clock just to get ready for this football game. So that's one side of it. The other side of it is, I think, and we won't know how much he's involved in the game plan, how much he gets in the way of carries. But this does set up such an interesting sort of circumstance for both Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy. Because in many ways, without asking for it, this is what everyone's been asking for. If you're going to call him a system quarterback, or if you're going to say he is a product of his surroundings, well, you get your chance to take a look. This is going to be Brock Purdy without his left tackle. This is Brock Purdy without his Deebo third down security blanket. And yes, Christian will be in, but how much? We don't know. The other side to it being a system, well, if the system is so great, you should be able to scheme everyone open. So Ronnie Bell and Juwan Jennings, they should have no problem getting open as well. This is a big game for those two guys where you've got the whole nation to yourself, primetime, Monday night football game, and with all the discussion that's gone on for 6 weeks about how much of it is the system and how much of it are the teammates, we get to take a look at Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan go out there very, very far from full strength and see what they can do.
Yeah, for me, this is much more of a Brock game than it is for Kyle because if you're Kyle, you can scheme it up only so much in terms of what you already have from a personnel standpoint. You're still going to play Kyle Juszczyk in 65% of the snaps, which means you're going to have 2 running backs, or at least you're going to put Juszczyk up in the H-back or the tight end spot, and you're going to use McCaffrey or Mason or Mitchell. I think that this comes down to become more of a Brock Purdy game because of what the Vikings will try to do. The Giants, we know, blitzed him 80% of the times, or it was a record number of times that they blitzed him. And if you look at Minnesota in the advanced numbers, they're at 58%
That's a
blitz.
Lot. That's a lot.
The next highest is 36.
Yep.
So they are far and away the most blitz-happy team in the NFL.
So what you're saying is the New York Giants came in and set a record this season for the most blitzes, at least in terms of a percentage, by any team all year long. Right. But the Vikings are the ones who do that, blitzing more than half the time.
On the
regular.
Correct.
Now, what's fascinating is that the Vikings don't necessarily do things in a normal way when they're blitzing, though. Like, often, their defensive backs, I think they lack some confidence in their defensive backs.
Absolutely.
And so here's what I would look for tonight in terms of a matchup. This is why I actually have a lot of confidence in what Brock is going to do tonight. We all know, what does Brock do well?
Gets the ball out.
And reads the dang defense.
And that's against the Giants, that's where he was able to make a lot happen because he got it out quick.
Right, but the Giants are also much more aggressive in the defensive backfield, kind of pairing that with the blitz, as opposed to what the Vikings do, which is a little bit more saggy.
Yeah.
And so if Brock is able to read where the pressure is coming from, find his hot routes that are going to be open, short passing game, like someone like Ronnie Bell could be a really interesting player tonight. Ray McCloud too, because I think that stuff is going to be open with quick deliveries. So if you can process quick, if you can make that decision quick and then deliver with accuracy, and I just said the three things that Brock does the best, if you do that well tonight, I think you're going to still have a lot of success on offense, even without your left tackle and without Deebo Samuel.
I agree with you on the surface, but then you're relying on Ray and Ronnie Bell to do Deebo Samuel type things, which is where in a game like this is where you miss Deebo the most. Sure. Because if you can hot route it and quick throw to Deebo, the way he squares up and runs at people and over people, I'm not sure if Ray and Ronnie have that same ability or if they're going to be able to do the same sort of thing. I'm looking for George Kittle to have himself a bit of a game, not only because I have him in fantasy and I need 16 plus.
Let's be honest.
Keep
it real, Dibs.
I will keep it real. That's definitely a part of it. But also, I think about it in terms of, the quick throws to the tight end. If you're going to go hot route and Ayuk is taken away theoretically, would you rather go to Ray or Ronnie, or would you rather go to Christian and George on tight end day?
Why'd you have to leave out Juwan? What if it's third down? I'm going to Juwan. Third and Juwan.
What's he got, 7 catches this year?
I don't know. He's going to have a few more tonight.
He might, yeah.
You know what is funny? When you sit here and start to say all of this out loud, it's like the Niners have plenty of weapons tonight. They're down one weapon, unless Christian can't make it through the game.
Right.
And granted, he's a big, big weapon, but I'm not bothered when the Niners are down one weapon. They played without Brandon Ayuk. They did fine. They scored the same number of points. They basically played one game where Deebo was nothing more than he was a decoy. They did fine. They scored 30 points again. So tonight they're down Deebo. They can function, especially if Christian is fine and he's able to make it through the game. I think they can function just fine. And I do think this matchup has some good slots for them in terms of the way that the Vikings play defense. We're sponsored by Lucky California, and we can get into more of that coming up next. If you want to talk Purdy, if you want to talk Shanahan, or whether or not the Niners are making the right call on Christian McCaffrey, we'll get to your calls next, 888-957-9570. And wait till you hear what Joe Buck had to say about Brock Purdy earlier today on The Roast. That is next on Willard and Dibs.
Time's running out. Don't miss your chance to play.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We are between 300 to 400 votes in. 95.7 The Game Twitter poll. How would you want the 49ers to handle Christian McCaffrey and his oblique injury tonight? The three options were play him, play that man his role.
His football, yes.
Yours was better. Play him full workload. Play him but limit the touches.
Yeah.
Or sit him. What would you guess the results to be? Have you looked?
Nope.
Okay.
Have not.
Fire away. What do you think they'll be?
I think that sit him would be. I'd say sit him is at 54%. Play him but limit him is at 25%. And that would be 21%. Let him go.
Okay.
Let him eat.
I tell you what, it's a little bit more even Steven than you might guess.
Yeah.
The actual number one answer on the board is the one you hate the most. Play him, but limit him.
Oh, God.
That's at 39%.
You know me. Yeah, you know me, Mark.
Yeah, you're an all or nothing guy. One of these guys, right?
You don't buzz me based on the people.
An all or nothing type of a guy.
Let's go.
You know what I mean?
Play him, but don't really play him.
Like, I mean, you're not someone who's going to go to Cheesecake Factory and order a salad.
We're not doing salad.
Right? You're going to go in there. You're going to get the meatloaf and a bacon burger.
Mom.
And right?
Meatloaf.
Mom. Right.
Totally.
And then cheesecake on the way out the door.
We're at the Cheesecake Factory, right?
Or you're not going at all.
If I go to the Kale Factory, I'll get a Kale Caesar.
Is there a Kale Factory?
Sounds horrible.
Yeah. Somebody can, hey, you want to go to the Kale Factory? But that's going to be a no from me, dog.
I do like a Kale Caesar.
Going to the Kale. That's fine.
But if I'm going to the Kale Factory, I'm getting kale. If I'm going to the Cheesecake Factory, yes, I'm getting an entree and we're getting cheesecake. So, yes, play him. If you're going to play him, then play him.
Yeah, when in Rome. One in a row.
Exactly.
Okay.
I would sit him, though.
Well, all right.
Personally, but it's not up to me.
39% is at play him but limit the touches. 33% sit him and
28%.
Play him a full workload is at 27.1%. That's up to the minute.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah. There it is. So I don't know, by the way. We think we know the answer. I don't know. I know sit him is out. Sit him. If you voted sit him, you've lost. You're off the board.
Most likely, unless there's an 11th hour setback, and that would be a disaster.
Pre-game warm-ups.
They're down to 2 running backs if that's the case, and you don't have Deebo Samuel to be your pseudo back,
de facto back,
right?
Well, again, I do read into it a little bit that they kept TDP inactive. It suggests to me that they think Christian is going to get through this game, or Christian's not actually going to be out there that much. And I think it's possible.
Right.
It's possible.
It is. But for me, if you had that thought going in, you would have TDP active, in my opinion, because you have Eli Mitchell, who is not necessarily 100%. I mean, who is this time of year? But Eli Mitchell he's not looked great in his short stint this year.
No, he is not.
So you have 3 running backs active tonight, and if Christian McCaffrey is going to play him, and maybe we're going to baby him a little bit, and Eli Mitchell has not been 100%, so now you're left with just Jordan Mason? That doesn't seem like a very sound approach to me.
I mean, again, I agree with you. The fact that TDP is inactive suggests they're feeling good some kind of way with regard to Christian McCaffrey. However, you've only got so many spots, and you've got injuries in other spots too.
Yeah.
So they can't go in at full strength. They're not at full strength. So, there is that inherent risk-taking that I think football teams handle better than their fans. Again, we've been taking calls on this all year. Put Christian away. Put him away. Put him on the shelf.
Bubble
He's
wrap.
going to get hurt. Please, put him in. Keep him. Save him. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Kyle Shanahan, this is the same conversation we had last year about Trey, and I don't want to get into it, but I'm just telling you, this is how coaches go into the game. They sit down, they turn the TV on, they watch film, and they go, how can we win this game? And then they go to bed. Sometimes they don't go to bed, but that's the deal. They don't sit there and go, well, I got to buy in a couple of weeks, and this team's kind of weak over here, and maybe we'll get a win in week 11, and so that's okay. Honestly, it's kind of crazy because anybody's quarterback or other key player could also get hurt at any time. It changes your entire outlook on what's going on with the rest of the schedule. So this is me now, this cockamamie idea that, 5-2 is okay, you're fine, because, you're going to win all your other games. No. Nothing in the future is granted.
Right.
Absolutely nothing. You got to go get the game tonight.
And that's why they're not going to play Christian McCaffrey in any way other than how they normally do. Unless they get a big lead, or if they have a big deficit, then you might see his usage change a little bit. And here's how they've used him so far this year, Mark. He's played 301 snaps, Christian McCaffrey has. That is 76% of the overall offensive snaps. Now, I know there's been some time where they took everybody out. There was the garbage time against Dallas where they took the entire first-team offense out for the entire fourth quarter. So this is all into that equation. But he's played 76% of all offensive snaps.
Okay.
When he's on the field, 301 times he has played an offensive snap. He gets the ball 44% of the time that he's on the field. 133 touches in 301 snaps. So when Christian McCaffrey plays, half the time, basically, he gets the ball. So I would imagine that tonight they're not going to use him as a decoy.
No.
They're not going to put him out there and have him run around and not be used doing the one thing that he does better than almost anybody in football, and that is tote and catch the rock.
I agree with you, but I also think that they probably have a plan for what happens if we do hand him the rock and it doesn't feel good. I get, I'm sure.
Tummy ache.
Well, look, it happened last week. Let's not forget the guy went in at halftime. They talked about it. They probably fired something in there if they could.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
The good stuff.
And
the
he
good,
looked at, and he said, hey, coach, I think I can go. And then he went out on the field and he got the ball. And he ran into the line. And then he turned around and went, coach, I can't go. I was just kidding. That hurt like hell. Let's go to the locker room. That's how it went. That can happen again. There's no doubt that can happen again tonight, especially based on what we heard Schefter say on McAfee's show. If this guy got round-the-clock treatment and he's like, this guy's unbelievable, that suggests, because remember, Schefter knows all the inside details that we don't know. If the first thing he said on McAfee was, man, this guy is unbelievable, that suggests this is a significant injury. And Adam, based on the conversations he's having, is sitting there going, this is incredible that the guy's going to play. But he is. So other players may not, and I am preparing myself for the possibility that Christian starts but doesn't finish. I think that is a possibility tonight.
Of course. He played 36 snaps last game, which was 58%, and that was based on what you're talking about, where he came out in the second half and he had the one carry, and he couldn't go on any longer. And that's now 8 days ago because they played on Sunday. Now they're playing on Monday. I don't think they would have deactivated TDP, Ty Davis-Price, if McCaffrey was going to be in an iffy state. Now, he could get hit. Anybody could get hit. Sure. Anybody could get injured. Heck, we saw a game last year where they ran out of quarterbacks because their quarterbacks, both of them got hurt. They only had 2 quarterbacks who were eligible to play based on health, and one of them had his arm ripped off, and the other one got concussed really, really badly, and they were tapped out of QBs. Yep. So they might have a situation where McCaffrey gets hit and his oblique is an owie, and Eli Mitchell has his injury flare up, and Jordan Mason, you might get to a spot where you have use check and, you're running a lot of jet sweeps. I hope not.
I hope the hell.
But it's football.
Yeah, exactly. Well, of course, yeah. There's always the inherent risk. All right, we're going to go out to the phones. Here's Joe Buck today, Morning Roast on Brock Purdy.
I think he's smart. I think he's exactly what Kyle wants. I think the ball comes out on time. I think he's a leader. I think they respect him. I think they fell into it, where they went crazy and traded up and got Trey Lance, and he's now a Dallas Cowboy. I think they fell into this whole Mr. Irrelevant thing, and either way, they come out of there with their quarterback. So I know from talking to Kyle yesterday that he's over the moon with him. I think he's able to do what he's always wanted to do with the offense with Brock Purdy. I think he had to adjust with Jimmy, and they did some great things. They won a ton of games. But I think he's able to do what he wants to do with their offense.
I mean, that's a big statement. He had to adjust with Jimmy, and now this opens things up in the way that Kyle has basically always wanted to do it. And if that's the case, and Christian's able to get through the game tonight, I see no reason why this isn't kind of a repeat of what we saw against the Dallas Cowboys. Brock Purdy went out there last week, and for the first time in his career, lost a football game, had a ball slip out of his hands, threw an interception for the first time this year, and I feel like even though he could lose tonight and he would still be, 13-2 in his career, but it would start the doubt. The doubt would creep back in, and so coming off of a loss, I think very, very important. It's another opportunity, if you will, for Brock Purdy to kind of get the conversation going back in the other direction, and in a weather-controlled environment, in a primetime game where he's played well before, and a defense that I think is actually set up for him to have some success, I think we're going to see some really good things from him tonight.
I wonder about that defense that is set up for him to have success, because they do blitz a lot, and we saw the Giants able to give him some problems with the blitz. And I know that Brian Flores, when it comes to the way he institutes the blitz, he does a lot of disguises. He's from the Belichick school, where you don't necessarily know where the blitz is coming from. You add in the fact that Trent Williams is not going to play, so you've got Jalen Moore, a backup left tackle, and the right tackle has at times had some trouble this year. So I wonder if this defense isn't poised to do better than the numbers might indicate, based on the way Brian Flores, the defensive coordinator, will disguise blitzes, and they do play off coverage a lot. They're not going to play up on the line like the Giants did. So even when they blitz, they're going to make sure they don't get beat over the top. They're going to make Brock Purdy and the offense kind of matriculate it down the field. I wonder if this isn't a Jake Moody game, a game where you're going to need.
I'd like it to be. I mean, I don't want.
We haven't talked about Jake Moody since Monday or Tuesday.
But I really hope it's not for two reasons. A, you want touchdowns, not field goals.
Of course.
And B, I feel like you saying that means that he gets another opportunity for a pressure kick, and I'm hoping there's no pressure kicks tonight. I hope he makes his kicks, but I hope the 49ers don't need a field goal with 2 seconds left to go to win this football game.
Well, I would hope that if that happens, that he gets it done because he needs it, and they need it. I'm looking at Minnesota's rush defense. They're 7th in the league in yards per attempt allowed at 3.7. So if McCaffrey's not fully up to snuff, and you get into some 3rd and mediums and 3rd and longs, and they're able to pin back their ears and get after Brock Purdy, I do think that defensively, this Minnesota team, without Deebo Samuel and with Christian McCaffrey not at 100%, I do think, and no Trent Williams, I think this defense is set up to be more effective than they otherwise would.
Let's take some patient Purdy calls. Let's go to Stacy in Iowa. Hey, Stacy, you're on Willard and Dibbs. How are you, Stacy?
Hi, I'm good. First-time caller. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for making it.
Absolutely. So my question is, I actually have 2 points. Why is the media and some of the 49er faithful so doubting on Purdy? When Joe Montana and Steve Young, they had bad games, they're still loved. Purdy deserves love. I think he's pretty damn good. What do you think?
Stacy, thank you very much.
Yeah.
He's obviously pretty good. And all I can say, especially if you're a Purdy fan and you don't like some of the conversation that surrounds him, it's just going to take patience because that's really that's where this has to go. For him to really get the quote-unquote respect he deserves. It's funny because on certain fronts, he really is getting it. If you go inside the league, you listen to what we just played from Joe Buck, for example, he's getting all the love that you could possibly imagine. No coach who's scheming up and studying film on the 49ers is like, you know what, this Purdy guy's a real weakness. Like, I think we can get after him. He's a young player who's only played not even a full season of football yet. In order to have people talk about you in that sort of way, you have to win championships, and you have to do it kind of year after year, especially when you're coming from the 7th round and you're of slight build, you don't look the part. I just think people don't want to go out on a limb and then be proven to be wrong down the road because they'd feel silly.
Yeah.
So I think there's a fear factor involved. There's draftism involved. But I have such faith in the guy. If you're a Purdy fan, you're going to get there. It's going to be across the board where there won't be anybody left who's like, system quarterback, not that good. But it's going to take a while. It's just going to take a while.
Right, because it's a small sample until you decide that he's not playing great, and then it's not a small sample.
Right.
Not maybe one of the more cogent things you said in this entire calendar year is you can't small sample him when you want to doubt him and then turn around and say that he's not very good based on an even smaller sample. His one bad game, and now you're going to denigrate him because that's a small sample too. So that's one thing that you said that really has kind of stuck with me in terms of tonight. So you go to Minnesota and you don't have Deebo and you don't have Trent, and CMC is hampered, and their defense is better than many people think. They're good against the run. They're going to blitz the snot out of him. Maybe he has another bad game, and maybe they win. Maybe Jake Moody makes a game-winning field goal, and you win at the buzzer. And maybe Brock Purdy goes out and he's 11 of 25 for $172 and he throws another pick. Well, you can look at that and say, see, he's not very good, but that would be still a very small sample based on what he's already done, which is really, really good. So I'm trying to keep that in mind in terms of like sweeping statements about Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I think that's good. I'll also say this. Do you remember before the year even started, we talked to Mooch. Mooch came on the show.
Steve Mariucci.
And I said, hey, you as a head coach, when you see a stretch that's 8 games or 10 games or whatever, are you like, it's a small sample? And he's like, Not that small.
Yeah.
It's not that small, okay? A small sample, and guys have been signed for less, okay? This is a larger sample than the sample we had of Garoppolo that led him to be the highest paid player in the NFL at the time. The 49ers watched 2 games in New England. They watched 6 games here. He won all the games here for a bad team and went, yep, $27 million. Let's go. You're our guy. 2 years later, they're in the Super Bowl. That was a smaller sample than what we've seen with Brock.
Yeah.
So is it a long sample? No, I get it. There's more proof in the future pudding. I will agree on that. But this sample is not that small. Like, I think it's funny. There's almost like people go, well, you got to see everybody twice because they've got to see you.
Right.
And then they'll have the elixir for you coming up next time. These coaches are maniacally looking for any advantage they could find on tape every time they go against Brock Purdy. They've thrown all kinds of different looks at him. You've pointed out what the Giants tried to do on the Thursday night opener. Very different than what a lot of other teams have done. And he's passed every test. Except for, I guess, if you want to say last week. Like, that's not that small of a sample.
Yeah.
He's almost played a season of football.
How many other quarterbacks right now have a smaller sample than Brock Purdy? And I was thinking about Josh Dobbs in Arizona.
Yep.
Smaller sample. P.J. Walker in Cleveland has a smaller sample. The guy in Chicago.
Tyson Bagent.
Thank you. I couldn't remember his name.
Yes.
I was about to Google it. I didn't want to have to go to that route. The kid out of West Virginia. Not the university, a D2 school. Tyson Bagent. He's got a smaller sample than Brock Purdy. And you go around the league, even Jordan Love has a sample that's maybe the same size, if not smaller.
Don't forget the rookies. C.J. Stroud.
Smaller sample,
Everybody's, C.J. Stroud.
He can spin it.
The Texans nailed that pick.
Man.
How do you know? Too small of a sample. What's he played? 6 games, and we're excited about the guy?
If we're going to sample people, if we're going to hit people with that sample size, then yeah, it's fair to say smaller sample than Brock Purdy.
Right, but what I would actually say, because that's tongue-in-cheek, I do think C.J. Stroud is interesting because I do think you can see it. You can see it in a guy.
Yeah, he looks good.
Now, that doesn't mean that when you don't see it, it's not going to develop. I do, and I'm not going to judge a guy based on 2 games and be like, nope, he can't play. Like, yes, you can grow. You can get a better system, a better team around you. You can get better. But I think it's much more likely to go that way than what we seem to be worried about with Brock, which is somebody that comes into the league, pops, and then we find out 2 years later, actually, it was just a big hoax. It's going to go the other way. Like, I think of quarterbacks who you can, in the last 5 years in the NFL, the first time you see him, because Josh Allen's a great example of someone who got better. 3 years into the league, you're like, oh, you're not just good. You're like really good.
More guys get better than get worse.
Yes.
It's about a 3 or 4 to 1 ratio of better as opposed to worse.
But there are certain guys who've come into the league, and I feel like you can just see it. It doesn't mean, because their team may not be great, it doesn't mean they go to the playoffs right away like Brock did. But you see them, and you're like, oh, that's going to work.
Yeah, Trevor Lawrence is a good example.
Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud. I think Justin Herbert. Remember the shot to Tyrod Taylor went the wrong way?
Yeah.
You threw him into the game, and everyone's like, oh, crap. This is a rookie. 5th game, throw him in there, and you're like, okay, young fella. Chargers got something, and he's been the quarterback.
Taylor with a win yesterday for Big Blue.
That's true.
I mean,
he's held him together.
Yeah.
He's held him together, but there's certain guys who I think just, and then the example of someone that's going to need to go the Allen route, like take Sam Howell in Washington. I don't know. It's not terrible.
Right.
So he might get better, and not good enough yet. I'm not going to give up on it, but I wouldn't say that just is like, bang, that pops. I know that's going to work in this. I don't know.
And again, it's not to say that he needs to be a system quarterback, but the system that he has in Washington is not working. And Bieniemy doesn't have a lot to work with up front. They've got a very porous offensive line and only one really good receiver. So I think when we talk about system QB it's hard to not look at Brock Purdy and look at the guy calling the plays and the people around him. This is not to disrespect or denigrate Brock Purdy, but it is a reality as to why he's been so successful.
Well, I do love what you just said with regard to what Bieniemy has and what Washington has around him. Eric Bieniemy was running the Chiefs, and everyone, oh, wow, the system. Do you remember what Jay Gruden said to us on the air last week? He said, you can talk about the system all you want. I'm a big fan of it's the players.
Right.
So why does the Chiefs system work? It works because Patrick Mahomes is running it. When Sam Howell is running it, it does not look the same. And so that's another reason that I am such a fan of Brock Purdy. Kyle Shanahan's system is fantastic, but you still need someone to run it.
Right.
Or else it can only score 13 points like Jimmy Garoppolo would often do. So Brock Purdy has taken the whole thing to a completely different level.
But honestly, how hard is it to just get the ball and throw it to Deebo?
Well,
and just hand it to Christian.
Not hard. When I watch NFL football, I'm like, that doesn't look hard.
That was easy.
Yeah. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Had to get one more in there.
That was good.
Thanks.
Is JD jumping on? JD's gonna jump on, right? We got some callers we want to get to on CMC, Purdy, and beyond, 888-957-9570. And we're also going live to Minnesota to get you ready for Monday Night Football with JD on the scene. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With fall here, there's electricity in the air. With football in full swing,
All right. You hear that music? I know YouTube. I know you don't. But
sorry,
the rest of you hear that music? That music is played by a guy who goes by the name of Mark Grandy. Now, he spells his name wrong, but do not hold that against him. He's a good guy. He's just a good guy and talented broadcaster. And he, along with Sterling Bennett, are going to treat your ears the second this game's over tonight. Overtime, right here, 95-7 the game. Instant reaction and perspective and hot takes and sausage.
I love it.
From Mark Grandy and Sterling Bennett.
A couple of great young broadcasters here at 95.7 The Game.
You have a long night ahead of you, don't you, Grandy?
Especially if overtime follows overtime. Because then I don't know if his show would be double overtime or it would just be the overtime after the overtime.
Please, let's hope not.
Don't be surprised if this thing goes overtime.
Oh, dude. I can tell you're like, actually, I should be excited about this. I can tell what you're doing. I can see what you're doing.
Take the Vikings.
Oh. What have you gotten? One game right all
I'm
year?
Hot. And I asked it, and we'll get to JD in a second, JD. I don't mean to keep you waiting.
Sorry, JD.
Is one in a row, if you've won one in a row, is it a streak?
For you, yes.
I put that on the show thread, and nobody responded. I thought,
for you.
I said take Michigan and lay the 24 and a hook, and that was an Ottoman game.
I didn't respond because you wouldn't have liked my answer. So.
Yeah. That's obvious.
For you, it totally is.
Thank you.
I would play Powerball if I were you based on this victory over the weekend.
I'm hot. I'm just saying, take the Vikings in the 7 and thank me tomorrow.
Let's find out if JD agrees. He's on the scene. Let's go live to Minnesota, where there should not be human beings. People should not live in Minnesota.
That's where my family's from.
It's not because of October. I went there for the Super Bowl a few years ago, and I'm like, I don't understand why human beings live here. However, from my intel, JD, a buddy of a buddy is on the scene, and he tells me that this is like every other Niner road game, absolute sea of red outside and inside the building. Can you confirm or deny?
I can confirm and not deny, only confirm. There are a lot of 49er fans here, and I'm looking down at them. I mean, it seems like the majority of the 49er fans that are in the area are in their seats, and the Viking fans that are yet to be coming in here are dressed as purple seats, and every seat in this place at US Bank Stadium is purple. So it's purple seats right now, a percentage, and then the other split is 49er actual fans in jerseys and ready to cheer their team on. I'm impressed. I know the Chiefs were here a few weeks back, and I was talking to some people from the area within the last couple of hours, and there were a ton of Chiefs fans here for that game, and they feared that it was going to be that and worse for this game tonight. And yeah, it looks like a lot of 49er fans. This potentially being a destination stadium. The Vikings, obviously, a team that won the division last year in the NFC North. This is one of the place to finish games from last year. The Niners finished first, the Vikings finished first, so the Niners come here. And a lot of red in the stands. And a beautiful day, by the way. When you say, Mark, why would anybody want to live here? Well, today would be, it's about 65 today. Beautiful, just walking around downtown. Like if you came here for the first time today, as yours truly came here for the first time today, I'm thinking, man, I think I could do it, because it's not -6 or -60 or whatever the heck it's going to be in 2 or 3 months.
No, seasonal. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the place. It was just in February. That's going to be a no from me, dog, for the rest of my life. I will never go back there in the dead of winter.
JD,
and I understand it.
You're making your Minneapolis debut. That's awesome. Before we get into the hardcore football, what'd you think of the downtown? Because I think it's sneaky underrated as an American city.
Mall of America.
Sneaky underrated for sure. Did not make it to Mall of America. I actually took the red eye last night. So I'm not going to get as much time as I usually like in a lot of these cities to explore. And coming back, obviously, for the Warriors tomorrow and Warriors Live at 6 o'clock tomorrow.
Damn.
Here on 95.7 The Game.
Good Lord.
So, yeah, This is a JD back-to-back of all JD back-to-backs, fellas.
This is someone I've run into in the Oakland airport before, and apparently you're going to be spending a lot of time there again. Did you say red eye last night, football game tonight, and back in your chair for the Warrior game tomorrow night?
Absolutely. That's the way I roll. Nice to have a little weekend at home, able to watch some college football Saturday, not have to be on a plane, watch the NFL yesterday, and then had the red eye from SFO last night into Minneapolis this morning, get a little shut-eye, head to the game, join you guys, cover the game, and then right back on a flight tomorrow morning and ready to roll from Chase Center tomorrow at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, look, we'll be out at Chase tomorrow in the team store, and come on by. I'll get you a latte, or I'll get you a double espresso or something, JD.
I think you're gonna give him a headset is what you're going to give him.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Because he'll sit down and do the show.
Yeah,
right?
Before you want to come in, we'll get you some coffee.
No, that's good to know. That's good to know, because I was told I was at the team shop, but I didn't realize that you guys were going to be at the team shop like we did in the playoffs.
Exactly.
So that should be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that.
Big time.
And we will not ask you to sing this time.
No.
Yeah.
No, it's early.
No, definitely not.
We'll save that for the playoffs.
Not an opening night.
No singing tomorrow. Christian McCaffrey, will he be playing tonight, JD, a lot? What do you expect from CMC in terms of workload? We know he's active and he's going to be up. Have you gotten any sense for how they'll utilize him?
Yeah, I think it's a matter of testing him out and seeing how much he can withstand the pain tolerance issue that comes with this oblique/rib. I think McCaffrey knows only one way. So I think he goes out there and they come up with a game plan that's pretty similar to the game plans that they've had in the past, and then they see if he can tolerate it. To me, if he's able to get out there, you want him to be as close to full go as he possibly can, and then you make the adjustment off of that. Now, the fact that he didn't get on the practice field this week until Friday, I would say Kyle Shanahan probably came up with some contingency plans and the like with Elijah Mitchell and Jordan Mason to be able to offset some of it. But to me, I think it's a matter of McCaffrey testing whether or not he can withstand the punishment. He came back into the game in Cleveland and couldn't withstand the punishment, and that ended his day. So we'll see if that winds up being the case tonight.
JD is with us in Minnesota, live on the scene, getting ready for 49er football right here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. JD, what about Jalen Moore? What do you think about his readiness to step in for Trent Williams and not have the offensive line play fall apart?
Yeah, that's the big test, I think, tonight. How much help do they give Jalen Moore? How much is Danielle Hunter able to wreak havoc? I think that's really the one way where this game has the potential to be closer than expected, is if the Vikings are able to wreck shop and take advantage of the fact that Jalen Moore's going to be out there. I go back to what Trent Williams said after the game in Cleveland. He said he didn't feel that it was right for him to not attempt to go back into that game, to leave Jalen Moore basically in a road environment, to have to deal with Myles Garrett last week. Well, Danielle Hunter is no Myles Garrett, but he's no slouch leading the NFL in sacks coming into this game tonight. So I think the Niners are going to have to help Jalen Moore as much as possible. And that could mean more George Kittle over on the left side tonight. And we'll see if that maybe limits some of his ability to be a pass-catching producer for the 49ers. And when they're going to need pass catchers as well. I mean, with Deebo Samuel down, McCaffrey potentially limited as well. And so I think that's the number one thing to watch as far as I'm concerned for the 49ers, because if they can protect Brock Purdy, even with a limited Christian McCaffrey, I think they should be able to put some points up on the board tonight.
Against a Minnesota defense that we do know love to blitz a lot, and they're pretty solid against the run, not as much against the pass. On the other side, JD, Kirk Cousins, always been a hot button quarterback topic here in the Bay Area because of Kyle Shanahan being covetous of Kirk all these years. What do you make of the season he's had, and what do you expect of Minnesota without their number one weapon offensively?
Well, it's prime time Kirk Cousins tonight, right? Which also bodes well for the 49ers. Yeah. Cousins with the awful primetime record in his career. And so I think, you take a weapon away. I think the 49ers should be able to get pressure. I think Cousins is a turnover or two waiting to happen. I think it's a pick and a strip sack turnover in line tonight. I feel like it's multi-turnovers for the 49ers that help them flip this game in their favor. But to your point, Dibbs, about Kyle Shanahan, if Brock Purdy starts to falter, then look out. The whispers are going to start, right? Kirk Cousins to San Francisco in 2024, right, fellas?
Come on,
I'm kidding. Mark, before you come through the microphone,
seriously,
I totally made that up.
I was about one more sentence away from all my hair was going to come off. Holy smokes, we would have been twins on this show by tomorrow if you had gone any further.
Triplets,
with that.
yeah.
Anyway, all right. JD with us live in Minnesota. Hey, Drake Greenlaw is back. How do you think that changes things on the defensive side?
Big time. They missed him, and I think that was a big part of the reason that the Browns were able to run on the 49ers so effectively. I mean, he's been a tone setter. Fred Warner's gotten the credit, and rightfully so, for some of the physical hits and big-time tackles that he's made in some of these games early. And obviously the Cowboys game, I mean, he was just flying around like a man possessed, Warner was. But Greenlaw's been right there with him. Always towing that line between, picking up a flag and potentially a fine and letting everybody know that they're going to lay wood in terms of the 49ers defense. So I think having him back really fortifies the ability for the 49ers to stop the run, which I think, try to make the Vikings a little one-dimensional, primetime Kirk Cousins, and I think that translates into a couple of turnovers to where if the 49ers need him tonight and the offense feels a little iffy just based on the fact that you're taking a couple of players away from the offense that's been so potent, but I also think on that side of the ball, Kyle Shanahan with a week to prepare. He knows more what he has to do tonight rather than having players be taken away in game, as was the case in Cleveland. So I think Kyle makes the adjustments. I think Purdy, if the Vikings are going to blitz as much as everybody thinks, he's going to have to get it out. And he's shown that he has an ability in a pretty sterile environment in terms of indoors here and the elements to be able to sling it and get the ball out and make some plays. So I actually think this is going to be a big time. This feels like could be a big Brock Purdy game as well on the offensive side.
Certainly an opportunity to be one. We were talking to JD out in Minnesota. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
You mentioned a possible strip sack of Kirk Cousins, and that would be most likely one of the big boys up front. Javon Hargrave's been good. Nick Bosa's been solid. What do you expect to see from this Niner front in terms of disruption, not only of Kirk Cousins, but the Minnesota run game as well?
Yeah, I think the Niners are going to have to stop the run without a doubt. I think this is a Hargrave game. I think this is a Nick Bosa birthday spectacular, prime time, almost coming out game type of a scenario for him, where it's like, all right, got the big money, time to play make in a major way, and just let everybody know. Everybody always knows he's there on the football field, but I think tonight's one of those nights where he's actually going to put up the numbers that back up the play that he brings on a week-in, week-out basis. I feel like this is a monster Nick Bosa night for the 49ers.
JD, can we talk about that for a sec?
Sure.
How would you share with people, because everybody's so A to B. Nick Bosa, sacks. We want sacks, and there's not enough of them. But there's the advanced metrics that would suggest that he's still playing great football. How do you see it?
I think he's playing great football. I think he's getting pressure, even if he's not getting home. I think that pressure hasn't always translated into, other sacks for other players. The 49ers sack numbers collectively are down, but I do think it's transformed into incompletions. I do think it's transformed into some quicker, shorter passes by the 49ers opponents that have led to maybe Dre Greenlaw or Fred Warner wrecking somebody for a short gain. It's been a lot of 3 and outs, without without maybe the 3rd and 20s that can come from an early down sack or getting off the field on 3rd down in a big spot with a sack. But I think the 49er defense has been more than effective when they've been whole. The Browns game with the ability for Cleveland to run on them aside, and a couple of just individual possessions in some other games, I think it's pretty much been all systems go. I've been impressed with the 49er defense to this point this season. I thought they were going to be a little vulnerable coming into the season, and that just really hasn't been the case.
And you thought the vulnerability would be mainly in the secondary, right, JD? And how impressed have you been, particularly by Isaiah Oliver stepping up and playing in that nickel corner spot?
One of the big surprises, because he did not have a good training camp. In fact, he had a bad training camp, and he didn't have a great preseason aside from a couple of plays in one game. And I think, with the 49ers rotating their nickel at the beginning of the year, I think there was some belief that he was in the doghouse. But as the season has gone on, he's solidified himself really as the nickel and somebody that's much more of a gamer than a practice player, and the 49ers have certainly needed him to be to this point. So, yeah, he's been a pleasant surprise, I think, from just what you thought had the ability to be a problematic position for the 49ers coming into the season.
JD, let's hear it, man. What do you think this one looks like tonight? How's it go?
I think the Niners win tonight. I think it's 31-17. Maybe 31-20, but they control it, and the Vikings are trying to get back into it, as the game goes on, but to no avail. And the 49ers, I think they kind of roll in this one. The score at 31-17, maybe not indicative of the total dominance, even though it would be a cover.
By the way, completely off the subject, since you'll be on a plane right back tomorrow. No Draymond. Who's starting? Do you know? Let's go. Give it up.
Are you coaching?
For the Warriors tomorrow?
Yeah. Who's starting?
Chris Paul.
Okay.
Steph Curry.
All right.
Klay Thompson.
All right.
Andrew Wiggins.
Uh-huh.
Kevon Looney.
Okay. We'll see.
Yeah, that's the 5.
Yeah, thank you, JD. He's of a different mindset, but
no, none of it.
I appreciate the quiet countenance of a veteran broadcaster.
I don't think it's I don't think it's that simple. Lock it in for sure, Chris Paul. That's all I'm saying.
You coaching?
Yeah.
I'd like to. He makes more than me.
I think it's a nice opportunity for Steve Kerr to roll with it and not have to upset the apple cart from day one. They've also practiced it the most, I think, and that's been the lineup that's been out there when all those guys have been healthy and available in the preseason. I think if you've watched the way Steve Kerr's handled the 5-man groupings that have played together, I think there's been some tells as far as who's going to play with whom. And when Draymond comes back, they may have to tweak it. My guess is Draymond's probably going to come off the bench for a few games when he does come back, if that's Friday in Sacramento. But I think they're going to roll with that group, and I think they've been pleasantly surprised with that 5, with Draymond out and Chris Paul in and Looney at center, to where they're going to ride it out and sub Chris Paul out to sub him back in with the bench group and see how that rolls.
This man took a red eye all the way to Minnesota to give us Warriors takes. Incredible. Just incredible work, JD.
You got it. Always a pleasure, my guys.
Enjoy the game, my brother. We'll see you tomorrow at the team store.
Exactly. Safe flight.
See you tomorrow. Thanks.
Okay, there it is. JD on the scene in
Boots
Minnesota.
on the ground,
Boots on the ground with all the other 49er fans, apparently.
Right. And that's yeoman's work, as we say. He took a red eye, so you land in Minnesota probably about 8 Central.
Yep.
And you grab a nap, and then you get over there to the stadium, catch the game, and no time to really enjoy downtown Minneapolis on a beautiful fall day.
No, got to get in bed and get your butt to the airport tomorrow to get right back for a long evening for him as well.
Right.
Look, no one's feeling sorry for him. The guy's
living the dream.
He's flying around the country, going to the biggest sporting events alive. So that's incredible. But great stuff, and he does such great work with those boots on the ground, on the scene for us, whether it be digitally, whether it be on the air, just with interviews, everything. Appreciate JD and the work that he's doing out there in Minnesota. And, can't wait to hand him the baton at 6 o'clock tomorrow for the countdown to tip off for the Warriors season.
And I'm going to ask him tomorrow, probably off air, if he's a plane sleeper or if he's not a plane sleeper. Like, I can't stay awake on planes.
I'm the same.
Yeah, I think I remember that you and I had this conversation.
It's one of my favorite things about me.
Is I'm out, Coach.
Out. I mean, I sometimes don't make it to takeoff.
I usually don't make it to take off.
Unbelievable.
And, when you start getting the whir of the engine, and, you get that one cold vent on you, close my eyes, and it's over, Coach.
Yeah. Brother, listen.
Deuces.
There is, for anybody who has trouble sleeping, all of this stuff about, Ambien and things that people do, it's real easy.
Oh, yeah.
Have 3 kids and be a people pleaser. That's it. Those are the 2 things you need to do in life. Have 3 kids, be a people pleaser. Once you're those 2 things, you will fall asleep anytime you stop moving.
Anytime, anywhere.
Put me on the sidewalk outside. If you just create quiet for 5 minutes, bro, I'm gone.
Yeah.
I am out of here.
Yeah, I've missed
staying awake.
I've missed many a BART stop because I'm out on the BART, just to sleep on BART. You wake up, it's like, oh my God, I'm down here in coma.
Start questioning your life.
Totally. Man.
Like, oh my gosh, I'm that person?
Yeah.
All right, game's getting started, and just to let you know, no, it's actually not in 5 minutes, but just to let you know, we're going to ride with you here for the first 15 minutes of the football game or so, and just kind of like we're going to do not a Manning cast, we're going to do a Willard and Dibbs cast. And so, we'll kind of watch the game together so if you're stuck in the car and you're on your way home trying to get to the game, just keep it right here. We'll keep you totally up to date on everything that's happening, but also have a little bit of some instant reaction to the plays as well.
And the one, I guess the last question I have going into kickoff is, who does God want to win this game?
Oh.
Because you were talking about 2 major league God squatters going head to head. Kirk Cousins, you watched the quarterback doc on Netflix. He's BTG.
Absolutely.
Big time God guy. BTGG, big time God guy. BTGG, big time God guy. And Brock
time God guy.
I mean,
BTGG.
T&P to JC.
Right.
All thanks and praise to Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior.
I think he said it to Rich Eisen last week. That he
did.
Sort of insinuated that his job in the locker room is to help promote Jesus Christ through football.
Yes. And that's great. It's beautiful.
Yeah,
it's wonderful on both sides. I'm wondering if these 2 are as devout as they appear to be, claim to be, and there is a God, this thing ends in a tie.
Brother, look me in the eye.
This game's got to wind up as a tie, bro.
God's laying the 7, okay? There's 0 question in my mind. God is on his app right now.
Oh, my God.
He is like...
Hey, Jesus.
Am I?
Yes, my Father. Do me a favor. I know. Just real quick, while no one's looking. Here, we're going to go ahead and we're going to take this mountain of gold. We're going to lay the 7.
We're going to get in trouble.
Daddy, we don't normally.
Dad.
Son, Jesus.
Dad.
Don't make me. Dad, I'm busy right now. Dad, I'm on the phone. Dad. Jesus, it's your father. Get in here.
Oh, gosh.
I need you to, blue steel, 148. Give me the Niners, lay the 7. I love it.
Oh, gosh.
Seriously.
Let's go to Redwood Dave in Redwood City.
74 sheep on the Niners. We're laying the 7. Dad. Sorry.
Dad, stop it. You already know what's going to happen. It's not fair. Hey, Dave, what are you doing? You have a Willard and Tibbs.
Oh, I'm getting ready for the Niner game, but I kind of had a crazy day.
Well, they all are, Dave. They all are.
Yep, I hear you. So Minnesota is not the dog pound. They're not their number 1 defense ranked right now. Purdy will be fine. Shanahan should be able to scheme an offense to defeat Minnesota without having to play McCaffrey. I'd really like him to see pound Mason, throw some Mitchell in there. And if they're not winning by half, then put McCaffrey in there because sometimes you have to protect the player from himself. Right? Coach, I can go. Give me some salt. I'm ready to go in. No, maybe not. Plus, Cousins has only won 2 Monday night games, and Shanahan knows how to attack his weaknesses.
Well, Dave, let me ask you something. That's an interesting take, though. When you're saying save players from themselves. I totally get that, and I think it could apply here. But then to follow that by saying, look, if the game's not going well, then we are going to put you in the second half, as you suggest. To me, that puts Christian in even more danger.
Yeah.
Like, you got to either loosen up and then go play or not play. I don't think you can sit for a half, let everything tighten up, and then be ready to get injected into the game. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I understand that risk, but then if you're rolling the Minnesota, you don't have to play him at all.
Well, you don't have to.
Yeah.
But again, and thank you, Dave. Great to hear from you. Again, Kyle Shanahan and the San Francisco 49ers, whether we like it or not, in the NFL, the culture tends to be a little rough around the edges, if you will. There's not a whole lot of kumbaya. They don't sit around and cry. This is not the Oprah show. This is the NFL. And if you can rub some dirt on it and get your butt out there and help us win a game, then the answer is yes, get your butt out there and help us win the game.
And the best chance that he has for being productive is straight out of the locker room to start the game, where he'd be coming off treatment, all the treatment, all the stretching, all the warm-up you can get, and you're yet to be hit. So you go through all the treatment, and then you're going to be put on ice, and you're just going to stand there. And I know it's a controlled environment. It's an indoor game. You're not going to necessarily be getting cold, but your body gets cold, and then you're going to try to throw a guy in there. You play him right off the jump, and you do hope that you get to a spot where you're up 28-3 in the third quarter, and then maybe you can spell him earlier than you normally would.
Yeah, if you want this fan base to go really, really bananas, watch the Niners up 3 touchdowns, and Kyle's still pounding that guy
right between the tackles
with 9 minutes to go in the game. I mean, I wouldn't put it past him because, you know, for some NFL coaches, and I'm not saying Kyle is this, but it does get a little black and white, right? Are you in or are you out? And if you're in,
right,
we're playing you.
Yeah.
And if you're not, then you're out.
And as Larry Krueger told us, I think it was last Friday, and he talked about Bobby T, the running back coach.
Yep.
And Bobby T is the one who makes these calls and tells the running backs who's playing when. Kyle Shanahan is not micromanaging every positional group as far as, you know, now you play and now you rest. It's the running back coach who decides on playing time. So you're right. In terms of Kyle, he'll talk to Bobby T, and the game is, you know, getting close to starting here momentarily.
Dave Winfield.
Is that Dave Winfield?
That is Dave Winfield.
Blow that horn, Big Dave.
I don't know if he actually is, though. Is he? It looks like he's acting like he's blowing the horn. Yeah, I think he's acting.
He was doing the Louis Armstrong with the
there was
puffed up
space.
cheeks.
There was space between his face and that horn.
You know, Dave Winfield, I think the only guy ever drafted by all 3 pro sports, or maybe the first.
I think you might be right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was drafted in the NFL, MLB, and the NBA. The association.
Athlete. Yeah, unbelievable athlete.
Tremendous.
As I watched the Vikings go through their pregame ritual and game underway, and the 49ers will kick off first, which you know they love, and so the Vikings will come on out first. But when you see the fans do that skull thing, skull.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a stupid question? This is a great question, but it's also a stupid question.
Sure.
What the hell does that mean? What is skull?
You just take a pinch between your cheek and gum?
Yeah. Right. What is that? What is skull?
Well, I mean, I could Google it, or I could make something up and try to be funny. Which would you want?
Both.
It's a historic Viking chant that actually in Minnesota, when you're a kid, you actually say, instead of I'm going to school, you say, Mom, can I go to skull now? And so it stems from when you're a kid.
Very good.
And that's how they would spell school.
Skull Vikings is the fight. I'm on Wikipedia now.
Okay.
Skull Vikings is the long run. Is that Madison?
Addison or Madison?
Madison. Yeah, Madison goes on a real nice 15-yard run on the first play. Okay, the fight song of the Minnesota Vikings. It was introduced around the time the team was founded in 1961. The words and music are attributed to James Red McLeod, a composer from Edina, Minnesota.
Edina.
Not Edina.
It's Edina. We prefer Edina.
I was going to do Adele Dazeem. Edina. Yeah, exactly.
Edina is actually right outside downtown Minneapolis. That's where they have a very good golf course. I think they've had either the Ryder Cup there or majors there. And Edina. Edina.
Yeah, I like going to breakfast there sometimes. You just go to one of those greasy spoons and go, let's go to Edina for breakfast.
It's a solid 4.
Get an omelet or something.
Edina is halfway between Minneapolis and where my parents lived for many years in a place called Forest Lake.
Okay.
Which is right outside of Chisago City.
Damn. You got roots, brother.
Roots. My dad's from Cohasset, which is in the very north portion of Minnesota.
You're just making up words.
I'm not.
You're making up words. This
Coldest
is not
spot
real.
in America.
That I believe.
In the contiguous 48.
That I believe.
That's a takeaway.
No,
Maybe.
I think it got taken back. Well,
it's a jump ball.
Yeah,
That's
no,
a takeaway.
it is. That is. Charvarius Ward has picked off Kirk Cousins in his second throw of the game. We've got a quick change and a change of possession, and the 49ers are going to have a short field. Now let's go
Mark
live.
Grandy's doing the Home Alone pose, which tells me that he's got Kirk Cousins in fantasy.
Why are you doing that?
In a
you
league,
host the post-game show for the 49ers.
In a fantasy league, I
What
need
are
the
you
Niners
doing?
defense to not score 14 points, and I win.
They got
and
two.
It's off to a terrible
They got
start.
two. Charvarius Ward rips the ball away from Jordan Addison. That was an absolute man turnover right there. And Kirk Cousins has already been picked off. That was sweet. That was a great physical play right there.
That should go down as an Addison lost fumble. Cousins puts the ball right on him, and he doesn't catch. Come on, Kittle.
Yeah,
he doesn't. Anyway, I need a big Kittle game. I need a Kittle game.
Nope, I need 90 seconds on this. You two schmucks are no different than my teenage son. The 49ers are playing a massive game in a Super Bowl year. We are 4 plays in, and the only thing the two of you are thinking about is your damn fantasy teams. Listen to me. You're supposed to be ashamed of yourselves. Absolutely ashamed of yourself.
There's a very real way that this is a middle where I win my fantasy matchup and the Niners win the game. That's what I'm rooting for.
Grandy is rooting against the 49er defense. He does not want them to get turnovers. And Dibs, you're over here giving extra juice to first down throws because they're Kittle. Brandon Ayuk just got a first down catch. I didn't hear a peep out of you. How come you didn't like that one?
Because my app is not refreshing. I'm waiting to see my Kittle points come marching in.
Look up what it is. You saw it with your own eyes.
Great, nice
What do you
route.
need, proof? Who cares what the internet is doing?
I do,
the two of
because
you.
I went from I'm 30% chance to win, and I want to see that number go up.
Don't get caught with the stupid probability of fantasy games.
Dude, I was going to win yesterday.
Dumb. It's so dumb.
I was in the 70s all evening until A.J. Brown. Do me a favor, Hurts. Throw to someone else for a while.
Dude, I won a fantasy Super Bowl one year where I was all the way down to 1% chance. 1% probability to win.
Wow.
And then the afternoon players came out, they went off, and I won. It's like, no, it was more than 1%. It just needed my players to go off. Stupid probability. The kids are obsessed with that. Oh, I'm at 47% chance. Oh, just watch the games, will you? Good Lord.
I'm refreshing and something's wrong with my app. Maybe it's an Android issue.
There's nothing wrong with Brock Purdy,
I think those points will be lost forever, Dibs. You're not getting them back.
I need those points, Granny man.
Niners are into the red zone, and here comes McCaffrey's first carry, by the way.
Ooh.
And let's see how he feels. He popped
Get
right
up,
up.
Christian.
Yeah, he popped right up and clapped his hands. He was ticked off that he didn't go further.
I'm nervous for him.
Yeah. So anyway, the 49ers into the red zone. We will keep you up to date. But Purdy, I will say, in starting off this game, looks calm, cool, and collected. 3 for 3.
Yeah.
Spreading it around to all of the weapons. Dibs.
Oh, yeah, Jennings has one, and Ayuk, and
Kittle.
Still waiting for my
on
Kittle
National Tight End Day, the opposite of National Tight Ends Day Eve.
Yeah, this is where we need stop. Don't let McCaffrey run it. Get him.
Stop it. You do play-by-play just like the lovely
ball's
Christy
down.
does. Oh, yeah. So, anyway, let's...
You guys want a little more info on the Viking War Chant?
Yeah, please. Tell me a little bit more about Skull, if you would.
Vikings have it.
It comes from the Swedish, Danish, and Norwegian word skull, S-K-A-L, with an accent on the A. I think that's A. I don't know. Whatever. A skull was a bowl that was often filled with beer and shared among friends, so the word became a way of saying cheers. Skull has been in our lexicon. This is coming from the director of brand and creative for the Vikings. Skull has been in our lexicon since the very beginning of the franchise back in 1961. it was really like a cheers. Vikings, we've scored. We're celebrating. We're winning.
Thank you, Lukipedia.
Very, very exciting.
You could have done another 4 minutes and I would have been fine with it.
Better than play-by-play.
Yeah, all turnovers are reviewed. This one, we can tell you right now, is not going to change. The Vikings. So both teams already have a turnover. So the good news on CMC, he looks healthy. The bad news is he fumbled on his second carry.
Well, the really bad news is when you play a guy with an oblique injury, maybe you don't hold the ball as tight to your bosom as you normally would because of your oblique injury.
You're not going to do that, are you?
I'm
You're
not.
going to blame the injury on the fumble.
It's the first time he's fumbled all year.
Not true.
Second time he's fumbled all year. And it looked to me like the ball was a little further away from his oblique than it normally would be.
Okay.
Still waiting for my Kittle points.
Get the analytics on the normal oblique space that Christian has when he carries the ball.
It's football bosom proximity, FBP. Okay? They have that in Pro Football Focus.
So stupid.
But I know, it's really stupid. Really stupid, but
anyway, all right. So everybody's handing the ball back and forth to one another. But Brock Purdy looked very, very comfortable to start there.
It's weird watching the 49ers do what they just did, which is turn the ball over. That's only their fourth on the year, I think.
Let's see. There was the Purdy fumble at Pittsburgh. There was the Christian fumble at Dallas. There's the Christian fumble here and the Purdy pick last week. I think you're right. 4 turnovers.
It's wild that you can just think about an entire almost half season of football
and I can just name
that
the
turnover.
Yeah, just name them.
That's pretty good. It's a pretty good luxury.
Well,
as I mentioned, the Vikings have fumbled 9 times this year, and they have 13 turns. So even a Viking diehard, even a skull savant would have a hard time remembering all of their turnovers.
I will also say this real quick. We've only seen both teams with the ball, but the worry about the pass rush for both offenses did not really look like, I mean, this can change. Obviously, there's going to be adjustments and movement. This is incredibly small sample of plays on both sides of the ball, but the pass rush for both teams was not really getting home, at least not early. The Vikings have only run 3 plays. 49ers ran a lot more, but clean pocket so far for Brock Purdy.
Yep, and clean running lanes, too, for Christian McCaffrey and also for Minnesota as well when they were able to gash the Niners on a couple of those early carries. But, turnovers are the ultimate equalizer. And, there it is. Niners number 1 in the margin. Vikings tied for 29th in TOM, turnover margin, Mark.
Yeah, the other good news, at least, about the turnover, and this has been true for both of Christian McCaffrey's fumbles, is that they happen in the red zone, and while you're like, that's not good news, that's a bad thing, well, when the other team takes over, at least it's very, very deep in their own zone. So the field position battle is still on their side. Another update. We scored 3 in the first.
Yeah.
Going to the bottom of the first in Houston, and the Boches lead the Bakers 3-0. Boch over Bake.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
No. It's kind of a win-win, although deep down, it'd be kind of nice to see somebody other than Houston win the American League pennant and the National League. We're going to 7, Holmes.
Go ahead into game 7. Yeah. No, I'm rooting for Boch. I'm rooting for a bunch of the guys out there, but I'm mainly rooting for Boch. It's impossible for me to root against that guy, even when he's going against Bake. Hey, you want to go to the Warrior game tomorrow and do the show out there first?
I can't wait. Absolutely.
All right. Again, coming up overtime, the second the game is over, Grandy and Sterling are going to have you. So make sure you're with us here on 95.7 The Game for that. This is a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com, and we're also sponsored by the Cordelia RV Center. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Cordelia RV Center is your trusted recreational vehicle dealer, and all our 2023 models must go. A family-owned business and one of the largest inventories in Northern California. You are sure to find the perfect RV at an exceptional price. Visit us in Fairfield or online at CordeliaRV.com.
For today's show and tell, I present my phone. It's made with glass and various metals I can't pronounce. It's powered by Xfinity Mobile, so my family saves big. Take a handout.
Colin, what are these?
I'm quizzing the class on the material.
Switch to Xfinity Mobile and save hundreds a year with the best price for 2 lines of unlimited. Just $30 a line a month. Visit XfinityMobile.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Unlimited Intro Service and Xfinity Internet required. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage. Data thresholds may vary.
Hi,
Hi, I'm Judy, an agent with Fly Homes, a real estate company changing the home buying game. Like helping people buy their new home even before they sell their old one. Which means we have some apologizing to do to the moving companies. We're sorry because our clients only have to move once, not twice. Oh, and the storage unit people, because there's no need. Oh, geez, and the people that sell moving boxes. Sorry, please forgive us. Move once, not twice. Visit flyhomes.com to learn more.
Fly Homes Inc., DRE number 020-12110.
The future of joint pain relief is right here in the Bay Area, and that is QC Kinetics. Multiple locations. It is advanced regenerative medicine, and it is fantastic. Hey, it's Mark Willard. Look, I'm not into fake stuff. Don't like fake love. Don't like fake news. So why do fake? I've been having some issues with my back, with my leg, and this is the kind of thing that I want to learn more about. Long-lasting relief that goes to the very root of the problem to restore and repair damage within your body as opposed to masking the issue. No drugs, no downtime, no surgery. Doesn't that sound good? Life is about motion. So not only should you have more motion in your life, you should get into motion and call the local medical professionals, QC Kinetics, and get a free consultation today. As mentioned, multiple locations in the Bay. Call 877-70-REGEN. That's 877-70-REGEN. 877-70-REGEN. 877-70-REGEN.
Advertisement by Zimmerman Reed of 2381 Rosecrans Avenue, Suite 328, Manhattan Beach, California, 90245. Consent is not a condition of purchasing goods or services.
Attention all rideshare and food delivery drivers. If you're a current or former rideshare driver, listen closely, as you may be entitled to significant compensation. That's right. If you drove for a rideshare or food delivery service anytime in the past 3 years, you may be entitled to significant cash for unpaid wages and mileage. Text RIDE to 323232 right now to see if you qualify for compensation. That's RIDE to 323232. Rideshare and food delivery services may be in violation of federal and state employment laws. If you were a rideshare or food delivery driver, part-time or full-time, anytime during the last 3 years, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Text RIDE to 323232 now to see if you qualify for compensation. Hurry, time is limited, so text the word RIDE to 323232 now. Text RIDE to 323232.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply STOP to opt out.
O'Reilly Auto Parts' new Brake Best Select Pro brand raises the bar for the best aftermarket domestic brake pads and rotors available. For vehicle-specific friction formulations, Quiet-Tech noise-canceling shims, and stainless steel hardware, choose Brake Best Select Pro. Professional-grade brakes from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At Shane Company, we believe everybody is made to shine. So put on earrings that make you sparkle, diamonds that light up the room, an heirloom you'll treasure. We're all made to shine. Shane Company, fine jewelry since 1929.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No. We tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our client's best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep. We have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Do you hear that? That's the sound of holiday joy at the Home Depot, where you can find everything you need to get ready for the holiday season, like all new festive outdoor decor, Spread more joy this season with bigger, bolder, and brighter inflatables from the Home Depot, like our exclusive new 8-foot animated Santa and reindeer inflatable for just $149. Available in-store and online. Get holiday ready right now at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Willard and Dibbs continues here this evening on 95.7 The Game. Earlier this afternoon, Steiny and Goo on the scene at Chase Center had a chance to catch up with Warriors general manager Mike Dunleavy. Here's that conversation.
Mike Dunleavy, general manager of the Golden State Warriors. What's up, Mike? How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. I feel like all I do is talk to you.
It's weird.
I show up. And
it's incredible.
Think I should make some trades or sign some players. No, you got to talk to these guys on 95.7. All right, here we go.
Well, you know what? I mean, I was thinking about that last year. I asked Steve Kerr about it. So you have a shoot-around. Kerr's available. Then you have a game that night. He talks before the game. Then you have a game. He talks after the game. Then you have practice the next day. He's got to talk again. Like, it's a lot.
Our wonderful PR guy, Raymond Ritter's not going to like this, but there's too much access, especially, honestly, factoring in nowadays, the Twitter and the social media stuff that guys are posting on their own. They're communicating with fans and the world as it is, and then you give all these different media access points, which is great and necessary, but it's probably a little too much.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking, like, before all the social media, like, there's so much stuff that comes out now, either through the players or through any entity. Like, you have more information, and it also tends to make you ask about something that you thought was in the past, but somebody brought it up. You know what I mean? Like, sure. It's just anything can pop up at any time.
I think from a media standpoint too, I mean, you guys could tell, I mean, I imagine you get tired of asking questions. Yeah. And you're trying to come up with things to ask. If you're seeing, Steve Kerr, like, 3 or 4 times in 2 days. Right. It's just, all right, he's available. Let's just throw some stuff out there. And almost like not great for either side.
Right.
Mike, I'm super random, and you've been a part of this organization. I've seen you with Bob watching the game for years. And as much as you can, just share with us what's going on inside you, because tomorrow night, it kicks off your era as the general manager. Is that, I just got a different job? Like, what are the emotions? Walk us through that, because it's got to be different.
Yeah, good question. We'll see how it feels tomorrow night. The one thing I do know is after the game, it will no longer be 0-0. Right. And so all this time, throughout the summer and, the draft and free agency and all that, building the team, now we're going to see what we got. And so I think it's exciting, and we'll get this thing going. And, I'm excited to see where we're at.
Let me ask you this, because I feel like each year takes on a different tone or a different theme. And I do sense a lot of excitement coming into this year from the fans and even from the organization. I think there's optimism. And I think one of the big reasons for that is Chris Paul. He has added maybe one little touch of urgency. And do you feel like this is the year that may decide if you have to transition or not at some point?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It just feels like that's been the case the last few years. We'll see how things go this year, and then we may have to pivot. I mean, that's been going on since, the COVID year, it feels like, and we had all these younger draft picks. So that's always in play, but we're really excited about this season. The optimism is there. I think a little bit of a fall off last season in terms of how we performed, and I think our returning players sense that, and certainly the new guys coming in, there's an excitement from them. Chris and Dario, Corey Joseph, those guys are infusing some excitement into the team, and we're in a really good place. And now we just got to go out and, produce and play and honestly stay healthy.
Mike, I was telling Steiny, I was like, Klay Thompson, I want him to get his contract before the season starts, and then he can just go out there and not have to have anything on his mind. You being a former player, can you talk to us about if he doesn't have that contract, which it looks like he won't have by tomorrow, like, is that a concern to the organization at all?
I don't think so. I mean, I think our intended plan all along is to make sure Klay's here as a Warrior forever. We really want that to happen, and you got to work through it. I mean, as far as deadlines go, they're actually isn't one. We have the entire season. But, we'll keep working, talking through stuff. As far as a player standpoint, I think it cuts both ways. One, I think it's nice to have something wrapped up. And on the other end, it's also nice to maybe feel like you got something to prove, so to speak. So I think Clay's going to go out and have a great year regardless of what happens. And, we feel confident in being able to bring him back and, have him be a Warrior for life.
Mike Dunleavy, General Manager of the Golden State Warriors, joining us on 95.7 The Game. You got any? What's it looking like for Draymond tomorrow?
We'll see. I think Draymond's progressed well from his sprained ankle, and they're practicing today. We'll see what it looks like. I think he's truly day to day, and we'll see what unfolds in the next kind of 24 hours. But if he's not ready tomorrow, he'll be ready soon. And I think in preseason a lot of good stuff happened, but pretty clearly you can see we really need Draymond, and so I can't wait to get him back and get him in the fold.
Your dad played, again, you played, you watched a lot of basketball. When it was announced that the NBA, Mike was doing this in-season tourney, I came in hooting and hollering, what are they doing? And then I sat back and I was like, you know what, the other day, it's a part of 82. Can you share with us your thoughts and how different that's going to be? Because the games will not be at the team's, home court.
Yeah, I think in some ways the fact that it's, like you're saying, not too far outside the realm of what we already play with 82 games, and it's going to give you a little something in November when that's usually maybe a quieter time. You're past the start of the season and that excitement. Maybe you're looking forward to the holidays. Well, we got this gap in the season where football's kind of in vogue. Well, now we got something we're playing for in November, which is, I think, exciting. And I know our guys are going to be into it. And there'll be some games here at Chase. There'll be some games on the road. And then if we're fortunate enough to advance, the tournament itself, the elite, I guess the Final Four will be in Vegas, which it just provides a new element. And then going back to the start, without going too far outside the confines of our normal season. So I think it's a really good plan, and we'll see how it unfolds.
Mike, what's the rule on you being able to comment on another player on another team? You can't?
You can. You just got to be careful about it.
Because, I want to ask you about Wembanyama, because I watched that game Friday, and, is it possible that the same player could be a dominant perimeter defender and at the same time a dominant rim protector?
Yeah, I guess this guy's got a chance to change the game in that realm. He's a heck of a talent, and he plays both sides of the floor really well. And he'll obviously keep getting better. And the Spurs got a good one. So I don't know how much more or less I can say, but I think everybody who's here in the building or watched the game was very impressed, and will continue to be impressed throughout the season.
How important? I remember talking to Chris Mullenweg back in the day when he was GM. He loved length because it was the one thing that bothered him. What kind of priority do you guys put on length?
Yeah, we value it a lot. You'll see with our guys, people a lot of times talk about with our group, we get any more big guys, any more tall guys. Really, the length a lot of times is more important. You look at a guy like Draymond Green, Kevon Looney, Draymond's got a plus 7 foot wingspan. Looney, when he raises his hands above his head, his standing reach is up there with 7 footers. And so that's really the main thing. Can you defend the rim and can you grab a rebound? So we don't get as much caught up in the height as we do, but length really helps. Defensively, whether it's an Andrew Wiggins, even Steph's got decent length, and that stuff matters. It just helps you getting a hand on a ball, bothering a shot. All those different things matter, and it's something when we evaluate in the draft and trades and different stuff, we always take that into account.
Mike, one of the cool things about what we do is each day we come in and just share with the listeners how we feel and what we see. Not always right, but I don't know the inner workings of the Golden State Warriors, but I do know that Steph's been spectacular, and I'm going back to last year before Game 7 against the Kings. It was public knowledge that he gave a speech that Saturday, and I keep telling my partner and the fans, and I just feel this way, if you could speak to it, I feel like Steph's being more vocal. Would you say that's a stretch, the light way to accurate? I just feel like he's taking more of a, a leader role.
Yeah,
vocally.
I think Steph overall, chooses his spots, and he's there every day as a leader in terms of his work ethic and the example that he sets. And then at games, you see it with his performance and his energy and joy, enthusiasm. Unbelievable leadership qualities. As far as being vocal, he picks his spots. I mean, I think it's tough day in and day out if people are constantly hearing the same voice. I think he recognizes that. So when he speaks, it's not every single day, but when he does, it's people listen, and that's really valuable.
Do you have any more roster decisions to make before tomorrow?
We really don't. We're rolling with 13 players to start the season. We'll have 3 two-ways on the roster, so 16 total available players. And, in a couple weeks, around November 6th, 7th, by that time, we'll have to add another 14th player, and we'll do so in that time. But for now, for tomorrow night, we'll have 13 guaranteed contracts, and like I said, 3 available two-ways, and we'll decide on those guys in terms of who's, active for the game or not.
Mike, you're going to laugh because my guy here gives me all kind of grief because, we're focused on the big stars, Steph, Dre, Clay, and then I always look at the roster. I'm excited about a lot of guys, but there's one guy in particular. He's my dark horse, Lester Quinones. Mike, to me, and I'm not Huey Brown, I feel like he has some Jordan Poole in him. Am I off base with that one?
No, I think that's fair. I mean, I think between mindset and just some of the wiggle and shake he has to his game with his ability to score the ball in bunches, we're high on Lester. We had him in our program last year. This is his second year back, and we've got him on a two-way right now. And, he's had a pretty solid preseason between games and practices. And, the good news, bad news for him is we've also had a lot of other guys have good preseasons. So there's a log jam for us in terms of getting playing time, but Lester's, his potential and his growth plan is steady, and we're excited to see what he can do in this coming season.
He said wiggle. I see it. Mike sees it too.
Hey, how do you balance the fact that you kind of have a new team with Chris Paul because he's such an important player and the need to get off to a good start, and how much time you kind of give it to see how it's working and whether it's working as good enough as you want?
Sorry, can I say it one more time?
Yeah, and when will you think the difference between the adjustment of a new team needing to stay relevant and win? Is there going to be a point in the season where you're going to kind of make that decision?
Yeah, I mean, I think you always get a sense of your team pretty well out of the gates. The first 20 games, it's always a good barometer. We've got a tough start. Our first 9 games, 7 of 9 are on the road. The 2 home games are tough against Sacramento and Phoenix, so we're going to find out right away, in a sense. And who knows with Draymond's health, if he'll be available tomorrow night or the first few games. We got to see how that plays out. But I think we already know in terms of this group that we have a good starting unit, and whether Chris is in that or not, we also have a really good bench. You've seen what Dario and Chris have done when they've been in there with that second unit, along with Clay and J.K. and Gary Payton. So we feel like we know where it's headed, but we got to get all the pieces together and really, really evaluate it.
Mike, a big topic this offseason was the starting and finishing lineup once you guys acquired Chris Paul. And I just immediately went to Kevon Looney. And I know each game and each team is different, but I was thinking if there were ever a game where he didn't finish the game, can you just speak to his personality where you just know that's the guy that'll be okay with it?
Yeah. I mean, Loon's the ultimate pro, as good of a teammate as there is. And that doesn't mean that guy night in and night out doesn't want to play and compete. And he does that. And, he gives us great minutes. Him and Draymond are just such a good front court pairing. And he's so in sync with all of our guys and sort of the rock of our team. So, no matter how you cut it with him, he's, whether he's starting, finishing, playing a little, playing a lot, he's always willing to do his role, and that's what we appreciate him for.
Mike, appreciate it, man.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming up.
All right, guys.
Good luck,
thanks.
man.
We'll see you tomorrow. I mean, what?
I'm going to be around. I'm going to be around more this season, Raymond. I'm telling you that right now.
You hear him talking.
Because questions are going to need to be asked over the course of 82. No, Mike, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
All right, good stuff from Dunleavy, but the guys were not done at Chase Center today. They also had a chance to catch up with Warriors rookie and first-round draft pick Brandon Podziemski. Take a listen to that.
You've become one of my favorite players Well, Guru probably is not a big fan of you because I asked Brandon what he likes most, and he said, I love passing the ball.
Please, dude.
So he says passing the ball. I like you because I think passers can play with anybody. Guru's more of a one-on-one. I need guys who can get my shot off.
Now,
so.
I just told Brandon during the break, I feel like I know him because I've seen him play like 6-7 times with my son being team manager at Santa Clara. I mean, how surreal is it that you're in Golden State after playing at Santa Clara?
Yeah, it's definitely helped me with just getting accustomed to where I am. Obviously, Santa Clara is only like 40 minutes from here, so just being able to see people that I want to see, that I'm accustomed to seeing, while learning new things about the city, I think it's been a big help for me in terms of like fitting in.
Where do you see yourself in terms of, an NBA player over the course of your career? There's a lot of positionless basketball, but tell the people out there who haven't seen you what you think your game's like.
Yeah, I think when it's all said and done, I think I could be an all-star a couple times. Coach compares me to Austin Reeves a lot, and just to see how he went undrafted and now he's a starter for the Lakers, just got a big contract. So just kind of looking at him, I watch a lot of him, TJ McConnell from Indiana, just his scrappiness and stuff like that. So for me, just being an all-around player, doing what the team needs, kind of like a glue guy.
When I think of McConnell, I think of a guy who's more athletic than anybody really knows or thinks, much more quick than people think. Is that kind of the way you are with some sneaky athleticism, maybe even more?
And he doesn't necessarily have the vertical athleticism, but he figures it out, and I think that's kind of the same for me. You look at guys like Steph, not vertically the best, and he's figured it out. So just taking little pieces from everybody that I can.
Speaking of Steph, there's so many clips of him at a young age with his dad in the NBA. It was like his destiny to play ball. I was asking my son, tell me something about Brandon. He was like, yeah, he didn't play ball early on. When did you pick up the game of basketball?
Yeah, I picked it up in 8th grade. Was a baseball guy my whole life. Obviously, my dad played. Was really good, so everything he knew, he taught me. And I was destined to go to college, maybe play pro ball and baseball, and then over time it got too slow for me, so I stopped playing, wanted to play basketball, played both for a little bit, introduced football to get me stronger. So I played all three at one point, and then since my senior year of high school, just been basketball.
I know you started at Illinois, and I was just thinking, okay, so you started Illinois, then you come to Santa Clara. Maybe you didn't know a lot about the Warriors when you came to the Bay, or maybe you even were a big fan. I don't know. But the point is you play 1 year at Santa Clara, and now you get drafted by this team. Like, what this team means to the Bay because you've been here, and what Steph and Clay and Draymond. I mean, has it sunk in that you're a teammate of Steph Curry's right now? And all three of those guys are going to be Hall of Famers. Yeah,
it's definitely special. Something that you don't take for granted. Now that we have actually a CP as well, so 4 guys that could be Hall of Famers. But yeah, I don't take it for granted. It's pretty surreal. I think it'll really hit me that I'm an NBA player tomorrow, just because it's the first game. But it's definitely been surreal the first couple months.
I mean, how do you walk that fine line of you must respect those guys, you must listen to those guys, and they are terrific, but you're on the same court as them, and you can do all those things, but try to prove yourself too. How do you walk that fine line?
Yeah, I think just being myself is what got me here. Obviously, every step of my journey I've been at, I've had players that have been better than me, and then it's my job to grow and improve to try to be better than them. So yeah, I respect them for what they do, but also have the utmost confidence in myself that when it's all done for them, that I can take the keys and run with it.
There was a video this offseason of you and Steph in the gym. It seemed like it was just you two working out. And I'm sitting there like, damn, what must he get from that? Like, can you just speak to how special that was? And what's that like for a youngster like yourself to come in the league and have not only, like he had mentioned, Steph as a teammate, but that knowledge getting sprinkled to you?
Yeah, I think, he's done a really good job since I got drafted of just, including me in everything that he can. It'd be workouts, anything of that nature, taking me places, just really taking me under his wing and teaching me little things about the game. Obviously, like I said earlier, he's not the best athlete, but he's really skilled, and I think I can become somewhat similar. Obviously, nowhere close to the shooting ability of him, but just taking things that have made him, a great player, but a great person, a great father, a great husband.
Everybody always asks when a player like you comes onto a team with legends, have you had a moment where you pinch yourself and you say you're here or wow, look at who I'm playing against. Have you had a moment yet, though, where you made a play or had a stretch and said, hey, I can play here?
Yeah, I think a couple weeks ago or maybe last week, NBA TV came and we scrimmaged. I played really well against Steph. I think me and him were trading buckets for a couple possessions in a row. And for me, I always feel like I belong, whether it's true or it's not.
Right.
I think so. And I think since Summer League, I've gotten a lot better, as seen in preseason. But for me, being around a bunch of old guys, I'm the young guy who just brings all the energy. You'll see it on the bench. You'll see it in the games when I play. So just keep the energy up in the locker room as much as I can, and hopefully it leads to a lot of wins.
See, just sitting here with you right now, and I haven't seen you play. I wouldn't think you're a high energy guy. You seem pretty mellow.
I think I turn it on and off. On the court, off the court. When I'm not playing basketball, I'm just a chill guy. Play video games a lot, sleep. But when it's time to go, it's time to go.
Wow. I'm not taking credit for this because I've seen it before. The Dub fans are going to see it. But one of your best facets to your game, to me, is your footwork. I see you offensively set guys up, go with your pace. Can you speak to that and how you've brought it with you to the league?
Yeah, I think it's a lot of things. One, my favorite player growing up was Manu Ginobili. So I modeled my game after the start. When I started in 8th grade, I was a big man because I was taller for my grade. So I just learned all the footwork down there, playing in the post. That's why my touch around the rim is where it's at. And then each year I got older, I progressed into a guard, into a point guard. So just taking it from watching European basketball, being a big man, and then just continuously growing and watching other people do it before me.
When I was in 9th grade, that's when I realized I would never play in the NBA. When did you first realize you could?
Probably January 5th of this year.
What happened?
It was always a goal of mine. Just, obviously people have goals, but what's really real? I think January 5th we played Maxwell Lewis, who's now in the Lakers. Had like 27, 12, 5 against him, and a lot of scouts there, and see my name on some draft boards after that game, and then just kind of took it and ran with it the rest of that conference play and into the tournament season. And then, I had a really good pre-draft. Even some during the combine didn't even have me on boards, and then just kept working my way up through, individual workouts. That must
have given you some incentive, seeing your name there for the first time.
Yeah, it was really cool. I called my family and sent it to him, and I was super happy, but, you're never satisfied with that number, and you always want to be higher.
Can you speak to your experience in the Summer League? Because I feel like when I watch you in the Summer League, it's different than I watch you in the NBA preseason. Did you get that feel, or how was it, your first dose of NBA basketball was in, guys trying to get on, per se?
Yeah, I think my mindset was a little bit different than theirs. I think for me going into it, and I tell people all the time, I was going into Summer League trying to show Steve and the staff, like, okay, he can do this, this, and this that helps the team win. Not necessarily in Summer League, me doing my own thing and making myself look good. So that's why sometimes you saw me pass up shots to get other guys involved. And I think for me, it was just like, okay, I'm going to vision myself playing with Steph, Clay. And if I'm open, but they're open, I'm for sure going to swing the ball. So I think you kind of saw that in Summer League, and even a little bit in the preseason. I think I had some open shots I didn't take to make others better. But for me, and Coach makes a big emphasis on winning by the margins, and we were last in turnovers last year. So going into preseason, I'm looking at how can I make others better but keep the turnovers down. I think I had maybe won a game. I don't know how many assists I had, but just trying to win those margins and help me get on the floor.
Brandon, man, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Good luck to you. Have a great rookie season, and hopefully we can catch up with you again.
Appreciate you guys.
All right, there it is. Brandon Podziemski, Mike Dunleavy earlier. Great stuff from Steiny and Goo this afternoon at Chase Center. That's where Dibbs and I are going to be tomorrow, getting you ready for the opener. KD is in town. So we look forward to talking to you then. Until then, enjoy the game and shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is